Arch Obler's plays. A Story in the Night.
Yes, Adelina, I am here.
Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller.
Yes, she'll be here any moment. I sent for her. You must not talk, Adelina. You're strained. Come, Frank. We'll go see if Dr. Miller is coming. Yeah. So, now I can breathe.
But, Herbert, Dr. Miller, why do you send for her? What can she do?
Do not be a fool. Did you not hear her? It was the old woman. Dr. Miller, Dr. Miller. I tell you, she drove me crazy with it. Until finally I sent for Dr. Miller.
Yeah, but will she come?
Who knows? And if she does come, what difference can it make? The old woman, worn-out machine. 84 years is long enough. Perhaps that is the doctor now.
I will go with you. I cannot believe that she would come here.
In a moment we shall see. Yes, I'm coming.
Adelina lives here?
Yes, Dr. Miller. You do not recognize me, perhaps. I am the mayor, old Albert.
Oh, yes.
Will you honor my house by entering?
Of course.
I did not know if you would come. You are so busy. She is such an old woman.
She's a friend of my mother's. Where is she?
This way, please.
Albert.
Oh, yes. Doctor, if you will permit me. This is my good neighbor, Frank.
It is a great honor meeting you, Dr. Miller.
Adelina, you say she is dying. Why do you keep me from her?
Oh, no, Doctor. Do not even think such a thing. Come this way. In here, Doctor. In here. You hear? She talks with her last breath so pitifully. It is a great pity. For one as old as she, it would take heaven's own intervention to
Please
stop.
go now.
Oh, yes, of course, Doctor. Anything you say.
Adelina. Try to open your eyes. It is I, your old friend, Dr. Mueller.
Dr. Miller.
Yes, I came as quickly as I could.
Dr. Miller. I made him.
Yes. Here is my hand. Oh, my friend, you are in pain.
My son. My youngest. In 2 days, he will be here. Oh, Dr. Miller, I am so tired, and I want to die. But not yet. Not yet.
No, you must rest.
Not yet. Not yet. I tell you, I must not die. Not yet.
Adelina, please.
My youngest. He comes. I must see him once more. I must not die. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, my friend.
You call me friend, don't you? You, my only friend. Have pity.
What can I do?
Give me life. Give me life with a few more hours until my son arrives. You are so wise. A few more hours. Say you can give me life.
Life.
I am so old. I know. The blood is cold and worn. But in your wisdom, you must know some way. You keep a little warmth within me. A little warmth
until he comes.
I don't...
Oh, good friend. Do not turn away from me. I beg you. Have pity. Help me. All day I have fought so long. Now you must help me, Dr. Miller. A few more breaths until my son. Help me.
Yes, I will help you. You must not speak. You must use all your strength in listening and trying to understand what I am going to say. Good friend, what I am about to tell you is so strange that I almost dare not speak. And yet if I am to help you as you ask, I must speak. No, just listen. As you've said yourself, death is very close to you. And since yours is the disease of old age, of a body worn with long years of living, there's nothing that medicine can do for you. Except perhaps to ease your leaving of this life. And I will help you. But what I'm about to do to you is something I should not do. Listen, good friend. Try to understand. For many years I have worked with little white mice attempting to discover the true nature of cancer. For many years, good friend. And while in these studies I've made a discovery. A discovery which goes beyond all understanding. In working on the little creatures, I discovered that when an organism has lived its full span of years, the cells within the body become aged, worn, and become what I call a fibroblast. Now I've discovered that by injecting the extract of the tissues... Oh, she dies. What should... I promised her. I must do it, I must. My instrument case. I must. My promise. The hypodermic. My hands tremble. The liquid, so green. If it only gives her a little more of life. My hands must be sure. Needle. Deep into her heart. No, you must live. Only a few seconds more until there. Deep. Done. No. It will never work. My experiment's foolishness, the reaction on the mice, only the illusions of my hopes. And to do what I've done to this old woman. Her dying flesh. Her pulse almost gone. Oh, forgive me, old friend. In your death... No. Not dead. Lips. Cheeks so red. Eyes open. So bright. So fresh. So young.
Doctor. No. Doctor! No. It cannot be. No.
Dr. Miller, no. Call out. What is it? What?
No.
Doctor, there's the old woman. There's Adelina. Who?
It is
this young woman. Who?
Adelina. Look at me. My arms, warm, alive. My cheeks, I can feel them, round, full like they were years ago. She has made me young. She did it. Me, old Adelina. Young.
Young.
I am young.
A miracle on earth. A dying old woman young again.
My face.
Oh, Doctor, all the states shall know of this miracle. You have conquered death. We shall live forever.
Oh, no. What have I done? is it? What do you want?
Oh, Doctor, it is I, Frank. Oh, such news. He is coming here. I tell you, he comes here. The mayor is bringing him. He refused to wait until morning.
And who is this impatient one that has to see me at midnight?
It is His Excellency.
His Excellency?
Yeah.
Frank, what are you saying?
I tell you, His Excellency. Oh, his last name. I never can remember names. His picture, you see his picture everywhere. He is coming here, Doctor, to see you. The mayor is bringing him.
Frank, you've been drinking.
Oh, no, I tell the truth, Doctor. The great one has heard of the miracle of Adelina.
What are you saying?
Yeah, the miracle, the resurrection from the grave. I hear him talking to the mayor. He is coming to see you. There. You see, I tell you the truth.
Open up in there.
Aren't you going to open the door?
What else is there to do? Open it, Frank.
Yeah. Oh, what an honor. All right, gentlemen, come in.
Well, Frank, where is she? Where's Dr. Miller? Have you told her?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I did not see you standing there in the shadows. Doctor, a great honor has come to you. Yes, a great honor. Most distinguished visitor our little community has ever known. Yes, a most distinguished
Introduce
guest.
me, you cackling old fool.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I only thought, that is to say, I only meant...
Stand aside, you fat old fool. Dr. Muller, you know who I am?
Yes, Your Excellency.
I am a man of few words. I will speak plainly. I want plain answers.
I am at your service, Your Excellency.
Then tell me quickly, how did you do this miracle?
Miracle?
He means Adelina. His Excellency means...
Close your mouth. I am talking. Go, all of you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency.
Now then, Doctor, I ask you for an answer. How did you give that old woman back her youth? Well, don't stand there staring at me. I want an answer. How did you do it?
There is nothing to say.
Nothing to say?
No.
Do you realize to whom you are speaking? Well, there is no doubt you do not. In your unfortunate isolation, you have failed to do your duty in having the proper knowledge of who is important to the state. All right, I will educate you. I am Joseph Brown, Doctor of Philosophy and member of the Department of Propaganda.
I know of you.
So? Then speak plainly. There is no use hiding facts. I've seen the woman with my own eyes. Your fat mare took me to her. I've talked to neighbors, friends. I know that she was worn out, aged, dying. Now she's young again. Speak, and speak plainly. How did you do it?
And if I tell you?
If you tell me. My dear doctor, this is your house?
Yes.
Your experiments in that room?
My laboratory.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come here.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Open that door.
At once, Your Excellency, at once.
Into your laboratory, my fine doctor. I follow. The rest of you stay out here. Now we will be quite alone. So, now we can speak plainly. So this is where you do your work, my fine doctor?
Yes.
What have we here? Well, mice. Little white mice. How charming.
I use them in my experiments.
And what are your experiments?
The hereditary factor in cancer.
Cancer. So you persist in lying to me. Doctor, they tell me you are a very clever woman. Yet I assure you, you will be most stupid if you persist in keeping the truth from me. I am not a violent man, so I ask you very calmly to be sensible and speak freely. Now then, the miracle of youth. How did you do it?
I am not quite sure myself.
That is no answer. Well, there are other methods. Mr. Mayor.
You want me, Your Excellency?
Come here.
Yes, anything you say, Your Excellency.
Mr. Mayor, how old are you?
Why, Your Excellency, I'm not quite sure. In my 50s, I believe.
All right, you will do. Bare your arm.
My arm?
You heard me. All right, doctor. Give him the injection.
Injection? Me?
You will kindly shut your mouth. You heard my order, doctor. Do as I say.
The injection to him?
Yes, to him. I spoke plainly enough.
But I can't do that.
Why not? You will have more of the liquid.
Yes, but don't you understand? It's permanent reactions on the human mechanism. I don't know that... And so I dare not use it.
But that woman, she is young.
Yes, but But who knows what other...
All right. That's quite enough. Doctor, I have come a long way to investigate a rumor. Now I am here, and you will do as I say.
If I refuse?
Do not speak like a child. I am not a violent man, and yet... Doctor, it would be a pity to lose your life work, Now do not stand there. I am growing quite impatient. Yes, and the mayor, too, grows impatient.
Oh, Your Excellency, what are you going to do to me? I am an old
Hold
man.
your mouth and bare your arm, you old fool. Well, Doctor?
I am ready.
Excellent.
Oh, Doctor, what?
Hold your tongue, I tell you. Proceed, Doctor.
Oh.
It will not hurt, Albert.
So, how simple. The needle in, you press the plunger.
It is done. How do you feel, my friend?
Yes. How is it, old man? What's going on inside of you? Look, his flesh
Begins to glow like hers did.
The wrinkle's gone. His back straightening.
It happened again.
A miracle. Speak, man. Speak.
Your Excellency, my head, it hurts. My blood rushing through my veins.
Doctor, why do you look at me so? My voice sounds so strange in my ears.
Look in the mirror ahead of you, you old fool.
Yes. No, it cannot be. My face, young. I'm young again. Doctor, look at me. Young again. Young again. I'm young again.
Young again.
Oh, my muscles so strong. Look, I jump, I dance. And let me out of here. Everyone shall see.
Yes, go.
Frank, everyone, look, I'm young. I'm young again. She made me young.
So, it makes them young again.
Does it?
Are you blind? Didn't you see it just as I saw it? Wrinkled flesh, young, twisted back straight. I tell you, a gift to the state from heaven.
Or hell.
All science is mad, and all scientists are madmen. I've often said that. Only we who think with our blood think clearly and recognize our destiny.
I don't understand.
You will receive many honors for this, Doctor. Oh, but first, you have kept an accurate record of your experiments?
Yes.
May I ask where?
Notebook. This.
Excellent. In the name of the state, I ask you to give it to me.
To you?
Yes.
What would you do with it?
I told you, there are some of us who recognize our destiny. I recognize this as mine.
What?
With this power in my possession, think what wonders I can perform. An army of youth, everlasting youth, an army invincible.
Oh, no.
Old men young and young men forever young. An army without end sweeping the earth. And I, yes, I, their leader.
No, you cannot use it for that.
Cannot? Ah, yes, I understand. You are thinking that there is another leader. Well, Doctor, at this moment I can speak quite frankly with you. Yes, there is a leader, and they bow their heads to him, the masses. But I will tell you this. It was my brains, my catchwords, my slogans that taught them to look on him as the invincible. And so, what they shout for is really a man who exists only in me. Now perhaps I can take my rightful place. He's an emotional old woman, Leland. While I know the wonder and the power of the soft word. With your elixir of youth to tempt men, I shall become quite invincible. With an army invincible. You do not speak? All right. Then do give me the notebook.
You cannot make men young to kill. Make them young to live.
The notebook, Doctor.
No, I will not give it to you. My work has been to preserve life, not to destroy it.
The notebook.
No, you can't have it. Not for soldiers, do you hear me? Not for soldiers.
As you wish, Doctor. I told you, I am not a violent man. Good night. Doc.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Go in there. She has a notebook in her hand. Bring it to me quickly.
Yes, Your Excellency.
What a pity. The good doctor. She has committed suicide.
Company, halt! Ready? Orders of the day. Company A, D, F, and G report to medical officer at once. Company J, MQ, report to medical officer 12 o'clock. Reserve officers ordered to report to medical officer within 3
Your regiment, General. They do not quite know what is happening to them,
It does not matter, Your Excellency. They obey orders.
Come, let us go into your office.
As you say.
Now then we can speak most comfortably. How many men have been treated?
50 picked ones.
You are satisfied with the results?
It was beyond belief.
And so, you will join me?
Anything you say. When does it happen?
He gives one of his infernal orations next week in the old hall. With you and the others to help me, I assure you his old womanish ravings will end right there.
You speak of others.
You doubt they will join me?
Oh, no. No, all men will follow you.
Naturally.
To think that you should have made such a discovery.
I sometimes surprise myself.
And you alone know the formula?
Yes. That is why I am so sure of you and the others. It will be most pleasant to know the delights of youth forever, my friend.
Have you taken the injection yet?
I? No. No, I decided to wait until the results of our test cases were quite complete. 50 human guinea pigs. Now that I am certain of the success, yes, I will do it at once. My injection here. Have it all ready. Hypodermic filled? Very well filled. How interesting it looks in its case, General. My immortality.
Yes.
You would like your youth again now, too?
I am not ready.
There is nothing to fear. You see? I pinch the skin in my arm. The needle bites for a moment. So, it is done.
Do you feel pain?
Huh? Pain? No. No. Only a strange warmth in my veins. I feel my blood seems to run swiftly.
Your face.
What is it?
Your face. It is changing.
Yes, I feel it. I'm young. A young man again. I told you, young.
Gentlemen, you will pardon me.
How dare you? Get out.
No. Let him come in. Nothing disturbs a young man. Nothing. Well, what is it you want? Well, how thoughtful of you to bring me such a beautiful young woman.
Yeah, it is about her that I have come, Your Excellency. About her and the mayor.
The mayor?
Yeah, he is waiting outside.
But who are you? Oh, yes, I remember you.
Yeah.
You are from the village where... this woman. The first to be rejuvenated.
Yeah, Your Excellency, Adelina, the very first. The villagers, they sent me to ask you. You will help her and the mayor, won't you, Your Excellency?
Help? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Look at her, the picture of youth. She was dying of old age, but look at her now, young, beautiful.
Yeah, Your Excellency, it's so sad. Young, as you say, beautiful. But the devil's brew Dr. Miller put into her veins. Listen to what it has done to her.
What?
Speak, Adelina, speak.
No.
Yeah.
No, I won't.
Stop
No.
it. Make her stop.
No.
I order you, make her stop it.
Yeah, quiet, Adelina, quiet, my friend.
Tell me, you. Tell me, what's wrong with the woman?
I tell you, the devil's brew, the stuff that makes her young.
Speak, I command you, speak.
1,000 pardons, Excellency, I'm trying to. It made her young. It made her body young. But day after day, her mind, it has kept on growing younger.
No, you lie. Not the injection. It was something else that did it.
Oh, no, I tell the truth. The mayor, it did the same thing to the mayor. The injection...
No, it can't be the injection, no. General, why do you look at me?
You took an injection. A large one.
Get out! Out, all of you! Out! You can't frighten me! Get out! Get out, you lie! It was not the injection, it was something else. I'm all right. My mind is strong. Out! Yes, it was lies. It cannot be the injection. No. Some strange disease. Yes. I'm all right. I must be all right. Yes, I'm strong. My mind is strong. I'm young. I'm not a violent man. No. I am young. My mind is strong. How can the mind grow younger and the body stay old? It cannot be.
My voice. My head. It spins. Younger. What was I saying? Younger. The room spinning. Where am I? My voice. Strange. These clothes. Soldier clothes.
I am a soldier. I am a soldier. I am a soldier. I am a soldier. My head. My head. Mother. My head. Where am I? I want my mother. My head. It hurts. Mother. 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 Mama. Mama. Mama.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's play, Nobody Died, was especially written for radio by Arch Obler. The cast included Jay Novello, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Elliot Lewis, and James Eagles. Mr. Peter Lorre, due to an urgent motion picture studio call, was unable to be here tonight. Next week, a new play, These Are Your Brothers, a story about a most unusual Santa Claus in a most unusual time. The players, Helen Mock, Elliot Lewis, and Dennis Green. Arch Obler's Plays. A Story in the Night. Arch Obler's Plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Arch Obler's Plays. A Story in the Night.
Linda.
Yes, Carl?
I've been looking for you.
And I for you.
Look, Linda, this party, it's getting a little too much for me. It's a great night. How about a little walk on the beach?
All right. But quickly before someone changes my mind.
Get your wrap?
No, I'll let the moonlight keep me warm.
That is good.
Careful. Night air.
You know, I never could understand the hunters. They build this place here on the shore, and then, well, when they give a party, they seal the windows hermetically. Here, down this path. That breeze off the sea is good. Don't you think so?
Frankly, Carl, I didn't come out here for the air. I've been very anxious to talk to you. Very.
Oh, that's flattering.
It won't be when you hear why I want to talk to you. Carl, I've always liked you.
And I
Liking you, I've tried to understand you as you are, but must you be so antisocial?
Antisocial? Me?
The Rensalls had a dinner party last night.
Oh, that. At the office, I couldn't break away.
The Carters were expecting you the night before last at the theater.
Linda, I'm a businessman.
Carl, you can't disappoint people continually and expect them to have any regard for you.
My friends know I'm a busy man.
You and I belong to a set that demands certain obligations from us.
I wonder if you know how pompous that sounds.
Pompous or not, it's the truth. Can't just ignore social obligations.
Well, I'm here, am I not? The ocean's rather calm, isn't it?
They were talking about you only last week at Page's.
Page's? Say, J.B. made a good thing out of International Motors last week. Must have cleaned up $250,000.
Someone mentioned your name, and this other person laughed and said, don't invite him unless you expect me to bring his stock ticker.
Idea in that.
I hear the same about you wherever I go, Carl. There isn't a man I know who spends as much time at work as you do.
Well, if that's what I want, why shouldn't I?
Carl, understand me. I appreciate the importance of money, but after all, you could find time for your friends. Why do you laugh?
I just remembered why I wanted to be alone with you.
Well?
I was going to lecture you.
What?
Yeah, lecture, really I was. I was going to tell you that you've been burning the candle socially at both ends. Or words to that effect.
Really?
Well, you are, you know. Bazaars and style shows and all that nonsense. But you took the offensive so quickly, I forgot what I wanted to say. And that reminds
You're remembering
me.
a great number of things, aren't you?
Yes. One of the things was to tell you that you're looking very lovely tonight.
The man's human.
You're irritated with me, aren't you?
I am. Carl, you could be an utterly charming man if you'd forget your stocks and bonds and debentures and all the rest of that for a while and start enjoying life.
Linda, now you've got me irritated. Just because my idea of living doesn't include a room full of jabbering idiots.
I think we'd better go back.
Now, wait a minute. Linda, I want you to... Oh, Linda, let's call a truce on this. After all, we're a couple of mature people. Let's act maturely and leave each other alone and enjoy the night. How about it?
You're hopeless. All right.
Good. We'll get off on safe subjects. The sea, the weather, the moon, June, the number of days to Christmas.
Exactly.
See, we'll start with the sea. Calm, isn't it?
Don't walk so fast, Carl, please.
Uh-oh, I forgot. Sand must be ruining your slippers.
No, beach is packed so hard. I'm quite all right. Don't walk too fast.
Right. Fine place the hunters have here.
They do have successful parties.
Hunter bought this place right before 29. Tried to unload it all through the Depression. Couldn't even get enough to cover the land value.
Did you hear about Ivy's debut? Margaret naturally wanted to have it at the Claremont, but Tom insisted on their country place.
Poor Tom. Dropped plenty in that amalgamated merger. Amazing. A man of his experience not knowing that you can't disturb the capital of an investment in an organization...
No, just a minute, Mr. Laughlin. If you're thinking of starting on capital investments again, I'd better remind you that this conversation is limited to, remember? June, moon.
What moon?
Well, of all the inconsiderate clouds I have... Carl, what are you staring at?
I can't quite make it out. Do you see anything down there near the water's edge?
Why, yes. There is something there.
It's so dark.
Carl, it moved.
I saw.
Is it a dog?
Well, I'm not sure.
Let's go closer.
Now, Linda, wait. Linda, come back.
Carl, come quickly.
What is it?
Look. Someone sitting in sand.
Well, who in the world?
Oh, drunk. Just someone who lost his way to the bar. Come on.
Now, Linda, wait.
Wait for what?
Well, I better see who it is and give him a hand.
All right, if you must play the Good Samaritan, go ahead.
I say there, fella.
What in the world's the drunken fool doing? Digging for clams?
I'll have to get closer. I say there, old boy. You're going to get a little wet there when the tide comes in, aren't you?
Well, drunk and dumb.
Ah, yes, you're right.
Let's go on.
No, wait, please.
But why?
The moon will be out in a moment. I want to see what he's doing. Hey, there. Now we'll see. Why, it's an old man.
Writing in the sand.
What are you doing here?
Guess he just won't talk.
How do you like that? Writing in the sand with the point of his finger.
Carl, I don't like this at all. Come away.
Well, Linda, what is it?
Nothing. Nothing at all. If this old man wants to sit here in the dark and stand, why let him. What does it concern us?
But what's he writing? I can't quite make out. Oh, the moon went under.
Carl, he's staying here?
I'm sorry. I want to see what the old man's writing. What are you writing, old man? Old man, don't you hear me talking to you?
Carl, you're being insufferable.
Linda, where's your curiosity? Deserted beach after midnight. An old man writing heaven knows what in the sand. Aren't you interested in knowing?
I'm not interested in maniacs. Who else but a psychopath would sit like that?
Linda, wait. Moon's coming through the clouds again. Now I'll see. You see it, too. He's writing names in the sand. Names of people.
Carl.
What is it?
His face.
What did you say?
Face. Did you see his face?
No, I didn't see it. Linda, what's the matter?
Face.
What about his face? Plastered clouds. I can't see. Oh, light again. There's nothing wrong with his face.
I thought...
Just an old man. Must be a gardener. Writing names in the sand.
I want to know who he is.
Well, now you're curious.
I want to know who he is, Carl.
And I'm certainly going to find out. Old man, we insist on knowing who you are. Do you hear me, old man? We insist. No attention. Must be deaf.
Clouds covering the moon. Sea so green. Carl, I'm cold. Let's go in.
Now, that isn't like a woman. 1 minute you're curious, and the next minute you're cold. The moon's bright now. Look, you can see some of the names he's writing. John Berkeley, March 2nd, 1941. Well, how do you like that? He wiped the name out and he's writing another one.
George Ellison, March 2nd, 1942.
Wiped that one. Writing another.
Name after name.
But why? Old man, can you hear me? Why?
What'd he say?
He's certainly not drunk. Eyes so bright, so intent on his work. And what work?
Carl, don't laugh.
Huh? What did you say?
He seems so busy.
Linda, what is there about this old man that disturbs you? I think he's funny.
Carl.
Dirty little unshaven old man, crouched over, writing names in the sand with the point of his finger. It's a serious career, isn't
Carl.
it? A career for one's old age. No overhead, no competition, no profit. Sit in the open air and write in the sands of time. Linda, I tell you, when I get too old for Wall Street, I think I'll join this old man.
Carl.
Huh?
C-A-R. Carl, look. Your name. He's writing your name.
Well, what do you know about
C-A-R-L.
the old fraud can here? must have overheard you say my name.
Carl, your last name. He's writing that, too.
But that's impossible. He doesn't know.
He is writing it. L-A.
My name? He doesn't know who I... U-G. How slowly he forms each letter. How does he know? What does he write?
Carl, what is it?
I don't know. Feel sick.
Carl!
Don't let me fall.
Oh, man, help me. Please help.
He's finishing my
Oh,
name.
man, help me. My friend, he's ill.
Can't breathe.
God, I can't hold you. Help me. Someone help me. Oh, you're standing up again.
I feel all right.
Carl, what happened? How did you frighten me so?
My name in the sand. Where?
Surf. Came in and wiped it out before he'd finished.
Old man, why did you write my name? How did you know who I was? Answer me. Why did you write my name?
What difference does that make? You're ill. Let's get back to the house.
No, I feel fine. Sudden dizziness, but I'm all right now. I want to know how and why this old...
He's writing again.
Huh? L-I-N. Your name.
Yes.
D-A.
Carl, take me home.
Oh, wait. You can't possibly know your last name. J-E-F.
Oh, please. I just...
He does know it. F-E-R. Writing so slowly as if he wasn't quite sure. But he does know it. Linda, how in the world do you imagine he knows? Linda.
Oh. Carl, help me.
Linda, what is it?
Hold me.
Yes, I'm holding you. Linda, in heaven's name, what is it?
My heart. Holy.
Linda!
Carl.
What?
Carl, why are you holding me?
You were ill, fainting.
What are you talking about?
Are you joking?
What is there to joke about? Please let go of me.
All right.
My name. He was writing my name.
Yes.
Where is it? Sam. He's writing another name. Where's mine?
That wave must have washed it out before he finished.
I remember now. My heart. I couldn't see. Darkness. I was falling.
Yes, falling.
Your face so white. Carl, why?
As he wrote my name, I felt as if I were dying. And then you felt the same way, too, as he wrote your name, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, cold it is here.
Cold.
He's still writing. The moon. Gone.
Carl, stay by me.
Yes.
He's still there.
Darker.
In the darkness. I can't stand it anymore. Oh, man. Who are you? Who?
Linda, stay away from him. Don't.
No!
Linda! Linda, what is it? Linda.
No one.
What?
No one. Here.
But he was here. I saw him.
Carl, find him. Find him and talk to him. I've got to know. I've got to.
Old man. Where are you, old man?
There he is there. Far down the beach.
We've got to catch him. Come. Old man, wait. Old man.
Old man, wait. I beg you, wait.
Old man, wait. I want to talk to you. No one.
I thought...
There he is.
Where?
Out the other way, at the edge of the water. Old man, wait. Old man.
Wait for me, Carl. Wait. Oh, why do you stop?
No one. I thought I saw you. But there's no one. If only the moon came out again.
Find him for me, Carl. Find him for me.
You blasted moon. Come out. Come out.
Oh, man.
Linda.
I heard.
Oh, Linda. Yes, of course I'm laughing. What we just heard, the wind. Our friends back at the house.
Friends?
Yes, friends. That wind and the sound of them talking, it cleared my head. My life has been like my business. Everything has had debits and credits. This that's been happening to us. My head's clear now, and I can think of it in practical terms.
Tell me.
We met an old man writing in the sand.
He wrote my name.
And mine, too. All that was real enough. Now then, how did he know our names?
Yes.
Simple enough. You and I are not unknown. He must have been an old gardener on the estate here. Yes, that's it. He'd heard of us. Then heard us call each other by our given names, and so he knew the rest of it.
But when he wrote our names, we...
Yes, I know. The dizziness. It's all quite easily explained. Back in the house, the air was bad. We came outside. The both of us nerves on edge. Too much fresh air. Dizziness followed. Oh, I talk about it anymore. Let's get back to the house.
Let's go. Yes, quickly.
Careful now, not so fast. You'll fall.
Yeah, I'm all right. Faster, Carl. I want to get back.
A drink, that's what I need. A drink, or 2 or 3, a dozen.
So very dark.
Infernal clouds. Let's stay along the water's edge. Easier to walk.
Yes.
Fantasy of the night, that's all it was. We let our imaginations run away with us. Yes, imagine things that didn't exist.
Carl.
Why do you stop?
Carl.
Why are you pointing?
He's writing again. He's there, writing again.
Oh, man. Oh, man!
Go, don't leave me. Go, it's so dark. Go!
Gone again. Gone again.
Carl, take me back to the house. Quickly, don't stand there. We'll run,
Wait. The moon. Shining down so strangely. Everything's so strange.
Strange.
Yes.
Carl, the edge of the water.
What?
Our names.
Oh.
Names. Our names in the sand. See them?
Yes.
There's a date. Written after my name.
And after mine.
I can't see. The date. Oh.
The wave is coming. Linda, come back.
No, I've got to see.
Linda!
I saw.
I did, too.
The date when I...
The dates when I...
Oh, no.
No, it isn't true. It isn't. A date written in the sand, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. Does it, Linda?
I didn't think it would be so soon.
You believe?
Yes.
I do, too, somehow.
So soon.
No, I won't believe. I won't. I'm going to live for a long time. 50, 60 more years. My family, they lived long lives. My father, my grandfather. This can't be true.
Carl, don't be so afraid.
You're not?
I am. And yet, Somehow it's wonderful.
Wonder?
Yes. Wonderful. But every person in the world wants to know. We know. You and I.
It'll be spring that year when I...
No, don't think about it that way. The wonder of it, Carl. Think of that.
I've never thought much of the wonder of things.
How good the air is. Like wine. I heard them call it that. I never believed a breath could be so wonderful.
If a man planned every minute that was left, how much he could do.
That's why I say it's wonderful, Carl. I know what I have left. I can plan the days, the hours, live each one because I know just how many of them I have. Carl, I'm almost happy now.
Happy?
Yes, why not? Now I'll do the things I wanted to. Yes, every one. Listen to them back there. I never really wanted that, Carl.
But you always...
Because that was the path my mother had gone. And the one she led me to. But all the time, the snobbery of money and those silly little family destinies. I wasn't happy because it really wasn't what I wanted. I knew that, but I went on. Because there was a tomorrow. I said to myself, tomorrow, some new tomorrow, I'll start the life I want. I didn't know. Now I know my tomorrows, Carl. I've got to start now. And so I will. And so I'm happy.
What?
A child, Carl. Yes, I want a child. There, I've said what I never thought to say. How I used to laugh at people with their children. Such clever, brittle talk. All the time my heart was in my eyes. Child. Listen. On the wind.
Yes.
Music of the night, Carl. Look up. The stars are singing. They know I'm free. For a little while I'm free. And you, Carl, what will you do?
What will I do?
Yes. What will you do tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, I'll go back to my business, of course. My business. No.
You're holding me.
Yes. Linda, you and I, we've got to be together.
Oh.
You're right. There can be happiness in it. For these days and months we're free. The world. We'll climb up to those singing stars of yours. When I was a boy, I always thought I'd do that. Travel. Tomorrow. There'd always be a tomorrow for me. Yes, I was immortal. I thought that, really. Most of us do, don't we? Everybody else in the world would live their lives and die, but I, always inside myself, I thought I'd live forever. So I climbed into a cage and stayed there.
You're holding me so close.
You and I, Linda. Together. Free. Until that day. Say it. Say it.
Oh, my dear. Why did it take death to teach us how to live?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arch Obler. In tonight's play, Mirage, it was our pleasure to have with us Nan Sunderland, known to all of us also as Mrs. Walter Houston, and Edmund McDonald, who is soon to be seen in the Joseph Pasternak production of Destry Rides Again, a new Universal picture. Next week, 3 short plays of men and their ways. Hometown, The Circle, and State Executioner, featuring Ray Collins.
Arch Obler's plays. A story in the night. Arch Obler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company and are heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Arch Obler's plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night.
Let the democratic powers have no illusions. We cannot be intimidated. We are ready. Our manpower is ready. Our youth stands ready. Invite the youth that has been tried and tested into the proving grounds, even as our armaments have been tested. A youth that understands the meaning of discipline, order, dynamic obedience to the leader and to the state. Hey, youth, the last with all of us after the weak and decadence of democratical liberalism. Hey, youth, that lives, dares, does. The skies sing with their wings, the wings of courage and daring, bringing the truer civilization and liberty to people who wait for it eagerly and with hope. Yes, I repeat, even now, the skies sing with the wings of daring and ambition and glory.
Hello. Yes, Captain? Isn't that the village? No, I don't think so. It is, I tell you. But, Captain, the order says the village was won by a water hole. I see no water down there.
What is the difference?
For the orders.
I'm giving your orders. Drop down 500 feet. I don't want to miss the beggars.
As you say, Captain.
They're all the same anyway. What's the difference if it is another village? We need all our petrol to get back. All right. Level off. Hold it. 2 little presents and home we go non-stop. I never disappoint a lady.
Should I keep circling?
Of course. Of course. This is the moment I like, Marlowe. My hand on the release lever. The leader is right. Power is the greatest thing in the world.
I know it is another village.
Marlowe, you're a fool. What difference does it make? The orders were to teach them a lesson. Well, one village is like another. Those beggars down there are of the same breed. Hold it steady. The lesson begins. There. And again. Climb!
The order said we were to machine gun the mountain.
Machine gun what? 2 holes in the ground. Home, you old woman. And fast. She is very pretty. And not quite.
And let all the world hear the contribution of our youth to the civilizing forces is one which all history will remember. It is an evidence of the revitalization of great ideals, the true ideals of power and force and the everlasting glory of righteous might. Youth, our glorious youth, flying free in its newfound purpose and nobility, we salute you! We salute you!
Captain. Captain, wake up.
What do you want?
The wireless is not working again. If you will take over, I will fix it.
All right. Fog, huh? Marlowe.
Yes, Captain.
When did the fog come up?
While you were asleep.
I do not like fog. Well, haven't you got that wireless going yet?
It is no use.
Huh?
Resistance burned out. There is nothing I can do. The fog grows thicker.
I have eyes, haven't I? Here. You take over.
I was expecting that.
Shut your mouth. Here. Take over.
All right. Captain, do you remember the time in the Plaza of Heroes they gave you a medal because...
Stop talking. Put her up high.
Might as well. No clear sky down here. Is this high enough for you, Captain? Or does it make you dizzy?
Are you out of your head?
When the fog grows very thick, you lose your head, eh, Captain?
Shut your mouth. I order it.
I was remembering something else. 6 months ago, when the Minister of War made you the captain. Remember in his speech he said for courageous, skillful flying.
I warn you to stop talking.
For all these months I have wanted to ask you one question, Vittoria. Whose was the skill and whose was the courage? Yours? Mine.
When we are on the ground...
If we are on the ground, it will be with my skill. Mine. Look. The fog grows thicker and thicker.
Saying that.
You can see with your own eyes. thick fog. Our wireless dead. If I turn the plane over to you now, would you be as brave as the medal says you are?
Close your mouth. For the last time, I tell you.
The brave Captain Victoria, who never flies alone.
Shut your mouth.
In the sun, it is your mouth that dares. In the fog, it is mine. A frightening thing, the fog, eh, Captain? Like something alive that comes out of the ground and tries to pull flyers down to the hole in hell where they come from.
Is there no way to close your mouth?
Why don't you blast a few holes now through the fog so we can see where we're going?
This is the last time you fly with me, Big Mouth. The last... Malo.
What?
Huh? Malo, the port engine.
Got the petrol.
What?
Petrol line broken. Close the valve.
Malo. Malo, falling.
Get away from me.
Can't see anything. The fog.
Stop pulling at me, you fool.
Malo, get me down. I don't want to die. I can't...
No, it's not a mark. Leave me alone. The fog.
See the ocean. We're crashing it. I won't die. I can't.
Wait. Look. What I saw. Yes. They're over land.
No, there is nothing.
There is land, I tell you. I saw it.
Yes. I see it. Oh, I am safe. I won't die. I will get down. I will. Down. We're down.
Yes.
I told you I would get you out of this. I told you. Malo! Ahead! The wall! Stop! The wall! Stop! Head. Victor. What?
It's Malo. Where are you? So dark. Oh. I see you. Bed next to me.
Malo.
Victor. You all right?
My legs broke.
Well, my own pain is less now.
Oh, don't talk. Help.
No, Victoria. This honor is mine as well as yours.
Huh?
My legs, too.
You lie. You're all right. You want me to be in pain.
Stop it.
Jealous of my honors. You
Stop
always
it.
were.
Stop it. Who wants to listen to you? I want to know where I am. I want to know how badly our ship was hurt when we got here. For long I was unconscious.
I have the pleasure of answering your questions, good gentleman.
Malo. Who's there?
I don't know. So dark.
My name, gentlemen, is Frederick Gibbon, doctor of medicine.
Doctor? The doctor. My legs, the pain.
Pain is quite secondary, believe me.
But you must stop it. At once. I order it.
Order?
Yes, order. You don't know who I am. I'm Captain Victor.
Wait. I assure you I know your identities quite well, good gentleman.
What do you mean?
Your identification papers were quite in order. And now a little more light, perhaps?
Yes. It'll see you.
If you will pardon me.
No, stay. The pain.
Shut your mouth, will you? How can he help us until he brings light?
But the pain...
Pain. Did you expect to fall out of the clouds and wake up with the bands playing and a couple of women at your side?
How dare you?
You're a fool, Victor. A miracle happens to us. Smashing head on and then coming out of it with no more than broken bones. I tell you, it is a miracle.
The light.
Ah,
that was good. Only simple lanterns, but quite adequate, you will agree.
Doctor, whatever your name is, I am Captain of Aviation. An active duty for the commander.
I told you. I know.
Then you know your duty. Set my legs. Do you hear me?
What is your business, gentlemen?
But you said you knew who I was. My identification papers. You said
Yes,
it.
I said I knew who you were. But what is your business, gentlemen?
Aviators. I'm captain of...
Yes, a captain. But what is your business, Captain?
He wants to know what we do, Victor.
What is your business, gentlemen?
What is any aviator's business? To fly. But why do you stand there talking? My leg broken. Fix them.
Did you stop to fix the bones, Captain? After you dropped the bombs on them?
What do you know of that?
Your plane was smashed quite badly, gentlemen, but not completely. Yes, there were 2 miracles.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
That the crash did not kill either of you, and that one small messenger of your civilization that was strung to the belly of your plane did not blast you to death. Bomb. It fell to the ground undamaged, unbroken, all of its explosive virility quite intact inside of its metallic loins. Poetic that, eh?
One of my bombs.
Yes. One of your bombs. Quite unhurt.
But I'm hurt. Do you hear me? Fix my leg. Stop the pain.
But why? We here are like you, gentlemen. If bodies are broken, if pain is given, we go our calm way. We do not stop. Good day, gentlemen.
Wait. Marlowe, make him wait.
Wait, Doctor.
Doctor, come back. You can't leave me. Come back. I'm hurt. In pain. Help me. Are you crazy?
Yes, Captain. Yes, indeed. I am.
All right, Victor. All right. The pain. It grows less and less. Pain cannot go on forever. My legs are quite numb now. Yours will become that way, too.
The devil.
Strange day, this, huh? You and I were born of the devil to smash up and have a crazy man come to our rescue.
What time is it?
Time? Who knows?
That crazy old fool. Why does he want to
Do not stop asking me why again, Victor. All night I have been thinking those whys, and I know less than when I started. The man is crazy, that's all. When one is crazy, there are no whys.
He can't keep me here. Not me. I'll kill him.
Wait. Listen.
People.
Yes. Must be a street right below the window.
Get to the window, Marlowe. Get help.
If I throw something through the glass. Yes, the lamp.
No, stop.
Huh?
You'll bring that crazy devil up
It's
here.
our only chance.
No. He'll kill us. Do not throw it.
I will.
Hit it. Yes, you did. Good, Marlowe. Good. Now, someone will come up here to help us. And that old devil, I will have him put away where he was. Huh?
Listen. I threw something through the glass, and everything below becomes quiet.
Why should that be?
Wait. Listen.
Like someone raising a ladder against the wall.
Yes.
Someone is coming. They'll help me.
Why a ladder?
You think it's the crazy?
You must have heard the glass breaking. Climbing up here to laugh at us.
No, it can't be him. My legs. I've got to have help. I'll yell. I'll scream.
Stop that. Look. Head coming up. Who?
No, it's not the crazy one. A girl.
Yes.
Come in, girl. Come in.
We need your help.
Yes, help. Call the police. Aviators. I am the aviator.
Come in, girl. We will not hurt you.
Don't sit there on the windowsill and stare at us, you fool. Don't you understand? I'm Captain Victoria.
Wait, Victoria. Wait. You frighten her. Come closer, girl. Closer. Look, my watch. I will give you this watch.
Pretty. You will give it to me?
Yes, of course he will. Give it to her, Marlowe. Here, girl.
Pretty. You have other pretty things for me?
Yes. Here. Rings. My rings. There. Take them. Get help. Get me out of here.
Pretty. Oh, pretty. Pretty.
You simple little fool. Try to understand. Get me help. Get me out of here.
Pretty things. I like pretty things.
We'll get you plenty of pretty things. Cover you with them. Just go back the way you came and get help for me. Quickly.
I had so many pretty things.
Yes, but hurry, girl. Go quickly. Get me help.
I want more pretty things.
In my pocket, huh? I'll see. It hurts so to move. I have nothing. Marlowe, you give her...
Oh, you know I cannot move.
Pretty wings.
Yes, the wings on my tunic. You can have them. Here.
Pretty.
Now go. Do you hear? Go get help.
Will they take these away from me, too?
What is she talking about?
I don't know.
I had so many pretty things. They took everything away. All my pretty things. It dropped from the sky. And when it was gone, everything was gone. Everything was gone.
Stop crying. Who took what away from you?
From the sky. From the sky.
Marlowe. This one's crazy too.
Now, good gentlemen, it is time again to talk.
I'll kill you.
You know, that's why I like you, Mallow.
Well?
Your captain is so overly dramatic. Kill you, he says to me. It is quite foolish and unnecessary, don't you think so?
You devil, you keeping me here, not getting help. What are you trying to do? Cripple me for life?
I am doing nothing.
What are you going to do with us?
Money. I'll get you money. Just get me out of here.
Money. In this community, those silly little pieces of paper and metal are quite useless.
Ah, you're crazy.
True enough. But haven't either of you discovered the greater truth?
Truth? What truth?
That everyone in this community is crazy. Everyone.
Crazy?
Oh, yes, indeed.
It cannot be.
But it is.
No, you're the only one.
How many times must I say it? This is my community, and we are all quite mad.
Where are we?
Or normal, all depending on the viewpoint.
Where is this place?
That's my little secret.
Secret? What do you mean?
Quite a long way from your civilization, and a high wall circles us. Remember, your airplane crashed into it?
Oh.
You see, my dear gentlemen, a long time ago, the people of what was once known as the normal world decided that I wasn't quite normal, so they were going to put me away. But I escaped them. Oh, quite cleverly. And I decided to make a world of my own. That is, a world normal to me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's simple. In a community where all men are mad, none are mad. Understand?
Get us out of here.
Quiet, Victoria. Listen to him.
Yes, listen to me. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I discovered this place, and I settled here. But after a while, I grew quite lonely. And I thought to myself, why shouldn't I find others like myself? People again, I use the phrase, people the so-called normal world called abnormal. But it was quite difficult to find enough of them and to get them to come to my little utopia. Until you fixed it.
We? Madman. What have we to do with you?
I mean you and your kind. Remarkable how many people in this world became abnormal as soon as your sort began to... What is the word you use? Began to enlighten the world.
Marlowe, Make him stop talking.
No, I want to hear him.
Yes, hear me out. Remarkable how many people became like I am as soon as the enlightenment of brutality and conquest and domination, and above all, the enlightenment of flying bombs came upon them. I soon had more than enough candidates for my little community. Yes, indeed.
You can't keep us here.
No, not me, you can't.
But you surprise me, good gentleman. This is the ideal place for you.
What does he mean?
I mean that here in my little crazy town, we live and love and kill as our fancy strikes, without even the necessity of slogans and catchphrases with which to quiet the conscience. You'll want to stay with us, gentlemen.
Not me.
I won't stay here, you crazy old devil, you.
But are you so different, gentlemen?
I'm sane.
And so am I.
But your business, Captain. Is it sane to fly the skies, to bring death to creatures made in your own image? To kill women and children?
We do our duty.
No man has a duty beyond what he knows is right. And since you do what you do, it must be because you believe it is right to kill and destroy, with no more reason than the dictum of ambitious, power-mad men. So I assure you, gentlemen, you are one of us. And so you will stay.
No, you can't keep me here.
Against our will.
Yes, your legs will mend, so you must want to stay. For if you go and give away our little secret, that would be most unfortunate for the rest of us. It's very definite, good gentlemen. You must want to stay.
Not in a madhouse.
Not me.
Gentlemen, good gentlemen, you make me weary and angry explaining. I tell you, you and yours are like us. The Prince of Normal Men said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." And you say, "Blessed are they that take with force." So how can you be normal?
If I had a gun...
You had a gun. Now, that's another thing. The Prince of the Normal said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." And you say, "Blessed are the war makers." Now, that proves that you're like us.
Stop it! It's out of
He
here.
said, "Blessed are they that are persecuted for righteousness' sake, and blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and say all manner of evil against you. But you are the persecutors, good gentlemen, so you are one of us. I welcome you. We all welcome you. Come in, ladies and gentlemen."
Huh? Who are they?
Tell us who are they.
They are like you, the nobility of unreason. They have come to welcome you, gentlemen.
Hello. What? So dark. Leaving it for hours. The devil in hell, what is he up?
Shut your mouth. If I go crazy, it will be you driving me to it.
He and those other crazy ones. Bringing us here and leaving us. Planning our death. I know it. Marla, tell me. What are they up to?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What's that? What? Someone came into the room. No. No one. Listen. I hear. Who's there? Who's there? Woman. Yes. Who are you? What do you want? Vitor.
What is she saying?
I don't know. She... What is it? What? Something in her arms. I can't see anything so dark. Oh, no. I'm not afraid of her. The child. The child in her arms. Oh. Come closer, woman.
What do you want her for?
She can help us. Closer. Woman, closer. Woman, stop moaning to that child and listen. Listen. Help us get out of here, and we'll give you money. We'll get...
Victoria, what?
In her arms. Look.
I can't twist around my leg.
Woman, get away. Get away.
Victoria, what is it? What? You said the child.
No. Woman, get away.
Tell me what?
Bomb.
Eat it, Bomb.
Bomb. You have gone mad.
No. Now see for yourself, see.
The bomb he told us fell from our plane without exploding.
Woman, get out of here with that thing. Get out.
Get out with that woman, get out. You set it off. You get off.
No.
Yes.
Wait, reason with her. Woman,
Woman, what are you saying? Why do you carry that bomb?
Baby. My baby.
Baby. No, it's a bomb. Do you hear me? A bomb.
Baby.
Put it down. If it goes off, it will kill you.
My baby. My baby. Something fell from the sky that day.
Victoria. She's crazy, too.
Oh, this is my baby now.
No.
My little baby.
No. Don't touch the percussion head. It will go off. Marlo, get up. Take it away from her. My legs, I can't move. No, don't touch it, woman. Don't.
Tonight's play, Crazy Town, was especially written for radio by Arch Obler and featured Edmund O'Brien, Charlotte Manson, Paul Stewart, John Brown, and Betty Kane.
Arch Obler's plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night.
Why don't you
write a comedy? A comedy. Comedy?
Comedy.
A comedy. Comedy.
Oh, you do not mean it, senor.
I do.
It is a joke, senor.
Not at all.
But the money.
Definitely not interesting.
But it is not sensible.
That makes me in tune with the time.
Senor Madison, I am a simple man.
And I am a tired one.
I know that when nations are at each other's throats, men of your peculiar talents are beyond price.
So your price is $50,000.
So, it is the money, eh? Senor Madison, we are a poor country.
Now, wait a minute, Savannah, wait. Look, I'm a very tired man. I'll say it again in simple little words and try to understand, will you? I, Terence Madison, am through with wars, foreign and domestic. Comprende?
But you are a fighting man, senor. You will live and die a fighting man.
All I can do is repeat. I'm done, through, finished with fighting, foreign or domestic. And that, believe me, is that.
Si, senor, I hear what you say, yet I cannot believe.
Believe this, Savannah. You're as outdated as I am. Yeah, outdated, outmoded. Like a bow and arrow against the machine gun battalion.
But I do not understand.
You're still promoting little 2-before Sunday to Monday revolutions down in that little peanut country of yours. You yell, "Hail to freedom." You fire off a couple of guns. You kick one Presidente out and put in a new one. You line your pocket. And in a few months, you do it all over again. Well, that's old-fashioned stuff, Savannah. You can't see them yet, but they're coming to put you out of business just the way they did to me.
They? Who, senor? Who?
The amateurs.
Eh?
Yeah, the amateurs. War used to be a job for professionals. We had certain rules of conduct, chivalry, international law, and all the rest. But now that's all over with. The amateurs are moving in, and I'm moving out.
I do not know.
Sure you don't know, so I'm telling you. War isn't war anymore. It's a gang fight. Shoot him in the back, knife him in the ribs. If they ask you what you're doing, tell them you're going to church.
But,
No, let me finish.
To me, the excitement of promoting your little two-bit revolutions was a game. A tough game, but a game because we played it with rules. With a kind of respect for the other fellows inside. We didn't use flamethrowers. And we didn't machine gun the kids in the streets. The amateurs worked that stuff up, so if they're in, I'm out. They move into your country and they shove a knife in your heart and tell you it's for your own good. Pretty soon they'll start using poison gas on the kids and poison germs in the drinking water.
Oh, begging your pardon for the interruption, sir, but it's almost 9 o'clock.
Well, can't you see I'm busy? Can't you?
Yes, sir, but it's almost 9 o'clock. Your appointment with the mayor.
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks, Merv.
Senor Madison, all these things you have been saying, they mean nothing to me. I ask you one question. The opposition, they have bought you?
Look, for all I know, you're the opposition.
Then you will reconsider and join with us?
No, of course not. I'm not joining anybody. I'm parking right here in New York and starting to enjoy life.
Senor...
Get it through your head, will you? For the last 10 years, I haven't had a week of rest and quiet. Mexico, El Chaco, Manchuria, cross and double-cross, blood and filth and bullets. I tell you, I'm
begging your pardon, sir, your appointment and the senor's hat.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, you'll have to excuse me now, Stefania. My appointment with the mayor.
You have made me, how you say it, a very confused man, Senor Madison. I do not understand you. Yes, perhaps I had better go. Adios, senor. Adios.
Good day. He's confused, and I've got a headache.
Have you that, sir?
Yeah, and thanks, Murph. The senor was getting in my hair.
I figured I'd better do something before you drop them out the window.
You must have been reading my mind. It's a great thing, Murph.
What, sir?
Make up one's mind and then stick to it.
Aye.
They're a couple of old campaigners, Murph. About time we went to pasture.
Not old, sir.
Old enough to know that I don't want any part of their wars. Peace and quiet, Murph. At least until the bombs start falling.
Right, you are, sir. It's going to be good, sir, having a little peace and quiet.
Quiet that, Murph.
Yes, sir. Hello? Who's this speaking? Never mind who I am. Who are you?
Nice going, Murphy.
No, Mr. Madison ain't giving interviews.
Nice going again, Murphy.
No, if you come up here, I'll throw you out.
Bravo, Murphy.
No, listen to me. All Mr. Madison authorizes me to say is that he's come back to America to rest, and that no matter who starts a war, he ain't in it. Goodbye.
Murphy, old horse, remind me to give you my quad again.
The trouble with the reporters in this sound, sir, is that they don't believe you. And I don't blame them.
What's this? What's this?
Well, 5 times in the last 5 years you've announced you were through adventuring, and then Manchuria and all the rest of it. You can't blame them for doubting you, sir.
Murphy, I say it again, and this time I mean it. I'm through, done, finished with war. Obscurity. Oblivion. That's what I want.
You'll get that 6 foot under, sir.
Fair enough. Murph, believe me, I've thought this out from A to Z. I absolutely don't want excitement again as long as I live. Yes, sir. I'm going to spend the rest of my days fishing, and you can hold the rod.
A pretty picture, sir. A pretty picture. Yeah. And now, if you don't mind, sir, I'd like to be running off.
What's the attraction? Blonde at the cigar counter?
Oh, no, sir, it's me teeth.
Huh?
You remember the day down in Santa Ana when that crazy peon took a swipe at me? I'm having some new choppers put in.
A dentist appointment at 11 o'clock at night?
Well, you see, sir, the dentist...
Okay, Murph, if that blonde does dental work, far be it for me to spoil her fun. Go on, run along.
Yes, sir. I'll be back early, sir.
Dentist appointment. Well, I've got what I want. Easy chair, footstool, pipe. Still talking to myself. That's one jungle habit I'll have to get rid of, or they'll be electing me to run for something. Peace and quiet. All the peace and all the... What?
What now?
What? Well, look here, lady. Where'd you come from?
Where am I? What now?
Who am I? Well, I'm just the guy who rents these rooms, that's all. Who are you? What are you doing here? Say, you come to the fire escape?
Canst thou be a slave? Oh, but no. Thy noble bearing. Oh, thou art one of these new, strange barbarians.
Say, what is this? What are you talking about? What are you doing in my room?
I do not know. My head. Oh, please. A sip of water.
Say, you are groggy, aren't you? Here, sit down. I'll get you some water. Here you are. There, drink.
Oh.
Now tell me what's this all about. Who are you? Where's the masquerade?
Masquerade? It is a strange word. I know it now.
I mean the outfit, the dress. What are you supposed to be dressed up like? One of those Greek goddesses?
Greek? I'm not Greek. I'm a queen of Rome.
Listen, lady, you may be the queen of the May for all I care, but what are you doing in my room at this time of night? How'd you get here? What do you want?
Shelter, oh barbarian. I beg of thee, shelter.
Shelter? Now look here, beautiful. I don't know what your game or what your gag is, but please go away and let me read my book in peace.
Thou speakest strangely, O barbarian, but thy face is kind. Please, I beg of thee, hide me from the Caesar's wrath.
Listen, will you please quit the clowning and talk English?
I do not understand.
Oh, yes, you do. I mean those thys and thous and all that nonsense. Now, come on, beautiful. Tell me what this all about. Why those crazy clothes? What are you doing, settling a bet?
Please, I beg you, listen.
Sure.
Do not set me forth into the night. His minions are all about me.
Huh?
They would strike me down even in their love for me. For Nero's word strikes fear into the heart of every man.
Nero? What are you talking about? Who are you? Well, are you going to tell me your name and what you're doing here, or do I have to call for the house detective?
My name is Olivia.
Olivia what? And what are you doing here? What's the... Say, you're trembling. You really are afraid. Well, come on, now, out with it. Talk sense. Who are you hiding from?
My husband.
Your husband? Oh, look here, lady. That's one kind of excitement I'm not looking for. Why don't you go find a nice policeman and tell him all your trouble?
Thou speakest so strangely, barbarian. And yet, oh, I pray thee, do not send me forth. For if thou dost, then I shall die this very night.
Die? You mean your old man intends to murder you?
I shall be killed this very night. The word has gone forth from Nero's lips. And Nero is a god.
Nero? Was that your name? Olivia Nero?
I was the Caesar's wife once. And now that the strange fire has come into his brain, he would kill me. And none would stand in Nero's way.
Say, what is this? Listen, woman, talk sense and talk sense fast. Because in about 2 minutes, I'm going to reach for that phone and call the house detective. This is my room. I want peace and rest.
No, I beseech thee, be not angry. I tell the truth. I swear it by all the gods. Nero searches everywhere for me. It's all here.
What?
That door. Oh, save me, barbarian. He comes for me. I do not want
What kind of a merry-go-round is this? I warn you, if you don't tell me what's what, in about 2 seconds, I'm going to...
Oh.
Yes. Huh? Oh, my God. Another one.
Nero.
So, my little Olivia, thou didst think thou couldst escape from the great Nero, eh?
Say, who in the devil are you? What do you people think my room is, Times Square?
Silence, barbarian, or I'll have thee thrown to the lions.
Huh?
Stand up, Olivia.
No, I beg of thee.
I say stand up.
And I say shut up.
Barbarian, soon thou shalt be a lighted torch hanging from my garden gate.
And soon you're going to be wearing a couple of halos around your eyes. Now, look here, I'm a peaceable sort of fella, but you two are going a little too far.
Eh?
What is this, running around in sheets, talking like a couple of Shakespearean actors and driving me crazy? Who are you? What's this all about?
I shall deal with you later, barbarian. But first there is you, Olivia. Thou art a simple thing, and yet thou art in my way to greater things.
Thou wouldst marry that painted wench of the street, Popea.
Silent, woman.
No, I won't. Leave me, I tell thee.
Stop it! Stop yelling! You want people to think I'm beating a what? Oh, listen here, you two.
Silent, barbarian. Quickly, a cup of wine.
Wine? What do you think this is? I have no wine.
Then water, slave. Water.
Look, this is a fine thing. Crazy goof ordering me around in my own room.
I am His Highness Claudius Nero, Premier, head of the state religion, commander-in-chief of the forces. and empowered to act as tribune of the people.
All right, smart Alec, keep on being cute. But let me tell you who I am. I'm Terence Henry Madison, seventh son of the seventh son, empowered by right of having paid the room rent on this place to throw you and this equally nutty woman right out on your masquerading ears. Now will you get out of here?
The man is an idiot. He has ears which do not hear, and he speaks a strange tongue which I do not understand. Poor Olivia, thou hast found shelter with a madman.
Why, you... Oh, what's the use? I give up. I come all the way to New York for a little peace, and I find you two nuts. Go ahead. I don't know what your game is, but go right ahead. If this is somebody's idea of a practical joke, I might as well sit down and enjoy myself.
The man is mad. Olivia, come to me.
Oh, no, great Caesar. Spare me.
Come to me.
Atta boy, assert yourself.
Silence, barbarian. Now then, my little one, why do you tremble and shrink from me?
You would kill me.
I would kill you. But is it not the duty of a true wife to do as her lord and master commands? Even to the sacrifice of her own life, that his might be stronger, more glorious?
I will leave Rome. I will go among strangers.
And there to plot against me? Never. Olivia, you must die.
Action. Come on, let's have a little more action.
Closer to me, Olivia.
No, great Caesar. I beseech thee.
Silence. Quickly, barbarian, a cup.
There's one right there on the table, Toots. Help yourself. This is your party.
Look, Olivia. Look, I say. I brew thee a wondrous drink.
Make mine grape juice.
Poison. Oh, it's poison me.
Aye, a wondrous poison. Brewed by the great Augusta, just for thee. Here, drink it deep.
No. Oh, spare me, great Nero.
Drink the little bowl, or on my oath, I'll force it down your throat.
No.
Drink.
Yeah, drink, and we'll all go home.
Drink, I say. There, open thy puling mouth. There, the deed is done.
Nero, I die. Nero.
Bravo! What an exit! What an exit!
Farewell, Olivia. I must return to Rome. Farewell.
Nero!
Look out! Oh, now, wait a minute, woman. Fun's fun, but you'll hurt yourself falling on people's floors that way. Hey, you, Nero, whatever your name is, come on back here. Oh, listen, woman, come on, get up, will you? I don't know what this is all about, but it's gone plenty far enough. If you're trying to initiate me into a lodge, I don't want to join. Oh, come on, lady, please get up. Your friend's gone out the window. On your lips. Blood. Manager! Police! Police! Hurry, man, hurry. I tell you, the woman's dying.
Please, Mr. Madison, don't talk so loudly. The other guests...
Oh, who cares about your other guests? Here, right in here. What? Well, the door's locked.
Well, unlock it, Mr. Madison, unlock it.
I can't. I left my key inside.
And I left my pass key in the desk.
Well, come on, we'll break it down. No.
Wait, don't.
Here comes Malone. Malone, hurry up.
Hey, what's going on here? What's the matter, boys? This mug making trouble?
Don't be a fool, Malone. This gentleman, Mr. Madison.
Oh, Madison. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Mr. Madison. You see, I thought...
Stop thinking and open that door. There's a woman dying in there.
Dying?
Don't stand there, you idiot. Open that door.
Yeah, sure. I had a key here someplace.
Hurry, Malone.
Well, I'm doing the best I can. There now.
What in the...
Where is she? Ain't nobody here.
She's gone.
Gone? But you said a dame was dying.
Well, she was right there on the floor.
This guy is nuts. The only thing on the floor is a rug.
Wait, the bedroom. Maybe she... No, there's nobody in here. Nobody.
In fact, Mr. Madison, you might say that there's no one in the entire place other than ourselves.
But I tell you, she was here. Right here on the floor. She drank the poison out of that glass there.
Wait a minute. What glass?
What? That glass.
Listen, mister, if you see a glass in this room, I better get a pair of glasses.
But I tell you, there was a glass there. And a woman, too.
Any pink elephants?
Listen, you...
No, please, Mr. Madison, don't get excited.
Surely you must have been mistaken. Mistaken? Listen, I tell you, she was here, right on the floor, dying. And I thought they were fooling.
They? Fooling? Who was fooling? Who are they? Talk up, Mr. Madison.
Olivia, or whatever her name was. You know, Nero's wife. Nero's wife?
Sure, I might have known it. He's one of those dips, who's it, you know?
I tell you, I'm dead sober. A woman was poisoned in this room tonight, and heaven only knows where she's gone now. Just a second there, Mr. Madison. Who gave who poison?
Yeah. Who gave who poison?
I told you, Nero gave it to his wife.
You mean the guy who fiddled while Rome was burning?
All I know is he said his name was Nero, and he was the emperor of Rome.
Oh, this guy is nuts.
He must be. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm talking about. I saw it with my own eyes.
All right, Mr. Madison, all right. Take it easy. Here. Have a chair. Yeah, Mr. Madison, you're all tired out. Come on, a nice soft chair.
Cut it out. I'm not crazy. I tell you, I saw Nero right here in this room, and his wife, and he poisoned her, and I let him do it. She was dying, I tell you, dying.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America. Oddities in the news, and this is a funny one. Harry Madison, world-famous soldier of fortune, today claimed that he met Nero and Nero's wife in his hotel room. Yes, sir, Mr. Madison, who just announced his retirement as a professional adventurer, claims that he met the fire-fiddling Nero and his wife in one of the suites of a local hotel. Dr. Bradley, the hotel physician, recommended complete peace and quiet. But meanwhile, the story's got the whole town laughing. The whole town is laughing.
Mr. Madison, is it true that at one time you were a personal friend of Nero? Go away. Mr. Madison, I represent the newspaper syndicate. Would you write an article on my pal Nero? Leave me alone.
Mr. Madison, would you mind posing for a picture with the man who said these Julius Caesar?
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Murphy! Murphy!
Yes, sir?
They're laughing at me. Oh, the town's laughing at me.
I know, sir.
Fools. I tell you, Murph, she was lying there on that floor right where your feet are now.
Oh, but begging your pardon, sir, they've been dead 2,000 years. I mean Nero and that lady.
I don't care if they've been dead 20,000 years. I tell you, I saw Nero murder Olivia. I looked it up in a history book, and so help me, that's just what the Roman emperor did to his wife 2,000 years ago. And I stood by last night and let him do it again. Now, pack our things.
Our things?
Right, we're getting out of here.
But I thought we were...
so did I. Peace and quiet in New York. That's a joke, isn't it? All I've had is pointing fingers, wisecracks, people laughing at me. Murphy, I tell you, I can't stand it any longer. China, Africa, any place away from this madhouse. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, help me. If that's another reporter, I'll
take it easy, sir. I'll take care of him. Mr. Terry Madison live here? Sure, and what's it to you, me fine bucko? Give him this. Thanks. Oh, look, Mr. Madison. Tickets.
Tickets? Tickets to what?
I don't know, sir. Oh, wait, hold on now. There's a letter, sir.
Give me that. Dear Mr. Madison, before you leave town, please use this ticket. They're all laughing at you, but maybe you'll have the last laugh. Say, what is this?
I don't know, sir.
Well, get my hat and get yours, too.
Huh?
If I've got a last laugh coming, I'm going after it. We're going to use these tickets tonight.
This way, sir.
Has the show started, Usher?
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Say, where are you taking us?
You have a box, sir.
A box?
Yes, sir.
Say, wait a minute. If you think I'm going to sit up there in a box with everybody staring at me, you're crazy.
I'm sorry, sir, but my instructions were to show you and your party to a box.
Just say the word, sir, and I'll clip this buckle so
Oh, it's okay, Murph. Read on, my stuff. I don't know what this is all about, but here goes.
Let's step right in here, sir.
Okay. Come on, Murph.
Are they laughing at us, sir?
No, it's just a play on the stage. Now sit down, will you, and keep quiet.
I want to find out what this is all about.
Well, if any of them mugs start laughing at us,
Will you keep quiet and listen?
Yes, sir.
Well, Olivia, and art thou ready to die?
No, spare me, great Nero. Spare me.
Well, I'll be
What is it, sir?
And why should I spare you? I, the great Claudius Nero, Premier, Commander-in-Chief of the forces, and empowered to act as the tribune of the people.
I will leave Rome. I will go among strangers. Oh, spare me, great Nero. Spare me.
Olivia, come to me.
Come on, Murphy. We're getting out of here.
Yes, sir.
Where's the stage door to this place? Where is it?
But what's the matter, sir? Just because it's about Nero.
Say about Nero, you fool. That woman on the stage was the very woman I saw poison in my room that night.
But, Mr. Madison...
Don't you get it? They used me in a cheap publicity stunt to advertise their play about Nero.
Oh, Mr. Madison, where are you going?
Use Terry Madison as a publicity stooge, will they? I'm going backstage and tear this place apart piece by piece. And I'm starting with that Olivia.
Shannon's dressing room is that one there, sir.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you.
What is it? Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Won't you come in?
Sure. Now, how soon do you expect your husband back?
My husband?
Oh, you know, Nero with the poison cup. Well, why don't you laugh?
There's no reason to laugh.
Oh, yes, there is. The laugh of the year. By tomorrow, they'll be laughing at it from coast to coast. It's a riot, a scream, a wow.
Oh, wait, please, before you say any more. Say, listen to me.
No, you listen to me. You made me the laugh of New York with a cheap publicity trick to advertise your cheap little play. Well, from the looks of that crowd out there, it's paid to make a chump out of me, so what I say or do won't make any difference. But, lady, it's a rotten trick. It's part of the rottenness of the whole blasted world these days. Get what you can, and the devil...
No, don't say any more. I know. The moment I left your hotel room, I realized how wrong I was.
I can imagine.
Oh, please believe me, Mr. Madison. Please believe me and try to understand why I did it. You see, I wrote this play about Nero and his wife, and every cent I've got in the world's invested in it. It just had to be a success. And when our publicity man thought up the idea of using you to get all sorts of publicity about Nero in the papers before the play opened, I agreed.
I'll see.
Oh, I didn't stop to think of what it would mean to you, the ridicule and laughter, but now... Oh, if you only knew how sorry I am.
That's easily said.
But it's true. The few moments I saw you that night, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I was that you were the one who'd be hurt by that crazy publicity stunt. It was too late to turn back then, but don't you see that was why I sent you those tickets for the opening tonight?
No, I don't see.
Well, I wanted you to come here and see me playing Nero's wife on the stage. I knew that would make you so angry you'd come backstage and tell me how little you thought of me, and then... Oh, for heaven's sakes, man, what do I have to do to make you understand I wanted to see you again?
You wanted to see me?
Of course I did. I'm going to meet you for a long time. Terry Madison. Adventurer, soldier, and gentleman pike. Come on. Well, now you're here, and you detest me so much, I suppose I'll never see you again.
Second act, Miss Shannon.
Well, I've got to go back out there and play Nero's wife again, but... Oh, please, Mr. Madison, before we say goodbye, please tell me you won't hate me too much. Mr. Madison, what are you laughing about?
I just happened to remember the reason I came to New York. It was for peace and rest and quiet.
Well?
Doesn't look as if I'm going to get much of that now.
Why not?
Because something tells me I'm going to be very busy from now on. Running around with Nero's wife.
especially written for radio by Art Obler, and featured tonight John Brown and Ruth York, with Walter Kinsella, Winfield Honey, and Sidney Castle. Next week, we bring you a new play, The Immortal Gentleman, a strange story of a young man who meets immortality in a brave new world. Art Obler's play.
Arch Obler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night.
Let the democratic powers have no illusions. We cannot be intimidated. We are ready. Our manpower is ready. Our youth stands ready. A vital youth that has been tried and tested in the proving grounds, even as our armaments have been tested. A youth that understands the meaning of discipline, order, dynamic obedience to the leader and to the state. A youth that laughs with all of us at the weak decadence of democratic liberalism. A youth that lives, dares, does, the skies sing with their wings, the wings of courage and daring, bringing truer civilization and liberty to people who wait for it eagerly and with hope. Yes, I repeat, even now, the skies sing with the wings of daring and ambition and glory.
Hello.
Yes, Captain? Isn't that the village?
No, I don't think so.
It is, I tell you.
But, Captain, the order says the village was won by a water hole. I see no water down there.
What is the difference?
But the orders.
I'm giving your orders. Drop down 500 feet. I don't want to miss the beggars.
As you say, Captain.
They're all the same anyway. What's the difference if it is another village? We need all our petrol to get back. All right. Level off. Hold it. 2 little presents and home we go non-stop. I never disappoint a lady.
Should I keep circling?
Of course. Of course. This is the moment I like, Marlowe. My hand on the release lever. The leader is right. Power is the greatest thing in the world.
I know it is another village.
Marlowe, you're a fool. What difference does it make? The orders were to teach them a lesson. Well, one village is like another. Those beggars down there are of the same breed. Hold it steady. The lesson begins. There. And again. Climb!
The order said we were to machine gun them out.
Machine gun what? 2 holes in the ground. Home, you old woman. And fast. She is very pretty. And not quite a lady.
The contribution of our youth to the civilizing forces is one which all history will remember. It is an evidence of the revitalization of great ideals, the true ideals of power and force and the everlasting glory of righteous might. Youth, our glorious youth, flying free in its newfound purpose and nobility. We salute you. We salute you.
Captain, wake up.
What do you want?
The wireless is not working again.
Huh?
If you will take over, I will fix it.
All right. Fog, huh? Marlowe.
Yes, Captain.
When did the fog come up?
While you were asleep.
I do not like fog. Well, haven't you got that wireless going yet?
It is no use.
Huh?
Resistance burned out. There is nothing I can do. The fog grows thicker.
I have eyes, haven't I? Here. You take over.
I was expecting
Shut your mouth. Here. Take over.
All right. Captain, do you remember the time in the Plaza of Heroes they gave you a medal because...
Stop talking. Put her up high.
Might as well. No clear sky down here. Is this high enough for you, Captain? Or does it make you dizzy?
Are you out of your head?
When the fog grows very thick, you lose your head, eh, Captain?
Shut your mouth. I order it.
I was remembering something else. 6 months ago, when the Minister of War made you the captain. Remember in his speech, he said, for courageous, skillful flying.
I warn you to stop talking.
For all these months, I have wanted to ask you one question, Vittoria. Whose was the skill and whose was the courage? Yours? Mine.
When we are on the ground...
If we are on the ground, it will be with my skill, mine. Look. The fog grows thicker and thicker.
Saying that.
You can see with your own eyes. Thick fog. Our wireless dead. If I turn the plane over to you now, would you be as brave as the medal says you are?
Close your mouth. For the last time, I tell you.
The brave Captain Victoria, who never flies alone.
Shut your mouth.
In the sun, it is your mouth that dares. In the fog, it is mine. A frightening thing, the fog, eh, Captain? Like something alive that comes out of the ground and tries to pull flyers down to the hole in hell where they come from.
Is there no way to close your mouth?
Why don't you blast a few holes now through the fog so we can see where we're going?
This is the last time you fly with me, Big Mouth. The last... Marlowe.
Quiet.
Marlowe, report engine.
Cut the petrol.
What?
Petrol line broken. Close the valve.
Marlowe, falling.
Get away from me.
Can't see anything. The fog.
Stop pulling at me, you fool.
Marlowe, get me down. I don't want to die. I can't...
Now, it's got a mark. Leave me alone. I've got to see you. We'll crash in it.
I won't die. I can't.
Wait. Look. What I saw. Yes. They're over land.
No, there is nothing.
There is land, I tell you. I saw it.
Yes. I see it. I am safe. I won't die. I will get down. I will. Down. We're down.
Yes.
I told you I would get you out of this. I told you. Marlowe! Ahead! The wall! Stop! The wall! Stop!
Head. Wall. Crash. Captain. Victoria. Where? So dark. Victoria. 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 What? It's Marlowe. Where are you? So dark. Oh. I see you. Bed next to me. Marlowe. Victoria. You all right? My legs. Legs broke.
Oh. My own pain is less now.
Oh, don't talk. Help.
No, Victor. Dishonor.
Order? Yes, order. You don't know who I am. I'm Captain Victor.
Wait. I assure you I know your identities quite well, good gentleman.
What do you mean?
Your identification papers were quite in order. And now a little more light, perhaps?
Yes.
That'll see you.
If you will pardon me.
No, stay. The pain.
Shut your mouth, will you? How can he help us until he brings light?
But the pain.
Pain. Did you expect to fall out of the clouds and wake up with the bands playing and a couple of women at your side?
How dare you?
You're a fool, Victor. Miracle happens to us. Smashing head on and then coming out of it with no more than broken bones. I tell you, it is a miracle.
Gentlemen, the light.
Oh,
that is good. Only simple lanterns, but quite adequate, you will agree.
Doctor, whatever your name is, I am Captain of Aviation. An active duty for the commander.
I told you, I know.
And you know your duty. Stretch my legs. You hear me?
What is your business, gentlemen?
But you said you knew who I was. My identification papers. You said
Yes,
it.
I said I knew your business, gentlemen.
Aviator. I'm captain of...
Yes, a captain. But what is your business, Captain?
he wants to know what we do, Victor.
What is your business, gentlemen?
What is any aviator's business? To fly. But why do you stand there talking? My leg broken. Fix them.
Did you stop to fix the bones, Captain? After you dropped the bombs on them?
What do you know of that?
Your plane was smashed quite badly, gentlemen, but not completely. Yes, there were two miracles.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
That the crash did not kill either of you, and that one small messenger of your civilization that was strung to the belly of your plane did not blast you to death. Bomb. It fell to the ground undamaged, unbroken, all of its explosive virility quite intact inside of its metallic loin. Poetic that, eh?
One of my bombs.
Yes. One of your bombs. Quite unhurt.
But I'm hurt. Do you hear me? Fix my leg. Stop the pain.
But why? We here are like you, gentlemen. If bodies are broken, if pain is given, we go our calm way. We do not stop. Good day, gentlemen.
Wait. Marlowe. Doctor, come back. You can't leave me. Come back. I'm hurt. In pain. Help me. Are you crazy?
Yes, Captain. Yes, indeed. I am.
All right, Victor. All right. The pain. It grows left. Pain cannot go on forever. My legs are quite numb now. Yours will become that way, too.
The devil.
Strange day, this, huh? You and I were born of the devil to smash up and have a crazy man come to our rescue.
What time is it?
Time? Who knows?
That crazy old fool. Why does he want to talk?
Do not stop asking me why again, Victor. For a night I have been thinking those whys, and I know less than when I started. The man is crazy, that's all. When one is crazy, there are no whys.
He can't keep me here. Not me. I'll kill him.
Wait. Listen.
People.
Yes. Must be a street right below the window.
Get to the window, Marlowe. Get help.
If I throw something through the glass. Yes, the lamp.
No, stop.
Huh?
You'll bring that crazy devil up
It's
here.
our only chance.
No, he'll kill us. Do not throw it. I will.
Hit it. Yes, you did.
Good, Marlowe. Good. Now, someone will come up here to help us.
Little devil. I will have him put away where he was. Huh? Listen. I threw something through the glass, and everything below becomes quiet.
Why should that be?
Wait. Listen.
Like someone raising a ladder against the wall.
Yes.
Someone is coming. They'll help me.
Why a ladder?
You think it's the crazy?
You must have heard the glass breaking. Climbing up here to laugh at us.
No, it can't be him. My legs. I've got to have help. I'll yell. I'll scream.
Stop that! Look. Head coming up.
No. No, it's not the crazy one. A girl.
Yes.
Come in, girl. Come in.
We need your help.
Yes, help. Call the police. Aviators. I am the aviator.
Come in, girl. We will not hurt you.
Don't sit there on the windowsill and stare at us, you fool. Don't you understand? I'm Captain Victoria.
Wait, Victoria. Wait. You frighten her. Come closer, girl. Closer. Look, my watch. I will give you this watch.
Pretty. You will give it to me?
Yes, of course he will. Give it to her, Marlowe.
Here, girl.
Pretty. You have other pretty things for me?
Yes. Here. Rings. My rings. There. Take. Get help. Get me out of here.
Pretty. Oh, pretty.
You simple little fool. Try to understand. Get me help. Get me out of here.
Pretty things. I like pretty things.
We'll get you plenty of pretty things. Cover you with them. Just go back the way you came and get help for me. Quickly.
I had so many pretty things.
Yes, but hurry, girl. Go quickly. Get me help.
I want more pretty things.
In my pocket, huh? Let's see. It hurts so to move. I have nothing. Marlowe, you give her...
Oh, you know I cannot move.
Pretty wings.
Yes, the wings on my tunic. You can have them. Here.
Pretty.
Now go. Do you hear? Go get help.
Will they take these away from me, too?
What is she talking about?
I don't know.
I had so many pretty things. They took everything away. All my pretty things. It dropped from the sky. And when it was gone, everything was gone. Everything was gone.
Stop crying. Who took what away from you?
From the sky. From the sky.
Marlowe. This one's crazy too.
Now, good gentlemen, it is time again to talk.
I'll kill you.
You know, that's why I like you, Mallow.
Well,
your captain is so overly dramatic. Kill you, he says to me. It is quite foolish and unnecessary, don't you think so?
You devil, you're keeping me here, not getting help. What are you trying to do? Cripple me for life?
I am doing nothing.
What are you going to do with us?
Money. I'll get you money. Just get me out of here. Money.
In this community, those silly little pieces of paper and metal are quite useless.
Ah, you're crazy.
True enough. But haven't either of you discovered the greater truth?
Truth? What truth?
That everyone in this community is crazy.
Everyone? Crazy?
Oh, yes, indeed.
It cannot be.
But it is.
No, you're the only one.
How many times must I say it? This is my community, and we are all quite mad.
Where are we?
Or normal,
all depending on the viewpoint.
Where is this place?
That's my little secret.
Secret? What do you mean?
Quite a long way from your civilization, and the high wall circles us. Remember, your airplane crashed into it?
Oh.
You see, my dear gentleman, a long time ago, the people of what was once known as the normal world decided that I wasn't quite normal, so they were going to put me away. But I escaped them. Oh, quite cleverly. And I decided to make a world of my own. That is, a world normal to me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's simple. In a community where all men are mad, none are mad. Understand?
Get us out of here.
Quiet, Victor. Listen to him.
Yes, listen to me. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I discovered this place, and I settled here. But after a while, I grew quite lonely. And I thought to myself, why shouldn't I find others like myself? People again, I use the phrase, people the so-called normal world called abnormal. But it was quite difficult to find enough of them and to get them to come to my little utopia. Until you fixed it.
We? Madman. What have we to do with you?
I mean you and your kind. Remarkable how many people in this world became abnormal as soon as your sort began to... What is the word you use? Began to enlighten the world.
Marlowe, make him stop talking.
No, I want to hear him.
Yes, hear me out. Remarkable how many people became like I am as soon as the enlightenment of brutality, of conquest and domination, and above all, the enlightenment of flying bombs came upon them. I soon had more than enough candidates for my little community. Yes, indeed.
You can't keep us here.
No, not me. You can't.
But you surprise me, good gentleman. This is the ideal place for you. The goal you and yours have striven for. Yours.
Ours?
Marlowe, what does he mean?
I mean that here in my little crazy town, we live and love and kill as our fancy strikes, without even the necessity of slogans and catchphrases with which to quiet the conscience. Oh, you'll want to stay with us, gentlemen.
Not me.
I won't stay here, you crazy old devil, you.
But are you so different, gentlemen?
I'm sane.
And so am I.
But your business, Captain. Is it sane to fly the skies, to bring death to creatures made in your own image? To kill women and children?
We do our duty.
No man has a duty beyond what he knows is right. And since you do what you do, it must be because you believe it is right to kill and destroy, with no more reason than the dictum of ambitious, power-mad men. So I assure you, gentlemen, you are one of us. And so you will stay.
No, you can't keep me here.
Against our will.
Yes, your legs will mend, so you must want to stay. For if you go and give away our little secret, that would be most unfortunate for the rest of us. Oh, it's very definite, good gentlemen. You must want to stay.
Not in a mile.
Not me.
Gentlemen, good gentlemen, you make me weary and angry explaining. I tell you, you and yours are like us. The Prince of Normal Men said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." And you say, "Blessed are they that take with force." So how can you be normal?
If I had a gun...
A gun. Now, that's another thing. The Prince of the Normal said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." And you say, "Blessed are the war makers." Now, that proves that you're like us.
Stop it, it's out of
He
here.
said, "Blessed are they that are persecuted for righteousness' sake, and blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and say all manner of evil against you. But you are the persecutors, good gentlemen, so you are one of us. I welcome you. We all welcome you. Come in, ladies and gentlemen."
Huh? Who are they?
Tell us who are they?
They are like you, the nobility of unreason. They have come to welcome you, gentlemen.
Hello. What? So dark. Leaving us for hours. The devil in hell, what is he up to?
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, I tell you. If I go crazy, it will be you driving me to it.
You know, I'm a crazy one. Bringing us here and leaving us.
planning our death. I know it. Marla, tell me. What are they up to?
I don't know.
What's that? What? Someone came into the room?
No one.
Listen. I hear. Who's there? Woman? Yes. Who are you? What do you want?
Victor, what did she say?
I don't know. What is it? What? Something in her arms.
I can't see anything, so dark.
Oh, no. I'm not afraid of her. The child in her arms.
Oh.
Come closer, woman.
What do you want her for?
She can help us. Closer. Woman, closer. Woman, stop moaning to that child and listen. Help us get out of here, and we'll give you money. We'll get...
Victor, what?
In her arms. Look.
I can't twist around my leg.
Woman, get away. Get away.
Victor, what is it?
Get
what?
her arms.
You said the child.
No. Woman, get away.
Tell me what?
Bomb.
Eat a bomb. You have gone mad.
No. See for yourself, see.
What?
The bomb he told us sent from our plane without exploding.
Woman, get out of here with that thing. Get out.
Get out with that woman. Get out. You'll set it off. You'll get off.
No, wait. Wait, reason with her. Woman, what are you saying? Why do you carry that bomb?
Baby. My baby.
Baby. No, it's a bomb. You hear me? A bomb.
Baby.
Put it down. If it goes off, it will kill you.
My baby. My baby. Something fell from the sky that day.
Victoria, she's crazy too.
Oh, this is my baby now.
No.
My little baby.
No. Don't touch the percussion head. It will go off. Marla, get up. Take it away from her. My legs, I can't move on. No, don't touch it, woman. Don't.
Tonight's play, Crazy Town, was especially written for radio by Arch Obler and featured Edmund O'Brien, Charlotte Manson, Paul Stewart, John Brown, and Betty Kane. Next week, we bring to you a new play titled The Word, a strange story of a strange adventure. Arch Obler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story, whispered in the night. Arch Obler's Plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Arch Obler's Play. A story in the night.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is Arch Obler. Tonight I fully expected to bring you the story of another world, a play full of roaring rocket ships speeding through space, bringing the people of our Earth to new adventures on other planets. And then I began to think, why go out into interstellar space for a story of another world, when here on this Earth, within ourselves, there are other worlds, the other beings we might have been. Here then is the story of another world within our own.
In a cell of the death block of a southern penitentiary sits a woman weeping. It is a cold, dismal, dreary night. Outside, a chilling rain beats endlessly against the small barred window. Inside, alone, a young girl kneels beside her prison cot, talking softly in the dark.
I couldn't help it, Mother. I couldn't help it. It wasn't my fault. Oh, please believe me, Mother. There's no one else I can turn to now. You'll understand, won't you? If you'd only been alive, you could have helped me. And now, somehow, I think you're close, listening to me. And I want to explain to you, tell you everything that happened. Remember the boy next door, Bob? He was only 10 when you died. Poor Bob, he was so happy that night. Father had just announced our engagement. We'd had a big crowd at the house. Everybody was so happy and gay. And afterward, when everyone had gone, Father went inside the house, and Bob and I were alone in the garden. Oh, it was so warm and lovely.
Happy?
Uh-huh.
So am I. It's going to be wonderful, Joan, just us two.
Just us two.
I can hardly wait for the rest of them to go. Blame me?
I love you, Bob.
I can stand it, honey. Why were you so scared when your dad got up to make the announcement?
I don't know. I just... Oh, let's forget it.
The blushing bride.
No, really, Bob, it wasn't anything.
Come on now, tell her, Robert.
Please, Bob.
Darling, that's love. I want to know everything you think and everything you feel, even before...
No, you mustn't. Don't ever ask me things, Bob. Please. You've got to promise.
Joan, what's the matter?
Nothing. Only... Well, it isn't good for anyone to know so much about anyone else.
Oh, go on. I know all about you already. You're the loveliest, sweetest girl a man ever loved.
Keep your arms around me, Bob. Like this, always. Everything's all right when you do that.
Yes, sir. Ah, gee, the whole world seems different tonight. I mean, there's a kind of singing in the air. Hear those sounds, honey?
Bob.
Yes, Joan?
Bob, do you ever... Well, does it ever happen that...
What are you trying to ask me, honey?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on now, what's on your mind?
Well, do you ever hear things?
Well, sure, that's what I was telling you. Listen to them singing. Crickets and the frogs.
But I don't mean that, Bob. I don't mean from the outside. I mean, do you ever hear things from the inside?
From the inside? Well, no,
If I could only explain, it's not like a voice, and yet maybe it is a voice, only there isn't any sound. It's like something that wants to be born, and...
Oh, darling, what are you talking about?
I don't know. Somehow all evening I've had a feeling inside of me as if...
As if what, sweet?
As if Oh, it's nothing at all, I guess. I've just been running around too much, that's all.
I'll say you have. So strangely nervous, I've noticed it in the last few days. What is it, Joan? Can't you tell me?
Well, I'm not sure. Oh, please, Bob, let's not talk about it anymore. Hold me close. It's getting so chilly.
I'll get your coat.
No, Bob, I don't...
Won't take a moment, Joan. I'll be right back.
Hurry, dearest.
Joan.
What?
Joan.
Who is it? Who's calling my name?
Joan.
Where are you? I hear you. You're close by, but I can't see you. Please, where are you? You're frightening me.
I frighten you. So, now you know where I am, don't you?
No. It can't be true.
It is true. I speak from within you.
No. No, it's someone speaking from the outside. Someone trying to frighten me. I won't listen to you.
Yes. Cover your ears.
No.
Yes, you still hear me.
In my head.
Yes, in your head.
Madness.
You little fool, it's reality. Stand where you are and listen. You must.
In my head.
Yes, in your head. That's where I am. And that's where I've been all these years.
The two of us.
Yes, the two of us living in the same body. Your white body. You've known I was there, haven't you?
No.
Oh, yes, you have. I've fought with you all your life. You've wanted to do this. I've wanted to do that. You felt me struggling within you, but you haven't dared admit that I was there. But now, at last, I've found words. Only you can hear them in your own mind, but they're words, and they'll give me the world that belongs to me. Listen, you, I've waited a long time for this. A long time. You've got to let me live.
Live?
Yes, live. Live. Speak words that others can hear. Do what I want with this body I live in.
Oh, no.
I've wanted to live so much. I've fought in the darkness so long. At last I've fought my way through so that you can hear me, but now I want more. Much more. I want to have all of the body. You hear me? All of it. You've had it so long. It's my turn now. Listen. You've got to give it up. Yes, you simple fool. Stop repeating my words. I want you to give it up. Your body, your mind to me. In the end, you'll have to anyway. I've grown stronger month after month, year after year. I've always been you, without words. But now you hear me. You've got to give up your body, your mind to me. It'll be easy. Just give up. Give up struggling against me.
Oh, no.
I will win. I will. I've waited so long until you were tired. That simple little mind of yours tired. And now I won't go back into the darkness. I'll thrust you out. I'll live. I'll live.
Joan, honey. What is it, honey? What's happened?
Oh, close the house. And that's the way it was, Mother. The first time. That was the first time I heard her. She was in my mind, Mother. Right in my mind. I could hear every word. It was madness, and yet it wasn't madness. It was really happening. Oh, the terrible days that followed, Mother. That horrible woman inside of me. Carmen, she called herself. Fighting me every moment, wanting me to... Well, I didn't quite understand. To stop resisting her, I guess. So that she could come alive in me and do what she pleased with me. At first, I was too frightened even to struggle. She made me think such horrible things, Mother. Father and Bob couldn't understand what was happening to me. They used to spend long hours together talking over what had happened.
Mr. Andrews, I tell you, Joan has changed.
Oh, my boy, calm yourself.
Everything will come out all right. We've got to do something, sir. Why should someone as sweet and gentle as Joan suddenly turn into... I tell you, I can't stand it.
But my boy, what can we do? I don't dare call him a physician. He might say...
Yes, I know what you're thinking. But she's not insane, sir. Don't even think of it. Joan is not insane. It's a strange sickness that'll pass. It's got to pass.
Yes, Mother. I used to hear them through my bedroom door. Long hours of talking whether I was sane or not. And all the time that horrible woman inside of me, threatening me, telling me that they'd put me away in an asylum unless I listened to her. Taunting. Yes, I tell you, that's what they're doing. Talking about you out there. Saying you're insane. You hear me? Insane. Insane, that's what they're saying. Insane.
I'll go to them. I'll tell them the truth.
The truth? You little fool, who'll believe you? A mind within a mind. Who'll believe you, I say? They'll put you in an asylum for life. You hear me? An asylum for life. You know what that means? Yes. Weep, you little white-faced fool. But that won't help you. In an asylum, that's where they'll put you. Walls around you all your life. Better to be dead, I tell you. Better to be dead.
Yes, I'd rather be dead tonight.
Then listen to me. Let me take over. Let me live. It'll be so easy. Just don't fight me anymore. You will do that, won't you?
No. Never, you evil thing. I'll never let you.
You will. You will. You will. That's what I told her, Mother. I'd never let her have me to do what she wanted, never. But she kept after me, Mother. Day after day. Oh, I couldn't stand it any longer. And in Father's eyes, I began to see the thought of insanity. And I was so afraid. So very afraid. And she kept after me. Hour after hour. Taunting. Threatening. Listen, you little fool. Listen to me, I say. You must listen. Oh, what's the use of burying your head in the pillow? You know you'll never hear me no matter what you do. You'll always hear me. I'm in you. In you forever. You hear me forever.
Oh, why don't you leave me alone?
You fool, I can't leave you alone. I can't. I want to live. I've wanted life so long. You've got to let me have it.
I'll go to Dr. Bean. I'll tell him everything. He's my friend. He'll help me.
No, doctor. You little fool, no doctor. They'll put you in an asylum, I tell you. An insane asylum.
I don't care. Anything to stop this madness.
No, you can't go to anyone. A bargain. That's what I'll make with you, a bargain.
Bargain?
Yes, that's what I'll make with you, a bargain. I'll give you your freedom. Freedom, do you understand? I'll never talk again. You won't even know I'm here inside of you. You'll be just as you used to be. You'll be alone if you go away.
Oh, I thought you meant if I could only trust you.
You can. You can. Leave this house. Go away. Far away to a new town. Start a new life. I'll leave you alone if you do. Only go away. You've got to go away.
A new life? Yes. Yes, a new life. I'll go away. I'll go away. And so I took the money you left me, Mother. I took it and I ran away. And
Till at last my money was gone. And I found myself in this city. Unknown. 1,000 miles from home. But happy. Because I thought I was free from her. Yes, Mother, I was free from her. All the time on the train, not a word did she speak at my head. Not a single thought. And then for a week in the city, she was gone, Mother. Completely gone. And I was so happy. With the few dollars I had left, I got a room, and then I got a job, and I said, oh, dear God, at last I'm free again. And then I began to get lonesome. Lonesome for Bob. Maybe wanting him so much was what finally brought him to me. 3 weeks later, he finally found me.
I don't care why you did it, Joan. It doesn't matter now, just so I found you.
I've been so terribly lonesome, Bob.
We're going home.
I can't, Bob.
Why not?
I can't, that's all. You've got to believe me.
But I don't know what to believe anymore. You keep on saying that you still love me.
I do love you, Bob. I'll always love you.
Why don't you want to go back with me then?
Because I've got reasons, I tell you. You wouldn't understand.
But how can I? You won't give me a chance. You're not even giving yourself a chance. You don't belong in a place like this. You belong with us, with your dad, and with me. We love you, Joan. We want to take care of you. If it's something you've done...
No, nothing like that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, we'll make it right. If you'll just come back with me.
Don't ask me, Bob. Don't ask me anymore.
I love you, Joan.
Then do what I say. Please, if you really love me, go away and leave me here. Go back. Go back alone. Please, I'm begging you, Bob. Because I love you. Because I love you.
You love me and I love you. I think we've had enough of this nonsense. You listen to me, Joan. I'm going downstairs and I'm going to pay your bill. And we're going to pack your things and we're going to catch the next train. We'll have no argument about it either.
Bob. Joan.
No.
Joan.
Just come back.
Yes, I've come back.
But you said you wouldn't. You promised me. You said you wouldn't come back if I went away. You lied. You lied to me.
You lied to yourself. You knew I'd go wherever you went.
You cheated me.
As you cheated me through all these years. But I'll live now. I'll take your place with Bob.
But you can't do that. You don't love him.
How do you know? Why, you little white-faced Puritan, what do you know about love? What do you know about life? What will you ever know unless I teach you? Don't worry, though. You'll learn in time. I'll take over this slim white body of yours. I'll make you burn and freeze and sing and cry. I'll make you crawl in the mud and dance in the skies. I'll teach you. I'll teach you, Joan.
I won't let you. I won't. Let them about you.
They'll say you're mad.
I don't care. I don't care, I tell you. I'll drag you out. I'll let them see you. They'll help me destroy you.
I'll destroy you first. I'll destroy you, Joan.
We're all set, honey. I've paid the bill. Don't say it, darling. I know. You want to go home. Straighten things out in that funny little head of yours. Not a chance, lady. We're not waiting for anything now. Come on, let's get to work on these bags.
I warned you, Joan.
There's no time now, honey. The train leaves in 40 minutes.
I said I'd destroy you, Joan.
You know, for the first time in my life, I enjoyed packing. That might never happen again.
Kill him.
What did you say?
Kill him.
Don't look so scared. Pass me those things on the dresser.
Kill him.
You know, I just figured out why I never enjoyed packing before. I never tried it when I was happy.
Scissors on the dresser, Joan.
Anyway, Joan.
Pick them up. They're sharp. Hold them tight, Joan. Tight.
All about these last few months.
He's not looking.
I guess
raise your arm.
Like
higher. Higher.
So darn happy.
Now.
We'll always say.
Right. fingers hold the scissors. She made me. Oh, Mother. Mother, you do understand, don't you? She wanted to destroy me. And that's the way she did it. And then the trial. What could I say? What could I do? Who would believe me? She didn't come back anymore. She was satisfied with what she did. She was waiting. Oh, that trial, Mother. Lawyers talking.
I say to you, gentlemen of the jury, that never in the history of this community has a more...
Doctor, was I sane? Was I insane? Doctor, more doctor.
I'll stake my professional reputation on that.
Testimony, evidence, prosecution, defense, defense, talking, Oh, Mother. Mother, what I've gone through. What a horrible thing she's done to me. I can't cry anymore. There's so much to tell you. There was my lawyer. The judge appointed him. I had no money, you see. You see, Mother, I didn't tell them my right name. I didn't want the newspapers to print it so that Father would find out. They don't even know about me now, Mother. It's best that way, don't you think so? Oh, yes. I was telling you about my lawyer. His name was Eric. He was very kind. He tried so hard to help me. So very...
Joan, listen to me, Joan. Why don't you let me help you? Tell me everything there is to tell.
Oh, please.
But the trial's almost over and things aren't going well for us, you know.
What difference does it make?
But, Joan, it does make a difference. It makes a difference to me. Oh, my darling, look at me.
Eric.
I want you to live, Joan. I want you to live, if not for your own sake, for mine.
It's too late.
No, it's not too late. This is a Southern jury. You're a woman. Given the slightest reason to doubt, and they'll never convict you. But if you continue this silence, you will die, Joan. And I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die.
He was in love with me, Mother. Such a fine man. In love with me, who could never know love because of her. Then the last day of the trial. In all those days, she'd never talked to me. Gone, silent. Eric, made a speech to the jury. He said that if I killed the man, there must have been a good reason for what I did, a reason I couldn't tell even to him. Oh, Mother, how could I tell him of her? That horror within me. Then the jury went out. Oh, such a long time. Eric was very pleased. He said the longer they stayed out, the better.
The jury's been out almost 6 hours now, Joan. It's a good sign.
You've been very kind, Eric. Joan. You.
What is it, Joan?
Nothing, Eric. No need to worry, Joan. They won't convict you.
Joan, what's the matter? You're so pale.
I'm all right.
The jury's coming in. The jury? Look, darling, they're smiling.
You'll live, Joan. You'll live. And I'll live with you.
Joan, I think we did it.
We'll both live, Joan. We'll live for Eric. No. Not him. He loves you, doesn't he? We'll take care of him. First it was Bob. Now it's Eric. Then... I will let you. I will let you.
Joan, what is it? The jury looks...
Both of us, Joan. With Eric. I will let you. I will let you.
Joan!
We, the jury, find the defendant not...
Stop. I did it. I killed him. I killed him.
No, Joan, please, Joan. It's time, miss.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Maketh me to lie.
They're leading me from the cell, Mother.
Leadeth me beside
The corridor is long and dark.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow.
I'm not afraid to die, Mother. I'm not afraid. When I die, she dies too. Her evil dies with me. That's why I'll die happy, Mother. Happy. Another door, Mother. Light. Gallows. I can't be afraid, Mother. I can't. She dies too. We walk upstairs. The gallows platform. I'm smiling, Mother. Smiling down at all of them looking up at me down here. I'm smiling, Mother. I mustn't be afraid, Mother. I mustn't. She dies with me. The evil of her. I will not die with you, Joan.
You will. You will, Carmen.
I'll be close to you. Higher in you for all eternity. You hear me? For all eternity. I might have had life, but for you hear me? Life. And you stole the body from me. For that I'll never give you peace. Never, never. His hand is on the lever. In a second, the trap beneath your feet. But no peace for you, you white one. Never, never.
The law is satisfied.
You were wrong, Carmen. Evil one. You were wrong. Now there is peace.
Tonight's play was especially written for radio by Arch Obler and featured Betty Gard in the dual role of Joan and Con. Included in the cast were Hester Sondergaard, Frank Lovejoy, John Brown, Arnold Moss, and Gilbert Knack. Next week we will bring you 3 short plays of children and their ways, with a cast including Mr. Ray Collins and Sidney Lumet. Arch Obler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company.
Arch Obler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. November of 1939. Astronomically, that isn't even a blink in the eye of the universe, but it's a very long time measured in the length of our own very ephemeral lives. On that day, I aired our next story. Remember that date, 1939. A lot of heartbeats before we went to war against the madness of Adolf Hitler and his friend Benito. Listen to Bathysphere.
The sea is very quiet.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Will it be very quiet under the water?
No motion, Your Excellency.
And so it'll all be very amusing.
I hope so, sir. The captain ought to have everything ready by now, sir. If you'll excuse me now, Your Excellency, I'll go see.
No, just a moment, Doctor.
Yes, Your Excellency?
You're much too impatient, my dear young friend. One of the great joys of an experience is to savor it before it happens. Yes, stay and talk to me.
As you say, Your Excellency.
How far under will we have to go to break the record?
Over half a mile.
How far's the bottom?
Just over the record mark.
Deeper than any man's ever gone. It'll all be very amusing. Suddenly the wind's changed.
Always at this hour of the day, Your Excellency. It's time to go.
I assure you that the sea will wait for us.
But I only thought that...
Don't think so much, my young friend. Thinking is an unnecessary pastime. The emotions are much more dependable. My thoughts tell me that this little excursion under the sea will be quite precarious. On the other hand, my emotions tell me that it will be most interesting and amusing.
Your Excellency, we are ready.
Now, Captain, you too are impatient, huh?
I don't know what you mean. That is to say...
No, don't splutter. Now, come ahead, my young and impatient friend. We'll go aboard your diving bell and begin our little adventure. Come.
Attention! You see, Your Excellency, we are quite ready.
Well, Doctor, is everything to your satisfaction?
Did you put in an extra oxygen tank, Captain?
Yes, sir. Everything just as you said, Doctor.
The telephone communication been tested?
20 times.
Searchlight?
I assure you everything has been tested, Doctor.
The winch goes smoothly now?
Why, yes, I believe...
I don't want you to believe. I want you to know.
But I assure you...
Go and test it at once.
Yes, Doctor. At once, Doctor.
All right, men. Test number one. Aye, sir. Aye. Test number one. Slowly. Slowly there.
Well, your thoroughness is most commendable, Doctor.
We are going half a mile below the sea, sir. Nothing can be left to chance. The pressures down there are almost beyond imagination.
Yes, I know.
Particularly on this dive, everything must be perfection.
You mean the record?
I mean, Your Excellency, that your life is precious to the state.
Yes. The press of the world has known me only as a record breaker in the world of what they so quaintly term power politics. By nightfall, they'll herald me as a record breaker in the world of science, eh, Doctor?
If all goes well, Your Excellency.
Yes. You have doubts?
No one can predict the ways of the sea.
What are you talking about? You'll be quite apart from the sea inside of this steel ball, this bathysphere, oxygen to breathe, telephones with which to communicate, lights with which to see. Why should there be any question?
Question of the human factor, Your Excellency.
You're as cautious as they said. I like that. I, too, am a cautious man. Oh, yes, indeed. My success has been based upon determining that the unpredictable cannot occur before shall I say, embark upon my bold adventure. I'm talking quite frankly with you, are you, Doctor? Well, it pleases me to do so. For a few hours, we'll be locked up in that steel ball. There's no reason you shouldn't know a little about your leader, is there?
You honor me, sir.
For example, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt the steel cable which will drop us down beneath the ocean has strength enough to hold 50 such steel spheres as the one we'll be in. I know, too, that you've made 30 such descents towards the floor of the ocean without the slightest misadventure. The men on this cruiser, they are specially trained for the work. And with my life in their hands, I'm sure they'll be particularly careful on this descent. Hey, Doctor?
There is no doubt of it, sir.
All ready now, sir?
Shall we go now, Your Excellency?
Yes, of course.
Careful, Your Excellency. The deck is quite wet here.
Well, thank you, Captain. Very thoughtful.
Thank you, sir. Attention!
No formalities. Let the men go about their business so we can get started.
Yes, Your Excellency. That's your work, men.
Would you like to get into the bathysphere first, Your Excellency?
No, after you. Quite a small doorway, isn't it? How fortunate we're both small, lean men, Doctor. Lean men. Caesar once said something about that sort, didn't he?
I don't know much about that sort of thing, sir.
No, I didn't imagine, sir. Get in, Doctor. I'll follow you.
Yes, sir.
Head first into the steel wall. Quite without dignity, eh, Captain?
Shall I help you, sir?
No, I'll make it all right. You ready for me, Doctor?
Come ahead, sir. And now, careful of the bolt end, sir.
Careful.
That does it.
You're all right, sir?
Yes, of course I am. Well, what are we waiting for?
Captain.
Aye, sir.
Close her up.
Aye, sir.
Your ears. Cover your ears, sir.
Huh?
The bolts and wing bolts that hold the door shut, they have to be tightened by hammering with a sledge. Cover your ears, sir. It's all right now, sir. They've done.
But what in infernal din? Open any other way.
Hammering is the only definite guarantee of a watertight seal, sir.
My ears.
All well in there, sir?
What's that?
A voice for the telephone, sir. They'll communicate with us from the deck every 3 minutes. If one of us doesn't answer within half a minute, the orders are to pull us up.
An excellent safety precaution. Yes, indeed.
All well in there, Doctor?
All well.
They're moving.
Yes. Lifting us out to the end of the boom, and then down we go. Look, sir, you can see the deck down there through the windows.
Glass and clear.
Clearest in the world. Quartz glass to stand the pressure.
Letting us down in the water, aren't they?
Yes, sir, in a moment.
We're under.
Yes, I turn the oxygen higher.
The light. So green.
Yes. Soon it'll be blue. Then a darker blue until at around 2,000 feet we'll be in a darkness that goes beyond dark. Complete, eternal night.
Eternal night under the water. How amusing.
All well down there, sir?
All well.
How far down are we?
About 1,100 feet, sir.
It's hard to believe it.
There is almost a quarter of a mile of water crushing down upon us.
The word crushing is most inappropriate at this time, my young friend.
My apologies, Your Excellency.
I've been watching the water. You said it would be at night. Yet it isn't black, it's blue. Strangest blue.
A few more 100 feet and there will be no more color in the water, sir.
The light out there. What?
I can't quite make it out, sir. Perhaps some sort of a luminous plankton.
It's amusing. The fishes carrying along their own electric plants.
The dark's alive with them, sir. Oh, look, sir.
What?
That small flat fish. You see, even his teeth gleam with the luminous mucus. I've caught that sort in the trawls. They can eat organisms as large as they are. Wait, I'll turn on the searchlight and you'll see.
No, never mind. I didn't come under the sea out of any interest in those bits of fish.
As you say, sir.
They light up like a train in the dark. Oh, but the portholes of the boat be a more appropriate figure of speech. Well, seen one, seen them all.
All well down there, sir?
All well.
How far down now? Ask him.
How far?
1,350 feet.
Right.
You make good time, huh?
Yes, sir. They lowered us very quickly, sir.
A 6-foot ball containing a very earnest young man and the leader of the state. Headed for... What should we say, Doctor?
A new record, sir.
Is that as far as your imagination carries you?
At the moment, I cannot say, Your Excellency.
Well, perhaps when we reach the end of the cable, we'll discuss life and death very profoundly, eh, my friend? Philosophy under the sea. Yes.
All well down there, sir?
All well.
2,200 feet.
Right.
How much further?
We've 4,000 feet of cable, sir.
And you were right. There's a darkness out there now that's darker than any night that man has ever seen. It's amusing.
All well down there, sir?
All well.
2,800 feet, sir.
Right.
Your Excellency.
Yes?
In 10 or 11 minutes, we will have broken the record. You keep your eyes so close to that window. Might I ask why?
I thought I saw something out there.
What, sir?
Something huge. It gave off a pale green light and then was gone so quickly I'm not quite sure.
I'll turn on the switch.
No. No, this infernal darkness amuses me. Tell me, Doctor, in your other trips, have you seen anything out there? Vague, huge, you know what I mean.
Yes, sir. Several times.
Well?
Shadowy and indistinct. I couldn't say what, sir.
Can't you guess?
I have no answer. All well down there, sir?
Oh, tell him yes, and stop annoying us.
All well, and
Captain's compliments, sir. You've reached 3,028 feet, sir.
That was Beebe's record.
Huh?
The old one.
3,030.
Broken it.
3,100.
Doctor, that's quite enough.
3,150.
Doctor, did you hear me? Broken the record on a few feet to spare. Order them to hold us up.
3,200.
Doctor, you out of your head? I gave you orders. Have them pull us up. I've had enough of this. I tell you that What happened?
Happened? We just landed at the bottom of the sea, that's all.
Why did you ignore my orders? I said to go up. What are you doing now? What was that lever that you threw? Answer me.
Yes, I'll answer.
Haven't you forgotten something, Doctor?
What?
To say, sir, Your Excellency.
Excellency? Here at the bottom of the sea?
What happened to you? All of a sudden you... the excitement of creating a new record, a little too much for you, eh, my young friend? Well, it's understandable. Now signal the ship and have them draw us up. Your little adventure is over. Didn't you hear me? I said signal the ship.
How?
You're out of your mind completely. Telephone them. At once, you hear me?
The telephone consists of a carbon transmitter, receiver, actuating battery, and connecting wire. We have no telephone.
Get to one side. Hello. Hello up there. Hello. Hello, answer me. Hello. Hello, blast you, answer me. Hello. But they don't do it.
The wire's torn loose. Would you know how to fix it, Your Excellency?
What? Oh, I see it. Happened when we bumped on the bottom, didn't it? Well, can't you fix it?
I can, but I won't, Your Excellency.
What is this?
It's taken you a great number of moments longer than I expected to ask that question. You notice that I've called you Your Excellency a couple of times, but that was the end of that. From now on, I will call you Your Infernal Excellency.
How amusing.
Still amusing?
Yes.
I don't believe it. You think it's some kind of madness on my part, but you'll do something about it.
Not I, you.
I?
You have an emergency way of signaling. Yes, I know you have. You flashed the searchlight on and off 3 times, and the flow of current registers up on deck. And they know that it's an emergency. I'll go ahead and do it, and perhaps I'll forget your little... shall we call it... joke?
I am quite content to stay down here.
Turn on the searchlight. All right, I'll do it myself.
Why waste your time? You've so little of it left.
What do you mean by that?
The searchlight, too, is disconnected.
Why?
There's no need of it. It will be best to die in the dark.
Die?
Yes.
This is impossible. I investigated you, your record, your family, your associates. Clearest record in the state. You have no reason or the will to kill me. Kill me? It's really funny. A young, empty-headed fool killed me.
It's very amusing.
You'll be afraid soon.
Is it possible that you've forgotten the final emergency signal, you fool? Yes, I said signal. The signal of silence. Now try the telephone schedule, and when we don't answer, they'll pull us up. Have you forgotten that?
It's been more than 3 minutes since the last signal. If what you say is true, why aren't we moving?
We are. For all I know, we are.
Are we?
The darkness, who can tell if there's enough motion?
You know we're motionless. As quiet as in a tomb. Appropriate, then. And we'll stay here. I know that.
Huh?
That lever up on the roof that I pulled.
Well?
It threw the end of the steel cable free. Yes, severed the cord between ourselves and the ship and the world.
No.
We are here, Your Infernal Excellency. Down here to stay.
No. You lie. I don't believe you. They'll pull us up. The telephone, here. Here, you up there, listen. Get me up. Get me up. You up there, hear me. It's your leader. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. You hear me? Get me out of here. Out of here. Out of here. Unbelievable.
Oxygen left for another hour, and it takes you 10 precious minutes of your precious life to believe. You do believe you're going to die now, don't you?
But I'm sure nothing could happen. Every detail of the machinery. The record of every member of the crew.
And I was one of those who was perfectly harmless, eh?
Yes, your past. Since a boy trained in the schools of the state. Your father an official. Why do you do this to me? Why?
Your ego is so great that even now, knowing you're going to die here with me, you're less concerned with death than you are with knowing wherein you failed.
Answer me, why do you do this? You were trained in my schools, brought up to think the way you should think. Who up there made you do this thing, and why?
It will be a slow death. As slow as the death of my country.
Answer me, who and why?
Your mouth will bite for air, and there won't be enough to let you live, and yet there'll be enough so that you won't quite die.
You'll tell me you will.
Your lungs will reach up through your mouth, a breath of air, just another. There won't be another. And as you die, you'll know it.
I want to know one thing. Why do you do this?
Why? Yes, I'll give you your whys. You trained me in your schools. And from morning to night, what went into my head was only what you decreed was right and proper for a good citizen of your eternal state to know. Yes, you crammed my head full. But there's one place you and your books and your speeches couldn't reach. My heart.
Your heart?
Yes, heart. You heard me, heart. My head said believe. My heart said no. My head said obey. My heart said no. That's where you made your mistake, you devil. You didn't start in young enough with me. For the heart that was born inside of me has brought you here to die.
I don't understand.
Wait, I'll turn a little more oxygen on. That'll give me a little more strength to keep on telling you your whys and cut the breath left for you after I'm finished. What was I saying? Yes, that you didn't condition me quite well enough. Should have started with the embryo, for somewhere along the line a little humanity got inside of me that cried out against what you were doing. It grew and grew until it said you had to die. And you will die. Yes, here in the black under the sea. And they won't roll drums for you, march for you. End it here. What have you to say to that?
You fool.
Fool? Is that all you answer?
Yes, fool.
You think I'm a fool to die here with you? You call me a fool when I know that ending here I give a new beginning to those up there.
Yes, such a fool.
Oh, stop saying that. They won't say it back in the cities when they know that they're free.
You fool. You think the freeing them of me will make them free?
Yes, of course it will.
I call you fool again. How do you think I became the head of the state? Through my great wisdom? I'm really not so wise. Through my great courage? No man has courage of that sort to stand up single-handed against the bullets and the bayonets of the entrenched powers. And how? How did I do it?
With lies and ruthlessness and cruelty, I know.
You don't know a thing. You saw the end result surrounded by pomp and circumstance, and you couldn't see the means. All right, I know I'm going to die. And a man is expected to die as long as I have. The actuality isn't quite as frightening as you might think.
Since I am going to die, I'll have the one small satisfaction of showing you that you're an empty-headed fool.
Stop saying that.
Oh, you too have an ego. Apparently it's lived for weeks on how you'd make me plead and beg and squirm down on my knees. I had a few moments of hysteria, didn't I? You like that. But you don't like this. My sitting in the dark so calmly telling you that you're a fool.
I haven't failed. You're here.
You failed because if you're killing me and yourself to give them back their freedom, whatever that word means, you're dying quite in vain.
You're saying that because you think...
No, don't talk. Listen to me. I'll tell you where you failed. I came into power not alone through my own strength, but because the conditions of our country were such that other men sitting on their wealth came to the decision that I alone could keep them there.
But it was you...
I tell you, listen. When an ancient rule of privilege is threatened, it seeks to live no matter what the cost. The cost to them was me, and they found me worth it. For I threw to the mass none of the wealth they'd worked to build, but only fighting phrases of prejudice and hate to cost the men who made me nothing but the rent of the halls for the simple to hear my opiates. And so I call you fool. Fool to die and fool to kill me. Well, the conditions that made me will still exist when I'm dead. You free them of me. But what of hunger? What of ruthless exploitation? These will still be free up there to put hate and desperation into men. And so the ones who gave me power will find a new leader to stop the rumblings of rebellion with all the tricks that I taught them. A new leader. You hear me, fool? A new leader.
No, it isn't true. It can't be true.
So dark. If I could see your face, to see the fool discovering he's a fool.
They will be free. They will.
What magic do you think will come into the air when I'm dead? Will men forget their greed and say, oh, we've quite enough. That's enough for everyone. Let each share according to his needs. No, fool. With me or without me, the game will be played just as it always has been played. So you're a fool and die like one.
Well, what could I have done? I had to do something.
I'll tell you what you could have done. You could have done the one thing that would have in time helped destroy not only me, but those who made me. You could have gone to the people.
What?
Yes, walked among them, worked among them. And at every chance whispered to them the things I kept from them. A noose would have been around your neck every time you opened up your mouth. And yet, in that talking of liberty and freedom and common decency and all the rest of that sort of thing, there'd have been far more meaning in this futile murdering of me. I've had them hunted down and shot, each of those who dared to whisper among the people. But as they died, I didn't call them fools, because I knew that they were wise. That only through the will to live and do of the great bludgeoning mass of their people was their hope of making that new world they wanted. Oh, why have I bothered talking? The air's thick. I'm tired. Hand me something heavy, fool.
Why?
Why? More explanations? All right, the last one. You think I'm going to sit here and wait and count my every breath until the dark's crawling with horrors and I'm No. I'll end it now, quickly. Here's faster than a bullet shot. Give me something heavy, I tell you. I'll smash the glass. The water, tons of it, smashing in. I'll be dead, faster than the thought, and that'll end it. Give me something to smash the glass, or I'll...
There, sir? All well down there, sir?
Voice. Telephone.
All well. Take us up.
We're moving. There's water on the glass. We're moving. Doctor, the cable.
I lied.
But all this time, why?
My orders to the crew were to leave us alone on the bottom as soon as the slackening of the wire showed them we'd hit the bottom.
Telephone.
I reconnected it while you talked.
Then, you didn't really mean to kill me.
Kill you? Yes, I meant to kill you. had it all planned out. Tell you what I told you, and then you'd go quite crazy with fear. And after that, I'd kill you.
2,900 feet. All well down there, sir?
All well.
And yet you didn't.
The lights of the creatures out there. Blinking of stars on a cold night.
Why didn't you kill me? I want to know.
What would have been the good of it? A fool and a figurehead die together. No good of it.
So you believed me?
Even a fool can understand futility.
The water's getting lighter. Soon we'll be back. Up there. It'll be very strange at first.
I don't much care now, yet I'll ask. What happens to me?
You? I told you many things down there, didn't I? Yes, too many things. A man in doubt as I was talks too much. And since you of necessity heard what I said, when we get there, I will probably have you shot. The victim sentences his murderer. It will be most amusing.
Peace was a fraud. From overseas, the agony of the innocent massacred was rising, darkening the light of the world, making a mockery out of the wily stratagems of temporal political alliances. To me, the issue became a simple one: freedom. I wrote a play, and the distinguished actor Raymond Massey said, "Yes, of course I'll do it, anywhere, anytime." But the radio network said, "Sorry, we're not at war. We have no enemy. We still do business with all customers." So Mr. Massey and I flew to New York from California, pounded on tables until the microphones were given us in small surrender.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Obler. Tonight, our star is the celebrated actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey, in an adventure of our times, This Precious Freedom, the second of an exciting series of plays especially written for radio and brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Oxidol. And now, Mr. Obler to tell you more about tonight's program in Every Man's Theater.
This is a fictional story, a play about a tomorrow which had never happened here.
Morgan? Yes, sir? Can't you make this crate of mine go faster? Sorry, Mr. Stevenson. We're bucking a pretty stiff headwind. Come now, don't tell me the heavens are conspiring to keep me from getting back to work. Open her up, Morgan. I've had enough vacation. Yes, sir. That's better. You know, Morgan, I should think you'd be as eager to get back to the city as I am. After all, a young fellow like you, month up in the woods with nothing around but those overstuffed squaws. Well, I, for one, am going to be glad to get back in harness again. Of course, I'm not going to admit that to Mrs. Stevenson. I talked to her for the last 10 years about cutting myself off from civilization, having a real vacation, and... Morgan, what's the matter? Oil line open. By George. All right, take it easy, Mr. Stevenson. We're okay. Just fasten your safety belt. Where are you going to land? The field ahead. Hold on. Don't be afraid. Don't be a fool. I've been in forced landings before. All I want to do is to get down there fast. I've got to get to the city. Got to get back to my business.
Yeah, guess there's no one home, Mr. Stevenson.
No one in the fields and no one to help us. Fine end to a vacation.
I guess we'd better try to flag a ride into town.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Someone coming. Well, how do you do? We just had a forced landing out in one of your fields.
What do you want?
But I'm trying to tell you. We had a forced landing out there in your field. Could I use your telephone?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I don't see what earthly difference that makes. All I want is to use your telephone. Why, you... Morgan, did you see that? Slam the door in my face.
Yeah.
In my face, infernal fool.
Mr. Stevenson, you know, that guy was awful scared.
This is the main road, isn't it?
Well, that's what the sign says.
Then where's the traffic? We've stood here for an hour. Doesn't make sense, that, on a main road.
Hey, wait, Mr. Stevenson. Here comes a truck.
Well, about time.
If you don't stop...
We'll make him stop. Driver! Driver!
Driver! Hey, driver, stop!
Driver, stop!
Stop!
Driver, my plane. I had a forced landing out here. Could you drive me into the city? Did you hear me? I'll give you $25.
Okay, jump in.
Morgan, you better stay here with the plane. I'll send someone back.
Yes, sir.
I hope you're a fast driver.
Fast enough.
Well, for a while there, I thought there weren't any trucks on the road anymore.
Not many.
But this is the main highway. Now it's practically empty. Why?
Mister, I'm just a driver.
Some sort of labor disturbance, eh?
You kidding me?
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking, mister. You are.
Look here, I've been vacationing up in the woods for weeks. I deliberately haven't read a newspaper or heard a radio in all that time. But now that I'm back, I might as well start taking it again. What's up? Well, why don't you answer me?
Mister, I'm just driving.
What is this anyway? All I want is a civil answer.
I don't know any answers, mister. You'll find them out for yourself.
$15, $20, $25. There you are.
Okay.
Well, I certainly didn't get any conversation for my money.
Are you getting off, mister?
Yes, of course. Manners certainly haven't improved while I've been away. Goodbye.
Paper? Paper, mister, paper?
Yes, of course, boys. Let me have one of each.
Huh?
I said one of each. Each newspaper.
Who are you kidding?
Say, what's come over everyone? Here, give me a Tribune, a News, Times, all of them. Well, don't stand there. I'm in a hurry.
Mister, don't you know?
Know what? What? Boy! Boy, come back here. Where are you going? Come back here. At least my office is still here. Door's stuck. Fine business. Can't get even into my own office. Well, open up. Open up. No one in there? Door locked. Where's my key? Nice business. 11:30 and they haven't even opened the office. That's loyalty for you. Didn't expect me back so soon, I suppose. Entire office staff decided to take a vacation. Well, what in the desk? Files gone. office. Where in the...
Are you looking for something, mister?
What? Regan.
Huh?
Regan.
Who are you?
Regan, don't you know me? What's going on here?
Well, Mr. Stevenson.
What's happened to my office? Where are all my things? What's going on here? Don't stand there with your mouth open. Tell me.
Dead? I thought you was dead.
What are you talking about? Everyone knew I was going on a vacation. What's happened to my things? Where are all my people? Answer me.
You don't know?
Know what? Talk words, man. What's happened to my business?
Mr. Stevenson, I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me? You're the manager of the building. Who moved out my office? Where are all my things? Answer me.
You're hurting me.
Answer me.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevenson.
What?
Go home, Mr. Stevenson, please. Go home quick.
Jean? Where are you? Jean? Jean?
Looking for somebody, fella?
Who?
Stand still. Frisk him, Joe.
Yeah. Who in the devil?
Keep your mouth shut.
How dare you? Get out of my house.
Start walking, fella.
Walking? What do you mean?
Somebody wants to talk to you.
What? What are you? Police?
Sure. Start moving.
But why?
Mister, get going.
No. If you're police, where are your warrants? Yes, where are your warrants?
Here.
No, don't!
Head. Room. Where? What? Oh, man. What did he...
You all right?
Yes.
No. You better not try to stand up. Take it easy.
Are they police?
Yeah, in a way.
Someone made a mistake.
No mistake, Mr. Stevenson.
My name. You know it.
Yeah. And I used to do business with your company once. Always treated me fine.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, nobody. Just sort of clean up.
Where am I?
Well, Mr. Stevenson, there are some things I can't tell you.
Mistake. Horrible mistake. I'm John Stevenson. I'm a respectable citizen. My wife. I've got to get in touch with Jean. She'll be worried. She wasn't home.
Now, take it easy.
No, wait, the mayor. Yes, the mayor. He's a friend of mine. Got to get the telephone.
Keep your
tell the
voice
mayor
down.
what's happened.
If they come in here again...
Let them come in. I've got nothing to be afraid of. I've done nothing. Come into my house without a warrant. They've got no right.
Now, Mr. Stevenson, you don't understand. Please, Mr. Stevens.
Understand what? Tell me.
Things are different.
Different? What do you mean? What's it got to do with this? With me?
Mr. Stevenson, it's something I don't understand. Where have you been?
Been? Out of the city, in the woods. Don't waste time, man. Call up the mayor. Tell him.
But that won't do any good.
Why not? There's been a mistake.
There's been no mistake, Mr. Stevenson. I guess maybe you're the only one in the whole country don't know about
Talk
it.
sense, man.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know exactly how to say it.
Well?
Well, first that part of the Constitution, they threw it out.
Part of... What the devil are you talking about?
That part of the Constitution. You know about rights. Threw it out. The way I got it figured out, when others ganged up on us, all them battleships and airplanes, well, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Had to sort of, throw in the towel.
Are you trying to tell me that while I was away, there's been an invasion?
Invasion? Well, they ain't gone all the way. I mean, just this piece of the coast.
Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Get out. Haven't I had enough today without listening to you, you crazy old fool?
But, Mr. Stevenson...
Get out, I tell you. Listen, someone out there, get this crazy old fool out of here. If this is a jail, get me my lawyer. What am I being held here for? What are the charges? Get me my lawyer. Get me my lawyer.
So, you still insist on having a lawyer?
Certainly. If there's some criminal charge against me, I have a right to have a lawyer.
Right. What right are you talking about?
You're obviously some sort of police official. Well, let me tell you, a horrible mistake has been made. I'm no criminal. I'm John Stevenson, an ordinary businessman. Call Mayor Alden. He'll tell you.
He'll tell us nothing. The man is of no importance.
No importance? But the mayor.
The mayor of what? The Worms?
Worms?
The man is dead. Oh, but that too is of no importance. What is important to me is you and your activities.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your so-called vacation trip. Whom did you meet?
Meet? What do you...
Don't ask questions. Answer them. You've been out of the city for weeks. Suddenly you return. Where were you?
On my vacation, of course. Is there any law against that?
For the last time, don't try to be clever with me.
Once and for all, will you tell me what the charges are against me? There's been some kind of terrible mistake, all right. But tell me what the charges are. Give me a chance to clear myself.
I have wasted quite enough time with you, Mr. Stevenson.
Let me post bond. Let me call my lawyer. You've no right to keep me here. My wife, she wasn't home when I was taken away.
Yes,
she'd be worried.
Yes, of course, your wife. Have you any idea where your wife is, Mr. Stevenson?
Why, home, I suppose. Yes, she must be there now. If you'll hand me the phone.
She is not home, believe me.
Why do you say that?
All right, Sergeant.
Here, Mayor.
Jean, what are you doing here? What is it? Jean, stop crying. I'm all right. There's been some crazy mistake, but... Jean, why should you cry like this? You never cry. Jean, the children, are they all right? Jean, talk to me. Stop crying and talk to me.
She knows better.
Better? What are you talking about? Jean, lift your face. What's happened? What's wrong?
Take her away.
No, she'll stay here. Jean, you tell me what this is about. Has everyone gone crazy? What? No, let go of her, you bastard! John! Let go of me! Bring her back here! Bring her back here! I'll kill you! Jean!
You will be quite calm now, eh, Mr. Stevenson? Yes, I'm sure you will. We have quite a technique for calming down unreasonable people, haven't we? So you still persist in talking. So, discipline. That is the first lesson you must learn in this new state of ours. Discipline. Always discipline. It is very strange, Mr. Stevenson. You've been here now over an hour, and yet there is very little fear in your face. I wonder why. Astonishment? Yes, a sort of astonished wonder in your face, as if you can't believe... Could you possibly be ignorant of the facts? This glorious new state that we are planting here. This fulfillment of the dreams some of us have had since the day we heard a voice telling us of our destiny. A dream that will come true. This will soon be our nation now, Mr. Stevenson. Ours, all of it. Your men are fighting, yes, but we will win. Wonder in your face? Yes. Sometimes I ask myself, can it be true? The wonder of it, yet no wonder of it. The plan, Mr. Stevenson, the plan, always it was there and always we followed it. We poured our propaganda in on you. Yes, we used your own weaknesses against you. We cried, let us speak, it is our right. How simple it was to use your own rights against you, so now you have no right, Stevenson. No one has right but we who are leaders. I was quite carried away, wasn't I? I must not forget to let you speak. We want to know many things. Every detail of your airplane trip, whom you saw, which of our enemies are hiding up there where you were. I warn you, answer quickly, Stevenson. Who were your friends? Which of our enemies did you meet? Who were your friends? Whom did you meet? Where did you go? Whom did you meet? Where did you go?
Put him here.
Yeah. Dead yet?
No, not yet.
Dead yet? No, not yet. Who said that? I can't see. All mixed up. Vacation. Enemies of the state. Airplane. I don't know. All mixed up. No. Got to stop. Got to think. Oh, pain. No. Got to think things out. What's happened to me? What?
Our glorious new state.
We who are the leaders.
This will be our nation soon.
Voices in my head. All mixed up. Think things out. I've got to go crazy. From the start. Yes, from the start. Vacation. Coming back from my vacation. Landed plane.
Go away.
Yes, that farmer.
That guy was awful scared. Awful scared.
Yes, Morgan, you said that.
I don't know any answers. You'll find them out for yourself.
Yes, truck driver.
Mister, don't you know? Mister, don't you know?
Yes, newsboy, he too.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens. Things are different. You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, they said that. Everyone said that. Everyone talking to me, trying to tell me. I didn't know. I don't know.
This will soon be our nation.
It isn't true. No. It's all in my head. Jean, where are you? Jean, where are the children? Jean. Did I just cry out? Cry out? Why should I cry out? My name is John Stevenson. I have a business in the Central Building. I have a house in Arcade Street. I have a wife, 2 children, a boy and a girl. We have a good life. A good life.
Is he dead?
Not yet.
Dead?
Why do I keep thinking that? Who said it to me?
Dead?
Yes. I know. I remember. Going to kill me. I'm an enemy of the state.
Our glorious new state.
But it's so funny. John Stevenson, 832 Arcade Street, enemy of the state. I went on a vacation. I came home, and I'm an enemy of the state. Yes, my wife, the children, that's what he said. Everyone, enemies of the new state. How? It's madness. I'm me. I can do what I want. I can get up out of here. Yes, I will get out of here. I'm John Stevenson. You hurt me. Blood. No, I will get out of here. You can't accuse me and not give me a trial. You can't come into my house. You can't take away my business. I'm a free man. I'm an American.
This will be our nation soon. Ours.
How could that be?
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
Who said that?
Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
I remember. I said that. Yes. All the time. I said that.
Men have no rights.
None of my business?
We spit on freedom.
None of my business?
Right is right.
None of my business?
Our leader, our people, our world.
None of my business? How could I? Why did I?
Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business with them. Let them talk. Mind our own business. Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business.
All the things I said.
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there?
Our glorious new state!
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
I do understand now.
He will be.
I wanted everything, and I didn't want to risk anything to keep what I had. What I had. What I had.
Your home is your kingdom. Your own God is your God. Say what you want to say.
Write what you want to write.
Trial by jury.
Sanctity of person. Due process of law.
What I had.
John!
Gee, is that you? No, in my head. So dark. There's blood in my... So dark.
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
Gene, I'll tell you something very funny. I'm not afraid to die. No. I'm afraid to go on living. If all this isn't really a dream, bad dream, then I don't want to go on living. Everywhere I'd turn, they'd be there.
Shut your mouth. You can't do that. Come with us. We accuse you.
Shut your mouth.
Give us that. Keep moving.
Attention.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
No, I can't live with that. All my life I lived with freedom. Gene, we didn't know it was freedom, did we? Living in our house, a good life, and our neighbors, not hating anybody, and driving in the country with the kids wherever we wanted to go, and feeling sure of the future for the kids because whatever was wrong here, we ourselves could fix with work and with our votes and with what we knew was right in our hearts. I never said, this is freedom. But it was. It was. When they talked to me about losing it, I said, don't be fools. No one will take it from us. I thought freedom was like the air, always with me as long as I lived. I thought I didn't have to do anything about it. Gene, I was wrong. I've got the words now to say it. What I had wasn't a gift. It was a victory. And I can't live without it. Do you hear me out there? I won't live without it. To say what I think is right. To do what I think is right. That's the only life I want. It is life. I'll live for it. I'll fight for it. This precious freedom.
This is Arch Obler. May I present the leading actor of our play tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. At the opening of tonight's drama, Arch Obler said, this is a play of a tomorrow which should never happen. I know all of you agree with me that this kind of a tomorrow must never happen. And it can never happen. As long as we all dedicate ourselves to live for the freedom of our fathers and the future freedom of our children.
Everyman's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Obler.
Arch Obler's Plays. A story in the night. Tonight, 3 short plays, written with tongue-in-cheek. First, Back to the Indians.
a dream last night. I dreamt I met an Indian, an American Indian. He was dressed as Indians used to dress a very long time ago. Breechcloth, with feather headdress, and ferocious war paint. And he was angry. Oh, very angry. He waved a blood-stained tomahawk at me and said,
"You, white man, you cheat me."
I was flabbergasted. I said, I cheated you? Why, I've never even seen you before.
Cheat my brothers. Hundred moon ago. Cheat my brothers. Take away hunting ground.
I said, no, that wasn't I. I never took your land away. The pioneers, yes, the pioneers. They did it, not I. He didn't say anything for a moment. Then he lifted his tomahawk high and started to come closer. He said,
"I kill you."
I said, "No, wait, I'll give it back to you. Your land, I'll give it back to you. Come with me. I'll give it back to you. Come on." And then, in a moment, I wouldn't fool you, we were there. Yes, right there at the land. I said, "Here, you see, Indian? There's your land. Your land and better than it was, see? Better." He didn't say a thing, just looked around. And then a man was there, a very well-fed, well-dressed man, with 100 checkbooks in one hand and 100 gilt-edged bonds in the other. He was smoking a very fat and expensive cigar. He didn't even seem to see us, me or the Indian. Just sort of stared right through us. And he was talking. Yeah, talking to no one and everyone.
The way I looked at it is like this. No man's got an excuse to be out of a job. No, sir. Take 'em all off relief, I say. Make 'em go out and dig up a living. That's what I did 40 years ago. What do you mean times have changed? Why, when I went out in that timber country, I didn't have a dime in my pocket. Waded right in, dollar here, dollar there. Bought up some land, cut down the timber. Bought up some more, cut down the timber. Hey, what's that you say? So now it's all cut down. Well, who's talking about that? That's not the point. I am saying that a man that wants a job can always get a job. Where? Well, plenty of jobs. Just pitch in and look around. Yeah, smart fella can always make a dollar. What if you're not smart? Well, that's not the point. Nobody's to blame but you if you're out of work. But the plant went out of business. Well, so what? Go someplace else. Where? Well, that's not the point. The point is, nobody's got a right to be out of work. Take 'em off relief, I say. Let 'em dig up their own living. That's what I think.
And then the man was gone. Just the Indian and I left. And I said, "Look, Indian, your land. I tell you, it's better than it was, your land." He didn't answer. Just stared. And then a woman, a handsome woman dressed like Park Avenue. No doubt about it. She was there. She didn't seem to see us either. Just stood there, talking to herself.
Oh, I really don't know why you're talking right about such people and such things. Really, I don't. There's trouble enough in the world without looking for it. Well, I mean, with all the sort of things that are going on, why talk about things like that? I haven't looked at a newspaper in a year. Why bother? It's all the same. People in trouble. Well, what's that to me? People are going to starve. Well, let them do it quietly. Why talk about it? The poor we always have with us. So let them go their way. Why should we bother ourselves? Not the sort of people worth bothering about anyway. Looking at them makes one feel so, well, disagreeable. And I don't like to feel disagreeable. I just don't like it. So I say, well, why talk and write about such people and such things? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. That's the way to get along. Just say everything's going to be all right and it'll be all right. I don't know why you talk and write about such people and such things. Really, I don't.
Then she was gone. And the Indian and I were alone again. He looked at me and I said, "Don't look at me like that. It's your land, yours." No answer. And then another voice, another man talking, and not seeing us, just talking to himself.
Why shouldn't I make the money? I'm asking you, why shouldn't I make the money? I don't, someone else will do it. That's the way I look at it. So all right, they turn the stuff into bombs and bullets. So what? People have been killing each other off since time began. So what's that got to do with me? If I don't sell it to them, someone else will. Ethics? What the devil does that mean? Money in the bank, that means something, believe me. Use the stuff for killing women and kids? Stop talking like a radical. Use your head. Now's the time to make Why shouldn't I make the money? I'm asking you. Why shouldn't I make the money?
And then enough. I said, Indian, listen. You wanted your land. Well, I can't give it back to you. There's houses on it and factories that make good things. And schools for the children to learn how to live better. And football stadiums, baseball parks, and hospitals. I can't give the land back to you. Can't we compromise?
Huh?
I mean, instead of the land, I'll give you some of the people. Yeah, the people. You just saw 3 of them. I'll give you some of the people. For a moment, he didn't answer. And then, in my dream, you know what that Indian said to me? He said...
We don't want him.
And now the second of 3 satirical plays. It's titled, The Day the Sun Exploded.
It started out as a wonderful day. All over the world, the weather was unbelievably perfect.
Where it was daylight, it was the clearest, bluest daylight in the memory of mankind.
Where it was night, the sky was cloudless, and the moon and the stars gave light bright almost beyond belief.
And as all mankind shared the blessings of perfect weather, so also they shared a common, all-encompassing interest. For on this day, men of all nations grouped around their radios and televisors, watching and listening to an epical event which was taking place in the great council hall of Geneva.
Yes, epical indeed was this meeting, for in the great vaulted chamber sat 1,000 men of many tongues and many colors, of many temperaments, many ideologies, the chosen representatives of their nations, come together in council to meet and discuss a cause close to the heart of every man.
And as each representative rose and spoke, from Tokyo to Melbourne, from Cape Town to Moscow, from Santiago to Nome, the ears and the eyes and the hearts of all mankind were with them.
Black men, white men, yellow men, brown men, red men.
Listening and hoping.
Indo-European.
Arab and Berber. Mongolian. Malayan and Polynesian. American Indian.
Dravidian. African.
Australian and Papuan.
Hoping and listening.
Protestant. Roman Catholic.
Jew and Mohammedan.
Confucian and Buddhist. Orthodox Catholic.
Brahmin and heathen.
All of them listening and hoping.
The next speaker, Signor Arati.
Citizens of the world, I salute you. In the name of my people, I salute you. This is a great day. This is a day when the strong heart is glad. This is a day when a strong heart shall sing. For today, for the first time in the history of the world, all men become like a blood brothers. For too many years, my people have had wars. Too many wars. We have had too many wars. You have had too many wars. My people have had wars because for too many years we have had a crazy dream. A dream to have again a great empire. Our empire. The empire of the Caesars. Now, finish. No more. Today my people said to all people, you are our brothers. We join you forever. The next speaker, the Right Honorable Mr. Walters.
Gentlemen of the world, as a representative of my government, I bring you most cordial greetings and felicitations. This is indeed an historical movement, this joining together of all the races of mankind for the common good. Great was the moment when the Magna Carta was signed. As great indeed were the moments when the various constitutions were signed. But I say to you that this, indeed, is the greatest of moments. This moment of submersion of nationalistic ambition for the international good. My country, for years, has fought many wars. Our ancestors thought some of them righteous. But we, of this more enlightened time, renounce this shame forever. And we thrust behind us forever the imperialistic ambitions which have cost us the blood of our youth for so many centuries. Yes, from this moment henceforward, we give our empire to the world.
Attention, please. The next speaker, Prince Fatui.
Honorable friends, we are a small nation, yet our influence has been felt throughout the world. But this influence, unfortunately, has been aggressive. Today, I am happy to say all that is ended. We renounce the era of our fathers. We renounce belief that our island is the seat of godliness, and we join in this great idea that all men are of God, and all men are one, and all men can live as one in brotherhood and happiness. Banzai.
And now, another representative of a great people, Monsieur Reynac.
Messieurs et dames, I speak for a nation. Many have said this is a momentous occasion, but perhaps to no nation is it a greater occasion than it is to mine, which for many centuries has sat behind great barriers repelling invaders of our sovereignty. But today we strike down these barriers with our own hands, and we throw wide our arms and say to you, we are your brothers. We, a nation of individualists, a nation that has known hatred, turns from individualism and hatred to solidarity and love with all mankind. In the name of my nation, I salute the fraternity of mankind.
The time grows short. A few words from the representative of a great democracy.
My friends, I stand here before you alone. And yet, I assure you, 120 million of my countrymen are with me here in spirit. For many years, our national policy has been to mind our own business and to keep our powder dry. That was an excellent policy when nations were at each other's throats. But today, I stand here to tell you that we have renounced this policy. We have renounced it because we have outgrown such beliefs, even as nations have outgrown the belief that the only manner in which to settle disputes is by force. As a mature people, we reach out beyond the oceans which surround us and say to all of you, we are as you. You are as we are as one. We join in this great international movement without fear, without reservation. United we stand, all of us, forever.
final signature on this historic document. A closing word by the representative of another great people, Herr Gamling.
Wiederschaft, brotherhood is a noble word. I now bring you this word as a representative of my people. For many years, my people have walked as one, perhaps bowed their head as one, regimented in the belief that we must work together and believe together. Some of the things we have believed, I stand here to tell you, have been false. It has taken many years of leadership, but now we know they are false. There is in the blood no right of leadership. Leadership is not in the blood. It is in the heart and the minds. This day we turn our blood into the great bloodstream of all mankind. White, yellow, black, the blood is the same. Christian, Jew, or heathen, the blood is the same. All are brothers, and today all stand together in peace forever. Peace forever! 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 Gentlemen! Gentlemen, if you please! Gentlemen! Attention, please! It grows late. Attention, please. We have been in session many days. All of us are weary and anxious, I am certain, to return to our native homes. So now, let us, without further delay, turn to our final task, the happy one of ratifying this great international treaty which forevermore removes all barriers between nations, which makes of us the United Nations of the world, joined together for all eternity in common brotherhood, in everlasting peace. Our vote will be by acclamation. All those in favor of this great covenant will rise.
And that was the day the sun exploded.
And now, the last of our 3 sardonic plays. By very insistent popular request, we repeat, The Laughing Man. The time, 20,000 years from tomorrow.
Excuse me, please. I'm laughing. I know it isn't polite, but I can't help it. The funniest thing. Wait until you hear it. Absolutely the funniest thing. Yes, I'll tell you. A hoax. He tried to play a hoax on me, telling me it was an authentic record of their times and expecting me to believe. Wait a minute. I'll start from the beginning. Really, I will, and then you'll laugh with me. I know you will. Well, it all started like this. An old man comes to my study a little while ago, a package under his arm, and he tells me he's a student of the past. Past master of the humbug, that's what he meant. Wait until you hear it. So he has this package under his arm, and he says to me breathlessly,
"Kind sir, I brought you the most wonderful relic of the past the modern world has ever known."
"Really?" I said. "What are you talking about, and who are you?" And he answers,
"A lonely traveler, one who wanders in far-off places."
Far-off places? Well, that's what he told me. So I said, "And is this what you're bringing me from one of these far-off places?" And he nods his old head like a strutting rooster, and he says,
"Yes, indeed. You are the greatest living scholar of the history of the old world. So it is fitting that I bring this to you."
"Indeed," I said. "And what have you got, and where did you find it?" And he says,
"I was walking through the mountains beneath which the great city once stood."
"Well," I said. "Well?" And he said,
"As you know, thousands of years ago, there was another civilization that reached great heights, and then..."
I know, I said. "Certainly you're not going to teach me history, my ancient friend." And he said,
"Oh, no, indeed. I only meant to say what I found high in the mountains. It is a written record of that civilization. The first written record ever to be found."
For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I just looked at him. I said, "Have you gone out of your head with age, old man? Nothing is left of that prehistoric time. First, the sea covered them when the dark planet swung close, and then the molten rock thrust up. It's only our theory that men had a civilization here before us." And for answer, he tore the paper off the package, and he said,
"Look, these papers, reality, I tell you, high in the mountains, inside a piece of alabaster that must have protected it from the ravages of time, miraculously spewed out from the earth when the mountains rose up through the land. Look, sir, and read. A record of their times. A record of the ways of men 20,000 years before our civilization came into being."
Yes. He said that, and I took the book. I took it in my hand and read. You know, for a moment, I almost believed the fraud. Strange formations of letters and strange words and meaning, but clear enough to me. Clear enough. The clearest fraud a faker ever tried to perpetrate. Let me tell you what was in that historical book. He tried to tell me he'd found the old humbug. Listen to this. First, the book said that... Wait till you hear this. First, the book said that the men of that past civilization fought about the land. You don't understand what I mean. I mean the world. They fought each other, maimed each other, bled each other over who owned what piece of the world. Did you ever hear such nonsense? They knew how large the world was. They knew how many men were in it. But instead of dividing it up fairly or all owning together as one, they fought each other. Yes, bloody wars for years and years. Did you ever hear such a humbug history? Did you? Did you? Yes, and that isn't all. The book said they fought each other over race. Yes, race. Race. The book said the word means the difference between men. And then the book said that all men had the same origin, and yet they killed each other over a difference they admitted didn't even exist. What a fraud that book. What a fraud. Yes, you know, a man walked that world for a little while, and he said, "For the glory of God, peace on earth." And he spoke the truth, and men listened and said, "We believe," and then went out to murder with bright music playing. Music, I tell you, yes, music. And then a little man arose who said, "For the glory of the state, war on earth." And he spoke lies, and men knew there were lies, and he knew they knew, but again, they went out to murder with the music playing. And here's the funniest. Other men saw what was happening, and they said, "Let them kill. It is not to our interest." And the flame of murder came closer, and still they said, "It is not our interest." As if the house were afire, and they said, "We will not use water until we ourselves are burning." And here's the climax. The preposterous book said that these crazy people who filled the earth in those days had machines with which to fly through the air. Yes, really, through the air. Imagine the wonder if it were true. Speeding through the air like birds. Great, glistening machines to carry men to new wonders. But guess what the fraud of a book said they did with them? You'll hold your sides when you hear this one. They loaded them up with horrible, tearing things and flew up over the crowded places and dropped them. Yes, dropped them. Believe me. That's what this humbug history tried to make me believe was the truth. Men struggled for centuries. They studied, they toiled, rivers of heartache, at least the book said so, trying to make a healthier world for their children to live in, and then they threw poison clouds down from the sky and killed them off in tens of thousands. Killed the children. Isn't it all a joke?
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's 3 short satirical plays were especially written for radio by Arch Obler. The first play, Back to the Indians, featured Harold Perry, Ed Max, and Margaret Hyman. The second play, The Day the Sun Exploded, brought you Frank Graham, Leo Cleary, John Fee, and Harold Perry. And the final play, The Laughing Man, featured Lou Merrill. Next week, a new play, special to Hollywood. A story of the strangest airplane ride since time began. The leading role will be taken by Miss Gail Page. Arch Obler's plays. A Story in the Night. Arch Obler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, Incorporated. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
A few light years and generations ago, as I introduced to a very patient lights-out audience my peculiar play, Special to Hollywood. Lights out, everybody. Most of you have heard of the new-style Hollywood premiere where airplanes full of Hollywood celebrities fly to some town for the first showing of their new picture. The stars in the movie are displayed in a furious burst of glory, and then they rush back to Hollywood again to start their next super epic. Well, tonight let's tell you about the road back from one of these premiere excursions. In this particular case, a most unusual road.
The scene? A transport airplane moving through the sky at high speed. A very pompous-looking individual stands talking to the pilot.
Now, look here, pilot. Can't you make this thing go faster?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Take those infernal earphones or whatever they are off your head and listen to me. I said, can't you make this thing go faster?
150 miles an hour isn't exactly walking, mister.
Now, don't get impertinent. I chartered this special plane for speed, you understand? Speed, not to just go dawdling along through air.
I'll tell him about it when he comes in.
Now, look here. Do you realize who you're talking to?
Look here, mister. I'll be the first to admit you're a big shot, but when you're bucking a 50-mile wind and still making 150 miles an hour, believe me, that's pretty good.
Why, you...
Now, why don't you go back in the cabin and sit down and enjoy yourself like a good fella?
Now, look here. You can't tell me what to do. You can't...
Mark, come here. Mark, I'm talking to you.
Coming, darling, coming.
Well, for Pete's sake, Mark, where have you been? Do I have to spit along every time I want to talk to you?
All right, darling, all right. I'm here.
You tell him to hurry up?
Yes, everything's taken care of.
Yeah, that's what you say.
NC-19 calling Glendale. NC-19 calling Glendale.
Well,
Hello, Joe. How is it?
I don't know why I went on this trip anyway.
Yeah?
Well, good publicity.
Well, the farmers like it.
I can sit in my own backyard and get all the publicity.
Oh, yeah, everything's normal here.
Don't
Listen.
loan a darling me. Just tell me, where can I get a drink? Well, what are you good for anyway?
Yeah.
Here, if
No,
not for me,
that's
where
only
would
two
you
of
be?
them.
Yeah, you
When
tell
the third
me.
guy
Well,
starts
everybody in
boy.
Hollywood knows.
Everybody? Who's everybody?
Okay, tell him to get the studio brass band ready. We'll be setting down in a couple hours. Okay. NC-19 signing off.
You heard what I said. How many times do I have to say it? You heard me the first time. If not for me being in it, that picture would stink so loud, the only way anyone could go see it would be with one of those gas things on their face.
Oh, but darling, be reasonable. Any picture that nets $300,000 the first week...
Because I'm in it, that's why. Because I am in it. Isn't that right, Bob?
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh, for Pete's sake, take your nose out of that racing form and listen to me, will you?
Oh, listen yourself, beautiful. I'm busy.
Mark, you tell me, how long do I have to put up with this lily imitation of a louse?
Now, Lona,
Oh,
darling...
it's all right, Mark. It's all right. I can take it. For $1,000 a week.
Mark, are you going to let him talk to me like that?
Well, he hasn't said anything.
He's reading my mind.
Why, you two-bit little four-flesh. Let me
What
tell
do you mean, four-flush? Why, if not for me shoving your name in every newspaper in the country, you'd be back in that laundry.
Mark, did you hear that?
Now, Bob, watch yourself. After
you
all...
keep out of this.
Fire him, Mark.
Yeah, sure, fire me. Go on. So I'll go to work for Warner.
Fire him, Mark.
Yeah, fire me. Then I'll have some decent pictures to go to town.
Throw him out.
Baby turkey.
Now, Bob, don't go too far. After all...
Did you hear him? My picture's turkey. $300,000 the first week.
Why? Ask me why. Exploitation, that's it. Why, without my publicity, you wouldn't be back in that laundry. You'd be in it.
Why, you little squirt, you! I'll scratch your eyes out.
You lay a hand on me and I'll slap you down to hell.
Mark, do something.
Huh? Oh, you're fired. You hear me, Bob? Fired. Why, you big bag of wind. Who do you think you're fired?
Mark, throw him out.
Why, I'll go to JB tomorrow. I'll have him cut your heart out.
Fired, I tell you.
Out on
You're
your
not
ears.
a producer.
What?
You're a fugitive from that laundry that she used to work.
Mark, Mark, have him blacklisted. You can do it.
Metro
Mark,
Janet
baby.
Wanger. I can walk into a dozen jobs tomorrow morning.
I'll run you out of Hollywood.
You'll starve to death and I'll kick you in the face. You
Yes.
won't get another job in Hollywood if I have
No,
to.
that crazy pilot.
What's he doing?
Well, tell him to stop.
Crazy fool climbing like that?
Well, don't just stand there. Go on, give him the devil.
Well, all right, I'm going. All right. Hey, you, pilot, you crazy?
All right, mister. Had to climb. Storm ahead.
Well, who cares about the storm? You get us home, do you understand?
Okay, you're paying for it. Here. Message for you. Came over the radio.
Oh, all right. Hand it over.
What is it, Mark, for me?
No, me. Yeah, me.
What's up, huh?
Mark, what's the matter with you? Mouth open like a fish. Read it.
It says that John Webster killed himself.
Say.
You're kidding.
No, see for yourself.
John Webster, young novelist, committed suicide, 1 p.m.
I never thought he'd do it.
I didn't either. Killing himself just because we changed...
Yeah. Are you laughing?
Sure, why not?
Now, Lona, darling, after all...
After all what? Two wise guys, and neither one of you's got as many brains as the left side of my Pekingese.
What?
Okay, let's have it.
You, the great Mr. Crane, the publicity wonder
Cut
boy.
the needles, will you, and let's have it.
Yes, Lona, what are you getting at?
So he's dead. So instead of looking down your noses, you two ought to be standing on your heads.
What?
Oh, she's not.
Oh, am I? The picture getting national release this week, and the sap who writes the words blows his brains out, and I'm supposed to cry, huh?
Say, I get it.
Call out the Marine.
Lorna, you mean that now he can't bother us with an injunction?
Well, who's thinking about injunctions? He couldn't stop the picture anyway. You said yourself he signed away all the rights.
Then what?
Oh, Bob, you tell him.
Oh, it's terrific. Mark, don't you get it?
Huh?
So we had the premiere in Chicago. So all right, it's done.
Don't you start in that again.
Okay. It wasn't your fault. The director was no good. The film was no good. The cutters got the story loused up. The critics all had bellyaches. What's the difference? What the reason was? The picture was a flopperoo. It laid eggs all the way up and down State Street.
Get to the point.
I passed it already. Huh? Don't you get it, Mark? The author of the novel we made the film out of blows his top. Why? Ask me why.
I don't have to ask you. The kid told me yesterday right in the hotel. Ruined his life work, he said.
Yeah, that's what he said. But that won't be what I'll say.
Huh? Well, who did you...
Oh, for Pete's sake, Mark, shut your mouth and listen to the guy. For the first time in a year, he's got a good idea. My idea.
That's what you think. Now listen, Mark. With this angle, we can turn the picture into a gold mine.
Well, say it.
I'll say it. The reason that crazy kid killed himself was because the picture was so terrific. He was done. Finished.
Yeah, his life work comes to life on the silver screen, so the boy genius bows out. Don't you get it?
But that isn't true.
Oh, for the love
I mean, who'll believe you? It's crazy.
Will you listen to the guy, Loma? Crazy.
Sure, crazy. A story like that, no newspaper will believe it.
Oh, won't they? How about if you have a letter the kid wrote you just before he, did it?
That's all right.
But he didn't write me any such letter.
Oh, Lorna, you tell him.
Look, Mark, what are you trying to do? Give an imitation of Dopey?
Huh?
Did the savvy kid have to write a letter? Aren't there plenty of guys you got at the studio who write you a letter like that for $10?
Yeah, and give you change for $5.
Aren't there?
Oh, he's right. Why, the kid's bumping himself off so natural.
And who thought of it first? You tell me.
Storm, what kind of screwy pilot we got?
Oh, don't just stand there. Do something.
Huh? Oh, all right. I'll talk.
So dark. The light.
Well, I can't find the switch. Oh, there.
Mark, tell him to get us out of this.
Gee, it is dark out here.
You two fatheads. I told you I didn't want to go to Chicago. Mark, tell him to get us out of this storm. Mark, can you hear me? Mark!
I'll go.
No, don't be.
Listen, we're climbing.
Climbing? So what does that mean?
He's taking us up above the storm.
Well, why doesn't he hurry? I hate thunder. Mark!
All right, darling, it's all right.
Oh, what's all right? What?
He's getting us up over the top of the storm.
Yeah, like I told you.
Well, what did the buzzard get us into this for in the first place? Mark, if you don't get him fired out...
There we are, in the light again.
Will you look at those clouds down there?
Well, who cares? Oh, what I did for a scotch.
We'll be home soon.
You can't even see the ground. It's like a carpet from here.
Will you shut up? Who cares about clouds?
Listen, Toots and Fritz, who's talking to you?
Mark, did you hear what he said to me?
No, don't start again, the two of you. I've had all I can stand these 3 days.
You've had? Will you listen to the guy? Who was pulled and pushed around from everyone from the Cicero Fan Club #1 to those flop-eared exhibitors to those lousy reporters?
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
What's the matter?
I got an idea. Now, listen. That screwy author. When we land, I'll have a wire sent. We'll have the body sent to the coast and bury him at the studio's expense.
Huh?
Yeah, sort of a state funeral for the author of Lorna Douglas's greatest vehicle.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they won't...
Who won't? The kid didn't have anybody, so we'll do the honors, see? Special car all across the country. Make every news service in the world.
Oh, I don't know. Morbid. Morbid. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You don't know. The first good idea this Lily's had.
Now, wait a minute.
And you start getting artistic or something. Now, let me tell you. Hey, what's the matter with you? Hey, Mark, I'm talking to you.
Listen.
Huh?
What the...
Bob, you...
What's the matter with you two?
Engines.
Huh?
The engine, it stopped.
Well, so what? We're landing. What's the matter with you two saps? Shut off the engine because we're landing.
No.
Pilot, what's the matter? Pilot, what's happened?
I don't know.
What is it? What's happened?
What is this? Mark, what did he chase off for? What's the matter?
No.
We are landing, aren't we?
Well,
what did he get so excited about?
The engine stopped.
Hey, will you stop saying that, so what?
We're not due in for an hour yet.
Something's wrong. Pilot, what's the matter?
Lorna, wait! Lorna!
What's the big idea? Well, what kind of a pilot are you?
Now, let me talk to her. Listen, you, what's the matter? Shut up!
We're not landing, see? We're not landing.
But the engine...
Yeah, they stopped. We must be landing.
Of course we must
be
be landing. What are you
landing.
trying to
Shut up, blast you, shut up!
You can't talk to her that way.
Talking.
Yeah, who do you think you're talking
Fools,
to?
will you shut up? Now, look. Look, I tell you.
At what?
The indicator, airspeed indicator.
Huh?
We're not falling.
Mark, what's he say?
Listen, I'm telling you, we're not falling. Engine's dead and we're not falling. You fools, what are you looking at me like that for? Don't you understand? We're hanging. Just hanging in the air.
Hanging. Air.
You dirty-faced buzzard. What are you trying to pull? What are you trying to pull?
Drop dead. Just hanging in air.
Hanging. Air.
Listen, the three of you. I've been around. They pulled all kinds of fancy tricks on me. Well, if this is a gag, I don't like it. Do you hear me? I don't like it. Now get me down out of here. Bob. Bob. He's passed out.
Come on, back in the cabin. Let us sit down. Mr. Markham, you too.
Bob,
He'll be all right. Come on.
Hanging. In air.
This is a gag, isn't it? Tell me, isn't it? We're moving. Oh, we've got to be moving. Oh, blast you, Tom!
Lady, my arm. Cut it out, will you?
Well, then tell me what's happening. What? Bob passed out. Mark looking right. His mouth. You've got to talk. You've got to tell me. We are moving, aren't we?
No.
You liar. You dirty liar. We are. We are.
Stop it. Look. Down there.
You dirty liar trying to scare me.
Look. See on the clouds down there? Our shadows standing still. We're not moving. Get that through your head. We're hanging in space, I tell you.
I'm all right. Just leave me alone.
Get your head.
Leave me alone, I tell you. Be all sitting around looking at me for I passed out all right. You're all just as scared as I am. You know what you are. You, Mark, you're scared. Your face green. Answer me, you're scared, aren't you? Hanging in air. There, you see, he's off his nut. You, Lona, you're scared too, aren't you?
Why don't you shut up?
Pilot, you're scared green too, aren't you? Not me alone, you. Answer me, you.
Maybe I'd better shut you up.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
All right, Bob. All right. All right now. All right. Don't talk. Bury your head. Yeah, that's right. Pilot. Sam.
Yeah?
What time is it?
5.
The radio?
What's the use? Tried it 100 times. Dead as
We're going to be... Don't listen to what you're talking about, Bob. Just try not to think. Sam?
Yeah?
How long have we been...
An hour.
Only that?
Seems like a million. Watch says only an hour.
Mark, listen. Mark, I'm talking to you.
Hanging in air.
I wish I was like he is.
Yeah.
So scared, can't see or hear or think. Look. He's gone to sleep. Bob.
Yeah.
Wore himself out crying. Funny, huh?
Nothing's funny.
Guess not. But I got funny thoughts in my head.
What?
A minute ago, I was thinking about when I was a kid. You want to hear about when I was a kid?
Why not?
Bob here and all the rest of the publicity guys have written so much junk about me being the only daughter of, poor but respectable small-town people. I almost got to thinking it was true. Yeah, would you believe it? I paid some wise guy over on Sunset Boulevard $1,000 for a coat of arms of the family to hang up in the hall. You know, one of those fancy shields with lions crawling all over it and things. Should have had a couple of beer bottles on it instead of lions. Yeah. You want to know my real name? What's the difference? Beer bottles, yeah. Beer bottles and the smell of the laundry coming up the air shaft and a lot of dirt. That's what I remember from when I was a kid. Sam?
Yeah?
I just wanted to hear you talk. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was thinking something funny about when I was a kid. When it was hot at night, I used to lie on my back on the roof. Look at the clouds and make off I was just sort of hanging in the air. Honest, Sam, I'd want that. Funny now.
Gravity.
What?
Did I say something?
You said gravity. Why?
I was thinking.
What?
Gravity's pulling us down.
Well?
I was thinking of what's pulling us up.
There aren't any answers.
No?
No. No answers. When I was that kid, I found answers. Yeah, how to get along. How to get out of the smell and dirt. Real answers. They took me a long way. $5,000 a week, 5-year contract, no options. I did all right with my answers. Here's one answer I haven't got. Because there isn't any answer.
Maybe there is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You listen to me. Supposing I listen to you.
I don't know how to talk.
Oh, you just go ahead.
For a whole hour, I've been trying to figure things out.
So?
There isn't any real answer. I mean, it adds up like a column of figures on a slide rule when you're trying to figure out the stress on a wing, but nothing like that, but kind of screwy ideas come to me. Why talk about it?
Go on.
I'm just a bozo. Ever since I've been able to stand on my own feet, everything's got to be able to add up or it just doesn't mean anything to me. But when I was a kid...
Well,
when I was a kid, I really had the... Well, like you said, the poor but respectable parents. You know, the kind, they believed in somebody up there and somebody down below and good and evil and all the rest of it. Funny, you thinking about when you were a kid, me thinking the same thing.
you said you had the answers.
Yeah, it's like this. I heard the three of you talking all the way from the coast of Chicago and now back again. Talking about nothing but yourselves. Each one of you. Nothing meaning anything but yourselves. I wouldn't be able to say this, but... Well, why not say it? You making more money in a week than the average guy with a family sweats out his insides for in a year. But instead of the money making you understand anything, it's made you understand less than a blind kid walking in the dark. Everything's for you. The world's just a big movie screen. Everybody in it just there to sit up and look at you. Yeah, I heard. Somebody wrote a book. You bought it, made a picture out of it. Maybe it was an honest book, but you didn't buy it to be honest. You bought it to make dough. So the kid blew his brains out, and even dead he couldn't get away from you. Yeah. You were going to use his dead body to make you more money. Yeah, dead or alive, nothing means anything to you. There's no world but your screwy world. Everybody all over the world can crawl on the ground, hiding from bombs, can be starved and watch their kids starve and die on barbed wire, fighting for something they don't know much about, and drown in the sea, and it don't mean anything to you. None of it. As long as each of you can hold on to what you've got. Yeah. The three of you acting as if you weren't made of the same flesh and blood as the rest of us. As if making a lot of money and seeing your name in the paper a lot and getting a lot of applause took you right off the earth. Maybe something, or somebody, decided you weren't fit for the earth. Maybe. You crying?
No.
You asked me. I told you.
I was in a picture once. The girl got in a jam. She didn't know how to pray, but she just started to pray. Well, that was in a picture. This is real, isn't it?
Yeah.
If anybody told me a couple of hours ago that all this... Mark sitting there out of his head, Bob. Me sitting here listening to the kind of thing you...
You asked me. I told you.
You told me. It was a lousy trick, wasn't it? About that kid who died. I'm sorry about that. Even thinking about it. I'm sorry.
The engine!
We started again!
We're in a dive. I gotta get it.
Mark, Bob! We're moving again! Mark!
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Oh, Mark, Bob, wake up. Snap out of it, you hear? Everything's all right.
All right, so it's settled, all right.
Sure it's settled. I know my publicity. A thing like this isn't good. It's bad.
I'm not arguing with you, all right.
Spread a screwy thing like this, and every reporter in the country be holding his nose. It's too screwy, that's all.
For heaven's sake, will you stop talking about it? For the last hour, my head's starting to go around. It's forgotten, finished, so whatever it was, we'll forget.
On the way. That pilot, you talk to him?
Sure. He won't talk. He wants to eat, don't he? So he won't talk.
Got everything fixed, huh?
Well, prima donna's talking again.
Now, Lona, you understand. Nobody's going to know about this. Like Bob says, crazy publicity is bad publicity, and this all was crazy, wasn't it?
I'll say. Hey, look, we're over the airport.
Good. Drink. Do I need a drink?
Bathtub full. I'm going to swim in it.
A terrible experience, terrible, but all's well that ends well, eh, Lona? A terrible experience, but now finished. Everything's just the same, eh, Lona? Everything's just the same.
I wonder.
NC-19 coming in. NC-19 coming in. Hello, Joe. Yeah, I had a little trouble a while back. Yeah, engine trouble. Yeah. Everything's back to normal now. Yeah. Everybody okay. Everything's just the same. I wondered.
Arch Oboler's Plays. A Story in the Night. Tonight, James Cagney in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the most talked-of book of the year, Johnny Got His Gun, by Dalton Trumbull.
We tell you of Joe Bonham. 22 years ago, he went to war. They carried him back from that war. They carried him back because he had no arms, no legs, no ears with which to hear, no eyes with which to see, no mouth with which to speak. Today, he lies alone in a room in a hospital close to your city. He's living flesh, and he waits. Your world is shut off from Joe Bonham. He has only the world within his own mind. We tell you of Joe Bonham. These are the thoughts of a boy who 22 years ago went to war.
Somebody listen to me. I'm talking to you. Somebody listen to me. Gotta talk to somebody. It's dark and lonely. Somebody... No. It's going out of my head again. How can you hear what ain't got a tongue, ain't got a mouth, ain't got... No. Won't think of that anymore. Gotta think of something, yeah. Something else. If I don't think... My head, yeah, quick, think about when I was a kid.
Hey, Joe, come on in swimming.
Yeah, swimming. When I was a kid, I went swimming. Dive in the river, feel the water against my legs and my arms. Now I haven't got any No, won't think of that. Think about my town.
It's the nicest little old place on earth, Shale City.
I gotta remember.
Hamburger, get your hot hamburger, get your hot hamburger.
Yeah, best hamburgers in the world.
All right, boy, here's 30 cents. Go down and get 3 hamburgers.
Pa.
Oh, they're delicious. If I could only cook like this.
Ma, No, don't think of her. Think about... County Fair.
See the lady cut in half the fourth part of $1.
Oh, second rider, defying death inside a straight up and down circular wall.
I can't remember anymore. I gotta remember. If I don't remember things, I'll think, and if I think... No. I gotta remember something. Something. Girls. Think about girls. Quick, think about girls.
Joe.
Karine?
Joe, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
No.
Kiss me. Hold me.
We shouldn't have turned the lights out. Your old man will be sore.
He understands.
Your lips.
Don't go. They'll kill you.
I gotta go. When you're drafted, you gotta.
Oh, Joe. Joe, I don't want you to go. Hold me. Tight. Maybe we'll never get another chance. Now, Joe. In your arms, Joe. In your arms. In your arms.
My arms. My arms.
What?
Joe, hold me. Don't go, Joe.
Get your gun.
Joe, I'm part of you now.
There's that
Don't
great
go,
Patriot
Joe.
Theodore Roosevelt said. All aboard, soldier. All aboard, soldier.
No. Hold me, Joe. Hold me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms. No, stop.
My arms. I haven't got any arms. You hear me, Karine? I haven't got any arms. I haven't got any arms. What's the matter with me? I didn't find it out yesterday or the day before. It was
1939, 1938, 1937.
a long time ago.
Joe.
Karine, you're still in my head. I'll tell you, as if you were here. Here's how I found out everything about myself. I woke up like out of a dream. It was like I was in the water. I tried to swim, but I didn't have any arms. I started to kick my legs to float up in the air out of the bed, but I couldn't kick. I didn't have any legs. I threw my head back. I started to yell. I only started, but how can you yell when you haven't got 'em up? I began to reach out, Karine. The only way I could reach out, with the nerves of my skin. The hole in my face. Feel the skin creeping around the edge of it. It went. I was blind. What a lousy dream. Nobody could live like that. Just dream, and that's all. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Mother, where are you? Hurry, Mother, hurry, and wake me up. I'm having a nightmare, Mother, where are you? Mother, listen to me. I can't stand it. Mother, please, tell me it's not me. Not me, no, not me. Oh, please, not me. That's the way I found out. A long time ago. Who was I telling that to?
Joe.
Oh, Karine. Still in my head. In my heart. Now I'll tell you about how I found out about time. About the days. Knowing about the days you're living through, that's important, see? But all I remembered was dive in the dugout and then... And that was all. A day in September 1918. And that's all. Time stopped then. Start time over again. But how could I catch hold of time when I was caught inside myself? Vibrations. I had it. When the nurse came into the room, the vibration of her footsteps running up through the floor, through the bed, through the springs of the bed, into me. All I had to do was count the seconds, then the minutes, then the hours between each visit she made, until I had 24 hours counted up in my head. And after that, I'd be able to figure the days out just by counting up her visits. One day, the minute the nurse left me, I began to count. 1, 2, 3, second by second, 4, second 5, by second. 6, when 7, I counted 60, 8, that 9, meant a minute, 10, as nearly as I was able to figure it. 13, but I always lost count. I'd think of something else, then I'd lose count again. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, day after 5, day after day, 4, but I could never keep track. 5, I couldn't. 5, and all the time, the days were running away from me. And then, one day it happened. The skin on the side of my neck, the half of a forehead above the mask. Lying there all the years gone by, I got to thinking that maybe there was some way I could use those pieces of skin. Skin free to the air. They were healthy. I got to thinking what a man did with his skin.
To feel with.
But that didn't seem enough.
To sweat with.
Yeah, sweat with. Hot and cold.
Sunrise and sunset.
Just like that. The idea came into my head just like that. All I had to do was to feel with my skin. When it changed from cool to warm on that little piece of skin, it'd be sunrise and the beginning of a day. I got to thinking about the nurse and how many visits she made me each day and when she made them. Yeah, I'd better start with the nurse. She changes the bedding. In a hospital, they must change bedding in the morning, maybe around 8 o'clock. So all I got to do is wait till she changes the bedclothes. That'll mean it's morning. Then wait, maybe 18, 20 hours, and that'll be next morning. That'll be sunrise. You can feel the heat of sunrise against your skin, yeah. So I waited until the next time she changed the bedding. She walked away. Calm down, because you haven't proved anything yet. Calm down and wait and count her visits. Number 2, I dozed off and woke. Visit number 3, time got all mixed up. Then 4, and then... the 5th time. And all of a sudden, I knew it was happening. My heart stopped, my breath stopped. I knew it was happening. Slow at first, crawling along my skin. Warmer and warmer. The rising sun. In my room. I'd won. I'd caught up with time again. The sun. It was dawn. It was dawn for the world and for me. I could smell the dawn. Yeah, me without a face lying there. And the smell of the dew on the grass. And me without eyes, shading my eyes and seeing the sun coming up over the mountains back home. And the hills going pink and lavender like the inside of a seashell. The sun warming my little piece of skin. And me seeing without eyes the town where I was born. And me without ears hearing the lowing of the cows waiting to be milked. And babies kicking in their cribs and rubbing their eyes with their fists. It's sunrise, and I've got it. And now I'll always know when it's sunrise, and they can't take it away from me. Thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I may never have anything else, but I'll always have dawn and the morning sunlight. A year went by fast. I was a busy guy. I learned a lot. Yeah, could even tell my nurses apart. The day nurse always walked to the bed with 4 steps. She was always the same, but the night nurses seemed to change. One of them must have cried when she looked at me. I felt her tears wet on me. I like to think she was young and beautiful. But every night, summer and winter, week in and week out, month in and month out, every night I was with you, Karine. With you, darling. My arms around you, yours around me. With you, Karine.
Joe, my darling.
Close to you.
My dearest.
My arms around you.
My lover.
Yours around me.
Mine.
With you, Karine.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
2 years went by after I discovered time. 3 years went by after I discovered time. The 4th year started awfully slow. One day I felt vibrations. Vibrations heavier and heavier, and then they stopped. I knew they were standing around the bed. After all these years, visitors. And all at once, crazy thoughts went through my head.
It may be your mother.
No.
Karine.
No, not Karine. Not Karine standing by my bed. You can't see me. Not this way. Not you, Karine. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Then a hand came to rest on my forehead. A man's hand.
Doctors.
Yes. Maybe doctors come to examine me. Oh. Somebody was touching at my nightshirt over my left breast. The cloth fell back against my chest again. It was heavy now, weighed down by something. Medal. They given me a medal. Me, a medal. Me, a medal. Me. The generals were here, around my bed. The generals. The big guys, the famous guys who still had arms and legs and could still see and talk and smell and taste. In my throat, I felt a tearing of something that used to be a voice. I was talking to them, and they couldn't hear me. I was saying, listen, big guys, I'm lying here like a side of beef, and for what?
War. We're going to war.
Yeah, someone said that, so I went. But why? Why? Somebody just said,
let's go out and fight for liberty.
Liberty? What kind of liberty? How much liberty and whose idea of liberty? A guy says, come on, let's fight for liberty. And he can't show you liberty. If you're going to die for liberty, you've got to know in advance what liberty is and whose idea of liberty they're talking about and just how much of that liberty we're going to have. Maybe that's a bad way to think. The big guys say it's bad, and I heard them. In the schools and the newspapers and the legislatures and the congresses, that's their business. They sound wonderful.
This ground is sanctified by blood. They shall not have died in vain.
Our noble dead.
But I'm asking you, big guys, what do the dead say? Did any one of them ever come back and say...
I'm glad I'm dead, because death is always better than dishonor.
Did they say...
I'm glad I died to make the world safe for democracy.
Nobody but the dead know whether all these things people talk about are worth dying for or not. And the dead can't talk. So the words about noble death and sacred blood and honor and such are all put into dead lips by those that got no right to speak for the dead. I'm asking you, big guys, how did they feel about it just before they died? Did all those guys die thinking of democracy and freedom and liberty and honor? You know they didn't. They died crying in their minds like little kids. They died crying for the face of a friend. They died crying for the voice of a mother or father or wife or baby. They died moaning and crying for life. I know. I'm the nearest thing to a dead man on earth. There's nothing bigger than life. What's noble about having your legs and arms blown off? What's noble about being blind and deaf and dumb? I'm dead, big guys, and I died for nothing. You hear me? Nothing. You hear me, big guys? But they didn't hear me. Just as you couldn't hear me, Karine, if you were standing next to me. All the generals heard was the blowing of the air and the tube in my throat. When I heard the vibrations of the footsteps that said they were going. I began to think. The vibrations. Up to now, I thought only of the vibrations coming to me. How about making my vibrations go to them? Yes, vibrations to them. A footstep on the floor is a kind of vibration. The tap of a telegraph key is another kind. I had it. When I was a kid, Bill Harper and me, we had a telegraph set. Used to telegraph to each other. Dot dash, dot dash, dot dash, dot. I remember the code, the Morse code. All I had to do to break through to the people outside was to lie in bed and dot dash to the nurse. I could give messages and receive messages. I raised my head from my pillow. I dropped it. Then I did it twice quickly. That was it. With my head, raise my head, let it fall on the pillow. The Morse code. SOS, help. I tapped it out of my pillow with my head. SOS. All over the world, that meant help. SOS. Help, help. Then the door of the room jarred open and the nurse's footsteps came up to the bed. SOS. SOS. Over and over again. She was looking at me. I knew it. SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. Oh, why can't you understand? SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. My head full of it. Tapping it out with my head over and over. Over and over. Couldn't stop. Why won't they hear me? Why won't they understand? Why won't they hear me? Karine, why? No. There isn't any, Karine. There isn't nothing. I've been talking in my head. There's nothing for me. Nothing.
SOS.
I don't know what day it is.
SOS.
I don't know what month it is. I don't know what year it is. I've been tapping for years and years and nobody hears me. Nobody. Someone's come into the room. Footstep light. My regular day nurse. Hers are heavy. Who is this one? Start tapping now. What? What is this one doing? Opening the nightshirt. She's moving the tip of her finger against my skin. What? Huh? Drawing something. Huh? I know. The letter M. I know. Shake my head. Yes, I know. I understand. It's M. Wonderful M. Writing something else on my skin. E. Yes, I got that. R. Yes. Another R. Yes. Now what? Why? Nothing more. M-E-R-R-Y. Mary. Writing again. C-H-R-I-S-T-M-A-S. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, nurse, I understand. Nodding my head to tell you I understand. I can't say it so you can hear me, but in my heart I'm saying it. Merry Christmas, nurse. God bless you. Bells in my town. I'm hearing them in my head, nurse.
'Twas the night before Christmas.
Mother.
And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Mother, I hear you.
Stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in a hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Every Christmas Eve, I remember.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like down from a thistle. But I heard him explain ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas, Mother. Nurse. New nurse. Smart nurse. She'll pay attention to me. Old nurse didn't understand. New nurse, you've got to understand. Tapping, I'll start. There, nurse. I did it. Did you understand it? 3, 2, and 3. SOS. Did you understand it? I'll do it again. Morse code. You understand? Morse code. Watch, nurse, watch. If I had a tongue, if I had a mouth, I'd yell it at you. I'd scream it at you. But I have nothing but the tapping of my head, so watch, nurse, watch. If you turn and walk out of the room and never come back, you'll be carrying my life with you. You're life and death to me, nurse. Look, I'll tap it again. See? S-O-S. Help me. S-O-S. Oh, I'll do it again. I'm praying now, nurse. Me, just an ordinary guy, I'm praying. Oh, please, God, make her understand what I'm trying to tell her. Please, God, make her understand. I know you're a busy guy. I know there are millions of people praying to you every minute. I know all these things, God, and I don't blame you for getting behind in your orders. Nobody's perfect, but what I want is such a little thing. All I want you to do is to take a tiny little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind 2, maybe 3 feet away. That's all I want, God. Just a little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind. It's such a little thing, God. Such a little thing. She's going away. She's gone out of the room. No, can't be true. Can't shove me down under the ground again, bury me deep again. No, I won't believe it, I won't. I won't start crying now. She'll come back. She's my life. She's my chance at life. She will come back. She will. Door. She's back. Brought someone with her. Man's finger on my head. What? Finger tapping on my head. Tapping out W. H. Tapping out the code on my head. A. T. W. H. A. T. What? D. O. Y. O. U. Y. O. U. U. W. A. N. T. W. A. N. T. What do you want? What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I want to get out. Let me out, that's all I want. I've been lying here for years and years in a room in a bed with a little covering of skin. Now I want out. I've got to get out. If I had legs, I could run away. I could get away. I could get out into the open where there's air, where there's room, where I'm not in a hole and smothering. Inside me, I scream and howl and push and fight for room and air, for escape from the smothering, from the loneliness. So, let me out of here and take me back into the world. No, I didn't tap that out. What I just said, I only was thinking. Won't say it to you waiting up there, no. Before I ask you up there, before I tap it out with my head, I've got to think out just what I'm going to tell you. It may be my last chance. I've got it. Listen, you up there. I'm tapping it out with my head. Let me out of here. Let me out. I can earn my keep. I can do a job like anyone else. Take me out of here and build a glass case for me so people can see me. Take me in my glass case to the beaches, to the county fairs and the church bazaars and the circuses and the traveling carnivals. You'll do a wonderful business with me, and I could pay you for the trouble. They've never seen nothing like me. I'm something you can really holler about. I'm the dead man who's alive, the live man who's dead. I'm the man who made the world safe for democracy. Take me into the places where men work and make things. Take me there and say, boys, here's a cheap way to get by. Maybe times are bad and your salaries are low. Don't worry, boys, because you'll have your chance. There'll be another war along pretty soon, and then maybe you'll be lucky like me. Take me into the schoolhouses, all the schoolhouses in the world. They'll scream at first and have nightmares at night, but they'll get used to it because they've got to get used to it. And it's best to start them young. Take me into the colleges and universities and academies and convents. Call the girls together, all the healthy, beautiful young girls. Point to me and say, girls, here is your father. Look, girls, here is your lover. Call all the young men together and say, here is your brother, here is your best friend, and here are you, young men. Take me wherever there are parliaments and diets and congresses and chambers of statesmen. I want to be there when they talk about honor and justice and making the world safe. Put my glass case upon the speaker's desk, and every time the gavel drops, let me feel its vibration through my little glass case. Then let them draft notes and ultimatums and protests and accusations. But before they vote on them, before they give the order for all the little guys to start killing each other, let the main guy rap his gavel on my case and point down at me and say, gentlemen, here is the only issue before this house, and that is, are you for this thing here, or are you against it? And if they are against it, then let them stand up like men and vote. And if they are for it, let them be hanged and drawn and quartered and paraded through the streets and thrown out into the fields where no clean animal will touch them, and may no green thing ever grow where they rot. Take me into your churches, your great towering cathedrals, which have to be rebuilt every 50 years because they are destroyed by war. Carry me in my glass box down the aisles where kings and priests and brides and children at their confirmations have gone so many times before to kiss a splinter of wood from a true cross on which was nailed the body of a man who was lucky enough to die. Set me high on your altars and call on God to look down upon his murderous little children, his dearly beloved little children. Then bring in the fierce ones, the spawners of hate, the inventors of slogans. Bring them in and make them look at me, and then dare them to break the peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have brought you James Cagney playing the leading role in Dalton Trumbo's memorable novel of the year, Johnny Got His Gun. The book was dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The musical score was written, conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Mr. Cagney can now be seen in the Warner Brothers picture The Fighting 69th and in the forthcoming production Torrid Zone. In preparation is City of Conquest. The book Johnny Got His Gun is the prize-winning novel by Dalton Trumbo. All of us want to thank Mr. Cagney and Mr. Trumbo for their great contribution to this program. Next week, it is our pleasure to present an actor known and respected by all of us, Mr. Ronald Colman, in an unusual play, The Most Dangerous Game. Next week, then, Mr. Ronald Colman. Arch Oboler's plays are a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Plays for Americans by Arch Oboler. For these past 20 weeks, the National Broadcasting Company has been bringing you a special series of new plays by Arch Oboler, dedicated to men and women of goodwill everywhere who believe in the inherent dignity of all men and who fight together now for a better world for all. Today, we bring you the final broadcast of the special series. The star, Miss Betty Davis. The play, Adolf and Miss Runyon. The scene, an automobile headed from New York toward New England on the Boston Post Road. There's one person in the car, Mary Runyon. And as she drives, her hands are tight on the steering wheel, and her lips are moving. She's not talking to anyone in the car. She's quite alone. She's saying the things that she'd been unable to say just a short while before when she'd seen her husband off on a train. A train taking him away to an army camp. listen to Mary Runyon.
There was a young lady from Maine who saw her husband off on a train. And then she drove home and vowed not to roam until the war and her husband. Oh, Michael, it's no use. I know I promised, but I tell you it's no use. 20 minutes since the train left, and I'm already crying. Oh, Michael. All right, Michael. All right, I know what you say, darling. Chin up. Michael, I'm going to keep my chin up so high I'll have to wear my hat on it. But, Michael, I'm going to be so lonely. I don't... No, I've got to stop thinking about that. Think about, yes, your uniform. Mike, how will you look in a uniform? Like that picture we have of Napoleon? Oh, no, you're much too tall. Like the postman? Oh, Michael, if you don't send me letters every day, I'm going all the way down to Texas and sit on your doorstep. I mean your 10th step. I mean... Michael, why did it have to happen? That Hitler. Mother in heaven, if I only had him here. Why, what's the engine? Why... Oh, gas. I forgot to buy gas. Oh, Mike, and I told you I could take care of myself. Now, take it easy, Jenny. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. There's a nice gas station right up ahead, and you can make it if you just try hard. Nice, Jenny. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Jenny, pay no attention to your engine. Just keep your wheels turning. Just 20 more feet. 10. 5. Now, up the driveway. Nice girl. Jenny, you made it. You're a lady and a scholar and a darn good automobile.
Did
even
you
if you're
say something, ma'am?
What? Oh, no, I was talking to the car. 5 gallons regular, please.
5, ma'am?
Oh, that's right. I mean 3.
Yes.
Money, I don't think I have any. Where's my purse? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Checkbook. Oh, no, he won't. Oh, 50, 60. Michael, remember, I was the one who made speeches. How well I could get along without a boss man around the house. And the moment you're gone, I lose...
Did you say something, ma'am?
No, I'm still talking to myself.
Sure, I know how it is, ma'am. I do lots of talking to myself these days. That'll be 60 cents even, ma'am.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you.
Why do you say you talk to yourself these days?
Well, you see, ma'am, for the last couple of years, I've had a helper here at the station, and for the last couple of weeks, I haven't had him anymore. He went and joined the Navy.
Oh.
Even though Joe ain't here, I kind of keep talking to him as if he was here.
Yes, I know.
Ma'am?
Nothing. Do you mind wiping off the windshield while I see if the engine starts?
Oh, sure. I keep talking and I don't mind my business.
Now, Jenny, be a lady. Thank you, Jenny.
All set, ma'am.
Thank you. It's getting dark. I better turn the lights. Michael, you'll be having your dinner on the train. On our honeymoon. Remember, No. I've got to stop feeling so darn sorry for myself. You're doing what you want to do, Michael, and I'll do what you want me to. Tomorrow morning, school again. Children, on this, my very first day as your teacher, I'm going to tell you a few simple truths. This geography book I'm going to teach you out of is a fraud. It's as out of date as your Aunt Minnie's bustle. Get out of the road, you crazy hitchhiker, you! Go ahead, wave at me. I wouldn't pick you up, not even if... Oh, uniform. Come ahead, soldier. Got to be good to the army now, hadn't I, Michael?
Dumme Person. Sie sahen mich, ja? Warum blieben Sie nicht stehen?
All right, soldier. Stop the double talk and get in. Where to, soldier? I said, where to? Look, soldier, I'm talking to you and I...
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Oh, no.
Sind Sie verrückt? Oh. Warum bleiben Sie nicht stehen? Ich befehle Ihnen weiter zu fahren. Du dummes Weib. Haben Sie mich nicht gehört? Ich habe Ihnen befohlen, weiter zu fahren.
Soldier, you actually had me going for a few minutes. That phony little moustache and that phony German you're speaking. Why, believe it or not, for a minute I actually thought you were Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Heil you, mister. That's a terrific act you put on. Now tell me where you want to go and what's it all about.
Sprich Deutsch, sprich Deutsch, sprich Deutsch.
Soldier, I've already told you I appreciate the gag, but enough's enough.
Fräulein, do you not speak German?
No, I do not speak German. Why don't you drop that phony accent?
English. Are you English?
Only on my great-grandmother's side.
What are you doing here? Answer me.
Look here, don't you use that tone of voice to me. I don't like it.
Antworte mir!
Dear God.
What are you doing here?
But it can't be.
What cannot be? Answer me!
You are him.
My English, I do not know what you are saying.
You are Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
I'm either dreaming or crazy.
Crazy? Yeah, crazy. I know that word. You are crazy. An Englishwoman here, you are crazy. Why have you come here? No matter. To Berchtesgaden. Drive me back to Berchtesgaden.
Berchtesgaden?
The guard of mine. What I'll do with them. My elite guard. My own elite guard. Every man will be shot. I'm walking along the path. Sudden dizziness in my head. I close my eyes. I open my eyes. I'm on a strange road. And my guard? Gone. Gone where? Shot. Every one of them will be shot.
I wish to God that Hitler was here. And now he is.
I know it is a plot against me. Himmler, too. He will be shot. All of them. Faster. Drive me faster.
Drive you where?
Dumme Engländer, in Berchtesgaden. I told you, Berchtesgaden.
You don't know where you are, do you?
Do not ask me questions to Berchtesgaden.
I'm afraid I can't drive you there.
What?
I can't drive you there.
What is your name? Answer me.
Mary Runyon.
Mary? That is verboten. Your husband?
In the army.
So, there's a plot. One of my guardsmen with a Engländer in white, huh? Oh, no, you don't. Back, turn back, or I shoot.
It won't do any good to shove that gun against me.
Back. For the last time, I order you to turn back.
It wouldn't do any good to turn back.
I cannot drive a motor car. You must drive me. What were the words you say?
I said it wouldn't do any good to turn back.
Sie sind verrückt.
I don't know what that means, but there's no turning back. You're not where you think you are.
Stop saying that. Where am I?
America.
America? And why am I in America, crazy one?
Because I wish to God I had you here. And somehow God did it.
Ich bin der Führer. Ich bin der Führer. Der Führer, der Führer, der Führer, der Führer, der Führer.
I don't know what you said, but it doesn't make any difference. God did it, and you're in America. I'll prove it to you. I'll stop and show you.
No, do not stop.
Well, I'll prove it to you anyway. Turn on the spotlight and look at that sign.
Sign? What is sign?
Advertisement alongside of the road. There, we're passing it. You seem to know English. Can't you read?
The word? I do not know. All right. You will keep driving the motor car ahead. At the next patrol, you will stop. They will take care of you, you crazy Englander.
You still don't believe this isn't Germany. All right, at the crossroads ahead, I'll prove it to you.
No, go.
Stop poking that gun at me. There's the crossroads sign. Look at it.
You give orders to me?
Look at the sign. Read.
New York, 55. Boston, New York. New York?
I told you. Look at the car you're driving in. Can't you see it's American? And look at me. Can't you see I'm an American?
It cannot be. No! America? I, the Führer in America? That cannot be.
Is that any more impossible than the fact that almost all the people of Europe in just a few months have become slaves? And is it any more impossible that an ignorant Austrian house painter, you, has become their slaver?
Who are you?
I told you, Mary Runyon, an American. I just saw my husband off on a train. He's on his way to an army camp. I was so unhappy I started to think about you and the misery you brought to me, and I cried out to God. And here you are. That's all there seems to be to it.
America.
So it's really happened.
A plot.
I suppose you've always been afraid of a plot against you. But this time, God,
close your mouth, woman. Hitler. I am Hitler, the chosen one, the Führer of the world, Führer of the new order.
When I used to hear you on the radio, I thought you were a very funny little man.
I told you to close your mouth. I order it.
I don't think you're funny anymore. You've caused too many tears. No, you aren't funny at all, are you?
I will have you shot.
That's your usual solution, isn't it?
The plot. Himmler. Yeah, Himmler. He had me drugged. Brought to America.
Why are you laughing? Don't you believe you're in America?
Fools. All of them fools. They think they can get rid of me in America. You will drive me someplace. I will sit. I will hide. I will wait. And soon my army will be here. And I, their Führer, will come forth and confound the enemy.
As simple as that, is it?
Why do you talk? Listen to me. Plan. Everything is with plan. If I'm in America, so I will wait in America. My army, my Luftwaffe, they will be here. It is in the plan. You will put me someplace where I will be quite safe. I will wait.
Will I, really?
Oh, it will be your honor. In the new order, perhaps there will be a small place for you if it fits the great plan.
You aren't frightened at all, are you?
Frightened? Afraid? You simple woman, you. Have you not ears to hear the words I say? What have I to fear? America, South America, Canada? All will be part of my new order. All I must do is wait. It's in my geopolitic bureau's plans. The conquest of the world for the Deutsche Gesellschaft. Nothing has been forgotten.
Oh, that's where you're wrong.
What?
Oh, you have forgotten something. You and your planning bureau.
Nothing has been forgotten.
Oh, yes, it has.
What?
Look, Adolf, there ahead.
What?
Those lights. That's a factory working all night. That's part of the anger of America. Look at those lights. They're the lights of your doom.
Stop it. Do not say that word. Let them work. Let them work day, let them work night. I tell you, it is too late.
Oh, no, it isn't.
You woman. By what right do you disagree?
By what right? By every right.
Stop! I order you.
You stop ordering me and listen.
What?
You heard me. Listen. You said we were too late, and I suppose that was part of your plan to keep us from doing anything until it was too late. But I tell you, you're wrong. Look at those factories. The men and the women working there, they know they're not too late. Oh, you and your generals and your planning board. One thing, that Americans are people who don't get going until they're angry. As all America is angry now. As I am angry now. A month ago tonight, I was married. You hear that? Marriage. Do you know what marriage means? A man and a woman alive together. A life together. We're not going to have that life together, Michael and I. Oh, I'm not fooling myself. I know it. We're being cheated out of what everybody's right. Living together and growing together and having children and then why? Why? You and your gangsters. I prayed to God that you were here, and now I pray to God that you will die.
You will be shot. So, you're not so brave, huh?
I just realized. Yes, that's why he did it.
What?
That's why he did it. That's why he put you here.
Who is he?
God, that's why he did it.
Oh, who cares about your God? What are you saying? What are you thinking? Why is your face? What do you think you're going to do?
You're not so brave now.
Answer me!
I'm going to kill you.
What did you say?
I'm going to kill you.
Stop the motor. Stop the motor!
No.
Rick, stop the motor! Gun. I shoot you. Stop the motor. For the last time.
Wait a minute. Look.
Look at what?
The speedometer, the speed. Look at the speed we're going.
Stop. You crazy woman. You stop. I will shoot. I swear it. I will shoot.
At this speed? Oh, no, you won't.
I will shoot you for the last time.
All right, go ahead. Shoot. The steering wheel will go out of my hands and we'll both die. I want you to die.
Slow up the motor. Listen to me, the motor. Slow it up. I order you.
No.
Wait, don't listen to me. I am ordering you. I, the Führer.
You'll be the Führer of the worms.
They will pull you to pieces, my soldiers. One more chance. Listen to my order. Stop this car.
No.
Oh, you are a woman of one mind, eh? I understand you. Such a woman I can understand. I, too, have always been of one mind.
Have you really?
Yeah. To know what one has to do and to do it. You think you must kill me. But even as the whole world, you have a great, what is the word, admiration for me, no?
No.
The speed so great. If you could slow down so I could talk to you.
No.
But it's not of myself I'm thinking, it's of you.
Really?
Yeah, you can believe me on my honor. I'm thinking of your safety. If you would just slow down a little, whatever your plan is to kill me, I do not know. But if you will slow down just a little, so that I can explain certain matters to you. I swear that I will take no advantage. I assure you, Fräulein, as a gentleman
Stop.
and as an officer...
Stop it, I tell you.
What?
You're wasting your breath. I heard you the first time.
When?
Just before you march into the Sudetenland.
Oh.
Czechoslovakians, I am thinking of your safety. If you will give me Sudetenland, I swear to you I will take no advantage. You can believe me on my honor. Remember?
Those were different times.
Yes, you were in the driver's seat.
Fräulein, woman, I do not know what your plan is to kill me, but you must slow down. You must listen to me. I told you, you are a woman I can understand and admire, and so I can talk to you and explain. You and I have no quarrel. We must stand shoulder to shoulder against our common enemies.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They persecute us. They want to take away what you have. Their long fingers reach to all the nations. I alone stand between them and you. I alone will save you from the Bolshevism.
Stop.
What?
I've heard that line before, too.
Huh?
At Munich. Appease me, brothers, and I'll save you from the menace of the Russians. Or don't you remember?
Oh, you do not understand me.
No?
Yeah, that is a difficulty. America does not understand me. I am a good, simple man. I think only of the people. If you could understand me, you could explain me to America. You could be the hero of all America.
Mrs. Quisling?
Do not talk. Listen to me. I told you, I admire you. I admire few women. I give you great honor. I do not know how you intend to kill me, but if you would slow down and stop the motor, I could work out some great, how you say, advantage to you.
Do tell me.
You are a wise woman. I interest you, huh? You could have money, beautiful houses, jewelry. We have only the best.
The best that you could steal.
Woman, will you listen? Why should you kill me? Soon I will no longer be the leader. Why then kill me?
What do you say?
Oh, it is the truth. Peace is coming. Peace. A glorious peace. And I will step down from my high place to bring this peace. Well, why do you just look ahead? Slow down the car, woman.
I know of that peace. Phony peace. Yes, the phony peace that will come when you and your gangsters think you are beaten. You will go back to Berchtesgaden and they will say, look, we have thrown over Hitler. Peace, it's wonderful. But it won't be wonderful. The minute we believe and put down our guns, you'll start a new war. A more terrible one. You won't fool us with your phony peace, Adolf. Believe me.
Stop it! Stop the motor! My nerves! I cannot endure the speed! Tell me. You must tell me, where are you driving? What are you going to do to me?
Keep on driving straight ahead.
And then?
A few miles ahead, the road turns to the right. But we won't turn to the right. We'll keep going straight ahead into a concrete wall. A concrete wall.
No, you won't. You cannot. If I die, you die. You would not do that. I know it. You would not.
You're so positive I won't die to kill you, aren't you? Oh, well, you're wrong as you've always been about America and Americans. I'll die to kill you gladly. Any one of us would die to put an end to you. Oh, you'd better start believing that, Adolf Hitler, because in a few minutes you're going to die. You're going to die.
Nein.
Do believe.
No, you will not kill me. Ich darf nicht sterben. I am the leader of the world. Ich bin der Herr der Welt, der Meister, der Führer. Es ist mein Schicksal. It was my destiny. I'm afraid to die. Lieber Gott, I'm afraid to die. Ich fürchte den Tod mehr an mich nicht. Do not kill me. Do not.
Michael, listen, he's crying. Michael, I started this trip talking to you as if you were here, and I'm ending it that way. If you could hear him, Michael. He's crying. Tears from such a creature aren't the same as tears from other people, are they? I never could stand tears, Michael, could I? But his tears are unclean. Yes, Michael, that's what it is. He's something unclean. Something out of a part of mankind's... Yes, out of a part of mankind's past history. The brutality, the cruelty we thought would never come back into the world. I'm going to kill him, Michael, in just a few seconds more. Kill him and rid the world of him. Oh, I know that killing him won't solve the whole problem, Michael. When he's gone, the symbol of the terrible thing he stands for will be gone, and the blinded people on his side will be frightened, and the people on our side will fight harder, and we'll win faster. Oh, we'll win faster. And then there'll be a peace, a real peace. And the little people all over the world will make sure this time that it's a peace with wisdom. A peace where everyone in the world has what he needs. And then there'll never be Hitlers again. Never, never. Michael, listen to him. He's so frightened he can't talk. And I'm frightened, too. I see it up ahead. The wall where the road turns. I'm not going to turn, Michael. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. He's got to die. God wants him to die.
Easy now. Easy. Put her down here.
Watch out for her.
Put her down gentle. Now the flashlight. Turn it on her face. I want to see. Oh, no.
He's dead, huh?
No.
Huh?
Look, her eyes. She's opening her eyes. No, lady. No, don't try to sit up.
No, she shouldn't sit up.
Now, quiet, everybody. She's trying to say something. What is it, miss?
I hear.
Miss, please, don't try to sit up. You'll hurt. You'll...
No, I'm all right.
But you can't be. In a crash, that
I'm
car...
all right, I tell you. Where is he?
He? Oh, who are you talking about?
The man in the car with me. Where is he? Don't just look at me. Tell me where he is.
Lady, I don't get it. A crack up like that is... You ain't even scratched.
Tell me where he is. Somebody tell me, where is that man?
Lady, there wasn't anybody in the car with you.
What?
I tell you, there wasn't anybody in the car with you. Was there?
No, I saw her. She was alone in the car.
Lady, don't look at me like that. I'm telling you, I was by your car a minute after you smashed up. I give you my word, there was nobody in the car with you.
I prayed to God that he was here, and he was.
Huh?
And then I prayed to God that he was dead. Maybe. Officer, help me up. Quickly.
But, lady, you shouldn't...
Quickly, I tell you. I've got to get into town. I've got to see tomorrow morning's newspaper.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Miss Betty Davis in Adolf and Ms. Runyon. With Miss Davis was Hans Conried. This is Arch Obler speaking, and the reason I'm talking directly to you this afternoon is that this play with Betty Davis was the final of this special series of wartime plays I've been writing and producing for the National Broadcasting Company these 20 weeks. I want to publicly thank Betty Davis, as well as the many other artists, great and small, who have contributed their efforts in these plays. Plays written for one purpose only, to help you and ourselves understand more clearly the enemy we are fighting against and the peace we are fighting for. To Gordon Jenkins, who has written so many brilliant musical scores, a low bow. And many thanks to Charles Danton's fine orchestra. Thanks, too, to Bob Brooke, Frank Bingman, Harry Sass, and the Hollywood Victory Committee. When I originally started to write these plays, I intended to do only 8 of them. Because of the wonderful response from you and the radio editors all over the country, we have done 20 consecutive original plays. And so for a while, goodbye and thank you.
Plays for American came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
A happy time. A week after Germany had surrendered and a wonderful actress named Ingrid Bergman stood wide-eyed in front of a microphone and spoke of that strangest of wonderful mornings, that strange morning when mankind had hope once more.
From Hollywood, California, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and the Hollywood Victory Committee, brings you a special broadcast starring Miss Ingrid Bergman and written and directed by Arch Obler. The special musical score is by Gordon Jenkins.
This program is dedicated to you who know that any future sacrifice you make for the rest of your life, be it every worldly possession you own, can never equal the price paid by the man who died to bring you victory in Europe, who will die to bring you victory in Japan.
This is a story of victory. It was born in the air battle of Britain. It grew through Stalingrad, Tunisia, Cassino, the beachheads of Normandy, up the Rhone Valley across France, through the Siegfried Line. This is a story of victory.
It's all over.
Put up the map of Japan. Here, Ahita, here we go.
What if I could get into a B-29? I wonder how soon my division will head for home.
I like a crack at the Jap. Oh, what are you going to do? Put a 75 on your wheelchair?
Funny, man, I'm going to be out of here in a week.
Hey, who told you?
Hey, listen, you guys. They say that Stalin flew to Berlin.
It's Kettlebutt, Fred. It's Kettlebutt, as they say in the good old Navy. Hey, here comes Miss Stewart.
Hi, good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow. No, you can't deny.
Not so noisy the rest of the hospital.
How about a B-Day date, Scotty?
Oh, the heck with the date. Let's get married.
All right.
Hey, here comes the doctor.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. At ease, man. At ease. After all, this is a hospital and all this excitement, you know.
Well, Doc, how soon can I get out of here? My squadron will be moving to the Pacific. How about me,
Doc?
Doc?
Wait a minute, Doc. Man. Now, supposing you have one more song, and then all of you back to your own wards.
Oh, but Doc, Germany out of the war, and you expect us to...
He's the doctor. One more song, he says. How about Happy Days
Are Here Again?
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Stewart.
I'd hate to take their temperatures now. They waited a long time for this. Doctor, did I say something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that no one has told them.
Them?
I don't know how. To go into their rooms and announce that it's over. I don't know how.
Should I?
These men,
They know that soon they'll be with their own outfits or going home. But those others...
Doctor, I said, may I tell them?
You?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. Thank you, Miss Stewart.
Who is it?
It's Miss Stewart, Freddie. How are you?
I'm all right.
May I sit and talk to you?
I'd like that.
Thank you. Sleep well last night?
Yes. I was hoping you'd come in.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in sooner. There's been all sorts of excitement.
Excitement?
Mm-hmm. You see, Freddie, it's finally happened. Germany's out of the war. Freddie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Yes, thank you. Did it rain last night?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I thought I heard rain. I guess they're underwater.
What?
40 acres down by the creek. My father tried to drain that land ever since I was a pup. It's full of cattails and frogs. One bullfrog, he must have been a foot across. I called him Sitting Bull. We could hear him all the way up to the house. Mother said he was better than the church organ. You know something? We drained a swamp at Saipan. In 3 days, the forts were landing there. 3 days. And my dad's been trying for 20 years. So I was good on Saipan. You planted a seed, and overnight it was up. We had almost 5 acres. Even tomatoes and corn. I was in charge. It's so funny.
What, Freddie?
Lying here, all I think about are things like that. Green things and black dirt. That's very funny. Back home, I never paid much attention to it. I did my chores. That's all. But now I only seem to want to remember what was growing. I don't know why I think about it. I just do. Maybe it's because now that it's so dark all the time, I've got to think about things growing in the sun. Maybe it's because that was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. That the earth was good even on an island in the middle of the ocean. Did you say it was victory?
Yes.
If I get home, I can help my father. I can show him how to drain the land. I know how to do it now. 40 acres. There'll be so many more to feed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I've something to tell you.
I know.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but how?
Through the window, I could hear them singing. It can only mean one thing, or am I wrong again?
No, the word just came.
That's great.
Yes.
The doctor told me not to turn my head. Are you sitting down?
You want me to?
If you have time.
Of course.
Because it's today, will you tell me something?
Whatever you want to know.
How long will I be here?
I don't know.
Honestly?
Yes, Sam, honestly.
I didn't ask for the reason the others do. I asked because I want to know how much longer I can stay here.
Stay? Here?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you want to go home?
No, ma'am.
Oh, but why? By the time you're released, you'll be all right. New healthy tissue, heart, out of your scar.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Sam.
What good would that be?
Do me some good, perhaps. Of all the boys on this floor, I've known you the least. Is it your family?
No. I like to be with them.
Oh, Sam. Because it's today. Please tell me.
When I was born, I had all the world. Yeah. A little black baby only in the world. I lost it fast. Get out of the way, nigga. No black boys wanted. You know the story. Soon I wasn't even in the world. Then the army. Well, maybe a crazy hour I thought I was part of things again, but do I have to tell you? And then that Nazi floating around up there saw me in my oil truck riding the Red Ball Express. He went into a dive and got me in his sights and pressed the trigger and then there was nothing. But all at once there was. I was in a bed, others all around me. And nobody said, get out, black boy, one side nigger. Somebody said, nice going, fella. And the guy next to me stuck a cigarette in my lips and somebody else lit it. And I was back in the world again. I've been there ever since, on the hospital ship, in the train, and here. They talk to me. Sam, what's your opinion of this? Sam, how about that? Sam, talk to us. Sam, tell us. Me, Sam. So hooray for the day, but I want to stay here. I want to stay here.
Tom? Do you mind if I sit here and talk to you?
Huh? Who?
Miss Stewart.
Dorothy?
No, it's Miss Stewart, Tom.
Where have you been?
Tom, I have some wonderful news for you.
I'll tell you something. I was going to be angry with you. I'm not at all.
Angry?
Dorothy, don't ever keep me waiting again. Please.
Oh.
Did you get all the stuff?
Why, yes.
It's going to be a wonderful day. I've looked forward to it.
Have you?
Now stop worrying about Mary Ann. She'll be all right.
Yes, of course.
After all, my mother knows how to take care of babies. Look at me. Now, let's look at the timetable. There it is. 11:10, about 3 or 4 minutes, and we're off. Dad, why don't you say something?
I'm glad we're going.
No. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said something else. Dad, say what you said then. Say it.
Oh. I don't remember.
I see you. I know you're here. Your voice is so far away.
I'm here.
Is the train coming?
Not yet.
Oh, Dot, I love you so much. All right, let him put a bronze tablet here on this spot on June 6, 1940. A man made love to his wife, end quote. Why'd I have to make a joke about it? Is there something wrong with my loving you more than 2 years ago? Stand close to me, Don. No, there's no one around. Oh, darling, every day is better for us, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Tom.
Lift your face.
Yes.
If you weren't here, I couldn't stand it. It's been terrible, Dot. My face, I keep thinking... Aren't we a handsome couple? Aren't we a handsome couple? Why do I keep thinking that? What's wrong with my face?
Try to sleep, Tom.
I can hardly hear you, but you're here. Your face so close, I can feel you, warm.
Sleep, Tom.
Such a handsome couple, such a handsome couple, such a... Dot, don't come too close to my face. Not too close, Dot.
It's all right.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
The handsomest couple?
Yes.
Your lips.
Yes, Tom.
Hiya, Scotty. Come on in.
Good morning, Larry.
Larry Darling, Scotty. Always Larry Darling.
Oh, you need an ice pack.
No, I need to talk to you. Please, will you?
That's why I came here.
I knew it was my lucky day the minute I opened my eyes. Why, I bet even the custard will taste good today.
Yes, Larry, yes. Something has happened today.
Happened? What?
Germany's out of the war.
Absolutely?
Absolutely.
Well, what do you know?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, are the fellas tearing up the place?
Yes, just about.
Oh, boy. I can just see them back home. What a time they must be having. Running around. Tonight they'll be dancing.
Larry, don't.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm okay. Fact of the matter is, I'm better than that. I got it all laid out like a blueprint. A right arm. That's all I got, and that's all I'll need. Sure. A right arm to hold a girl, to write a check. Oh, no, Scotty. No, don't look like that. I tell you, I'm fine. With the money that's coming to me when I get out of here, all those GI checks I never got a chance to spend, I'm going in business. For myself.
Oh, no, you didn't tell me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Have a card. Larry Edmonds. General Sherman's and Jeeps repaired while you wait. Amphibious tanks especially.
Oh, auto repairs?
And filling stations.
Oh.
Notice I said stations. Mm-hmm. Look, the way I got it doped out, the minute they take gasoline off ration, and the whole United States is going to get into the automobile and start going. And they're going to keep going until they wear out all the ants in their pants. I mean...
Well, I understand.
well, what I mean is, everybody's built up a want to go places. Well, like me, every day lying here. I've been walking every street I ever walked and visiting every place I've ever gone to. You know.
Yes, I know.
So I've located just the corner where I'm going to put that first super service station. And I know just the guys that used to be in my outfit to turn the pumps and pull the wrenches. One station, and if it goes okay, as it will, I'll start another one. Then another one. Then, well, gosh, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be one of them tycoons.
Well, of course you will. And I'd like to get in on the ground floor.
No kidding.
No kidding.
I have got a chance, haven't I? To get places? Oh, sure I have. I'll sit behind a desk and use the brains I got instead of worrying about the legs I haven't got. And I'll figure out new ways and shortcuts to keep automobiles going the way I used to do with the tanks. And I'll build up a big business and keep spreading out. And I can't, miss. I can't. Can I, Miss Stewart?
Hello, Captain?
Go away.
Oh, but I want...
I told them no one was to come in here but the doctor.
Yes,
I told them.
Please, Captain,
For God's sake, can't I be left alone? Haven't I earned that at least? Haven't I?
Well, I just...
Haven't I? Why don't you leave me alone?
No, please.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry.
Tell me. I want to know.
It's been a strange morning.
Why?
The reason I came here. I have news for you.
News?
From Germany. It's over.
When?
We got word just a little while ago.
You've been going around on this floor? Telling us?
Yes.
I'm sorry for what I...
Oh, no, it's all right. It's all right.
Are
they tearing up telephone books and parading up and down the streets?
I haven't been out.
So it's really here.
Yes.
Doug. This would have been a day for Doug. He'd have buzzed unto Den Linden itself. Doug's day. Not mine.
Oh, of course it
No,
is.
to Doug it was a game that ended at the goalposts of Berlin. Maybe if I got my throat cut outside Aachen the way he did, it would have been my day, too.
Oh.
But I lasted a little longer than that. Long enough to see a mountain of shoes, hundreds of thousands. Every pair meant a human being that had been shoved into an incinerator for the crime of daring to live. I lived long enough to see row and row of quiet children where the flamethrowers had left them. I lived long enough to see Doug with his hands tied behind his back and his throat cut. I hate this day. Because now we'll stop killing them. The sentimentalists will begin. They'll stand on righteousness and wave the words of charity, pity, and compassion. And the grass will grow over the murdered, and the cities will be rebuilt. And the torn throats, and the whipped backs, and the screams, and the bloody marks on the walls will be forgotten. Yes, forgotten, because only a few of us saw those things with our own eyes. Forgotten because our people never had hatred poured into their veins with the death of their wives and their children. I hate this day. For now the forgetting begins.
Stewart, I've been looking for you. I wanted to...
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
I should have gone myself.
No, I wanted to go. I wanted to go. When the news came, it was hard to believe what we had waited for. But it was true. And suddenly everything became wonderful in a way it hadn't been for a very long time. We'd beaten the Huns. We'd finally beaten the Huns. The rest was up to the peace commissions and the governmental experts and the statesmen. Freddie, Sam Jones, Tom, Larry Edmonds, the captain. I wanted to bring them the news because they'd paid with their bodies for this day in terrible ways. And so, the happiness belonged to them. I thought that. But, Doctor, they don't need today. We need it. This day's for us. Those of us in America who lived through a war and knew no pain. I was crying before, yes. Yes. For that soldier lying up there in the dark and telling me that he hated today. Hated it. Because now we would listen again to the self-seekers and the sentimentalists and begin to forget. Doctor, that can't be true. We've got to start remembering. First, the enemy to the east. The enemy that dreams that in this day of happiness we here will forget them and their tortures and murders. Yes, we've got to remember them. The enemy in the east yet to be beaten. The one in the west that twice in our lifetime tried to destroy our civilization. We've got to remember them, every face, every name, so that there will be no place on earth left for them to hide, to cry out for a mercy that would make the dead rise up in protest. We've got to remember our responsibilities in a world that has grown as small as the house we live in. And the people in that house We've got to remember we can only live together with them in fairness and mutual decency. I think we've got enough remembering to do for the rest of our lives and the lives of our children. Yes, this day is for us.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the third broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
Everyone is talking about the post-war home. Houses that'll be bought in packages and erected while you wait with a tack hammer and a button hook. They talk about vacuum glass walls and radiant heating and coal lighting and organic living and kitchen sinks, which will include everything but the kitchen sink. I read these notes about the brave new house, and then I heard a song. And by that peculiar reverse alchemy of a playwright's mind, I've written a play, which my friend Raymond Massey will now bring you, which is about the house I live in, but which has nothing to do with plastics or packaged conveniences, but which has to do with a man's heart.
I want to tell you about the house I live in. I want to tell you how the house that had been mine lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, the house was gone.
Was it a bomb that fell?
Bomb? Bomber over Elm Street, USA.
But you say your house disappeared. How did it disappear?
I'm going to tell you. The morning began as so many others had begun since Tom and Elsa had gone. Again, I hadn't slept. I opened the front door, stood on the front porch, and watched the daylight slowly wake up the street. It had rained during the night. I had listened to every drop. And now the light lit up the wet leaves as the trees shook themselves in the morning wind. Another day, and I was waiting for 8 o'clock.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today.
You sure? Perhaps the letter...
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. Maybe it'll come tomorrow.
I already knew about tomorrow.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. You know, it takes a long time for a letter to get to Elm Street from Japan.
I went back into the house. Chairs, table, sofa. The piano Elsa had played. The piano Elsa had played. I went upstairs. Tom's room just as it had been. His bed, his typewriter on the desk, his track shoes hanging from the side of that chair he had made in manual training. Just the way it had been that last night.
Sure, Dad, sure, all packed. Come on in, sit down. Socks? What do I want to take more socks for? But, Dad, didn't you ever hear of GI issue? Say, Dad, will you do something for me? All this junk here, will you hand it out to those Margolis kids down the street? Yeah. Yeah, the baseball and the mitt. Remember when I broke my thumb on that hot liner? Oh, you better not give them the football until fall, because if you give it to them now, there won't be much of it left by then. Hey, Dad, did you hear about that? I'm getting farsighted. Dad, my track shoes, everything but my track shoes. I'll be doing a little running when I get back, if I'm still young enough. Me and my long gray beard doing the high hurdles. Oh, come on, Dad, it isn't as bad. Well, look, I'll be back soon. Don't you read the papers? What? Well, this war with the Japolas won't last 6 months once I get over there. Dad, well, this is just a guess, but I got a hunch we'll be starting to bomb Tokyo soon. Well, it's just a hunch, but if it happens, I'm going to be in on it, and, well, I'll send you a bird's-eye picture of the Emperor's horse. Dad, something else. And we almost got married last week, and then we didn't. Yeah. Oh, no, it was me. I wanted her to have a chance to change her mind if I stayed away too long. And she found out that absence didn't make the heart. Well, you know, if she needs anything, well, keep an eye on her, will you? Thanks. How much time have I got left? Is that all? Your watch, you sure your watch? Okay. I just want to sit here a little bit and look around. Yeah. Funny, I've always had so much time. Now I've only got enough to sit here. It's a swell room. A good house. And a good life. Hey, hearts and flowers. Okay, Dad, get the car out. I'm all ready to go.
Ready to go. Ready to go where? Tom, if I only knew where you were. Or if you were. Elsa's room. The silly room, I'd call it, with its frippery, billowing curtains, cretonne flounces on the dressing table at which she'd sat so many times, covering with glamour a face that was so very young.
Of course, Dad, come on in. Dad, do you think this makeup's too dark? My lipstick? I know it's red. It's the reddest I could get. Oh, Dad, this is a terrible thing to say, but I'm going to miss dressing up like this. Oh, that's silly. It's a beautiful uniform and a beautiful chance, and I want it. I miss all the frills. If they heard me talk, they'd pull up the gangplank before I got there. Tomorrow? 6 o'clock. Dad, I'd rather you didn't come down to the station. No, it isn't that. I just don't want... Dad, please. Just the way you did when Tom... Just let me go alone. Thank you, darling. Dad, I may not get another chance, so I'll say it again. Please, please don't forget to take the coffee pot off the stove every morning. If you burn the bottom out of it, I'll... All right, I believe you. And eat right, Dad. Vegetables. Please have at least one vegetable a day. And beer isn't a vegetable. If I come back and find you as fat as Patty's pig, I'm going to... Oh, Dad, I wish I had another week. Even another day. Make sure you'll be all right. I think I've arranged everything about the meals and the laundry and about the cleaning. If I were only sure you'd be all right. Oh, I shouldn't talk like that. You'll be all right, and I'll be all right, and Tom is all right. Hey, gosh, I'm late for my date. Turn out the lights for me, will you, Dad?
Everything as it had been. But now a place I couldn't stay in. Out into the street, to walk as I had done so many times before, until the circle of my aimless steps brought me back to this empty house I lived in. I had made the walk so many times. 50 steps and that silly little Pekingese of Mrs. Englehart's would see me pass and yap at me. Another dozen steps and the broken piece of sidewalk in front of the Andrews place. Then the iron picket fence Tom used to run along when he was small, banging his stick along the iron pickets as he ran, so half the neighborhood knew his Nibs was free of school for another day. I passed a big oak tree where Elsa would stand with her girlfriends when she was very young and giggle when the latest football hero passed. Laughter. Children's laughter. They'd laugh, too. They'd been full of laughter, my children.
Oh, no.
Tom, this one. Look at this one.
Holy... Oh, wait a minute. Give me that.
Oh, no.
Dad, make her give it to me. Elsa, give it.
Oh, no. This one goes to your commanding officer.
Elsa, if you don't give me that picture...
It's a museum.
Elsa, I'm coming around that table and break your neck.
Listen, Tragstar, I won't do you any good. I've got duplicates.
No, Elsa. Dad, don't just stand there. Do something.
Taking any chances. Got 2 dozen printed up.
Oh, Dad, you shouldn't have given it.
He said to clean out the drawer, so I did.
Oh, but Elsa...
I'll mail it to Hap Arnold, and they'll paint it on the nose of your bum.
Oh, my sister, you snake in the grass.
Pretty words won't get you anywhere.
Please.
This makes up for every time you paddled me.
Elsa.
Oh, Dad, this is the most wonderful going-away present.
Elsa, dear.
My beautiful, conceited brother at the age of 3 riding naked on a white horse. Oh, brother.
My steps went past the children's laughter. The endless circle of my aimless steps. Johnson's boy suddenly was there, walking alongside of me.
Can I walk with you, Mr. Rogers?
All right.
I heard a funny joke today. A man was riding along and he got lost. You know, he didn't know where he was, and he went up to a farmer and he said to the farmer, "Where's the road to town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to the other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to some other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "You don't know much, do you?" And the farmer said, "No, but I ain't lost." Funny joke, huh, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, very funny.
I got a new harmonica.
Have you?
Do you play the harmonica?
No.
I can. My ma said, "Please get out of the house if you're going to play that. I got a headache." Why do heads ache, Mr. Rogers?
Loud noises, unnecessary conversations, worry.
You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
What's that song you were playing? A moment ago.
I don't know. You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
Play your harmonica, son.
Okay.
He kept playing as he walked alongside of me. Suddenly I realized that his eyes were on me, as if he wanted to say something to me, yet was afraid to speak. And then he did speak.
You take such big steps, Mr. Rogers.
Sorry. That better?
Yes.
You going anywhere in particular, son?
No, sir.
No school today?
Saturday.
Oh, I forgot.
You didn't know it was Saturday?
Sometimes one day gets to be like another.
Mr. Rogers, listen, you must wait. Jimmy Doolittle go over with 1,000 flying forts, and he'll get Tom out. You just wait and see. Jimmy Doolittle get him away from those Japs. Honest, he will.
And then he was gone. kept on walking. Then, this thought. The boy, this neighbor boy, his meeting and walking with me had not been accidental. He had wanted to walk with me and say what he had said. 1,000 flying fortresses, headed up by Superman, I suppose, with Tarzan of the Apes leading a charge of elephants toward my son's prison camp. Prison camp. I didn't even know if he was in a prison camp. Those devils. What had they done to my son?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. How are you this morning? I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Gibson.
A woman. Yes, a neighbor. I'd seen her once or twice as I'd walk by. And now she was there walking with me, a grocery bag in her arm, and talking to me.
Must have rained quite hard last night.
Yes, it did.
All the rain this spring has certainly done wonders for our lawns. I've noticed yours. It's very lovely.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole problem is to get someone to do the mowing. I saw you talking to little David Miller. I guess the smaller boys of this neighborhood will come into their own this year. What with the 12 and 14-year-olds all going off to help on the farms during their vacations.
If the grass grows tall, there will be no harm.
No, of course. No. Did you hear about the Griffith boy?
No.
He was out flying a kite, and it fell across those high-tension wires over on Oak Street. And he and some of the other boys got a ladder and put it across the telephone and telegraph post, and they were halfway up when Mr. Griffith came along. The Griffith boy had a metal fishing rod that he was going to use to lift the kite off the wires. Can you imagine that? He'd have been electrocuted if Mr. Griffith hadn't just happened to leave work early that day. If you ever expect them to grow up, you certainly have to watch your children every minute. I mean, I'm sorry. Mr. Rogers, I wonder if I could ask you something.
Yeah?
Well, I know your daughter Elsa has been overseas for a long time, but my daughter Peggy is joining up, and you can understand how excited I've been. I was wondering if you could tell me anything that would...
You were saying?
I was just finding an excuse to talk to you. Peggy's joined up and gone, and I've watched you walk by my house every day. And today I started off to market just at this time, just so that I could have an excuse to tell you that Mr. Gibson and I would like very much to have you come to dinner some night this week. No, don't say yes or no now. Just think about it, and whenever you'd like to come over, just let us know. Goodbye.
She turned and went. I'd walked along this street morning after morning, hundreds of mornings from the day after the news came that Tom wouldn't be back, and Elsa left the house to join up. Morning after morning, and all was it had been alone. And now this, a boy, a woman, childish prattle, feminine dinner-making. What was this today? Suddenly I heard that tune again, the one the boy had been playing. One of the houses along the street, a Negro woman singing as she swept the front porch.
The house I live in, the friends that I have found, the folks beyond the railroad, and the people all around, the farmer and the worker, the sailor on the sea, the men who built this country, that's America to me. The house I live in,
my neighbors, white and black, the people who just came here, or from generations back, the town hall and the soapbox, the torch of liberty, a home for all God's children. That's America to me. The words of old Abe Lincoln, of Jefferson and Payne, of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the tasks that still remain. Our little bridge at Concord, where freedom's fight began, our Gettysburg and Midway, and the story of Bataan. The house I live in, the goodness everywhere, a land of wealth and beauty, with enough for all to share. The house that we call freedom, the home of liberty, with a promise for tomorrow. That's a miracle to me.
The house I lived in was an empty house.
It's a wonderful song, isn't it, Mr. Rogers?
I turned. Who? And then I saw it was Anne. My Tom's Anne.
I said, that's a wonderful song.
Hello, Anne.
Hello. You going anywhere in particular?
I was just walking.
Mind if I walk with you?
No. Of course not. I'm glad to see you. How have you been?
Fine, Mr. Rogers. Fine.
I haven't seen you for quite some time.
Almost a year.
Has it been that long?
Yes, it has.
I had no idea.
Mother and I have wanted very much to see you.
I'm sorry. I've been very busy.
I know. Your war work. Yet surely you could have found some time to come visit us.
I'm sorry.
It's going well.
What's going well?
The war.
Is it?
Did you know it rained last night?
Yes, I know.
I opened my window and lay on the bed and watched it. It was a strange sort of rain. So soft and fine. It wasn't as if it was rain at all. When it began to get light, every drop seemed to be dancing as it fell.
You didn't sleep?
I was thinking. Mr. Rogers, we've missed you very much. Why didn't you come see us?
I'm sorry, dear. I don't go out these days at all. I go down to the plant. I do everything I can. When I come home, I like to shut the door and be quite alone. I'm sure you understand.
Yet each morning you come out of the house and walk the street.
How do you know that?
I've watched you. We all have. You're very lonely, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, I am.
I was, too.
Was? You heard from Tom?
No, I didn't.
Then the War Department, why should they write you? Why not me? Why didn't
Mr.
they...
Mr. Rogers, please, there's been nothing. No letter.
Then what? Tell me.
I don't know how.
I see. All right, that's natural. Why not? You've been away so long. Why shouldn't you find someone else?
Oh, no, that's not it. Of course not.
Why won't you understand?
Understand what? You say you're not lonely anymore, and I'm supposed to understand. Understand what? That you're young, that you can forget. But can I forget my son? Can I forget what he said, how he looked, how he... What have I got left but a lonely house?
I stopped being lonely the day one of the neighborhood women, stopped me on the street. He asked me where she and some of the others could send packages to Tom.
Our Tom?
Yes, ours.
I don't understand. Why should they... What was Tom to them?
Tom mattered to a lot of people on this street. I suddenly began to realize that he mattered on many other streets where they didn't know his name or who he was.
Why, Ann? Why?
Because Tom isn't just ours anymore. What had happened to him mattered to everybody back home who has a sweetheart in this war. Or a husband. Or a son.
The house that I lived in lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, my empty house was gone. And suddenly a new house arose, and it was filled with people. All the people to whom Tom mattered, even though they'd never seen him, or didn't even know his name. All the people whose hearts were filled with the work and the troubles and the hopes of this war that my son and my daughter, and I, were fighting. So this is the house I live in, a house of people. And there can be no walls, for sorrow knows no walls. And determined knows no walls. And there are no walls for faith.
Just heard Raymond Massey in The House I Live In, a new play by Arch Oboler. Included in the cast with Mr. Massey were Ann Shepard, Alfred Ryder, Mercedes McCambridge, and Hester Sundergaard. The song, The House I Live In, was written by Earl Robinson and Lewis Allen and was sung by Miss Hope Foy. The original music was set by Gordon Jenkins, and the orchestra was conducted by Sylvan Levin. Next week, from Hollywood, Mr. Oboler will bring you an original comedy entitled Love, 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 which is subtitled An Excursion into the Gentle Art. This will be the fourth in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. To conclude the program, Sylvan Levin and the orchestra bring you excerpts from Gordon Jenkins' original tone poem, This Living Book, dedicated to the free men of the free nations who are now meeting in San Francisco to plan a free tomorrow. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual presents Arch Obler's Plays. Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the fourth broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays, told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Obler.
Tonight, not because I know anything about it, but as a sort of a mutual investigation into a most delightful subject, may we discuss the subject of I love you. Yes, an excursion into the subject of love.
Love. The dictionary has many definitions for it.
Love. Pronounced love. Meaning a strong, complex emotion or feeling, causing one to crave the presence or possession of the object.
Yeah, I know. Craving. Craving the possession of, well, like in the moon pictures.
What do you want?
What do you think?
I don't think.
I bet you're thinking now.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yes.
It's warm for this time of year for Casablanca.
It could be warmer.
Look, why don't you find yourself some nice young guy with them orange blossoms in his teeth?
Do I have to say it?
Why not?
I love you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Okay, I'll be in my room. If you want me.
Yeah. I know.
Love. Pronounced love. Meaning the yearning of the soul toward what is regarded as good from any point of view.
I know just what you mean. The yearning of the soul. I listen to it every morning while I wash the dishes.
And so your neck, too, will be a clean neck, a wholesome neck. A neck which will make all your neighbors say,
How I wish I had a neck like Mrs. Jones. Maybe I, too, should use corrosive silk plates.
And now, we bring you today's episode of Plain Jane, the girl who might have been you. Yesterday, as you remember, Plain Jane discovered that Mark Pemberton, the motion picture producer, really was not Mark Pemberton at all, but George Metcalf, a promoter who was wanted by the FBI. Heartbroken, Plain Jane Addams left the DA's office. Her fondest dreams shattered against a rock of harsh reality.
Jane, are you crying?
Yes.
Jane, I'm surprised at you.
Oh, Mother, leave me alone.
I'm older than you are, and there are certain things which I simply must tell you.
Tell me how I can get Mark Pemberton back again.
Jane, I'm surprised at you. A grown girl.
A grown girl. That's it. Grown, but a child. Have I ever had...
But, Jane, there is time.
There is no time. Love is now. Oh, Mother, last night as I walked home, I looked at the stars, and they were talking to me, saying, Jane, live. Live now. Live to the fullest. Oh, Mother, leave me alone. Please go and leave me alone.
All right, if that's what you want.
Oh, Mark, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. I'll be so lonely. Lonely. The hours into days, into weeks, into months, into years, into decades. Will you ever come back to me, my love? I only love.
Will Mark Pemberton return to Jane? Or is she doomed to an eternity of yearning for the love which, like quicksilver, cannot be grasped? Tune in tomorrow for our next episode of this great story, Plain Jane.
Definition: love, pronounced love, the sublimest and holiest spiritual affection.
The sublimest and holiest. Yes, of course, is in the play. Untouched by reality, the playwright's dream, the actor's simulation, all suspended in the chalice of the theater.
Cyrano de Bergerac. It is the third act. Cyrano, he of the ugly nose, has been mortally wounded by his enemies. He comes to visit the lovely Roxanne, whom he has silently loved these many years.
Oh, Cyrano. After 14 years, late for the first time.
Yes. Yes, unhappily my delay was caused by...
By what?
A visitor, most unexpected.
Unexpected and tiresome, I suppose.
Yes, unexpected. Although he was a very old acquaintance.
You sent him away?
For the time being, yes. I said, excuse me, this is Saturday. I have a previous engagement, one I cannot miss even for you. Come back an hour from now.
Well, your friend will have to wait. I shall not let you go till dark.
Perhaps a little before dark, I must go.
Cyrano, you think?
No, it's nothing truly.
But...
my old wound, sometimes...
Oh, my poor friend.
It's nothing. It'll soon be gone. It is gone.
We all have our old wounds. I have mine. Here. An old letter.
His letter. Will you let me read it?
Read his letter? After all these years?
Yes, I do wish to read it today.
All right. Here.
Farewell, Roxanne, because today I die.
The way you read.
I know that it will be today, my own dearly beloved. And my heart still so heavy with love I've not told. And I die without telling you. No more shall my eyes drink the sight of you like wine. Never more with a look that is a kiss follow the sweet grace of you.
How you read it, his letter.
I remember now the way you have of pushing back a lock of hair with one hand from your forehead. And my heart cries out.
His letter. And you read it.
Cries out and keeps crying. Farewell, my dear. My dearest.
How can you read it now? It is dark. How can you read it?
Roxanne.
It was you. Not he who wrote me, but you.
No, Roxanne, no.
It was you.
I swear.
I understand everything now. The letters, that was you.
No.
And the dear, foolish words, that was you.
I never loved you.
Oh, yes, you loved me. Why were you silent for so many years? Why do you break that silence now, today?
Why? Because I shall read you the day's news. An hour or so before dinner, Monsieur de Bergerac died, foully murdered.
Oh, my poor Cyrano. What's they done to you?
Struck down by the sword of a hero. Let me... Oh. No, don't go away. I may not still be here when you return.
Oh, you shall not die. I love you.
No, that's not in the story. Remember when Beauty said, I love you to the beast? That was a fairy prince. His ugliness changed and dissolved like magic. But you see, I am still the same.
And I have done this to you. All my fault.
You. I would never have known womanhood and its sweetness but for you. My mother did not love to look at me. I never had a sister. I feared the mistress with a mockery behind her smile. But you, because of you, I've had one friend.
One friend. Oh, my love. My love.
Definition. Love. Pronounced love. Love is to be in a state of perpetual anesthesia.
Anesthesia. Let me see. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Being in love is like, well, being under an ether in an operation. Hey, there's a song in that. Do you mind if I steal it? Listen. There's Novocaine, chloroform. There's twilight sleeping gas. But just one glance from you, my dear, and I go under fast. There's V2 bombs and rockets. There's dynamite and glass. But just one touch of your soft lips, and I go under fast. Oh, you've got me under your skin.
Hey, wait a minute. That's Cole Porter.
Well, how do you like that? You can't trust nobody.
Definition. Love. Pronounced love. Love is the occupation of an idle man.
Brother, I know just what you mean. There I was in Paris at last, and I had an 8-hour pass in which to be, like you say, idle. I beg your pardon. Is this the Champs-Élysées?
Oui, c'est le Champs-Élysées.
Oui means yes, so okay, I'm on the Champs-Élysées. Would you, parlez-vous, like to take a walk?
Je regrette, je ne comprends pas l'anglais.
Something tells me you're telling me you can't talk English.
Je regrette, je ne comprends pas l'anglais.
Oh, you're so pretty. Why the heck didn't I study French in high school?
Ce que vous dites doit être très drôle.
Yeah. Look, baby, I only got 8 hours and I haven't seen a girl in 6 months, and it's Paris. And we're the liberators, like it says in the handbook. So will you sit on this bench and listen to me?
Je ne comprends pas.
Sit on this bench. Squattez-vous.
Oh, vous voulez que je m'assoie avec vous? Très bien, très bien.
The baby. All right. Now, my name is Joe Smith, and I'm a sergeant, which is a very important rank in the United States Army, rating practically next to a colonel. And the fact of the matter is, if not for me, Paris would still be in the Heine's hands because I planned the whole campaign, including Normandy. And I'm what you call a hero, only I left my medals on the other suit. So will you please take a little walk with me in the park?
Qu'est-ce que vous dites?
Look, baby, I only got an 8-hour pass. I haven't got a minute's time to waste. Love. Do you know what love is? It's spring. The birds. Don't you get it? I love you. I adore you. Amour. Amour. Oh, nuts.
Amour?
You got it, baby. You got it. Look, beautiful. I only got an 8-hour pass, and it's 15 minutes gone already, so will you concentrate? You and me, together. France and America. International goodwill, it says in the handbook. Amour, amour, amour. Oh, criminy, don't sit there just looking at me. I only got an 8-hour pass, and it's 18 minutes gone. And... Don't you get it? Kiss. Yeah, like this.
Que prenez-vous? À m'embrasser comme ça? Est-ce qu'il faut que j'embrasse tous les Américains en France? Allez-vous-en, mon petit garçon, allez-vous-en.
Okay. I know what that means in any language. Me, I only got an 8-hour pass, and I got no time to waste. Bonjour, amour.
Definition. Love. Pronounced, you know. Love is the amusement of the busy man.
Hello, operator. Why don't you stay on the line and attend to business? Get me Park 6432. Yes, Park 6432. And don't forget my Washington call. Inefficiency. Hello, get me Mr. Cameron. Mr. Cameron? Oh, don't argue with me. He's expecting my call. Oh, this isn't? Wrong number? Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Oh, you're really very kind. Oh, yes, you are. Here I bother you with the wrong number, and you are kind. Yes, I know how it is. Listen, do you mind if I'm presumptuous and tell you that your voice... Are you from the theater? No, I'm serious. Has anyone told you that you have a lovely speaking voice? Oh, yes, you have. Oh, yes, you have. No, I'm just another businessman. Well, now, it's amazing how attracted a man can be to a voice. I certainly do wish we had television already. I mean, by the telephone, so to speak. Are you really? Well, there's nothing like being comfortable. There you are, comfortable as Harry. And here I am stuck in this old office. Yes. What's your favorite drink? Well, what do you know? That's mine, too. You know, I owe you a drink. Oh, yes, I do. After the way I bothered you with the wrong number, what do you say I buy you that drink? Well, what do you say about this afternoon? Oh, come ahead. Now, listen, I'm a judge of character, and I know that just from your voice, Oh, come on. Well, there's really no reason you shouldn't. Well, what's that, operator? My Washington call? Certainly. Hello, miss. I really have to go now. Business call, Washington. If you ever need some corrugated boxes, just give me a ring. Yes. Hello, operator. Put that Washington call through. Well, what are you waiting for? The traffic light?
Definition. Love. Pronounced as usual. A term used in some games to signify that one side has nothing and the other side has won a certain number of games.
That one side has nothing and the other side has won a certain number of games. I know what you mean.
Wir haben gesiegt. Nach Moskau. Ja, I heard it over the wireless. Our armies have entered Moscow. Oh, unser geliebter Führer. How I love him. Such triumph. Did you see the beautiful things Hans sent me from Poland? A tablecloth. Such beautiful lace work. And the children's clothes. Who cares? Ich frage nicht woher. That Hans, he takes what you want. Oh, yes. Today I got a letter from the Labor Bureau. They are sending me 2 strong Slovakian girls to help me on the farm. No. All I pay is the license fee and then they're mine. Oh, they'll work all right. If they want to eat, they'll work. Der geliebte Führer. How I love him. What a wonderful life he's giving us. The Führer has said it. We will make of all Europe a workhouse. And so our fatherland will be a playground. Oh, that Adolf. How I love him. How I love him.
Yes. But when the other side has won a certain number of games.
Wirklich, ich spreche die Wahrheit. I tell you the truth, mein Herr. I love only peace and freedom. As the wife of Hans Müller, who fought in this war only because they made him do it, I speak from my heart when I say that I welcome you, not as conquerors,
but as liberator, that Hitler, I spit on his grave. Now we are free from him and his Nazis. We in this village were never Nazis. We are Germans. The girls sick in my barn? No, they were not slaves. I was hiding them from the SS. I'm a German, not a Nazi. I love only peace. I ask only to be understood and to be given justice. A Nazi? Who? Me?
Definition. Love. Pronounced exactly the same. To have a predilection or tendency to thrive in a certain place, atmosphere, and so forth.
To have a predilection or tendency to thrive in a certain atmosphere. Yes. I met that lover at a bar last night. A very expensive bar.
Have a drink, friend. Have a drink. Joe, another double scotch out of my private bottle.
Coming up, Mr. Ryland.
You've arrived at the most interesting point of my conversation. I was just telling these other gentlemen and club members that it is my firm belief, and I proved it fairly successfully, if I do say so, that every human action must be based upon the fundamental. When it comes to liquor, a mixed drink must be based upon a fundamental good liquor. When it comes to investments, real estate, if the basis of the investment is fundamentally sound...
Here's your drink, sir.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you. Fundamental. San Francisco. Those security conference delegates better pay attention to their fundamentals, or they'll all be taken for a little ride, and I don't mean by cable car. Hello there, Clarkson. Going to be at the dividend meeting? Fine. Now then, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, fundamentals. The fundamental issue being overlooked, to my way of thinking, in this entire matter of post-war planning, is that employment and unemployment are two commodities. It's all very well to talk about a chicken in every plastic pot, but I'd like, in fact, if you'll pardon the expression, I'd love to have someone tell me how in the devil we are going to get any place if the fundamental principles of a labor pool is overlooked. Yes, sir. I say the only way that prosperity can thrive, real prosperity, is always to have a big pool of unemployed to draw. That keeps everything in reason. As long as there's a few millions unemployed wandering around, it keeps everything in reason. That's the proper atmosphere for a good return. In fact, gentlemen, it's a fundamental. Oh, Joe, another double scotch out of my private bottle.
Our final definition. Love. Always pronounced love. Definition. The affection growing out of the mutuality of tastes and interest and long association of husband and wife.
Home. In a few moments, I'll be home. No, there won't be any bands at the station. I'm too late for the bands. Thank heaven for that.
Colonel James Carroll, DSC, returned home from the wars this morning.
Will the papers say that?
The colonel was formerly with Barton and Company, investment counselors.
Investment counselors. What counsel have you for yourself, Colonel? You've been sitting in this railroad car for 12 hours and you've got that cold, frightened feeling inside you as if you were going into battle. Helen, that's crazy, isn't it? I'm coming home to you. I've wanted that for 3 years. Why should I feel this way?
Dear Jim, my job is terribly exciting.
Your job.
And incidentally, very profitable.
Profitable.
Dear Jim, my job is... Dear Jim, my job is... Dear Jim, my job
Your
is...
job. That's it, Helen. 3 years you've held the reins. But you want to give them up now. You've learned to do without me. Make a living without me. What about now?
We'll meet you at the station. Oh, my love.
Oh, my love. Will you say you love me because I'm so weary, and in your kindness you'll remember all the years of my loneliness?
Goodbye, Jim. Win the war and hurry back to me.
When I went away, you said that. But I didn't hurry back. I couldn't hurry back. I want you so very much, but...
Your orders, Colonel. Your orders, Colonel.
I couldn't hurry back.
Hello, Jim. Hello, Jim.
No, it's not your first words I'm afraid of, Helen. It's the look in your face. What will I see there?
Home. In a few moments you'll be home.
Arriving 10 a.m. Central Station. Hope you can meet me.
Jim, for 3 years I've waited for that wire. And it's in my hand now. And I'm at the station. My face. Mirror. I look frightened. Why should I be frightened?
Honolulu, Sydney, Chongqing, Bombay, Iran, Cairo, Tripoli, Alexandria, Naples.
We've been so many places, Jim. All the places we once were going to go together.
Today I flew over the top of the world. Tomorrow I'll be aboard a destroyer headed to my new post. Yesterday by jeep and camel I arrived.
3 years of travel, excitement, such eventful years. Oh, Jim, will you want this now? Our street, our house, our little life.
Hope you can meet me.
Will you want me? I'm older, Jim. In my letters I tried to make them full and exciting. But they've been hard years. Yes, I'm older, Jim.
Older, Helen. Older. Older.
Oh, Jim, that's the train. I'm afraid. Jim.
Oh, Helen.
Oh, darling.
Let me look at you.
Oh, no, the people.
The devil with the people. 3 years I've waited to hold you like this for 3 years.
Oh, Jim, you're so thin.
You're so beautiful. Just as beautiful.
Jim, I love you more.
Do you? Do you really?
Yes. Oh, hurry, Jim. Away from here.
You're late. Your job.
Job? Who cares about that? Jim, were you afraid to come back? I mean, after all these years, to just this?
Helen, I'm home. To work. To be with you. I love you. What was there to be afraid of?
Yes. What was there to be afraid of?
You have just heard Arch Oboler's original play, Love, Love, Love. The original musical score was composed and conducted by David Raxin. The cast, in the order of their appearance, were Raymond Lawrence, Bruce Elliott, Kathy Lewis, Trudy Marson, Lurene Tuttle, Jane Morgan, Carlton Young, Irene Tedrow, Betty Rubin, Nanette Ballon, Lou Merrill, Lisa Golm, Joseph Granby, Frank Martin, and Roseanne Murray. Carlton Young is featured in the forthcoming Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Thrill of a Romance. Next week, we will bring you Mr. Oboler's original play, Holiday 1940X, a drama which tells the story of an American family on the first passenger ship, post-war, headed for Europe. This will be the fifth in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the fifth broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
The time, in a not-too-distant tomorrow. The place, a New York steamship pier where a great luxury passenger liner, crowded with eager vacationists, is about to sail for its first trip to a Europe at peace.
Goodbye, Evelyn. Don't forget to drive. On the road, Sid. Don't you see that? First boat to Europe. Boy, do I wish I was on that
one. Ellie?
Yes, dearie.
Clouds at the pier, confetti. It's the real thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Darling, all these years we've faced problems. I mean, don't you think we'd better, the children. And to them, this trip is just wonderful. It's fun and adventure. We can't let what we feel spoil it for Larry and Margaret, can we?
I won't spoil it for them, Jay.
Thank you, dear.
Mommy, Pop, come on, quick, you'll miss it.
Miss what? We were on this boat, Maggie, remember?
Oh, Papa, don't stand there arguing with me. Oh, Mama, come on.
Don't pull at me. Where do you want us to go?
Pictures, moving pictures.
Are they showing motion pictures already? I thought that was...
No, Papa, they're not showing them. They're taking them. Oh, come on, Papa, Mama.
Wait, Margaret, really. Your father and I aren't that beautiful. Why don't you get your brother?
That's an idea. Let Larry be a leading man.
Oh, him. He hasn't got time.
Eh?
What? He's down on the pier with three of his women crying all over him.
Well.
Oh, come on, Mama. Hurry, Papa.
No, Margaret. Better stay here. No, there won't be any more pictures. Really, look. They're taking in the gangplank.
We're on our way to Europe. At last. Where's my deck chair?
Oh, Mrs. Barton, you don't like deck tennis very much, do you?
Why do you say that? Well, she won, didn't she?
No, I'm serious. You didn't get much fun out of playing this game, did you? My wife's been under a great deal of nervous strain. Oh, I'm sorry. I talk too much. Seems to be getting rougher out there. Yes. I must say I'm glad that we're all such fine sailors. Especially my wife, considering all the traveling we've got to do yet.
Oh, aren't you going to stay in Europe a while? Well, according to John's plans, Europe is just a way station.
That's right. If not for a little business I have to do in London, China would have been our first stop. We certainly are a travel-hungry nation. Travel, nothing. Business. Yes, sir. I'm going to open a branch factory in central China. Well, that's mighty interesting.
And very welcome news to the Chinese, I suppose.
Yes, I hope so.
Well, my husband's a little concerned about the reception he's going to get in Chongqing.
Well, I'm sure that if they see benefit in your plan for their own people, you won't have much difficulty. Oh, I hope not. You know, when I think about it, I get as nervous as...
Oh, now, John.
No, let me say it. I am nervous. I guess it's because I really want this factory of mine to happen. You see, I made money during the war. It kind of happened in spite of myself. Well, I want to use that money in a way that'll mean something. I look around me and everybody's got a plan and a scheme and an idea for keeping this one world. Well, all my abilities are in making things for less money on the production line. So I figured that if starting with the Chinese, I can give people things that'll make their living cleaner and easier. Well, maybe that'll be all right.
I'm sure it will.
Thank you, Mrs. Barton.
That wind, so cold.
I think I'm going low.
No, wait for the boat, Mary. That'll warm you up.
Yes, it ought to be along any moment. All right, but it better hurry.
Talking about business. You know, I've come to the conclusion that about 99% of the people on this boat are headed overseas to grind some sort of an axe. Branch factories like myself, or diplomats, or... How about you, Bob? Well, perhaps I ought to ask your wife. The way to find out everything about me is to talk to Mary, so, how about it, Mrs. Bott? Your husband off to cut himself a slice of the future?
No. Nothing like that.
What's this? Two people on board actually going on a pleasure trip?
The wind. You were right, Mrs. Harlan. It is very cold. Would you please excuse me?
This darn packing. And the lights go on again. All over the way. Maybe I could get the steward to... No, I've only got $3 left, and I'll need that for... Now, where the heck is my blue shirt?
Are you doing something, Larry?
Huh? Hey, small fry, look, this is my cabin. How did you get in here?
I walked in. What you doing?
Go away, will you? Hey, sis, that's my hat you're setting on.
Are you getting off the boat when it stops?
If I ever get packed, now go away, will you?
I'm not getting off.
Sure. Mama and Papa are giving you away to the captain, and I don't blame them. Now, will you please go away? We're landing any minute, and I've got to pack.
You want to know why I'm not getting off?
No, but you're going to tell me anyway. Doggone suitcase.
You want to stay with me?
Huh? Stay where?
What do I want to go to London for? I'm not going, I'm not.
Okay, so you're not.
Do you want to stay on the boat with me? I got lots of sandwiches saved up. Do you want to, Larry?
Look, small fry, well, what's the matter with you? Why do you want to stay on the boat?
On account of I'm scared.
Scared? Well, scared of what?
None. It's terrible, Larry. The bombs and the bullets.
No. Look,
Larry.
the war is over. There's no reason to be afraid. Why, London's like home.
Larry, what?
Hey, look out the porthole.
Larry, they're pulling us in. The tugboats are winning in. Come on, hurry.
But you just got through. Okay, Confucian, come on.
Sally, this is what you might call a momentous moment.
What, this cab ride?
The first time since we left New York that our daughter Iris has kept quiet for 5 straight minutes. I suppose it is all rather breathtaking. You come over here expecting to see ruins, and you see a city where everything is completely normal.
Yeah. Whatever became the Blitz? Hey, driver, is there any Blitz around here?
What, say?
I say, the Blitz. Any sights to see? You know, left over from the bombing?
It's all around you.
Well, where?
We don't see it. Every place there's nothing standing. That's where it was, the Blitz. Well, here we are. Hyde Park. That's the ticket, eh, sir? Yes, fine. Well, this is it.
It's a pretty park, isn't it?
It looks cold.
What's the matter, son? Romantics?
No, short underwear.
Larry.
Thank you, sis. Just for that, I'll personally take you by the hand and find you a British cow. Come on.
You silly, there aren't any cows here.
Say it to me, girl. Have you no faith? You coming?
Okay.
Don't get lost.
We'll be back with a quart.
Here you are, Cabby.
Well, now,
Sir, thank you. Thank you.
goodbye. Good luck to you.
Sally, look. The Hyde Park Open Air Forum. What do you know? I should have thought that's over with.
Why? There's never an end to argument.
Yes, not. Well, come on. Let's go over and listen to the latest on arts, philosophy, religion, and the battle of the peace.
Oh, no, please, Dave. Huh? No, I'd rather go sit by the water.
Sure. Whatever you want, dear.
Jane.
Yes?
That small boy over there.
What is he doing?
What we are? Sitting and looking at the water. Why?
He hasn't moved.
So? The English are amazing people, all right. All those streets we saw today. Now, what is the name of that narrow one?
Fleet Street.
Yes, rebuilt. Everything spick and span. You'd never know what had happened.
Not in the streets.
Hey, are those kids playing baseball?
Cricket?
No, that's baseball. Well, our boys did bring civilization with them.
Jay, I'm going to speak to that boy.
Huh? Why? Small boy wants to sit there. Why shouldn't he?
Because it's unnatural. Why isn't he playing with the others?
Well, if I have to guess, he drops fly balls, or he's too small, or his mama won't let him.
Boy, can I talk to you for a moment?
Oh, Sally.
Mind if I sit down here, boy? You see, I'm from America. This is my first day in London. I would like to talk to you. Your name, Charles? Edward? Must be a very large name to be such a big secret. What is your name, boy?
Well, how's your young friend, Sally? Is he a fly ball dropper, or our mama won't let me type? Or just a plain introvert?
Don't quite know. He hasn't said anything yet.
Hiya, son. How'd you like to have an ice cream cone? Well, I guess he just won't talk.
Jay, I know.
What?
He's frightened.
Huh?
Look at his eyes. He's terribly, terribly frightened.
Yes.
Is something frightening you, boy?
Son, is there something wrong?
Please tell us. We'll help you.
Yeah, tell us, boy.
Does someone want to hurt you? Yes. Who?
Tell us.
At night? Yes. At night?
What happens at night? Whatever it is, we'll put a stop to it.
Nobody can stop it. Nobody. Never. Never.
Hello there, Jimmy.
Well, I see you've made friends.
Oh, I beg your
Oh,
pardon.
no, don't bother getting up, sir. I've come for Jane. Have you been friendly? Well, not exactly. I saw him sitting here so quietly I couldn't resist the impulse to talk to him. Are you his mother? No, I'm Miss Stanley. Jimmy, would you mind getting my things together from under that tree?
Yes, Miss Stanley.
I can see from your faces you've been wondering about him. There's only a few seconds because he shouldn't hear this. So I'll say it quickly. You're Americans, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
How fortunate you are that none of your children... Oh, he's coming back, so I'll say it quickly. Jane's mother and father were killed during the Blitz. For almost 6 hours, the child was buried alive. The shock of what happened is still with him. Oh, how terrible this war's been for the children. No, not for all of them. You hear those? In a peculiar way, they're somehow better off for having been born in a world without peace. They quickly learned that the world was a place where there was danger. But they learned, too, that there were those who would try to help them. They learned a strong sense of companionship with other people. They learned how to go without, how to make the best of things. They're not timid children. They're not helpless children. They're strong young people who learn to think for themselves. Well, thank you, Jane. We've got to say goodbye now. Say goodbye to your friends, dear. All right, I'll say it for you. Goodbye. Will he be all right? We hope so. It may take some time, but he's so very young. So very young. Yes. We older ones can somehow will ourselves to forget. Well, goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jay, let's find the children and go on.
Service, monsieur? Eh? What? Oh, Sally, you talk to him.
Nous attendons un gentilhomme qui s'appelle Professeur Drummond. Nous sommes son hôte.
Monsieur Drummond, s'il vous plaît. What's up? Do we follow him?
Yes. Come here, Larry.
Gosh, Mom, you sure can't talk French.
Viva la high school.
Gosh, is this something or something?
And Sally, Don't you think we should have left Larry at the hotel with Margaret?
Oh, don't be silly. It'll be a wonderful experience for him. This is a restaurant, not a nightclub.
No, I don't know. Gosh, that waiter's making a mistake. That table, that's not the professor.
I don't know.
Bartow, Madame, how good to see you. And this is your son. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
You do not recognize me.
Why, yes, of course we do.
Oh, we'd have known you anywhere.
The concentration camps, the war, the years. Faces have no more permanence than life itself. Do you remember that dinner at your home? The Chic Gruber had just come into Paris. I was not a very good guest, I am afraid. But now, you are here and the world is sane again, and we will eat and drink and talk about America. Tell me, why were you so anxious to come to Europe that you took the very first passenger boat? And what are your plans from here? Mary Anna. I am sure the young man would like to hear Mary Anna sing. She was a great favorite with your American soldiers. She's terrific. I knew you would like her.
She is very good.
Sure is.
And very brave. All during the time when the safest way to remain a live Frenchman was to become a good German, Mariana refused to sing another note. To say no to La Boche meant that life became very difficult. So, we listen now to her voice with added enjoyment and appreciation. Because it is a voice which is never sung in shame for Nazi brave. Now then, I was asking you a question. What was it? Oh, yes. Why you are here? Oh, but wait, this is not all of your family. Was there not a small girl?
Yes, Margaret. She's asleep at the hotel.
And an older son? Yes, of course there was. He used to drive me to the university in that horrible apparatus he called his, what was the word? Yes, jalopy. Yes, where is your eldest son?
That's why we came here. To bring him back.
Back?
He died only a month before the end.
But that is not possible. He could not have been a soldier. When I last saw him, he was no older than this one. Oh, my friends, forgive me. I too have forgotten the long years since we were last together.
Tell us about yourself, Doctor. You went to North Africa, and then we no longer heard from you.
Well, after North Africa, events moved so quickly there was time only for work. I did what I could. But America, you tell me of America. Is she proud of her victory? Is she sure of what there is yet to do? No. This is not a night to talk of that. This is not even, as I thought, a night for wine and good food and music.
David liked you very much. He always talked of coming to Paris someday. France was so filled with confusion, Doctor. What of your people now? What have they learned? What is ahead?
Pain and suffering are supposed to be great teachers for the future. Yet sometimes they teach a hatred and bitterness which leads once again to confusion and errors of the past. You ask me what of my people now. I ask the question, what of the people everywhere in every nation where there was injustice long before the first Nazi bomb fell or the first Nazi soldier strutted in sadistic triumph? The answer is in the people. For no matter what the scheme of government their leaders formulate, the answer to the future lies within the people themselves. Yes, within the individual. If each within himself goes back into a predatory way of thinking to get as much as he can, as quickly as he can, be it possessions or economic or political power, there is no hope. For a little while, there will be a false security. And then, once again, the hatred will pour over the boundary lines and our children will die. But, my good friends, I tell you this. I have hope, great hope. For a dangerous illusion is ended. My people thought themselves the sophisticates of the world. Now, in these terrible years, they have discovered they were not sophisticates. They were children. Yes, children in their self-interests. Children in their unconscious cruelties to others through this self-interest. But I condemn my own too much. I believe what I said has been true of most of us Europeans. Now that is ended. Those of us who still live are no longer children of the world, but men and women, knowing as men and women should that our responsibilities go beyond ourselves, beyond our families, beyond our nations, into every home and every nation where men and women and children live as human beings. I give you a toast. To we who live, may we never again forget why we live.
Is it much farther, Captain? Just a few more miles, Miss Barton.
Is it the only place?
No, ma'am. There are 3 American cemeteries outside of Berlin.
So many trees.
Yes, ma'am. It's in a forest. Must be very cold outside. They said it was 10 above this morning on the Wilhelmstrasse. Unusually cold weather. Captain? Yes, Mr. Barton? Will there be much difficulty in taking him home with us? No. It'll be arranged.
It was good of you to come with us.
He was a good soldier. Yes, we know. Only a short distance now.
Do you think the children are cold up there?
No, they're dressed warmly.
They're so quiet. Larry, everything all right?
Yes, Mother. Fine.
Margaret, are you warm enough?
Yes, Mama.
Allie, you're trembling. My coat, let me.
No. No, it's just that we've come such a long way.
Allie.
I'm all right.
When we get over that rise, the trees will clear.
Will that be right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jay?
I'm right here.
Oh, Mama. Yes, Margaret. That's where we're going.
Oh, Mama, so many crosses.
Come, children.
Yes, Father. Come on, Margaret.
Margaret, close your coat collar.
Yes, Papa.
If I might lead the way. Thank you, Captain. Larry, you take Margaret. Mother and I'll follow.
Yes. Come on, Margaret.
Larry, look. Some of them aren't crosses. They're stars. Look, Larry. Some of them are stars.
Sammy, why are you walking so slowly?
Jerry, why aren't we alone?
What?
You and I to see our son. Why aren't we alone?
But they're our children, too.
David was my first. My first.
Sammy, no, the children, they'll hear you.
The captain stopped. Can that be right?
I think it is.
Oh, my God.
Mr. and Mrs. Barton, he's buried here.
Lieutenant David Barton, 3rd Armored Division, born October 3rd, 1918, died.
Gee, Mom.
No, children, no. I didn't bring you here to cry for your brother. Margaret, look. Trees are all around. Remember I told you David loved trees. Isn't it nice they're sleeping among them now?
I'll take her back to the car.
No. I want her to stay. Why should she be frightened? There's no reason for her to be frightened.
Mama, I'm not frightened. Just let me cry a little bit. Mama, just let me cry.
Yes, darling.
Captain Henderson.
Yes, Mr. Gordon.
How soon could the arrangements be made?
Well, that's entirely up to you, sir.
Can we take him back with us on our ship when we sail on the 15th?
Yes, sir. I think it can be arranged.
We're going to bury him in our family plot. Next to my brother, Fred. He was killed in 18 in the Argonne. Cemetery in our town. There are trees there, too.
No.
What? What, dear?
He'll stay here. I want him to stay here where he is now.
Sally.
But Mom, that's the reason we came to bring him back.
No.
What's happened all of a sudden? Don't you want him back where he belongs?
He was such a happy baby. Boy. Suddenly he wasn't happy anymore. I didn't understand it. I couldn't. Because all my happiness and unhappiness had always been about you, Jay, and children. And the house. Always about things close around me. But David's unhappiness is about the world. So I couldn't understand.
What has that got to do?
I'm trying to tell you. These aren't going to be words which I've just thought of. I think I've known I was going to say them here for a long time. You said to me, don't you want to take him back home where he belongs? Where does my son belong? I've been thinking about that all the way here on the ship. All the weeks getting here, I've been thinking that. Where does my son belong? Can the answer be, where did my son go of his own free choice? He came here. No, he fought his way here because he believed that here was where wars could be ended. Here was where those who lived by the sword and the threat of the sword should die by it. And in their death, teach a lesson that would never be forgotten by others who listened to them. Don't you see, he fought to get here, our son. This was where he wanted to be. Why should we take him away now? What he fought for, it came true. Let him rest here. He's done his work. It's beginning to snow. David will like that. Come, children, we can go back now. Come, Margaret.
Yes, Mama.
Larry?
Yes, Mom.
Take my arm, Jay.
Yes, dear.
We better walk fast. We're such a long way to go, and there's so much yet to do when we get home. So very much.
Just heard Arch Oboler's original play, Holiday 1940X. The original musical score was composed by Gordon Jenkins and conducted by Albert Sack. The leading roles were taken by Miss B. Benederet and Mr. Norman Field, with Bill Christie, Rhoda Elaine Williams, Lou Merrill, Irene Tedrow, Joseph Granby, Mary Jean Croft, Raymond Severn, Bruce Elliott, and Terry Lee. Next week we will bring you Mr. Oboler's new comedy, Mr. 10%. The amazing, amusing story of a Hollywood agent who collects 10% of the salary of your favorite motion picture star in return for services rendered. This will be the sixth in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Presents Arch Oboler's Plays.
The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 6th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
I bring you a story, Mr. 10%. To you who haven't had the good fortune of a liberal education through show business trade papers, Variety, Billboard, and the Hollywood Reporter, might I point out that a 10%er is the vernacular for an artist representative who, for the sum of 10% of the gross, represents the actors, actresses, singers, jugglers, and writers who make up the entertainment world. This play happened because one day I met a certain one of these Hollywood artist representatives, and he said,
"Every time I read the newspaper, I get, like my personal friend Dr. Cowan, the eminent dentist says, a pain in my bridge work. Everybody congratulating everybody else. The Army, the Navy, the Marines, Churchill sending congratulations to Stalin. And may I note that when I wanted to send a telegram of congratulations to a very dear friend, you know what Western Union told me? Well, anyway, everybody is giving everybody credit for winning the war, but nobody pays any attention to Freddie Jackson, namely me. Not that I want anything like a medal, since who wants to wear medals on the front of a sports shirt, unless he's a peculiar character. But like my personal friend Mr. J. Walker, the eminent ex-mayor, says, give credit where credit is due, and nobody gives credit to Freddie Jackson, so now he's going to give credit to himself. Operating from Hollywood, California, I personally had a 10% cut in this war. I personally, out of my own pocket, you might say, contributed without even getting an $18.75 war bond in return, the sum of, hold on to whatever you want to hold, I contributed personally $1 million to help win the war.
Yeah, but Freddie, where in the world did you ever get him?
If you, like my friend Jay Durante, the eminent comedian, says, will keep the gab down to the minimum, I will give you the proper facts. Sure, I know what you're thinking. How could an individual like myself, who, due to conditions beyond his control, is forced to give up his office in the Taft Building and now conducts his business at Hollywood and Vine under a lamppost, give away $1 million? The facts, like my friend I. Eisenhower, the eminent, well, you know who he is, said, facts are facts, and I personally contributed $1 million cash to the war and will prove it to you. A number of weeks before the recently deceased hostilities began, I am walking down Vine Street, coming back from the RKO studios, and I am not feeling, as my friend B. Robinson, the eminent tap dancer, used to say, too copacetic. Because my clients at the moment consist of a prize fighter who studied elocution, and a certain lady who used to be a silent picture star who Max Factor and Westmore and Cedric Gibbons all together couldn't put enough of that makeup on her face to cover the candles on her birthday cake. In other words, as my personal friend L. Armstrong, the eminent musician, used to say, I am strictly from hunger. All at once I hear a woman laughing. Now, since there's no one else in the vicinity, I come to the conclusion she's laughing at me. So I turn to give her some quick words when I see she is a character who is only laughing because she's feeling so good. And I see further that she is a blonde who is as beautiful as the sun when it sets in the valley over Warner Brothers in full Technicolor. Immediately, I turned to follow her with, as my friend H. Kaiser, the eminent industrialist, used to say, strictly business in mind. But due to the fact that she is a very rapid walker, she is already turning into an apartment building before I can catch up with her. I immediately begin to ring doorbell.
Are you screwy? There's no blonde here.
I do not have very good fortune.
No, I haven't just been for a walk, and I'm no blonde. Scram.
Very bad fortune.
Listen, screwball, take your finger off that bell and go home.
I was beginning to get discouraged.
Now, there's no blonde here. Beat it, Wolf.
But on the 6th bell.
Blonde? Just come back from a walk? Sure, she's my wife. What did she do? Beat a small child over the head with a perambulator?
No, it's business.
Oh, well, if it's about the rent, I went that way.
No. My name is Freddie Jackson, and I am an artist representative for Radio Motion Pictures.
What do you take for it?
Well, I'm an artist.
I took a first aid course once. Maybe she can help you. Oh, Mary, Walter's here.
Walter? But my name is Freddie.
Please be civil about it. Mary, Walter's here. Oh, Mary, Walter's here.
Absolutely bugs. He was big as a house and full of grape nuts. My name is Freddie, so he calls me Walter. Let him call me Walter Winchell. Who cares, as long as I got that girl for a client. With this beautiful babe, well, who could tell? Maybe I could promote a fast deal on a stock contract and get back into business.
But, Walter, I don't want to be in motion pictures.
Right away she said that.
I don't want to be in motion pictures. pictures.
Maybe I should spell it for him in big words.
My dear Mrs. Sterling, I presume I got the name correct, so to speak?
So to speak.
So to speak.
Let me explain to you why everyone wants to be in motion pictures.
Walter, look. You're starting on a false premise. I don't want to be in motion pictures. Mary doesn't want to be in motion pictures.
But you want money.
We've got money.
$80.
$80?
That is a laugh out of the upper bracket.
I am laughing because you are not talking about money. $80, as my friend H. Morgenthau Jr. says, is not money in Hollywood.
Look, Walter, if I may continue to call you Walter, Freddie.
Anything you want.
We, Mary and I, are very happy. Hollywood to us is a place where we rest our hat.
Then why not rest that hat in Beverly Hills?
Mary, you take it.
Walter, it's this way. My husband and I are in Hollywood only temporarily.
Make it permanent. If you will put yourself under my management inside of a year, I will personally guarantee that everybody at Schwab's drugstore will be saying, do you know who that is? That's Mary Sterling, the new starlet. What do you say?
Oh, Bill, you talk to him. Please, Bill, please.
At this point, I'd like to point out to you that, as my friend Archie, the eminent bartender at Duffy's Tavern, says, I am the type of man who could take no for an answer if it is yes.
Oh, look, Walter, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You've been playing that same record since midnight. We love you like a creditor. But would you please remove the needle and go home?
Let me point out to you still another benefit to be derived.
Oh, no, Walter, no.
Believe me, my only interest is to be of service. Look at me. I'm not a big agent like that old fellow with the crew haircut who married that actress. Or with a building at Beverly Hills full of bands and antiques. Or spread all over like the William Morris Agency is. I am one individual, here to give you personal service. You sign with me, and conservatively speaking, like my friend H. Hoover, the eminent ex-president, once said, I will guarantee that you'll...
Walter, in about 5 seconds, I'm going to take you by the backside of your collar, and I'm going to...
Mr. Sterling. According to the community property laws of the state of California, half of whatever she makes is yours.
You just put the record in the wrong group, Walter. You're getting out.
Bill, no.
Think of it, the two of you. A mansion in Beverly Hills. I know just a place in Brentwood. Servants' cars. And all you have to do, Mary, is take a screen test. Mr. Sterling, what are you going to do with your shoe?
Walter, I'm about to become a criminal.
Bill, stop. Walter, listen. If I take a screen test, will you go home?
Absolutely.
It's a deal.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute, Mary. Mary, listen, you can't. You can't do it. I won't let you.
Right now, you're wondering, I presume, what all this has to do with the $1 million I gave to the war effort. Well, as my friend M. Gandhi, the eminent Indian, said, if you'll squat a while and have patience, you'll hear the whole story. All right. So I talked her into a screen test, which was something I did not have any of. There is an illusion prevalent, particularly among young chicks who are, as my good friend Warden Laws always says, strictly San Quentin quail. These chicks have the idea that screen tests are articles hanging all over Hollywood like streetlights. Screen tests, my friend, are very difficult articles to get.
For the last time, will you get out of my office?
But Mr. Brady...
No. Those two-headed freaks you picked up, I wouldn't use them in a mob scene.
Mr. Brady, please stop insulting my clients.
Your clients are an insult to themselves. Now get out of my hair. Get out of my office. Get out of my life.
Screen tests are very difficult things to get. But as my friend Mr. Dale Carnegie, the eminent philosopher, always says, try and try again. So, the next morning, as a result of some very fast talking with this blonde doll, I get her to take the morning off in the drive-in where she and that psycho what's-it-her-hus work, and I am waiting outside of Mr. Brady's office when he arrives after a hard night of gin rummy. Good morning, Mr. Brady.
Oh, no, not this early.
Mr. Brady, may I have the pleasure of presenting a certain Mary Sterling, my client?
Now, look here, I told you... Well, and who might you be, little lady?
Mr. Brady, could you please hurry up your screen test or whatever it is you call it? I simply must get back to the drive-in. I left a fellow there waiting for a hamburger.
3 days later, the screen test happened. And what happened then shouldn't happen, as my friend J. Laurie Jr., the eminent comedian, says, to a stuffed cocker spaniel.
Hey, Jackson, where's that dame? The crew's been standing around for half an hour, and she hasn't even showed up. Where's that dame?
You will please stop looking at me in such a manner that definitely asks the question, what about the $1 million you gave to win the war? I am getting to the point rapidly. There I was with a screen test and nothing to screen. I immediately promoted a studio car and drove out to where she lived.
The explanation is really very simple, Walter. I talked it over with Bill, and we just decided it wouldn't be right for me to take a screen test.
Not right. Now, in fact, Walter, as we told you, we're just sort of marking time until something we're waiting for happens. And then we just won't be around much anymore.
You can't do this to me.
It's no use. There just isn't time for me to go into motion pictures.
30 minutes later, I had them in the studio car, and we are driving through Westwood Village, which is next door to Beverly Hills.
And exactly what are you going to show us, Walter?
Until we get there, this will have to remain, as my friend General G. Patton says, a military secret.
This is not, as my eminent friend Benedict Arnold says, a double cross, is it, Walter?
Personally, I do not know where I am going. All I know is that it's very important to keep these characters in the car, so we ride along while I am desperately beating my brains out trying to get an idea. Meanwhile, I'm picking out houses along the way whose owners are a mystery to this day, and I am telling fancy stories about them.
That White House over there is the property of Ann Baxter, who arrived in this town practically penniless, and now is one of the wealthiest small women in the entire United States.
Walter, did anyone ever tell you have charm?
We are now passing the house of Walter Pigeon, who is the type of leading man it is a pleasure for a man's wife to play opposite with.
Really, Bill, I don't know whether it's charm or the padding in his suit.
We are now passing the house of Betty Grable, who was formerly poor and penniless, and is now the proud owner of 3 mink coats for morning, afternoon, and evening wear.
Mary, this guy is apocryphal.
Oh.
He is a composite of a Damon Runyon character, a Darrell Zanuck character, and a Mark Hellinger short story.
With the mention of Darrell Zanuck, of whom, incidentally, I am a strong admirer, seeing as how he is the head of 20th Century Fox, I suddenly get what, as my personal friend B. Crosby, the eminent priest, used to say, an inspiration right from the feed box.
Walter, where are we?
We have arrived.
In words of one syllable, Walter, such as is fed small children on dark nights, where have we arrived?
I am about to show you the fruits of motion picture labor. This is the home of a very close friend of mine. If you step this way. This is a slight untruth, as the house I am showing them is rented by a fellow who is no friend of mine. However, what I have remembered is an item in the Hollywood Reporter that said character is vacationing in Palm Springs, which is a long way from Beverly Hills. While Mary and Bill are admiring certain vegetation growing on the wall, I quickly make certain arrangements with the servants. Are you sure it's all right, mister? My good man, do you think I tell you it's all right if it isn't all right? Yes, but this is Mr. and Mrs. Principal. Life magazine, full layout of the Boston house. Terrific publicity. Zanuck sent me. Publicity, you know. Yes, of course. 10 minutes later, well, like my friend Johnny Weissmuller, the eminent swimmer, says, there's nothing like fresh water to clear the brain, providing it is mixed with a little scotch. They are in the water, I am in the scotch.
Oh, come on in, Walter. It's only water.
I have also made an important discovery, as my friend Admiral R. Byrd, the eminent discoverer, would say. In a bathing suit, Mary Sterling is definitely a double feature.
Okay, Archie.
Oh, do I feel good?
Hey, Walter, have you ever read Machiavelli?
Is it screen material?
Yeah, definitely, with you playing the leading role. Say, how much does one of these swim things cost?
2 or 3 options, and you can have one twice as big.
But, Walter, what if there isn't time for options?
Mary, you want it?
It might be fun for a little while. Come on, let's swim.
At 9 o'clock sharp the next morning, after I have practically worn out my knees explaining to Mr. Brady how a very bad accident to her only mother prevented her from keeping her first appointment, at last I had Mary Sterling in front of the screen test camera.
All right, Ryan. Get that light over a little more. All right. Hit the arcs, boys.
We're all ready to shoot now, Mr. Morris.
How exciting. All right, miss. When the camera starts turning, you start emoting. In other words, when I say action, you look right into the camera. Tell us all about yourself. Be vivacious or tragic or whatever mood appears to strike you. During the course of the test, I'll tell you to turn left profile to the camera, then right profile. I presume, of course, you know which is your right and left. All right, turn them.
They're turning.
Speed. All right, miss, action. Tell us the story of your life right at the camera.
I was born in a log cabin in a plantation in Georgia. My father and mother were not very well acquainted. The fact of the matter is, they didn't actually meet each other until I was 3.
Save it. What is it? Hold it, boys. Now, look, beautiful, this is a screen test. It's got to be seen by Mr. Brady, and he doesn't like jokes on test film. Not at this overhead. So will you please behave? Will you please behave?
Yes, Mr. Morris.
All right, turn it over.
They're turning.
Speed. Action.
My name is Mary Sterling. I'm 21 years old, and all my teeth are my own, except for a little bridge with black hair and a black eye. I like hair.
Save it.
Right then, I discovered that her husband alone is not screwy. Some of it has come off on her, too. Every time the camera starts turning, she starts opening her mouth, and out comes Fred Allen. Why wait until the police throw me out so I go home? When Brady gets the report of that screen test. Well, there were always other businesses, as my good friend Dale Carnegie, who's also very eminent, would say.
Now, when selling you the stock, I personally guarantee that you're making the greatest investment.
Plenty of other businesses.
And they're almost at the post. I tell you, this tip is out of the horse's mouth.
I get along.
You're so sweet and understanding, Mr. Rowland. Just like my late husband.
Get along? Sure. But I don't sleep very good that night. I woke up to the telephone ringing.
Mr. Jackson, you'd better get to the studio right away. Mr. Brady wants to talk to you. And he said right away.
Right away? Well, I am no Errol Flynn. In the movies, of course, charging and wiping out half of the Japanese army single-handed. On the other hand, I am not a rabbit, as my friend Frank Fay, the eminent actor, would say. Mr. Brady wanted me right away. I did not have to go to see Mr. Brady to take his very sharp tongue, backed up by the fact that he is a studio executive in very close to Chase National Bank. I do not have to go at all. Mr. Brady meets me at the door.
Ready, my friend? I'm going to get right to the point.
Friend? What was this?
I'm going to hire that girl, and don't hold me up.
Hire that girl?
It'll be a standard 7-year contract with the usual options. And I want the contract signed by 2 this afternoon. Well, don't stand there with your mouth open like a dead fish. Go get your client.
And practically nothing flat, I'm at the front door of their apartment house ringing the bell. Mentally, as my friend Dunninger, the eminent mind reader, would say, I am not there. I am throwing out my client who is the ex-prize fighter, and I am furnishing a new office, and I'm being measured for a new suit, and I am entertaining a certain doll in a certain bar, which up to this point had been too expensive even on credit. But my fingers keep ringing the bell, and finally they open the door.
Oh, Walter, it's you.
Today I am not myself. I am a swimming pool salesman. I wish to announce You're packing. You're going away?
Walter, you deserve a merit badge for observation. Come on in and sit on the trunk for me.
I opened my mouth to tell them that she now is about to become a motion picture star and they should throw the trunk out of the window and forget it. When all of a sudden I noticed that they seemed to have forgotten that I am there.
Darling?
Sweet.
Dearest.
Love.
This, I quickly decide, is not the usual way for people who are going away together to act, even if they are not sober. This, as my friend Jay Carradine, the eminent Shakespearean actor, would say, smells like something wrong in Denmark.
The moment has now come, my dear Walter, for a fond farewell. Will you join us in a warm Coke?
I said, sure. Although, personally, I do not like warm Cokes.
Here are your drinks, gentlemen.
Well, how about a toast, Walter?
Why, you will excuse me, but I am confused. In a matter of toast, what is the occasion? If you could give me a small idea. I said that, and he looked at her, and she looked at him, and they sort of moved closer together, and he said,
Remember how we told you that we were waiting for a certain event to take place? Well, this is it. Here, look at him yourself.
He hands me papers. I look at him. Lightning hits me in the head and runs down the middle of my back. It is a contract. I have been double-crossed. Some other agent has gotten there ahead of me and cut my throat, and I am standing there without a head.
Walter, what's the matter with you?
Who did it?
Well, what do you mean, who did it? Don't you know what those papers are? Walter, the time has come to tell us the truth. Can't you read?
When he says that, I look at the papers. I see that it is not a contract at all. It is military orders, as my friend Jay Doolittle, the eminent general, would say.
Well, that's the special event we've been talking about, Walter. You see, I've been on convalescent furlough, and now I'm ordered back to my outfit. I leave for England in the morning.
England?
Bill's been fighting this war a little prematurely. He's with the RAF.
But the two of you always act so crazy. I mean, so happy.
Sure, Walter. You said it the first time.
But then why are you going? I mean, we're not at war.
Aren't we, Walter? Aren't we, Walter?
At this point, since it's getting very late, I wish to make the following statement. I make it a practice of never discussing politics with clients since, as my personal friend Fiorello, New York's eminent mayor, says, politics only lead to Republicans and Democrats. Therefore, when this character begins to get controversial with me, I immediately change the subject and congratulate Mary on having such a good agent. This immediately leads to further conversation, and by 5 o'clock in the morning it is all settled that she is not going to see him off in New York, but is going to be smart and stay in Hollywood and become very rich and famous, so that when he comes back she will be well established with perhaps even an Oscar or two on the mantelpiece. He went away. She came to the studio, and it developed that the screen test, which I had never seen, is positively the most sensational screen test since Rin Tin Tin, who, as you will remember, is a dog, and so was not too highly criticized by the critics. And further, it develops that after a week of testing, the front office decided that my client will not be put into any small part in any small picture, but is absolutely right for an A production, which is based upon a bestseller which has cost the studio 250,000 clams cash.
Your lease for your new office is ready, Mr. Jackson.
I immediately began to put certain plans of mine into operation.
Mr. Jackson, I just adore working for you. I really would.
Certain plans.
Your suits are ready for a fitting, Mr. Jackson.
Life, as my personal friend E. Guest, the eminent poet, says, was becoming a bowl of cherries, and I am a man who likes cherry pie. It was very true that, unfortunately, Brady had hijacked me into letting my client sign a stock contract, but I had certain plans about that also. The minute she was in front of the camera, I'd go up to J.G. himself and point out to him certain financial facts of life. Since, as my personal friend J. Hyde, the eminent agent, says, 10% of $1 is 10 cents. But 10% of $2 is 20 cents, which is the whole basic principle of the thing.
Yeah, sure.
I am on the set early in the morning of the first day of shooting.
Congratulations, Jackson. You're going to
It is very nice. I sit myself very comfortably in a very nice chair they have provided for me, and I watch the activity.
No, I'm not nervous. Why should I be? It's all play acting, isn't it?
My client is in excellent condition.
All right, take your places.
It develops that due to certain troubles with the set design department, they are shooting the last scene of the picture first. When I hear this, I think this is very amusing. I wish to state that if I had known then what I know now, the laughter would have come out of the other side of my mouth.
All right, settle down, everyone. Let's get a take. Now, don't dolly in fast, Joe. Okay, boss. Mary, when he comes toward you from the door, don't move too quickly toward him.
Yes, sir.
Remember, when he puts his arm around you, you may never see him again. Now, don't be afraid to let go. All right, let's have it.
Quiet!
Roll them. They're rolling. Lead.
I suddenly see that the leading man is in a soldier uniform, a British uniform, and with the arc lights not on, as he comes through the door, he's the same height and build as the character who's now in England.
Action. Is a take.
Darling.
John.
No. I'm just going around the corner. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
They stood there holding each other, and she is crying. A very nice scene for the female trade, as my friend A. Green of Variety says.
Have you everything? Razors, chocolate bars, your muffler, needles, buttons. Oh, John.
What is it?
Thread. I forgot thread.
Oh, come now. Let the War Department furnish me something.
You're so handsome in your uniform.
Sheer prejudice.
You... Oh, John.
Darling.
I told myself this wouldn't happen. It wouldn't.
All right, darling.
No, it isn't. You're doing what you want to do, but I'm not, John. I'm not.
The scene ended, and she stood there, and nothing happened, and nobody said anything, and since she was my client, I did something.
Bravo! You can relax now, Mary. All right, boys, get it set so we can shoot again before midnight.
Immediately following that, I get into a conversation with the very pretty little doll who was the script girl. And at least 30 minutes go by. And when I turn around again, my client is gone.
It then occurs to me that this would be as good a time as any, as my friend F. Buck, the animal trainer, would say, to beard the lion in his den. So I go around to the administration building and ask the little chick who's the secretary in the front office, would it be possible for me to see J.G. for 3 minutes? To which her response is, would I wait? Which is to be expected. I'm in the middle of a very interesting copy of Esquire when she says you can go in now, which is most unexpected, since people have been known to wait for 3 days to see J.G. for said 3 minutes. I go in. Right away, lightning hits me again in the middle of my head and runs down my back. She is there. My client.
Come in, Jackson. Come in. You know your own client, of course.
Why, yes.
Mary and I have been having a very interesting conversation.
Have you? How nice.
I'm going to let her tell you what she's just told me. Go ahead, Mary.
I want to leave the studio.
Leave the studio? For what? Oh, money. Well, that's what I came up here for, J.G. Is the little lady's representative.
Will you keep quiet and listen to her?
I've got to get into the war with Bill.
The war? We're not in the war yet. What's it got to do with you? She didn't answer me. She looked at me. I said, okay, for a man, the war, maybe it's adventure and excitement. Although personally, I will find mine elsewhere. And personally, I think England can handle the whole thing if they just try hard with the lend-lease we gave them. But you, a woman, what's war got to do with women? You get a lead part in an A picture, your very first. That's like lightning striking 3 times on the same pinhead, and you talk about walking out. J.G., you talk to her.
I've been talking to her for quite some time now. She doesn't think entertaining people is as important as actually being in the fight. I imagine when we get into the fight ourselves over here, we may get a new set of values for ourselves. Meanwhile, it's better to know how she feels on the first day of shooting than having it happen on the 30th. You can consider the contract torn up. Mary, come in and see me after the war is over.
Just like that. The contract is torn up.
The lease for your new office, Mr. Jackson.
Your new suits are ready to be fitted, Mr. Jackson.
I just love to work for you, Mr. Jackson.
Just like that, torn up. $1 million. All right, I will prove it. $250 on the first option is $12,500, plus double that on the second option is $25,000, plus $50,000 for the next year's option, and then I would have gotten a flat deals and maybe $100,000 a picture, $200,000 a picture. Did I say $1 million? I should have said $2 million. $2 million out of me personally. Yeah, I will now give you the topper. V.E. Day, so help me, I got a letter from them. Yeah, him and her. I got it here. I'll read it to you. Dear Walter, here we are in Scotland. Both of us on furloughs, and we have just made a profound discovery which we are sending along to you because we know it will thrill you. Walter, we have made the amazing discovery that there is a very large world the other side of Hollywood and Vine, and so when the war is over, we are going to see more of it and the people in it. Like a personal friend of ours by the name of C. Columbus, the eminent explorer, says the world is round, so we may meet you on the way back. But do not plan on any screen tests, as we do not think our grandchildren will permit us to do that. Signed, Mary and Bill. P.S. We are going to name our first child Walter after you, Freddie. So, now you understand that every time I read the paper and read about everybody congratulating everybody else for winning the war, I get, like my personal friend Dr. Cowan, the eminent dentist, says, a pain in my bridge work. I personally, out of my own pocket, you might say, contributed the sum of $2 million to help win the war. Hey, do you know anybody eminent in Washington I could write to? At least they ought to give me one of them purple ribbons.
You have just heard Arch Obler's original play, Mr. 10%. The leading roles were taken by Bruce Elliott, Bob Bailey, and Mary Jean Croft, with Everett Allen, Earl Ross, Roseanne Murray, Evelyn Scott, Harold Cornsweet, and Harry Lang. Next week, we will bring you Mr. Oberler's new comedy, An Exercise in Horror, which is subtitled, A Peculiar Comedy. The leading player will be Mr. Peter Lorre. This will be the 7th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 9th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world we live in. Our play this evening is titled Night.
The land is in darkness. The day, once capering with the promise of its allotted hours, has gone, creeping agedly over the edge of the sky. Night, soft veiling, lies thickly over the ponds and swamps and lakes and rivers, over the knolls and dunes and buttes and mountains, over the homesteads, farms, the ranches and plantations, over the villages and towns and county seats and cities. For a whisper of time, the night is on the land.
Gee, Sailor, don't you get tired dancing?
Keep dancing.
Okay, as long as you pay for it, I gotta do it. But 2 hours, my feet are killing me.
What are they stopping for? Why don't they keep playing?
Listen, Sailor, the musicians, they're human. They gotta rest. So long, Sailor.
No, you gotta stay with me.
But
When the music starts again, you gotta dance with me again.
Okay. You're the violent type, ain't you? You got more tickets?
Sure.
Okay, you gotta pay tickets to sit and talk to me. Come on, we'll sit over here. Oh, brother, my feet.
When are they gonna start playing again?
In a minute. See, I never saw anybody crazy about dancing. If you want to sit here, you got to buy something to drink.
All right.
Plenty. 2 Cokes. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
Gee, over 2 hours you've been dancing with me. Don't you want to dance with somebody else?
I've got to dance with you.
Listen, Sailor, I don't get it. You come in here...
Folks,
there's 4 bits, Navy.
Yeah. Here you are.
Okay. Do I need this?
How soon does the band start playing again?
I told you in a minute. What's the matter with you? Dancing steady for 2 hours, you can't sit still for a minute? Say, when'd you get off your ship?
A couple of hours ago.
You came right here?
Yeah.
I still don't get it. If you were a hep cat, but... Now, listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you dance like an old crutch. Yeah, I'll bet you're a farm boy. Okay, so don't answer that one. But tell me this, what do you want to dance so much for?
I have the tickets to pay for it.
All right. You think it's just the dough. You think you can just wave the ticket in front of my face and that's all you have to do? Okay, Sailor, you can go dance with one of the other girls, not me.
No.
I'm telling you.
No, it's got to be you.
Oh, no.
It's got to be you. You got red hair.
What the heck are you talking about?
Your hair like carrots. You got to dance with me.
All right, Bombay. So red hair sends you. You're cute. Maybe you could...
Take your hands off me.
Huh?
Just dance with me, that's all. Just dance.
You got your nerve.
I hate you. Hate this dirty, filthy place. I want to go home.
Would you come
They're
here?
waiting for me, Ma and the kids and Jeannie, but I got to stay here until I'm broke, so you'll dance with me. Just dance with me.
No, I won't.
You will.
I'll call the bouncer. He'll...
No. Well, dance now.
Joe! Quick, Joe!
Dance.
What's the matter, Annie? This guy's crazy, Joe. He won't let go of me.
Keep it quiet. You know better than to make a fuss.
I know, but...
Okay. Listen, buddy.
No, listen to me. She's got to dance with me.
Joe, make a...
Okay, Sailor, we don't want no trouble in here, but if she don't want to dance with me,
She's got to dance with me.
I don't want to.
Listen to me, please listen. I don't want to dance with you either, but I got to.
See, I told you.
Shut up.
Sailor,
That's what he wanted to do. Come back and dance with a redhead. Dance all night. Dance till he was broke.
What's the matter with you?
That's all he used to talk about on his first leave, how he's going to come to New York and dance all night with a redhead. He's not ever... I've got to do it for him. Please, lady, I'm sick and I want to go home, but please, you've got to dance with me. You've got to dance.
The night is restless. It stirs and turns and carries with it the restless thoughts of artists, architects, contractors, and builders, bricklayers and masons, ministers and teachers, tinsmiths, welders, charwomen, tailors, tycoons, freightmen, executors and politicians, bankers, window washers, soldiers, brewers, leather makers, printers, butchers, tinners, roofers, fishers, millers, bondsmen, carpenters, lawyers, judges, painters, senators and representatives, wholesalers and retailers. All the associates, colleagues, workers and co-workers of the land.
Vince.
Huh? You awake?
You can't sleep?
I didn't know I was bothering you.
It's all right. I haven't been sleeping either.
Oh?
Getting cooler.
I've used the plow for 30 years, and now this fella comes along and says it's wrong.
What?
The county agent about the disking. Sure got me stumped.
Oh.
The ground's got to be turned. Sure got me stumped.
Well, Vince.
What?
I hope she's all right.
Now, Egg, are you starting to worry again?
No, I've just been thinking about it, that's all.
But it's been a whole week. He's a fine boy. She'll make a good wife. That's all there is to it.
All day I don't even think about it, but as soon as it's dark, I begin thinking.
Egg, you're such a worrier.
I suppose. What, sir?
Something I forgot to tell you. Right after the ceremony, Dick came up to me and said he wanted me to know that after the war, no matter where he and Fran lived, they'd always manage to come spend vacations someplace in Ohio so they could help with the harvesting.
That was nice.
I'm going to fool him. I'm going to take him up on it. You'll find out it's a lot easier to fly one of those whatever they are, than it is to drive a combine. Asleep, Egg?
No.
Oh, Egg.
Miss you terrible, Vince. For 19 years, you never was away from me. Miss you terrible.
I do, too.
Such a good boy. I know she's crazy about him. But I wish right now she was little again and afraid to be in the dark and crawling into the bed with us like she used to.
Try to sleep.
Terrible, I suppose, my feeling this way. So many people have really lost there.
Sure. We're lucky. She'll come back often. She's a good girl.
Yes.
Now try to sleep.
It's such a dark night.
I think it'll rain a little by morning. But Barley could use it.
Good night, Vince.
Good night, Egg.
The night is a trickster. It mutates, transposes, changes, shuffles, conjures, prestidigitates, juggles, spoofs, hoodwinks, and hocus-pocuses. A white sheet, wind-tossed, spawns a ghost. A tumbleweed, a roving demon. A timbers creak, a dead man's bones. And underneath the bed wait nameless, faceless, night-born things. The night moves on and whispers behind the joke of the dark, beyond the dark.
You mean he cut them up in little pieces and stuck them in the boiler?
That's what I mean.
Gosh, hey. Hey, Ryan, cut that out, will you?
Hey, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? Can't you play something else?
Sure.
Ryan, cut it out, will you?
Hey, Ryan, what is the matter with you guys?
Nothing. We don't want to hear you play, so there's something wrong with us.
Yeah.
Is this the auditorium or a fire station?
How would you characters like to go to...
Hold it.
Ah, that's over in Cicero.
Yeah.
It's a hoodoo, all right.
You ain't kidding.
Hoodoo what? Hey, what are you guys up to?
Listen to Hank. He'll tell you.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's Thursday, Ed.
Okay, it's Thursday.
There hasn't been a night run on this station on Thursday night for 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah. Since the Thursday night that Patty Gooner's died. On a windy night. Just like this one.
Patty Gooner's? Who was Patty Gooner's?
He was a fireman. And he died in this station 20 years ago. Right in this room.
Hey, fellas, is this guy kidding me?
Well, listen, you big lug. He's telling you the facts. Now, you want to hear the rest of the story, Ryan?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Thought maybe you didn't like ghost stories.
Yeah? Go on.
Okay. Patty Gooner's was the driver of a steam pumper that ran out of the station 20 years ago. He was a little guy, but big with women.
Like me.
Oh,
keep quiet, will you, Ryan?
Only one day he met a woman he shouldn't have met. The pretty wife of a fellow who stoked the boiler of the pumper.
Oh.
One day the fellow who stoked the boiler of the pumper came home when he shouldn't have come home.
Uh-oh.
Patty did some quick talking. So he talked his way out of it because nothing happened.
Nothing?
Nothing. But the next day there was some kind of a big celebration out in Grant Park, and most of the fire department went out of the leaving only a skeleton crew, 4 or 5 guys. Patty and the fellow with the good-looking wife were 2 of them. The other fellows finally went across the street to get a beer. They were only gone a few minutes, but when they came back, Patty was gone.
Gone?
Just gone. Nobody knew just where. He didn't come back. Chief figured he'd run off with some woman somewhere, so he crossed him off the department's lists, and that was that. Only it wasn't that. Because a year went by, and it was Thursday, just about this time of night. Fellas were sitting around just the way we are right here in this very room. Everything okay. And all at once somebody said, "Look, on the floor. What's that?" That was a big stain. And when they looked close and touched it, it was blood. What could they do? Nobody knew how it got there. So somebody got some soap and water and some sand, and they scrubbed it up in case the inspector came around. Everybody helped but one. The fellow that had the pretty wife. He just sat there. Didn't move. Just kept watching. A week went by. Thursday again. Same time of night. Fellows were sitting around here, just the same as we are now. There it was again. Fresh blood. This time they called in the cops. Didn't do much good, because blood is blood, and that's all there was, just a little blood there on the floor. Scrubbed it up. A week went by. Thursday night came around again, and there they were, waiting. The floor was clean. Had a lantern sitting there. They waited. Nothing happened. And all at once it did. The light went out. Everybody began to yell in the dark, running around, bumping into each other. At last someone found the light, lit it. Then they saw. There on the floor was blood again. Only this time it was pouring out from the throat of the fellow that had the pretty wife.
Well, what? But a whole...
He cut his own throat. At least, that's what they say. And he left a letter telling what he had done to Patty. Cut him up and stuffed him into the boiler of the pumper all those weeks ago.
Right here? In this station?
That's right. Right here in this station.
And there hasn't been a night run out of this place for 20 years. Well, what do you know?
There was something else you fellows don't know.
What was that, Hank? Huh?
His confession. Murderer said that he had cut Patty up. Right in there.
In there? You mean in the place where we make our coffee?
That's it.
Oh, well, how do you like that? I don't like it.
Well, that's all there is to it. Gosh, sure is dark, quiet night tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say, Ryan. Huh? It's your turn to make the coffee tonight.
Oh. Is it? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Hank, would you like to come along and sort of help me?
The night is a sedative, prescribed by the rhythm of life's molecules, wearying in their sundance. The night is an old medicine man, mixing a dark brew of tremblings and laughter, and fury and past ecstasy, terror and hurt, and the wordless murmurs of a woman talking in memory. The night is an old medicine man.
Easy, girl. Easy.
She's tired. Duster is too. Aren't you, Duster?
We've been gone long.
Jay.
What's the matter?
We've been out for 6 hours.
Well, what do you know? It's good, Alice. Can't tell you how good it is.
I can imagine.
You know what the fellas used to call me?
What?
Bronco.
You?
Fact. I used to talk so much about the horses and the range. Alice.
Yes, Jay?
Gee, Alice, I never want to go in.
We don't have to.
Ride all night?
Ride all night.
Gosh. You know, what was the worst?
If you want to tell me.
When the captain used to button up the tank, close the turret, there I was down there. The noise, Alice, the noise inside of that tank, like riding on the inside of a tin tub. I used to fire the gun, the Italian roads during the summer, all the dust. Oh, Alice, it was the worst. They never knew it. The others never said anything, but me, inside the... you know...
I know.
The wind.
Yes, Jay?
The wind was never like this over there. Sage. I'd forgotten how wonderful.
I thought I wrote you.
You did, but it got hard to remember toward the end.
Yes, I can imagine.
You know, honey, I got one break.
What?
For bronc busting. I got the right arm left.
Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It's better than that. It's wonderful. I'm back. And just think, I'll never have to go away again.
The night is a non-sectarian air-conditioned meeting house, echoing in a thundering chorus, Bible-pounding, Bible-reaching, hallelujahs, Lord's prayers, whispers, heaven-reaching, devil-catching, gospel-grinding, pitching, catching. The night is a meeting house.
Brothers and sisters, this concludes our great meeting for tonight. Bless you all. And don't forget to leave your free will offering as you go out to carry on the way of the Great Spirit. Good night. God bless you. And don't forget to bring your friends next Saturday night, same time. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. The meeting's closed.
Excuse me, Reverend, could I...
Sorry, brother, sorry. In a little hurry tonight to do the work of the Lord. See you later.
God bless you, Reverend.
Harriet. Harriet!
All right. I heard you. Stop yelling.
Well, if you'd answer me, I wouldn't have to yell at you.
Well, how did we do?
$103.
Why, the low-living, tight-fisted...
Don't blame them. It's you.
Me?
Preaching. By the way you were going tonight, you couldn't raise $1 out of a hard shell on its way to perdition.
I've been doing all right.
You were doing all right. But I'm telling you, you're slipping downhill faster than a pig on a greased runway.
Now, look here.
No, you listen to me. $103 from a meeting like tonight. You better listen.
What do you got to say?
I've been doing a lot of thinking. These West Coast amen snorters ain't what they used to be. Working in air plants and all that. They're getting modern ideas fast. All right? Why shouldn't you get modern ideas?
I preach from the headlines.
Ain't enough. Charlie, we gotta throw off the old coat like a rattlesnake in the spring.
What do you mean?
Don't be a thicker head than you are. We gotta go out of business and come back into business again.
Talk words.
Just this. Electronics.
Huh?
Electronics. I've been giving it a lot of thinking. Everybody's talking about electronics. Radio and that television and that new thing, radar. Electronics. That's what they're thinking about, and that's what we'll give them.
Well, keep talking.
This is the night we're starting over. Close right down, move right out, and start up someplace else. Long Beach or San Diego. New start with a new name.
Well?
The electronical pathway to the cosmos.
Ah.
Don't look down your nose at me. I'm talking sense. The electronical pathway to the cosmos. That's scientific. Fill the stage full of electrical stuff. Sparks shooting around. Sparks rising up to heaven, going up to heaven. Ride the sparks to the fountainhead of all the cosmos.
Hey, that's something.
Give 'em membership pins.
Yeah.
Made like jagged lightning.
Sure.
Pins to wear at $5 cash to show that they're a member. The Electronical Society of the Cosmos.
The Electronical Society of the Cosmos. Harriet, I see it now. Jagged lightning crashing down on sinners. Burning sparks, lifting the repenting sinners up to the highest pinnacle of the highest cosmos. The Bible seen through the eyes of modern science, through electronics. Hallelujah, amen. That's it, we're in business.
The night is a movement. East-west, along the path grooved by the sun. The night is a movement, east-west.
What time is it?
Huh? Almost 1:30.
They ought to be letting us on board soon now, don't you think?
What's the matter, soldier? Haven't you learned how to wait yet?
You know, I heard the...
No. I heard, you heard, he heard. It all adds up to parking it, soldier. Just parking it.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Sure.
Hey, watch out, that stuff there.
Boy, I'm hell, no kidding.
Are you?
Yeah. I had a chance to get out. No, I'm a dream boy. I tell him to forget.
Where were you?
Where wasn't I? From D-Day right on through. I was the second guy across the river to drink vodka with them Russians.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So now you'll drink sake in Tokyo.
As my mama used to say, I should live so long.
Maybe you will.
Maybe. What's your name?
Frank?
Mine's Jake.
Hiya, Jake.
Pleased to meet you, Frank. Sure is dark.
Yeah.
I used to take boat rides at night in Central Park.
New York?
Yeah. A night, a boat, a girl. I was all right.
I know what you mean. Now we got the night and the boat. And that's it.
I'd like to hold on to this one. Made in America. Put a tag on it. Yeah, that's an idea. Stick around, Knight. Stay right here. Jake's coming back for you. Maybe.
All right, men, on board. Let's go.
Stick around, Knight.
The land is in darkness. The day, once capering with the promise of its allotted hours, has gone, creeping agedly over the edge of the sky. Night, soft veiling, lies thickly over the cities, county seats, towns, and villages, over the plantations, ranches, farms, and homesteads, over the mountains, buttes, dunes, knolls, over the rivers, lakes, the bays, and harbors. Through a whisper of time, the night is on the land.
You have just heard Night, a new play by Arch Obler. The original musical score was composed and conducted by David Raxon. The narrator was Theodore von Eltz. The cast, in the order of their appearance, were Gloria Blondell, Frank Martin, Therese Lyon, Griff Barnett, Edmund MacDonald, Barney James, Roseanne Murray, Everett Allen, Dorothy Scott, Joe Granby, and Bruce Elliott. Next week, through the cooperation of Lester Cowan Productions, the play will be Mr. Pyle, based on the writings of America's beloved war correspondent, the late Ernie Pyle. The starring player will be Mr. Burgess Meredith. This will be the 10th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Obler. To conclude the program, David Raxon conducts the orchestra in his original nocturne, written especially for this broadcast. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 11th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. Our drama this evening, through the cooperation of the Spanish Refugee Appeal, stars Mr. Francho Tone in The Naked Mountain. This story happened yesterday, just yesterday. An American soldier and a British girl in the uniform of her country, riding in a jeep, down a curving road of that portion of the Alps which passes through the German land of Bavaria. This is fiction, but fiction married to fact by the benediction of 100 truths.
She gave your very first kiss to you. That was Laura, but she's only a dream.
Oh, Tom. I think you really wrote that song for me.
Well, it really was nothing.
You fraud. You unadulterated fraud. I heard that song myself on the shortwave from America.
Well, I told you it was nothing.
Oh, Captain, I'm going to miss you.
And I'm going to miss you, Lieutenant. And I'm not laughing.
No, Tom, don't stop. You said yourself the Colonel wants his Jeep back before dark.
Oh, all right.
It's been a day.
Yeah, the Bavarian Alps. My father once drove from Kansas City to California, and he's talked about crossing the Rockies for 20 years. This ought to top that story.
I'm sure it will.
Hey, look at the time. 43 hours left.
43?
And that's when my transport leaves from Croydon.
I thought it was next week. You said...
Well, I promoted a ride back with a special service unit. 43 hours from now. It's strange. When the order first came through that I could turn in my uniform, I took it rather calmly. It's not that way anymore. Laura, I want to get home.
Of course.
I've done everything I can. I'm a... What's that pleasant word? I'm a disability now. Well, it's all over anyway. Like a Sunday school story, the good are being blessed and the evildoers undone. So I'm going home, and I've got bells ringing in my head.
I'm glad for you.
Thanks. Hey, how about you? We've been having so much fun, I never asked. What happens to you?
I'm going home, too. I feel the way you do. It's all settled here.
So?
So, another few weeks, and then, as you always say it, up to Mount Penn, here I come.
Will you come to America sometime?
Will you come back here sometime?
I don't think so. Why come back and remember what I saw? The things... It's over. That's all. Finished. I'm going home and stay there. Listen to me. Sure. I'll be back. Some year, maybe.
Maybe.
Why that?
Oh, I'm just tired. Just tired.
It's been a war.
You're beginning to talk like a Britisher.
I'm beginning to talk like a veteran looking back. Oh, it's funny. If anyone had told me a month ago that I'd be tying little memory ribbons on the war, I wouldn't have believed it.
It's done with.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful drive.
The Colonel should know.
What?
That I drove his favorite Jeep up the backside of a Bavarian Alp.
It's a fine road.
Yeah, well, that's not the point. Back in civilian life, the Colonel must have been one of those characters who put a dust cover over his car every time he parked.
I see.
Well, I'd better step on it or they'll be sending out St. Bernards to look for us.
If they're carrying a pot of tea, let's wait for them.
The disgusting thought for the day.
Pardon my mentioning it, Tom, but we just lost our left wing.
Well, that's perfectly all right. We just lost the right one, too.
Oh, it's like coming down on a roller coaster.
Wait till I hit the next curve. I'll show you a racing turn my grandfather taught me.
Careful, Tom.
Under control.
Tom, look out. The rock.
Hey, Laura.
Tom.
You all right?
You should bring a suit against your grandfather.
Yeah. Well, let's get out and see how much damage Grandpa did.
Excuse me while I move my broken bones.
Hey, are you all right?
Oh, of course.
Ooh, the Colonel's going to love me.
Oh, Tom, look at those huge rocks all over the road. That was expert driving.
All right, so we won't sue Grandpa. After all, if he...
Tom, what is it?
The right front tire.
Oh, dear.
And not a service station between here and Akron, Ohio. Does the captain like to change tires?
No, the captain does not like to change tires.
But the captain will change the tires, or else the colonel will. Well, Tom, look. Those boys.
Well.
Right. That way.
Huh?
Well, where did you come from?
We'll ride. That way.
No, small fry. You and your friend can't ride anywhere.
Where did they come from, Tom?
I don't know.
They look so tired.
Sure. But at this moment, hitchhiking little German bobby soxers don't...
What's the matter now?
Those rocks.
What?
The rocks in the road. They're piled up. Piled up. Somebody tried to smash us up. Someone tried to... You. Yeah, you. Both of you. Did you do that? Answer me. Did you put those rocks in the road?
Tom, I don't think they did.
Laura, let him answer. Listen, you, I want an answer. Did you pile those rocks in the road?
I put rocks in the road.
Well,
Can you beat that? We have to run into some junior werewolves.
they're not trying to get away.
The arrogant little devils. Hey, what did you do it for? Answer me. Why did you try to wreck us?
No, Rex.
Huh?
Just stop you. We won't ride. That way. Tom, rest a minute.
If anybody had told me that my last few hours in Europe would be spent banging on a wheel at the side of a mountain road.
Come on, sit down in the shade.
Well,
A minute or two won't make much difference.
Okay.
Got your canteen.
Thanks. You know, while I've been working, I've been trying to figure out what Army regulation gives me the right to break their blasted little Nazi necks. See, look at them sitting there. Sweet young boys. A swastika wouldn't melt in their mouths.
I've been trying to figure something out, too.
There's the philosophy of the whole nation epitomized. To make us go their way, they'd smash us up. Fantastic, twisted-minded
Tom,
little...
look.
And what?
Their faces. You look closely at their faces.
No. And thank God, in a few hours, I'll never have to see any more like them again.
Oh, please, Tom, look at them.
Well? Well?
I don't think they're German.
Not German. Hey, what are you talking about?
Olive skin, dark eyes. Can they be Italian?
In Bavaria? No, they're little Nazis. Their brains have been trained to smash...
No, wait.
No, I ought to...
Boys, are you Italian?
Oh, Laura.
Boys, I'm speaking to you. Are you Italiano?
I'll prove to you they're German. She thinks you're Italian. Well, that's an insult to a little Aryan werewolf, isn't it? Say, you do have dark skin, don't you? That gave you lots of trouble with the Hitler Youth, didn't it? They thought you little degenerate Italians, didn't they? Or maybe Spaniards? Called you dirty little degenerate Spaniards, didn't they?
No lo diga. Somos espelionos y soberbios. No.
Well.
Españoles. Look, how well do you understand English, boys?
We understand.
All right, then listen. Why did you do this thing? I'm an American officer. Do you understand? An American. This lady's a British officer. We're your friends. Well, don't you understand? Friends.
We have no friends, senor.
At least the mountain streams in this country are all right. That feels better.
Want to use my scarf to dry up?
No, just let it evaporate. That's sun.
There much more to do?
No, just tighten a few bolts. Hey, we'd better get back to the car before those young Don Quixotes tear it apart because they don't like us.
What are they doing up here, Tom?
Be careful where you step.
Oh, yes.
Well, they're part of a dispossessed pack of young'uns that'll be a problem in Europe for a while. Children who've lost their parents, wandering around, that's always a problem after a war, when great masses of population are dispossessed. Young devils, savages, all of them, no sense of responsibility. Well, they'll be rounded up soon enough and given training in a few social truths. Now look at those two sitting there, waiting for me to fix what they wrecked.
All right, Tom, all right. I understand.
And a good thing. Hey, where are those sandwiches we were talking about? I need my strength to face the colonel.
Oh, I have them here. Quite a few.
Well, I can use quite a few.
Tom, ask them.
What?
They look hungry.
Oh, this is what is known as turning both cheeks. All right. My friendless friends, would you like some rations? Sandwiches, see? Victuals. Victual.
No, senor.
What do you mean, no, senor? Look, you might as well eat. You'll have to wait anyway until I eat and get those bolts back on. Go on, take them. Now look at your friend's eyes. They're going to fall out. Go on, take them.
Yes, take them, boys. I want you to.
Alberto? Gracias, senor.
Okay. Hey, Laura, aren't you going to eat?
No, I haven't been working. You think it's all right if I ask them a few questions?
Go ahead, but you won't get honest answers. Thank God making human beings out of these wild kids won't be my responsibility.
Boy, what's your name?
Juan.
And your name is Alberto?
He is Alberto.
Well, why doesn't he talk for himself?
He is silencioso.
Oh, nothing but direct action, huh?
You are the elder brother?
Sí.
What are you, 16?
Tengo 12 años.
12, Tom. Only 12. It is safe.
Yeah. What are you doing in Germany, boy? Look, did you hear me?
Sí.
Then why don't you answer?
We mean you no harm. Why are you here in Germany?
Were you in France?
Sí.
You came here from France to Germany?
Sí.
Why?
Well, why not? Running wild and seeing Europe.
Were you brought here?
No.
Well, that's it. You just came here for the sights. Well, we're wasting our time, Laura, talking to them. Just kids gone wild, crazy with...
No, not crazy, senor. We came to find out... Alberto!
Find your father. Your father was here, Alberto. Alberto, please answer me. Your father was here in Germany.
Madre mia, Thomas Preguntas. Why should he answer? Why should you want to know?
We're trying to help you.
Help us?
Of course.
When the Italians, Nazis fly over our village in España and burn down our house, my papa say, wait, the Americans, the British, they know we are the first to fight fascism. Wait, the Americans and the British. You know, the big men and the boys to be shot. My papa take Alberto Mio to the montañas, to Tancia. And he put us in a place with the barbed wire around it. It's cold. It's bad, hungry. My papa say, wait, the Americans, the British. The big war begins. We're more cold, hungry. Everybody forget it. But my papa say, wait, the Americans, the British. And Nazis come and they take my papa Alberto. Now we are little, it's fine. No can do the last thing. My papa cry out, wait, the Americans, the British.
Juan.
Well, he's all right now. Aren't you, boy?
See?
What I can't understand is why you boys didn't go to the authorities. Wandering around on your own. Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Autoridades?
Yes.
See, my brother and I know the autoridades. Seis autoridades. And the first to allow autoridades, they stay inside the barbed wire, children. Inside the barbed wire. Outside we can see tantas cosas. Autoridades say not for you. Stay inside the barbed wire. We put you in the dark hole. 2 years inside the wire, senor. No grass, no trees. Just ground inside the wire. That is not good for children. Is it, senor?
No.
Tell them, del segundo. Si les digo, I tell them. Las autoridades, el segundo, say we can plant things to eat. We're so happy, we work so hard, terrible hunger. Now we'll have to eat. Weather, frío, calor, buen tiempo, mal tiempo. All the time we work on a little piece of ground to make things grow. We work, we wait, so long to wait. Last, it's grown, green, beautiful. Now autoridades steal it all from us. When the children cry, las autoridades make them stand for hours in the sun until there is no more tears. Come. In the fourth camp, when it was Fiestas de Navidad.
Christmas.
See, there's a very small girl, Cecilia. She is Cuadro. She is born there. She has never been in España. She's always been inside the wire. We children, we say we're all her brothers and sisters. We have nothing for her. So we stand around her and we sing the beautiful song of our home, España, our present to her. Just a song, senor. A little song. Quickly, las autoridades are there, the hands hitting, the feet kicking, no song. Si las autoridades, no song. No, senor. I know the autoridades well.
Boy, listen. Those are the authorities of the past. That's what we fought for. We've overcome that kind of authority. All over the world.
All over the world, senor? Then why am I not home with my mother?
Are they sleeping?
The young one. Juan isn't.
On guard, huh?
Yes. Oh, Tom, what can we do?
You know, in North Africa, in the south of France, the best soldiers were Spanish Maquis.
Why do you speak of that?
Well, they were grown men. And he has their look. I never understood him. When we used to thank them for doing something especially courageous on attack or patrol, they'd look at us the way he did when he asked us why he wasn't home. Laura, this is what they were saying. Where were you when we fought fascism? Where will you be when we fight it again? And I was the guy who was going to put it all away with my uniform.
Tom, if we take them to the relief authorities.
No, it's no good, Laura. The boys said it. Your people, mine. Our charity is set up only for the citizens of those countries where tyranny has been defeated. Their country is... What a word. Their country is neutral. There's no help for them. It's true. There's no help for them from us. Laura, remember, we didn't help them when the Nazi bombers and tanks were using their villages and their people for testing grounds. And now they're the only people on Earth who fought fascism who haven't any place on Earth.
Senor.
Huh?
The crossroads, senor.
What?
The crossroads. You will stop, please.
Tom, what are they?
Oh, I don't quite know.
Alberto, wake up. It is the road to the south. Estoy despierto. Estoy despierto.
Juan, what is it? We were going to drive you on down.
No, senor. That would only mean bad trouble for you. You're a soldier. This road goes south. We are on our way.
To where?
To home. Our mother.
But how can you? Won't they?
No, senor. We know very much now how to hide, how to kill. Si, senora, this we must know. We were very young, Alberto and I, when we left. We have learned much. No harm will come to us. Adios, senora.
Goodbye. Tom.
Yes.
Goodbye, Juan. Alberto.
Adios, senora. Senora. Adios, Capitan Americano.
Goodbye, Juan.
Salud. Victoria.
Salud. Y Victoria.
Just heard Mr. Francho Tone in Arch Oboler's play, The Naked Mountain. Opposite Mr. Tone was Lorene Tuttle, with Tommy Cook and Joel Davis. Your announcer is Marvin Best. The original music was written and conducted by David Raxon. Now, Arch Oboler will speak to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be those who say that the play you just heard was propaganda. Propaganda. That's a very abused word. For there is propaganda for good as well as evil. I believe it is the playwright's duty and right to occasionally bring out through drama the plight of peoples disinherited. The people of which we spoke tonight, armed with faith in their republic, have never accepted defeat. They are a people who throughout this war have given their lives for the cause of the United Nations. Yet who, now that the battle is for the larger part won in Europe, find themselves, because of a sardonic shrug of fate, the only people in exile without a country, without hope of relief beyond that which is in their faith. Thousands of them died fighting our war against fascism. Their families need our help. The Spanish Refugee Appeal of New York City is conducting a campaign to help them, to repay our debt to them. I don't believe that's evil propaganda.
Next week, the play will be titled The Truth. It is an amazing story of a strange adventure. The leading player will be the distinguished actor of stage and screen, Mr. Edmund Gwen. This will be the 12th of a special series of original plays, written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. Now David Raxon conducts the orchestra in excerpts from his sketch, The Children. David Raxon concludes the program with a short portion of his original Nocturne. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 12th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays, told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Obler.
In a world which fills our hours with a multiplicity of little things, it's sometimes good to stand away in imagination and think of the great wonder of life itself. That out of the darkness of space came this great gift of consciousness. Tonight, with my distinguished actor friend, Edmund Gwen, I'd like to bring you my play about this infinite wonder.
And so, my good friends, I can only add that I thank you with all my heart for the honor you have given me this evening. The newspaper men who are here would, of course, like me to make a sensational statement regarding the nature and the effect of cosmic rays. That is understandable. We know that these rays originate in the cold distances so far beyond our universe that the human mind cannot begin to grasp the reality of the endless darkness. We know that these cosmic radiations are continually bombarding us, changing the very structure of things with every passing second. Some of us believe that it is this radiation which, acting upon the atoms of primeval matter, caused the gradual evolution of the creature called man out of primeval slime. Yes, a popular magazine article recently headlined the cosmic ray as the essence of life. The essence of life. Perhaps. But where out of the frigid darkness come these radiations? Where? What lies beyond the reach of our greatest telescopes that is the source of this tremendous unseen flow of cosmic energy? Some of you stir restlessly. You are thinking our friend Sir Albert grows senile. Life grows short for him. He is looking out into the night with fear. No, my friend. It is not fear that makes me ask the questions whence and where. It is not even hope. It is wonder. Wonder at the source of this unending stream of power that drives across eternal space, bringing our universe what may be the very source of life. Now I say to you, what so many of you already believe in your hearts, that our world, and all we know of it, all things, all beings, is not mechanism, but the result, the expression of a thought, a great, transcending thought. I leave you with this question. Can it be that cosmic radiations are a direct expression of that divine, eternal thought?
If you'll sit here, Sir Albert.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you.
May I get you something?
No. Oh, just see that they let me rest here a few moments. I'm very tired.
I'd like to say it was a thrilling occasion, Sir Albert. So many of your friends who... those reporters.
Tell them I'll see them as soon as I possibly can.
Yes, sir. No, I'm sorry, Sir Albert cannot see anyone just now. He's indisposed.
Yes, I must see my father.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Leonard. Will you step in? Good evening, Mrs. Leonard.
Good evening, Ernest.
No, not now. Sir Albert will be out in a moment.
Father, dear.
Grace? Well, my child.
Good evening, Sir Albert.
You too, Kurt. Very good of you to come.
It's an honor that few son-in-laws enjoy.
Oh, Father, we were so thrilled. It's been a wonderful evening. The hall out there, filled with such distinguished people. All of them there to do honor to you. Oh, I was so happy I started to cry, and Kurt got so embarrassed. Father, you ill?
You? No. Just weary.
Oh, we'll take you home, sir.
No need for that. Harris here will take care of me.
Father, you are ill. Why didn't you let me know? We would have come back to London sooner.
How can I convince you? I'm quite all right.
But your face, I've never seen it so tired. As if you hadn't slept for days.
That's true enough.
You haven't been resting?
No.
But you've never been troubled with insomnia?
I haven't slept more than 1 hour a night in the past week.
Father,
There's no need to be alarmed.
Father, what is wrong, please?
Please tell us, sir.
Yes, telling you, the two of you closest to me, that would clear my mind, wouldn't it? It started exactly 7 days ago. I can't sleep because of a dream.
Dream?
Yes, dream. Dream, the same infernal dream, night after night for 7 days. A dream without meaning, a dream from which I awaken and then can't sleep again.
Is it something horrible, sir?
No, there's no horror in it. And yet, I don't know. All I know is that the recurrence of the dream is beyond endurance. I'll tell you something. A few moments ago, when I was out there on the platform looking down at all those faces, I suddenly had the impulse to ask them about my dream. Say to them, you, my colleagues, clever men of science, aren't you? Then answer me this. What of my dream?
Father, please come to our place for a fortnight.
Oh, yes, do, sir. The fresh air, change of scenery. Yes. The fresh air?
Why not? Change of environment may do me good, that's true enough. Yes, I will go with you.
I'm glad. The moors are getting so lovely, and we'll walk you around until you're all healthy again. Won't we, Kurt?
Right.
Don't you want to hear what I dreamt?
If you want to tell us.
Yes, I do. I want to very much. In the telling of it, there may be understanding. The wind sighs around me. I know it is wind, and yet I do not feel the movement of air. I stand there, Albert Camden. I know it is I, yet strangely I am free of body. I stand there in spirit only. Suddenly I look up. The darkness is gone. Thousands of twinkling stars and the icy brightness of the planets. Believe me, I see them all above me. Suddenly, far above me, a star grows brighter and brighter. It rushes down towards me, and I see it isn't a star, but a great thrust of flashing rays. Closer and closer they come to me, they cover me, and in me there is an unbearable yearning to fly up into them, follow the path of them, on and on and on. My whole consciousness tears with the want to go into those flying sparks. I feel torn into a million shreds with the want to go into them, follow them, I must, and then panic. A horrible feeling of panic. I cry out, I awaken. My dream is over, and I cannot sleep. Well, there, I've told you.
Father,
You, daughter. And you, Kurt, you're young. Perhaps in the freshness of your mind, you can find an answer to this hallucination that comes to me in my sleep. Well, haven't either one of you anything to say?
60 years of research, Father. You've worked harder than any man I've known, and so you're tired. And so you dream. Come with us to the moors. You'll rest, and then you won't dream anymore.
Perhaps I want to dream again.
Hungry. Another log kiss?
No, I think we'd better be turning in soon. Right, Sir Albert?
Yes, in a few moments.
Tired, aren't you? And no wonder. What was it? 15 miles?
Now, don't exaggerate, darling. 10 miles, and that's stretching it a bit.
Father? You are feeling better, aren't you? I said your health. You're resting at night. It has been better since you've been here with us.
Yes, of course.
I'm so glad. Sometimes I was almost afraid that you... but I'm talking too much. And I should be sleeping. Well, off I go to my lily white couch. See it?
No, I think I'll have another pipeful before I turn in.
Well, if I'm spooned, I'm spooned. You, Father, going up?
No, I'll sit here a bit if you don't mind.
All right. But don't sit up late, you two.
We won't.
Night, Father.
Night, dear. Good night.
Wind's rising. Look at those sparks go up the chimney.
Kurt.
Yes, sir?
What I said before, it isn't true.
Sir?
I told Grace I'd been sleeping well. I haven't, you know.
I guessed as much.
It's been worse every night.
The dream?
Yes. If I only could understand the meaning of it. I tell you, boy, it's like a familiar name you can't remember. The want of remembering grinds in your head until it's beyond endurance.
Is it the same as you told?
Yes, exactly the same. The hilltop, the feeling of freedom from body, that rush of sparks like music to my ears, the want to rise up beyond them, then the sudden feeling of panic and the horrible awakening. What does it mean? What? Every night, over and over. Why?
If I could do something, sir.
Do? What is there to do?
I'm not a young man. The work's been such a strain. If you'd let yourself be examined, I mean a competent medical man who'd find that, well, the subconscious cause of your dream. Well, you're not angry, are you, sir?
There's no reason to be angry.
I think I'll go up.
Well, good night.
You're not?
No, I'll sit here until the fire's burnt out. Good night, son.
I'd like to say that, well, the reason I suggested a psychiatrist was not that I
understand, okay? Good night.
Good night, sir. I hope you rest well. Good night.
Sparks up the chimney. Rush of sparks. Why? Oh, I'm tired. Sleep. But if I sleep, I'll dream. To sleep. To dream. On a hill. Standing on a hill. So dark. Cold. Must be cold. I feel nothing. Why am I here? Dark. Lonely. Sky. Stars. Millions of stars. Polaris. Arcturus, Vega, Nebula in Orion, Nebula in Andromeda. So many stars. Clusters endless. Worlds beyond worlds. So bright. So clear. Why am I here? Waiting. Yes, waiting for something. I don't remember. I got to wait. I was tired. I'm not tired anymore. Why am I here? Why do I wait? What? A new star. So bright. Coming closer. Well, how can that be? How can a star? No, a meteor. Falling. Closer. So bright, my eyes are... Oh, now I've got to see. Brighter and brighter. Ah, the rays. Flashing rays. Closer and closer, closer and closer. I know you. I've seen you. Right around me, covering me. Sparks covering me. Yes, I hear you. I want to. Yes, I want to follow you. Follow your path. I want to. I will. I'll go with you out. Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to follow your path. If I do, Oh!
Father, what is it? Oh, Father, please, wake up.
Grace, what? Someone screamed.
Father, it was Father. Oh, Father, please. Father, what is it? You cried out.
What?
Oh, yes, sir, you cried out. You did. What happened?
Cried out? A dream. I dreamt the dream. Who in creation? Yes. Infernally impatient, whoever you are. Yes, what? If I might come in, Reynolds. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. Come in, sir. Come in. Thank you. I had no idea, sir, keeping you waiting. Quite all right. The country, sir. Did you enjoy it? My son-in-law brought me back to see a doctor. You're ill, sir. A chair, won't you sit? No, quite all right. What time is it? Almost 11, Sir Albert. If you're not well, somehow I had to come here tonight. Late as it was, I had to. All the laboratory workers, we've missed you, sir. It's been a long time since you left London. Almost a month. 29 nights. Did you say something, sir? No, nothing. Tell me, the work. Has it been going well? Quite well, sir. Outside, I could hear the whine of a generator. Yes, sir, this here. We've gone right ahead with the work. We've gotten some rather interesting results by reverse excitation of the cathode fields. May I show you? Yes. Well, sir, the Regents asked us to devise some means of illustrating, or rather, visualizing cosmic radiation so that it can be demonstrated in the classroom. I devised this contraption. It has no authenticity, but it does visualize on this fluorescent screen what a rush of cosmic rays might look like. Show me, boy. Right, sir. You'll see. It does visualize cosmic radiations for the students. Watch, sir. See, sir? On the screen. Sir Albert. Sir Albert, what is it? What? Same. What? The same, I tell you. In miniature, but the same. I don't understand, sir. The rush of sparks. The pattern of sparks, I tell you. Sir Albert. Don't look at me as if I was crazy. I've seen them. The same pattern of flying sparks, but 1,000 times greater. Sir Albert, you're not serious. Cosmic rays, they aren't visible to the eye. Glorious, driving through space, through the universe, showering the earth. Sir Albert. I've seen it, I tell you. I've seen it in my dream. Dream? Yes, in my dream. That's what I wanted to know, and now I do know. What I've been seeing in my sleep. Cosmic radiation. Cosmic rays. The path of them out of the infinite. Pouring out of one floating point in the darkness of space. Yes, stare at me all you want to, but I've been dreaming that night after night. I've been... Well, why do I dream that? I know what I dream, but I don't know Why?
But, Mr. Lennox, if Sir Albert...
No, Harris, there's no need to be so disturbed.
But I've been with Sir Albert so many years. His strange behavior...
There's nothing strange about it. He apparently walked around the streets until he was exhausted. So, when he came home, he announced that tonight he felt certain he'd be able to sleep. Now, that's perfectly plausible and normal.
I don't like it, sir.
Harris, you're an old woman. Instead of that long face, you should be happy.
Should I?
Yes. For the first time in weeks, Sir Albert seems alive and animated, eager to go to sleep. Well, that sounds paradoxical, doesn't it? Well, see, I feel happy too somehow. That's the way you should feel. This is going to be good news for Grace, Mrs. Lennox. I think I'll telephone her. She'll be as pleased as Punch that Sir Albert has come out of it all. Gone to bed and to sleep in a perfectly normal manner. Yes, to sleep in a perfectly normal manner.
Sleep. Must sleep. Must. A dream. Will I? But I must dream it again. I must. But if I sleep and don't dream, no, will dream. So many nights dreamt that dream. Got to dream it again. Yet again. Dream again. Once again. Oh, find out why. Dream again. Dream. Why do dream? Why do dream? Dream. Dream on the hilltop. Yes, the dream. Dreaming and knowing that I dreamed. Cold. Feel the cold. I never felt the cold before in the other dreams. If this dream is as the others, sky will clear. Yes, stars. Millions of them. So bright. Oh, no, I can't be dreaming. So real. No, this can't be a dream. I'm not asleep. I'm not. Awake. I've got to remember. Sitting in front of the fire. Yes, I was sitting in front of the fire. Got that. Wandered out of the house. Yes, that's it. Not a dream. Wandered out into the night. On a hilltop. I'm here. Yes, I am. Stars so bright, everything around me so real. This is reality. It must be. No. A dream, I know. A dream. Waiting. Listening. For what? I can't remember. Something that should happen. Something that always happened in this dream. Oh, why can't I remember? I must remember. I will remember. What? A star? Out there? How bright. Oh, no, it can't be a star. No star can be so bright. A meteor. Yes, a meteor. Rushing at me. Oh, I'm afraid I've got to run. It's rushing at me. Why don't I run? No, I can't. That sound. The rays. Now I remember. Yes, I remember. Yes, the rays. That's what I was waiting for. Always in the dream, the rays. Coming down at me. Pouring from the sky. I remember. Why should I be afraid? Rays. I know what they are now. No, I'm not afraid. Rays, glorious, coming down, closer. Soon they'll be touching me. glorious rays. In my dream, I'm seeing rays of the cosmos. Wonderful dream. Wonderful. Wonderful. So bright, shining, glittering, sparkling, glittering around me, covering me. I feel I want to go into it. Yes, follow the path of them, part of the rays. Let myself go up into them. Let them take me up into... No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Hey, but I wanted to know. These rays over me, if they are cosmic. Yes, I wanted to know. Always I wanted to know. In the dream. And where they come from. What's beyond them? I will know. I've got to go up into them. Follow them. They'll carry me. Take me to where? They're lifting me. Lifting me. Higher. Higher. The hill. Gone. Moving so quickly I can't see. I can't breathe. Honest, stop. I'm afraid. Faster. Stars, galaxies, universe, gone. Faster, higher. Where? Flaring light around me. Where are you taking me? Yes, I hear. But what? Unending stream of power, driving across eternal space, bringing our universe what may be the very source of life. Yes, I said, can it be that these cosmic radiations are a direct expression of that divine, eternal thought? Divine, eternal thought? I remember, I said... But can it be? Can it be? Brighter and brighter. My eyes. I see again. What? Yes, I was right. It was the truth. The truth. It's the truth, Grace. Your father died peacefully in his sleep.
You have just heard Mr. Edmund Gwen in The Truth, a play by Arch Obler. With Mr. Gwen were Miss Roseanne Murray, Anthony Ellis, Alec Harford, and Bruce Elliott. Announcer Marvin Best. The music was composed by Gordon Jenkins, and the orchestra conducted by Jack Meehan. Mr. Gwen will soon be seen in the Metro Goldwyn Mayer picture, Bewitched, which was written and directed for MGM by Arch Obler. Next week we will bring you a new play, Big Shot. The program notes tell us that this is a comedy exclusively about big shots. This will be the 13th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Obler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents Arch Obler's plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 14th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world we live in. Tonight, inspired by a suggestion from GI friend Elliot Lewis, Arch Obler presents
A Gallery of Big Shots. Feminine big shots.
I hasten to speak to the women in my audience. Dear ladies, believe me, I like you very much, so that if anything in what follows resembles dislike of the fair sex, the resemblance is absolutely accidental. Because these women we are going to speak about are of a special sort.
Bragging, swaggering, trumpeting, strutting, magniloquent.
Quite, thank heavens, unlike you. For these women are big shots.
A Gallery of Big Shots. Portrait number 1, Miss Beautiful.
I just love singing music, don't you, Mr. Leahy?
Yeah, sure do.
Is that Eddie who just came in?
Eddie? Eddie who?
Eddie Sullivan.
Oh.
He's just the sweetest. At Madison Square Garden, one of those huge benefits, he had them throw the spotlight right down our little me. And Walter W.
Winchell?
As far as I'm concerned, he'll go unmentionable. The nerve. You know what he said about me?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
He said that, as far as he was concerned, all the Atlantic City bathing contest winners could be laid end to end, and it wouldn't make much difference. Can you imagine saying a thing like that?
No, I can't.
Just because a girl has ability enough to win a competition is no reason to talk about her that way now, is it?
No, of course not. Another drink?
No, one is my limit. I'll just sit and toy with my glass the rest of the evening.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Max told me.
Max who?
Max Factor or somebody told me that alcohol has a sort of effect on the skin pores, causing them to constrict or expand. There's something that's very negative. He said that. I just toy with one drink all night.
Sure. Anyone as beautiful as you are has got to sort of watch out.
Now that, Mr. Leahy, was a very profound thing you just said.
Was it?
It was, indeed. Well, I've got to treat my face and my figure as if it belonged to somebody else.
Yeah.
Why, when I see my face on the cover of Life magazine or Red Book, I'm as critique, as they say, about how I look as if it was somebody else. Why, if there's a single hair out of place, I simply can't eat for at least 24 hours.
You don't say. Have another drink? Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's perfectly all right. Like a certain producer whose name will go unmentionable once said, he said, Moselle, a face and a body like yours is a holy trust to be held like a chalice. You understand the assimilation, don't you, Mr. Leahy?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you did. Well, it's a great responsibility, Mr. Leahy. Last year I was on 10 covers and over 15 billboards, not counting the subway, when I was Miss Pure Gold Beer of 1944. So you might say my face is public property. I think that everybody who's in the public eye has a great responsibility, just as much as if they were...
I guess they're going to start the floor show.
Oh, yes. Did you know I studied voice 1 week?
You don't say.
Greetings and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin our very small entertainment, may I introduce a few celebrities with us tonight.
Mr. Leahy, did you give the head waiter the note I gave you?
Oh, sure, Moselle, sure.
First, I see a very beautiful lady, a famous beauty contest winner and cover girl. May we pay reverence to beauty. The spotlight on Moselle.
Thank you. Thank you. You see what I mean, Mr. Leahy? It's a great responsibility.
A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 2. Executive, War Crop.
Miss Gatsky, please cease work. Miss Gatsky.
Sorry.
Girls, I have a very important announcement to make. As you all know, ever since our Mr. Peterson, or should we say Corporal Peterson, was called to the colors of our country to serve in the armed forces, this department has been without a leader, so to speak, because, as you all know, my duties are upstairs with posting and billing, and not here with customer mail. Girls, your new supervisor, Miss Virginia Clinton. Girls, Miss Clinton.
Thank you, girls. Thank you. I want you to know that I consider it a great honor and privilege, having been appointed to be your supervisor. I, too, began as a typist in the Chicago branch of this organization and worked my way up through the ranks, so to speak. So believe me, I know your problems, and I'm thoroughly sympathetic to them. I'm going to depend on each and every one of you for suggestions. What you will want, I will want. Miss Clinton, would it be possible? Not now, dear, not now, please. May I state first that in times such as these, even as some fight on the war front, our typewriters and shorthand books are the weapons with which we go out and conquer. I am sorry that one of you saw fit to laugh at that statement. It definitely shows an improper, subversive attitude. From my experience in our Chicago plant, I am to make the following recommendations to Mr. Eppes, our vice president in charge. First, each of you girls will be divided. That is to say, into groups of 4, which will be called a squad. Each squad shall have appointed to it a 5th girl, who will be the squadron leader, and who will be responsible for the output of said squad. These squadron leaders will be chosen by your supervisor on the basis of executive ability and company loyalty, and will be given the title of sergeant. Every 2 squads will be part of a platoon, which in turn will be in charge of a girl chosen on the basis of executive ability, company loyalty, and will be known as a lieutenant. If you please, girls. The sergeant's duties will be as follows. 1, to see that typewriters are kept in perfect order and covered at the close of the business day. The lieutenant's duties will be as follows. 1, to see that the sergeants properly execute their offices, and 2, to bring into play their own personal initiative when crises, such as crises, occur, and 3, to correct the, shall we say, unbusinesslike apparel certain of you girls are now wearing. There is one regulation, however, which I wish to be put in force at once. From my previous experience in our Chicago plant, I am strongly of the opinion, and I'm sure you will concur with me, that entirely too much time is being spent off the floor. Beginning at once, rest periods will be limited to 5 minutes in each hour. If any emergencies occur, permission to leave your desk must be obtained from me. Well, has anyone anything they wish to state openly?
Heil Hitler.
Who said that? Who said that? You will step forward. How dare you? Step forward.
A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 3. Hired Girl.
Maybelle, can I come in, please? It's Louise. Maybelle, I know you're in there. I just want to talk to you. Okay, I'm coming in. Gee, Maybelle, you might have asked me to come in. Jeepers, we're still friends. Well, are you just going to sit there? Aren't you going to say anything?
Got nothing to say.
Jeepers, Maybelle, don't be a character. After all, I didn't do anything.
Got nothing to say.
Maybelle, you just can't leave us. You just can't. Why, you're one of the family. It's my party next Friday. What'll I do if you don't... Oh, who in the world is that?
Mabel, are you in? Yes. Hey, small stuff. What are you doing here?
What do you think?
How you doing?
Not so good.
Okay, Hammerhead, find the nearest exit and let a man take over.
Where'll I find one?
Okay, go on. I ain't woofing. Blow, small fry.
All right, Wonder Man. I hope you do better than I did. You better.
Hal, hiya, Maybelle. Huh, so you won't talk, huh? Well, that's okay. I like my women strong and silent. Hey, all this stuff about your quitting, that's just scuttlebutt, huh?
Got nothing to say.
Oh, come on. Gosh, whatever it is, I can straighten it out. Okay, give.
Gave him a notice.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Mabel. Listen, we can't get along without you. Holy cat, you're the best cook. Your pies. Well, gosh, Mabel, we can't. You just can't walk out on us like this. Jeepers, aren't you going to say anything?
Got nothing to say.
Oh, Mabel, gee. There's somebody knocking. Okay, I'll see who it is. Gosh, Pop.
Well. What are you doing here?
Well, I just came up to talk to her.
Oh, any luck?
Oh, gosh, no. Dad, you just got
All right. No.
Okay.
Well, Maybelle. Do you mind if I talk to you a bit?
Got nothing to say.
Well, I've got a great deal to say. I think all this is nonsense. You've got a good home here, good salary. We like you. There's no logical reason for any change.
Gave him a notice.
Yes, I know, but look, Maybelle. Ever since the war, there've been, well, you might say there's been a procession of servants in this house. None of them, not one, has come up to even the lowest standards of the sort of help. Maybelle, believe me, I was beginning to think that all potatoes were carbonated and that soup was made out of dishwater. Yeah. But you, Maybelle, you've given me new hope. I was beginning to think, no, I was positive that you were going to be with us, well, at least for the duration. And now to come home and find that you're talking about leaving, to have to go through... No, I couldn't endure it again. $10 more a month. No, make it 20. Do you hear that, Maybelle? I'm going to raise your salary $20 a month.
Gave him a notice.
All right, the best of us can make mistakes and change our minds.
You say I made a mistake?
No, I didn't mean that you made a mistake. I was speaking in generalities. Maybelle, listen. I apologize for my wife. I don't know what happened. I can't believe that she... I mean, all right, whatever it was. She was in the wrong and you were in the right, and I apologize for her. You hear that, Maybelle? I'm apologizing.
Mrs. Martin.
Sure, but I'm apologizing for her. It's the same thing.
No.
But I won't have Alice say la guerre or no say la guerre. There are limits. I mean to have to... Maybelle, $30 a month. $30 a month. And every other Wednesday off, too. I can arrange that between the kids and myself. We can do the work. $30 a month, your regular time off, and Wednesdays. Isn't that wonderful, Maybelle?
Wednesdays?
Yes.
$30 a month more?
Yes, of course.
The missus has taken it all back?
Whatever it was, absolutely. Well, Maybelle, what's the happy word?
Well, Mr. Martin...
Yes?
I'll think it over.
A
gallery of big shots. Portrait number 4, Chanteurs.
Shut that door. Shut the door. Will somebody shut that rotten door? Now then, Max, we can talk.
Please, Felice.
We can talk, Max. We can talk about when you were a baby.
Oh, now, Felice.
Where were you a baby, Max? Was it Nizhny Novgorod or Schnippershik?
Oh, now, Felice.
Or was it Delancey Street under a wet rock? Follow the Harrigans, he said. Oh, they're a nice little dance team just starting out. 10 curtain calls, you hear? 10 curtain calls.
Felice, your voice.
The devil with my voice. You get them off the bill. Get them off.
But, Felice.
What do you mean you can't do it? What do you think I pay you 10% for? To smoke my cigarettes and drink my liquor? Oh, so that's it. You're managing them, are you?
Oh, Felice.
Then go. But don't think that's all.
Oh, no,
Who
Felice.
won the Radio Digest poll as the outstanding chanteurs of 1945? I did.
Yeah, but...
Now, don't talk so much. You fire that rootin' Joe Mark.
Oh, Felice.
Press agent. The only thing he can press is his pants. Get me up at 5 o'clock in the morning to break a rootin' bottle over the back of a ship.
But, Felice.
But is the ship? Oh, no. He turns it out to be a oil tanker. Me, Felice, launch a rootin' oil tanker. And at the same time, Hildegard launches a cruiser. I won't be belittled. I won't. I want a battleship.
Police, listen.
Why, you rootin' little squirt. How dare you walk in here without knocking? What do you think this is, a saloon? I ought to
Police,
you.
listen, they're playing your cue.
What? Oh, my gosh. Lily, my handkerchief. My gosh, I can't think without my handkerchief. Lily!
Police, you fired Lily an hour ago.
That's a lie. Go get her back. What's that? George!
He's on, you're on, Police. Please, playing your cue.
You jerks.
Thank you, my dear people. Thank you. How nice of you to come visit me in my little copra room. And look at all the dear servicemen. Look at the dear little sailor. Hello, you sweet little thing, you. There's something about a sailor. Oh, stay right there, handsome. I have an orchid for you because tonight the Navy is close to my heart. Yes, this morning, bright and early, I was visiting the Navy. Yes, this morning, I was on an official duty for the Navy. Our dear, wonderful Navy. A hand for the dear, wonderful Navy. Yes, this morning, your little Felice gave birth to, oh, what am I saying? Christened with her own little hand. A beautiful, beautiful Navy ship. So now for the Navy and all of you dear friends, I sing a little song which I first introduced. George, dear.
All of a sudden my heart beats when I remember little things, the way you dance and hold me tight, the way you kiss and say good night. Each of us in this time of war must love each other more and more. The love I bear for humanity, it is my heart. It is all of me.
A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 5, Beautician.
Well, if it isn't our Mrs. Cragen. And how are you?
How do you do, Miss Westland? If my hair ever dries, I'll be very well myself.
Oh, patience, my dear Mrs. Cragen, patience. Rome wasn't built in a day, and our salon can't do justice to your coiffure in less than 2 hours. Ours est clarimatum. See you later. Good morning, Mrs. Nicholas. And what are we doing to you this morning? Having one of our Lorraine oil shampoos. Excellent, excellent. The dust in the air. I tell you, something must be done about the dust in the air. Don't you think so?
Dirtiest set of hair you ever had.
Of course. Personally, I believe this war has something to do with it. All the excitement that's bound to raise dust. Irene.
Yes, Miss Westland?
Give dear Mrs. Nicholas an extra egg on her hair this morning. Shortages or no, we do want her to look lovely and a credit to our salon. Quickly, get the egg, quickly. Bistatki Kito Dot. See you later. Hello? Hello? Irene, I thought you told me there was a telephone call.
If there was, I took...
But there's no one. Hello? Hello? Yes. Yes, this is Miss Westland. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Gillam. Yes, this is Miss Westland. Is there something you wanted? Oh, an appointment. Really? I'm sorry, I don't believe that's possible. No, not tomorrow. No, nor Saturday. My dear Mrs. Gillam, it isn't a question of whether it's today or tomorrow or next week. I'm just afraid we're all booked up. No, there's nothing strange about it. Appointments are available only to those who keep their appointments. Yes, how nice of you to remember. You did indeed. Called out of town. I do not feel that is a proper excuse. You know about our 24-hour cancellation rule. Your son. Oh, yes, the lieutenant. He came back where? Convalescent hospital. The army set. That's very nice, Mrs. Gillam. But I consider this salon also part of the war activities. I say there is no greater morale builder than a good cold wave. Appointments must be kept. I'm so sorry.
A gallery of big shots. Portrait number 6, Bobby Soxer.
Quiet. Let her see.
Oh, yes, tell us, Pokey.
Everything.
Well, I got on the bus, and the first thing I noticed...
Yes, we know you got on the bus. Tell us what happened after.
Well, that's what we want to hear.
Quiet, kids. Let her talk.
My goodness, if every word I'm going to say, you're going to jump at me like that.
Oh, no, Pokey. We won't.
No. Well, you better not. I mean, after all, if you want to hear.
Well, in any way you want to, Pokey. Anyway.
All right, that's better. So I got on the bus, and the first thing I said to myself was, Pokey, there's no reason to be nervous. He may be great, but he's human. And the way it says, the greater they are, the humbler their souls. I kept saying that to myself all the time I was riding along. Well, pretty soon, there I was.
Where?
In the theater, you moron.
Oh, in the theater.
And there I was. And some big goon of a doorman tried to give me a brush off. But I drew myself up, and I said... He sent for me. And he said, oh, yeah. And I said, oh, yeah. And that got monotonous. So I pulled out the letter, and you should have seen his eyes. And then I was there. I knocked on the door. A man opened it. No, of course not. It was his manager or something. He said, and what can I do for you, young lady? And I handed him the letter. And he read it. And he opened up the door. And I went in. And there I was. Where? His dressing room, stupid. And there he was.
Oh, bliss.
Oh, it's too desperate.
Well, tell us what happened.
Oh, yes, what happened? Will you be quiet? I said, hi, Frankie.
Well,
Then he said, hi.
And then?
Somebody said, you're on, Mr. Sinatra. He said, goodbye. And I said, goodbye, Frankie. Goodbye, Frankie.
Golly, Pokey, you've lived.
A gallery of big shots. Final portrait. Commentator.
With
We all right to set up the microphone here, Miss Compton?
Yes, anywhere will do. Rollins, what time do we go on the air?
In about 3 minutes, Miss Compton. Are you set?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, you're always right in there when the news breaks, aren't you, Miss Compton?
One does what one can.
Oh, you do better than that. We were having an argument back in the station. How many newspapers you win now, Miss Compton? How many?
Well, one does.
Oh, sure, I get it.
I should say 280 publications. Then, of course, there are the Sunday editions.
There she blows. Meeting's coming to order.
Yes.
It sure is something Wilson FDR would have liked to have seen. It sure is.
Yes, Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Take it in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Margaret Compton bringing you a special broadcast from the city of the Golden Gate. I'm speaking to you tonight from a broadcast booth overlooking the opening session of the United Nations Conference on... forgive me, I can never remember names. I had a paper here. Oh, yes, the United Nations Conference on International Organization. Right at this moment, a very dignified gentleman is addressing the assemblage. The matter of fact is, from my broadcasting booth, I'm looking right down at him. I believe at the moment he's talking about, an international court of justice to decide legal disputes between nations in order to prevent wars. But as important as that may be, I'm sure you folks out there are much more interested in the behind-the-scenes stories. Now, on my way up here from Hollywood, I rode up with a certain producer who told me in complete confidence that Sheikh Allah bin something or other, who's the Arabian delegate to this conference, is a great fan of Angelins. In fact, one wall of his tent is simply covered with pictures of the Warner Brothers star, who incidentally is not at this peace conference, but en route to Florida with a certain publicity man who is rumored to be her latest heart, and who incidentally started in the picture business publicizing that great classic, The Sheik, with Rudolph Valentino, which makes it a pretty small world after all. Oh, right at this moment, the very distinguished gentleman at the podium is talking something about economic and social... Oh, we'll come back to that. Speaking of distinguished gentlemen, reminds me of a story told me in complete confidence by Charles Coburn. Charlie, or Chucky, as we know him, was at a party recently, and as he sat there with his favorite orange juice in his hand, in came a certain little RKO starlet with one of those hats. And I mean one of those hats. Well, Chucky took one look at that hat and he... Oh, by the way, speaking of hats, last night I was at the top of the mark here in dear little old San Francisco, and Mrs. Anthony Eden, at least someone said she was Anthony Eden's wife, he's that tall, handsome Britisher all the girls are swooning about, and speaking of swooning... Oh, dear, I'm sorry, but my little announcer is signaling to me that the special 5 minutes from the great special San Francisco conference are up. So this is your confidential friend, Margaret Compton, speaking to you through my 280 columns and over 196 radio stations coast to coast with the latest, the most authentic, the most important personality stories of the day. Today, through special arrangement, directly from the United Nations Conference. That's all. Goodbye. Farewell. Fini.
You have just heard Big Shot, a new play by Arch Obler. The cast in the order of their appearance in the gallery of Big Shots were Miss Beauty, Lurene Tuttle, Executive, Mary Jane Croft, Hired Help, Jane Morgan and Barbara Eiler, Chanteurs, Lynn Whitney, Beautician, Helga Moret, Bobby Soxer, Louise Erickson, Commentator, Dorothy Scott. The original music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. Next week, we'll bring you by request a performance of one of Mr. Obler's most unusual plays, Special to Hollywood, starring Gail Page and Bruce Elliott. This will be the 15th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Obler. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
There is a city by Lake Michigan where I was born and schooled. As a native son, then, at present a few thousand miles removed, I bring you, purely in fun, my Chicago, as seen through the eyes of another Chicagoan, 11-year-old Tommy, who at the moment is writing a very important letter.
Dear Sweet Sam, I'm writing you this letter because my teacher, Miss Rogers, says that if all the children in our room write letters to you Chinese children, we will have understanding between nations, which is a very good thing. My father, who is looking over my shoulder as I write this, says...
That's a lot of hooey. We ought to exchange beer with him.
But I do not like beer, so I will continue to write this letter. Miss Rogers gave us a list of things we ought to write about. First, where we live. Our house is on Woodlawn Avenue, which is on the south side of the city of Chicago, which is in the state of Illinois, which is the most important state in the United States of America. My father, who was looking over my shoulder, says...
Hooey. How about California? Hollywood. Pin-up girls.
But since I have never been to California, Illinois is still the greatest state in the United States of America. First, I will tell you about my room, which, of course, is also located in the city of Chicago. It is my very own room. Except, of course, when my Uncle Frederick, who is a farmer in the southern part of the state, comes to visit us, and then he sleeps in my room. And except when my Uncle Joe, who is a traveling salesman for a hardware store in St. Louis, comes to visit us, and then he sleeps in my room. And except when my Aunt Henrietta, who is my mother's sister, fights with her husband, and then she sleeps in my room. It is my very own room. My father, who was looking over my shoulder, says...
That small fry reads like sarcasm.
But since I do not know very clear what sarcasm is, I will ignore the remark, like my sister Ellen always says, and continue. My room is a very special place, because so far every day of my life has started here. I will now tell you about my day. It always begins with my mother coming into my room and waking me up.
Tommy, it's after 7. You've got to be in school. You can't be late to school again. All right. I know you're awake. Open the other eye and get up. Tommy, did you hear me?
Yes, Mama.
Now get up. I want to talk to you, Mr. Tommy. You're awake, aren't you?
Yes, Mama.
I have a little matter to discuss with you. Tommy, what did I say when you asked me if you could have rabbits in your room? What did I say? Yes?
You said no, Mama.
All right, then. Your sister Ellen tells me that you've brought some sort of an animal into this house. Is it a rabbit?
No, Mama.
Then you have brought an animal into this house. Well, where is it?
Under the bed.
Under the... Oh, no.
Yes, Mama.
What is it? What?
Well, you know that knife that Uncle Frederick gave me for my birthday? The one you hid until I grew up?
Yes, but
I swapped it with Sam for some Jap money his brother sent from Okinawa or someplace.
But what is
I swapped the Jap money with Al for a real bullet out of a machine gun out of a P-38, which had shot down 2 Zeeks.
Will you tell me what's under that bed?
But that's what I'm telling you. I swapped the bullet for it.
For what? What? All right, I'll see for myself.
No, Mama, you'd better not.
Why?
Because it's in a jar and it's a spider.
Spider?
Yes, and just a little old black widow spider.
Black widow? Oh!
But it's just a little one, Mom. It's just a little one. Next, my teacher, Miss Rogers, says you would be interested in knowing about people in Chicago. There are many people in Chicago. My father, who is looking over my shoulder, says...
That is a brilliant remark.
I do not think that is a very brilliant remark, because there are many people in Chicago. First, there is my mother, whom I have already told you about. Second, there is my father, who is looking over my shoulder, who is my mother's husband.
That is another bright remark.
And there is my sister Ellen, who is older than I am and very silly like all women are.
That is the brightest remark.
And there are my aunts and uncles and cousins, and all my grandmothers and grandfathers are dead. There is my teacher, Miss Rogers, who is very old, because once she met Woodrow Wilson, who was the president about whom they made a moving picture all in color. My father, who was looking over my shoulder, just said,
"Oh, immortality, where is thy technicolor?"
Which I do not understand. And then there are the people with whom I play at school. My best friend Fatso, Joe, and Freddie, and Billy, and Jake, and Arnie. Only they are not people being only kids like I am. And I just about run out of people except for the policeman and fireman, and the man who fixes our refrigerator, and the garbage man, and all the cops and detectives and gangsters who are in jail, and old Miss Scrapapple. Only that isn't her name, but it's the only way I can say it. She's the smartest lady in all Chicago. And who owns the candy store near our school where all we kids buy our candy and ice cream, which is one of the 7 basic foods and very good for young children.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, Miss Rapapple.
Business?
Yes, Miss Rapapple.
Such politeness indicates only one thing. You haven't got any money.
No, Miss Rapapple.
When will you pay me?
Saturday.
Prospect?
Gonna clean the weeds off the hardware man's back lot.
Salary?
6 bits. 75 cents.
Exploitation. Worth $1.
Yeah, Miss Rapapple?
Insist on it.
Yes, Miss Rapapple.
Soda or sundae?
Soda, Miss Rapapple.
Soda. 1 scoop or 2?
2, please.
2, please.
Miss Rapapple. You know everything.
Sure. Sure, Mrs. Brains. Well, what's your problem, Mr. Anthony?
I haven't got a problem. I just want to know something.
So? What?
How do you get to be rich?
What did you say?
How do you get to be rich?
Here you are. So drink it before it loses its fizz.
Yes, sir.
Rich. Look who he's asking.
Gosh, you're rich.
Second-hand soda fountain. 6 bottles of chocolate syrup. Writing paper, pencils, licorice candy, and gumdrops. Sure. But don't you worry about getting rich. What you should worry about is how to get poor.
Huh?
If you would read something besides your Mr. Dick Tracy column, you would know. Pretty soon, the only way to be happy will be to be poor people. So close your mouth and drink your soda. How long you think soda water bubbles will wait?
Well, yes, sir.
I do not read your Mr. Dick Tracy, so I have a very fine education on the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, everybody's home will be so filled with revolving ice boxes and vacuum cleaners that blow and vacuum cleaners that suck and home moving machines that talk and airplanes that go straight up and down and fancy automobiles with wings that come off and radios and televisions and hot blowers and cold blowers and machines for freezing and machines for cooking and machines for washing and machines for drying and machines for ironing and machines for blowing perfume and machines for reading books out loud and machines for making records and machines for playing records. Well, who, I ask you, with all these machines will have room left in the house to live in but the poor?
Gee, you're funny.
I am funny. So, drink your soda. No, I can hear you finished. I'll make another little one maybe, huh?
Well, gosh,
On the house.
Oh, gee.
After all, as yet, you're not rich. Sonny.
Yes, Miss Rapapple?
Don't worry about being rich. What I was laughing about before, inside the small joke, was a very large truth. The fancy automobiles and the airplanes that go straight up and down and the televisions and the cold freezers and the washers and the dryers, they're very nice. It should be that everyone should have them. But what is in your house is not so important as what is in your heart. So what'll it be now, 1 scoop or 2?
Miss Rogers, my teacher, says that you Chinese boys are very interested in everything about Chicago. She said I should write to you about historical places and streets. Mr. Abraham Lincoln came from Illinois, where Chicago is, which is a historical fact. Chicago used to be Fort Dearborn, but the Indians massacred everybody, the entire population, including men, women, and children, with the result that everybody was wiped out, so they had to start all over, so they called it Chicago. The place where Fort Dearborn used to be is commemorated on the Link Bridge, which is over the Chicago River downtown. And I have been there many times with my best friend, Fatso. Fatso and me stand on the bridge and discuss the historical facts about the Fort Dearborn massacre, which is very historical. Gee, I bet you I could dive right off of here and do 3 somersaults before I hit the water. Sure. I bet you I could start swimming and swim all the way across the lake to Milwaukee and do it all on my back. Okay, Superman. Can't even swim across the bathtub. You stop talking and let me think. What you thinking about? If I'd have been there, I'd never let him kill him. Who? The Indians, you creep. I'd never let him get away with the massacre. Well, what could you have done, huh, Tommy? Oh, things. Yeah, what? Gee, you have to get so technical. What's that? Gosh, Fatso, don't you know anything? I know if those old Indians were going to massacre and scalp you, they'd just massacre and scalp you, and you couldn't do anything. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Oh. I'm hungry. I'm going home. Okay, me too. Buy it. My father says it is because of the success of taxes, but I say it is because of the success of ghosts, which is a pretty good joke if you get it. Keep it. Miss Rogers, my teacher, says we should not make wisecracks in this letter to our Chinese allies, so I will cross this out later on, but meanwhile it will sit there on the paper, and she can go kiss Van Johnson for all I care, which is another joke because she does not wear bobby socks. Besides the haunted house, other important buildings are Palmolive Building, Wrigley Building, Tribune Tower, Art Institute, stockyards, which are really not a building, but which are very important for hamburgers and smells. A joke. All these are very important buildings, including the planetarium, which is full of stars, and the big museum, which is right in the lake. This museum is the most wonderful building in the whole world, being full of stuffed animals and people, which are very lifelike, only they do not breathe. It is very educational. The halls are very slippery, making for very fine sliding when the guard is not looking. It is very educational. My friend Fatso and me, I often go to the museum on Saturdays and vacations to improve our minds when we have no place else to go. In here, Fatso, in here. Okay. Boy, was that a close one. I told you not to make so much noise. I was just trying out the echo, that's all. Oh, you're a creep. You want to get arrested or something? Partner, the jail ain't been built that can hold me. Okay. But if that guard catches us, you'll fan your backside and he's not fooling. Say, what's this room? I don't know. Never been here before. Gosh, are they all stuffed? You creep. They're statues. The Hall of Man. Hey, look at this one. Hey, that's a Ubangi. Don't give me none of your lips, sister. Boy, is she a mess. Hey, look at this one. Oh, it's just like old Mr. Spinelli. Southern Italian. And that's what Mr. Spinelli is. Look at this one. He's like Mr. Goldberg. Yeah, I'm Mr. Goldberg. Look at this one. He's an Indian. Hey, look at this one, a Chinaman. This one says Australian Bushman. Yeah, and here's one like Mr. Brumsky. Gosh, look at all of them. All different kinds. Sure are a lot of people in the world. Yeah. Gee, I'm glad I'm me. Me too. Look at that one. Hey, how do you think it feels to have skin like that? Huh? Skin like that. How does it feel? I don't know. Feels the same, I guess. Bet you it doesn't. Oh, I bet you it does. My pop says that the color of your skin is just an accident of pignation. What is that? Well, it's... Jeepers, do I have to tell you everything? Don't you know that everybody in the world is related to everybody else on account of Darwin? Who's he? Oh, I read about him. He invented evolution. Everybody's related to everybody. It's a scientific fact. Okay, I'm related to everybody. Hiya, Bangy. What's buzzing, cousin? Well, Tweesen, I have now told you practically everything there is to tell you about Chicago, which is a good job well done. I will now break my arm patting myself on the back. Also, the pen is out of ink. Oh, excuse me, please. I think I hear... Hey, Ellen? Ellen? Hey, sis, is that you at the icebox?
You write your letter and mind your own business.
Now, you leave me a piece, you hear me? You leave me a piece.
Maybe I will and maybe I won't.
Dear Tweesen, you'll have to excuse me now because my sister Ellen is at the icebox where the chicken we had left from dinner is, so I'd better get out there before she eats me out of house and home. My teacher, Miss Rogers, says to be sure we didn't leave anything out, so I'll close by saying that Chicago also has Lincoln Park, very large lake for swimming and drowning, only they have lifeguards, and there's Wrigley Field and Sox Park, which are full of baseball, only I am like my father and I'm a football man, and Jackson's Park, and department stores, which are very large grocery departments, where they used to give away free samples, only not to kids, and Soldiers Field, and a very good fire department, which could have stopped the big Chicago fire, only all these firemen were children when it happened, and lots and lots of people. Chicago's full of people. One of these people, like I said, is now in the kitchen at the icebox, so I will sign off. I am sure with what I have told you about my Chicago, if you should ever come here, you would be able to find your way around. If you go to White City, which is our amusement park, and get on the merry-go-round and stay on it, this is another joke. Well, this is the end. Yours, cordially, sincerely, and very truly yours, your obedient servant, Thomas J. Jones. P.S. There's something I forgot to tell you. My Chicago is the biggest, best city in the whole world. I know, because I've lived here all my life. In case you come visit us, our house is the second from the corner. My father's back again looking over my shoulder, and he says...
Add RSVP.
I will now do this RSVP. That is my father's idea. I am your pal. That is my own idea. This finishes my letter. I hope I have now brought understanding between nations, which is a very good thing.
Transcribed earlier for presentation at this time. Mutual presents Arch Obler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 18th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays, told in relation to this expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play is titled History of a Mug.
His poor Mama.
Yes.
So much flour, so many people.
Sure, the whole world's turned out.
His poor Mama. Look at her. Can't even cry no more, eh?
Sure he's tough. He'd have gone a long way in this town. A long, long way.
The picture's Joe.
Yeah.
How about the old lady?
The whole family.
Italian and Irish. What a combination. Sure tough on him losing Eddie. Right guy.
Yeah.
When you think of it, a couple of days ago, sitting right on top, and now in a couple of hours, I'll fall on the ground.
Yeah.
Nuts. What's the matter with me? What I need is a drink and a big one.
It was mayhem my heart's crying for, losing a son like that.
It's God's will.
For 30 years you raised a son, and in a day he's gone.
She's got another.
He never amounts to nothing. This Edward was the blessing of the family. Look at the poor mother over there. So much hurt in her she can't even cry. She must be remembering every day of his life. Poor Louisa Mayhem. To lose a son like that. To lose a son like that.
Everybody look at me. I said, I should cry. Everybody cry when somebody dies. You should cry when you lose a son. You should cry because you remember. What do I remember about you, Eddie? What? I remember your first cry, Eduardo. I cried so much that night. Should I cry now? What else can I remember, Eduardo?
First talk. First walk. First hurt. First school. First fight. First trouble.
Trouble. Should I think of your first big trouble, Eduardo? Will that make me cry for you? How old were you? 16. Yes, 16. 16 years ago. A day just like this. It was home, remember? It was Papa. Everybody come to see him. So cold.
Are you all right, Ma?
What did you say, Fabiano?
Are you all right?
Oh, sure. He's not come yet, huh?
He'll get here, Ma. You know how Eddie is.
He should be here.
Well, gosh, Ma, what do you expect? Kid like Eddie, proud dying till suddenly?
You are with me, Fabiano.
He'll get here, Ma. Gee, will you look at the crowd?
Everybody like your pop.
You're awful brave, Ma.
Brave? What is brave? Your papa lived. He was good. He died quick without hurt from the trouble in his heart. So now he likes always he wants. We give him best funeral, biggest funeral, just like he wants.
Ma, look, it's Eddie.
Huh?
Eddie, I told you he'd get here.
Eduardo.
Hello, Ma. Can I talk to you?
Eduardo, it's no right to be late at this time.
Ed, where you been?
Ma, listen, I gotta talk to you. It's important.
Importante? What could be more importante than your papa?
Ma, don't waste time, believe me.
Eddie, you out of your head. Everything's looking.
All right, Fabiano. Come, Eduardo, in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You too, Fabiano. So, what is important?
Ma, I gotta have some dough.
Ed, not now.
Fabiano, let him say what he wants.
Ma, can you give me some dough right away? Say $100.
Ma, he's crazy.
No, Ma, honest, I mean it. I gotta get out of town right away.
What are you talking?
Out of town. It's important, Ma. Believe me, I'll get the dough back to you.
Eddie, what you do?
Nothing. I just want to get out of town.
Tell me, Eduardo, tell me. Tell me. And so I say that, Eduardo. 16 years ago, I said to you, tell me. I wait. And then I listen to what you say.
You gotta listen to me, Ma. There's a lot of things mixed up in my reason.
You talk.
I didn't do nothing.
You
I don't want
talk.
you to be suspicious of me either.
Mama this.
Really?
Mama that.
You don't understand me, Ma.
So many words.
Ma, listen to me, because I know what I'm saying.
I don't know.
I gotta get a job someplace.
You say you got a chance job someplace.
I'm tired of school, Ma.
You tired of school.
Besides, Ma, you gotta remember.
You tell me I should remember you have weakness in heart like
I want to be able to rest and go to work.
You want to rest and then go work. And what do you want?
We understand it.
It sounded nice in my head. I don't know. And then, remember, he come in the door, a priest.
Now listen to me, Ma. I'm tired of school. I had enough school anyway. You
will forgive me for intruding, Mrs. Mahone. This is an unfortunate time for you, but I have no choice but to speak to you now.
Fabiano, I don't know who
It's Father Dino from over on 3rd.
Yes. I'm Father Dino, Miss Mahone. I'm here because... Eduardo, stay. Stay, I say.
My boy, what did you do? Tell me, Padre.
I came here tonight only because some of the other boys told me Eduardo intended to run away. That, believe me, must not be...
Tell me what he do.
Nothing, Martha.
You don't talk. Father, say what? He take what?
Our church, we have a fund. The pennies of the boys to pay for athletic equipment and such. Part of our church activity, you understand?
Hey, Eduardo steals from a church.
Believe me, Miss Mahone, I investigated carefully.
Eduardo?
Honest, Ma, you can believe me. I didn't steal from no Mahone. You are from the old country. I too. And to come at a time like this is a hurt I could not do if what I say was not God's truth. The boy is young. Ma, the crime is a black one. And the police should be... No, wait. Well, I did it.
Fabiano.
No, but I did it, huh? I tell you, I did it. Fabiano, boy, you I got him. No, I took it. Me, not the kid. Me. You were always one of my best. I can't believe, Fabiano. If I took you to the police, the other boys... Fabiano, tell me, why did you do it? I took it. That's enough, ain't it? No. The reason. If you could only give me the reason, justification, maybe I
tell you.
Miss Mahone, why?
He do it for his papa.
Huh?
For his papa. I don't understand before, I know.
Tell me.
Fabiano, he know that Papa always said that when he died, he went nice funeral. Plenty flower, everybody riding automobile, Lasodino for his good friends. But Papa died quick. I don't get enough money for all that. I go here and there, nobody's got money for me. And yesterday, Fabiano, he come and he put money in my hand. He say, for a nice funeral, Papa, Mama mia. When you see Holy Father, he take money for make his Papa a nice funeral. It is a sin, but it is such a great sin you take him to the police here. It is such a great sin, Holy Father. See how I remember that day when you were 16, Eduardo. Should I cry for you now because of the two lies that day? And the lie I told the Holy Father, and the lie your brother Fabiano told to the Holy Father, so the police would not get you. See, two lies to the Holy Father. That's why I should cry for you now, Eduardo. What else should I remember, Eduardo? So many days to remember. When you were 20, should I cry for that day?
One side of the railroad made it run, made it race against time. One side of the railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare that?
Oh, Mama, you spoiled it. I almost made it.
You may break my ear. Just because you're happy, that don't make you no Caruso, my son.
Caruso was never as happy as I am tonight, Mama. Tonight, I'm a king of Ireland, standing on a cliff, ruling the world.
So?
Oh, yeah, all right, Mama. Tonight, I'm the greatest Italian bel canto that ever lived. With the world right at my feet.
No, my son. Tonight you are just a plain Americano boy who thinks maybe he, how you say it, maybe he go places in this world.
Oh, wise guy. Yeah.
The door, Fabiano?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, better go see her.
No, Fabian, don't bother. It's only me. Eddie. Yeah. In a two-pants suit. Boy, are you... How are you, boy? Hello, Mama. You glad to see me?
Yes. Why not?
Yeah, your cheeks are warm, Mama. Like a young girl.
I'm glad you're home, Edward. Eddie.
Eddie's right, Mama. Good America. You're looking great, kid. How do you feel?
The heart, you have no more trouble?
No, I'm okay. How do you like the coat? Yeah, the cat's pajamas. Cats don't win. I'm not at $150. $150. Say.
You make lots of money, Eddie.
Got big expenses, Mama. That's why I ain't been so nice to you as I'd like to be.
I have everything of what I need.
I got big plans for you, Mama.
Believe me. Right now, Ed, how about taking your coat off, sitting down, and staying a while, huh?
See, I bring you supper. Maybe it's too cold now. I heat it up.
No, come back here, Mama. I didn't come here to eat.
It's lovely.
No, I ate already, believe me. I want to talk to both of you. Something plenty important.
Importante?
Yeah. A real chance for you, Fabian, believe me. Yeah?
Oh, Fabiano, he's got his chance already, Eddie.
What do you mean?
He's going business.
Yeah, at the end of the month. Store for myself over on 4th. Well, they sort of fit right in. Yeah, perfect. What do you mean? The more capital you got in the business, the more chance you got to stay open doing a big business, right? Heads up. Huh, Mama?
I don't know what he talked about.
I'm going to tell you, Mama. Fabian, could you use a couple extra $1,000 in your business? Could I? All right. Here's one of them here. Look. Go on, take it, Mama. That's real, believe me. $1,000, And it's got a twin sister with the same numbers up in the corner that you can get in a week. It's nice, huh? Ed, I don't know what to say.
Eduardo, why you gave this money away?
The name's still Eddie, Ma. And I'm not giving away. It's for services rendered, like they say, and it ain't exactly my doing in the first place. Well, all right, but what's it all about?
See, we listen.
It's about $2,000. $1,000 in your hand right now, and the other $1,000 in a week. But why? We don't hardly see you for weeks, and you shove money in my hand. Why?
See, okay.
You know, I'm in the trucking business.
Yeah? See?
Well, like any business, you're in it to make money. You don't ask too many questions. So I was like that, so now I'm in a little trouble, and you can help me out.
Trouble?
Nothing important, Mama. Believe me. What's the matter, Ed? I'm trying to tell you. Tonight, a couple of my trucks went out on a load. They was carrying merchandise I didn't know anything about. They didn't come back.
What does that mean?
It means I'm in trouble, Mama. Unless my brother helps me out. What can I do? I don't even know what it's all about. I'm telling you. The trucks was carrying liquor, and the government's got them now. 2 brand new ones, the dirty stuff.
Wait, Eddie. Why did the government take away your trucks?
Mama, did you ever hear about prohibition?
Sure, I know about prohibition, but what they got to do with your trucks?
Ed, you been bootlegging? Well, both of you listen to me. A guy comes in yesterday. He says he wants to rent a couple of my trucks to deliver some merchandise tonight. Fresh cut flowers, he tells me. So he pays me my price, and I give him the trucks and the drivers. The trucks go out, and right outside of town, they stop by the Fed man. So this guy loses his hooch, and I lose my trucks.
Maria, you lose so much money.
Yeah. You can always buy new trucks, but you can't buy what I stand to lose if you don't help me out, Fabian. I still don't get it. My name wasn't on the trucks, but my drivers, they didn't change the license plates like I always told them to do when they was carrying a load that wasn't sure of. That means the federal guys have traced the plates and the trucks right back to me. You get it? To me.
Well, you say you don't do nothing.
Sure, but how good that's going to do me with those guys. Fabian, you got $1,000 now. You get another $1,000 in a week if you do this. Just tell those cops them 2 trucks belong to you. Me.
Eduardo, what do you talk?
I'm talking sense and $2,000 for Fabian and my whole future, don't you see? Don't get a thing on me. Nothing but that I rented some guy the trucks. That don't mean a thing. Well, then why do you tell you? The big boys down at the city hall, they think I got plenty of ball. They want me to get into their racket. Yeah, all right. If any kind of fuss straightening this truck business out, my whole chance of politics goes out the window.
But I don't.
You, Faith. If you get in on it, so what? So you get your name in the paper, who cares? In a couple hours, it's all fixed up and forgotten. You can open up that store and do a big business.
Well...
Faith, do it for me, will you? Ma, tell him to do it. The whole rest of my life depends on it, Ma. Believe me, Ma.
You see how well I remember everything that happened at night, Eduardo. Every word you said. Every word. Should I cry for you now because I believed you? Because I make your brother do what you want him to? Say that the trucks were his.
Any further disturbances and I will clear the court. And so it is the verdict of this court that you, Fabian Mahone, are guilty of the illegal transportation of alcoholic beverages in violation of our federal statutes, and I hereby sentence you to 6 months in the federal penitentiary and fine you the sum of $5,000. This court will now be in adjournment until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Should I cry for you now, Eduardo, for that? No. What else can I remember then, Eduardo? The day when you were 30. Let me remember.
Mama, listen. Hasn't she got a laugh like bells?
See, Fabian.
And pretty, huh?
And so young.
Oh. You mean too young for me?
Oh, no, Fabiano. She's good for you. You carry too much on your shoulders for too long. She laughs. She's good for you. Just like you are good.
Thanks, Mama.
Fabian, Mother Mahone, come on in the water.
In a couple of minutes, darling.
All right.
Look at her splashing around, huh? Like a pretty little girl, eh, Mama?
Fabiano, tell me something.
Oh, of course.
You are happy where you are?
Oh, sure, Mama. It's a great little town. Nah, it's not too little either. You know, you ought to see the main street. That's where my store is. Saturday, busy as Coney Island on a hot winter day. Now that we'll get along, Grace and me. Mama, the way you're looking at me. All right. Out with it. What's on your mind?
You come a long way just to make your old mama happy.
Oh, no.
But today, your mama do something maybe you don't like.
Mama. Mama, you do something I wouldn't like? What, for instance?
Look. He come down a boardwalk. You know him? It has been so long since the trouble, my son.
Come on, go.
No, stay, Fabiano. Piacere.
No.
For me, Fabiano. I get old. I got 2 sons. When I go, you must still be brothers.
Brothers.
Stay. Shake hands, huh? 10 years. They make lots of things different, my son. Eduardo is big politico. To everybody, he's very, very respectable.
Yeah?
You and me, we know, Fabiano. But to the world... He must come to your wedding, this big politico, and dance and drink vino like a brother.
Oh, there you are, Mama.
Please, Fabiano, with my heart, huh?
I don't know why you have to come running out here to the stinking ocean the minute it gets a little hot. Then I got to come chasing out the minute you wave a little finger. So what's the light?
Eddie, you don't know who this is?
Look, Ma, I'm a busy man. I haven't got... Fabian. Ed.
You shake hands, huh? It's good.
Hey, Mother Mahone, Faye. Did you two come down here to swim? Oh.
Grace, this is my brother, Ed. Ed, this is Grace Murray. We're going to get married. Yeah? Hello, Grace. You were right, Mama. It's plenty good. Pleased to meet you, Grace. Yeah. Pleased to...
Should I cry now for that time you first meet her, Eduardo? Or should I cry for the days after that?
Come on, get in the car, both of you. Fabian, what's the matter with you? You're going to show your girl the town, aren't you? So I got a car and you haven't. So go on, get in the car and I'll show you the works. Go on. Get in, Grace.
Sure about that.
Showing you the town will be a pleasure. Believe me. Take it easy. Enjoy the game, Grace. Fabian will be along any minute. And even if he don't show up, I'll show you a good time. Yeah, sure, he said he'd get here by the 3rd inning. What if he don't show up? I know my way out of this ballpark, believe me. Enjoy yourself, Gracie. Enjoy yourself. All right, baby, all right. Relax. It's a swell night. What Faith don't know don't hurt him. I mean, so we take a little ride. So what? I'm going to be your brother-in-law soon. So we're join the family, huh? Relax, baby. I'll get you home. Pretty soon. Believe me.
Should I cry now for those days you steal with her? Or should I cry for that one night when she cried?
Gracia, what?
Go away.
I don't know what. I think maybe you're sick. Oh, you gotta tell me, Gracia. Fabiano, he won't be back till tomorrow. Gracia, little bambina, you tell Mama how you're sick, huh? Fabiano come home, she'll not find you like this.
Don't worry. He won't find me here.
Huh?
Oh, please leave me alone.
Oh, no, I can't do that. Why you say, my Fabiano, he don't find you when he come back? You tell me, girl, what you mean. Tell me.
No.
Tell me, you hear? Tell me. I don't let you go. I don't let you hurt my Fabiano. Gracia, what do you say? Who? Tell me who? Eduardo, should I cry for you now because of that night? While I ask who? Maybe inside I know before she answers. You. Still I don't cry. I remember all there is to remember about you. And yet No. Wait. Maybe if I think of that last night, when I went to you to talk about her. Maybe if I think about that.
Well, all I gotta say, Mama, this is a heck of a time and I ain't to bother.
I have things to talk to you.
You know, the older you get, the screwier you get. Look, it's late. I don't feel well. Get it off your chest. Get out of here. Let me go to sleep.
Eduardo, all I say is this. You leave her alone now.
What are you talking about, huh?
Fabiano, he come home tomorrow. They get married soon. All right. Everything should be all right. So you leave her alone now. You never come over. You never talk to her. Just nothing, Eduardo.
You're a pretty wise old lady, Mama. Smart like a fox. But maybe I don't like foxes, and maybe I don't like you, Mama, so maybe I don't listen.
Eduardo, I say it once more. And you hear me good, so you remember. You leave her alone as long as you live. You hear, Eduardo?
I'll tell you something, Mom, and ask you if you hear. I don't feel well. The doctors told me I need rest, see? Rest. So come on, get outstairs.
You leave her alone?
No.
Eduardo, what do you say, Fabiano?
Fabiano's a fall guy. He always was and he always will be. No, Mom, I'm not through with little Gracie yet, not by a long shot. What are you going to do about it?
I do this and this.
You hit me.
See, but I hit too late, my son.
You hit me. Me. Nobody ever laid a finger on me before. You hear me? Nobody.
Eduardo, what
I can't stand being hit. Makes me sick inside. I gotta hit back.
Eduardo, say that.
Nobody hits me. You hear me? Nobody.
Eduardo.
You can't get away with it, and you won't get away with it because of... You won't?
Eduardo.
Hello. I can't see you.
Eduardo, what?
The room.
Eduardo. So, there was the last I can remember, Eduardo. You fall on the floor, and you stay there. I hear your breath soft on me. I remember your papa fall like that when he's a heart. I cannot move. I stand. I watch. I do not move. And in 1 minute, 2 minutes, you are still quiet. I hear your first breath, Eduardo. I hear you laugh. You were no good, Eduardo. But you are my son. Why can't I cry for you? Why can't I cry for you?
You have just heard History of a Mug, a play by Arch Obler. The leading role was taken by Miss B. Benaderet. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. Next week's play will bring you a new comedy by Mr. Obler. A few weeks ago, you heard A Gallery of Big Shots, Feminine. In response to numerous requests, Mr. Obler has written a sequel, which we'll broadcast next week. Its title, A Gallery of Big Shots, Masculine. This will be the 22nd in the special series of 26 plays, written, directed, and produced for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Obler. Tonight's play was transcribed for presentation at this time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Arch Obler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 23rd broadcast of the special series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler. Tonight's play, Rocket from Manhattan, will be introduced by Mr. Obler.
Prophecy is an easy thing, for rarely is the prophet brought to judgment. Tonight I bring you a false prophecy. The place of our story is a great rocket speeding away from the moon. Yes, away. For the first trip to the moon has finally taken place, and a triumphant airship is now rapidly returning to the Mother Earth. Here, then, is a story about a tomorrow 55 years hence, September 20th in the year of our Lord 2000.
We're having lots of fun. The sky's sure the limit, our new century's begun. We're floating on our plastic boats, we're flying through the air. The world is all our playground, we haven't got a care. Oh, I'm glad to be alive, boys, I'm glad to be alive. I'm riding on a rocket train, and soon I will arrive. Oh, I'm glad to be alive, boys, I'm glad to be alive. I'm riding on a rocket train, and soon I will arrive. Hi, Doc, how about joining us?
Yes, Doctor. Don't you think it's about time we had a little celebration?
There's a great deal of work to be done.
Work's over, Doctor. 24 hours more and we're back.
Yes, Doctor, we'll be back. We've done it. Complete.
In 24 hours.
If you're worried about our landing, I'm not. You worried, Reynolds?
No, sir. Everything's in perfect order.
Sure, Doc. There's going to be a round trip. Anyway, there's 24 hours before we have to worry about that.
Yes, Doctor, it's a time for celebration. Oh, I'm glad to be alive, boys. I'm glad to be alive. I'm riding on a rocket train, and soon I will arrive.
Reynolds,
Oh,
Major Reynolds. Are you men out of your minds? You, Major Russell. Reynolds is still a boy, but you're a mature man. Please act maturely.
Oh, but Doctor...
I'll grant you that our adventure has gone well.
Well is right. We've been to the moon.
My congratulations, Reynolds.
Thank you, Major, thank you. I'll put the medal on my other chest.
Will you men listen to me? We're 48,000 miles from the Earth.
And headed right for it.
We're not there yet.
Doc, pardon the expression, but you're a gloomy Joe.
I am a realist.
But, Doctor, the possibilities of anything's going wrong are remote. Surely we're entitled to relax a little and relish the fact of what we've done.
Yeah, we've done it, Doc. Even if we never get back, we've done it. We've been to the moon, and it'll always be there on the books.
I'm not interested in becoming an historical fact, Major Russell. The data we've collected, that's my only interest. May I ask you, Reynolds, to get back to your post?
Oh, but everything's going like clockwork. Look at the gauges.
But we are out of radio contact with the Earth.
Yes, sir. But we are on course. Doc, what is wrong?
Wrong? What should be wrong?
Well, the kid's right, Doc. Ever since we made the circle and started back, all these days you've been acting as if we didn't make it. We've gone 243,000 miles, and we're 3/4 of the way back, and we're in, Doc. We're in. So what's the matter with you?
How old were you, Major, when the Second World War ended?
Oh, about 5. What's that got to do?
And you, Reynolds, you weren't even born.
No, sir.
I was 21 on that day in New Mexico when they set off the first chain reaction. 21.
Doc, you mean to say you were in at the beginning of it?
Of course he was. Dr. Chamberlain was one of the original research men in the atomic bomb project back in 45. The only one of them alive today.
Well, what do you know? So that's why you wanted to make this trip, Doc. I mean, you...
Yes, Major. You wanted it as a substitution for what you missed as a boy, the excitement and glory of war.
Oh, now, Doc,
it's true, and Reynolds here is young and idealistic, and the scientific wonder of it was what he wanted. And I was there at the birth of the Nero. Now atomic power is driving me into space, back to the Earth where it all began. And I'm thinking...
Yeah, Doc?
It's not pertinent to any of this. We've no time to discuss our emotions. There's work to be done.
Airspeed, 23,486.
Airspeed, 23,486.
Interior temperature, 68.2.
Interior temperature, 68.2.
Well, that's it.
Yes?
Any radio contact, Ronald?
No, sir.
How about that, Doc?
Unfortunate, but not very vital. We're definitely on course.
How much longer will it be, Doc?
10 hours. At the most, 10 hours.
In the middle of LaGuardia Field. That's where I'd like to land.
I hope not.
Texas. Isn't that it?
Sure. We'll hit the flats right on the nose.
If the auxiliary jets work.
They worked on the moon. They'll work on landing. We're the good luck boys, Doc. We can't miss.
You have the optimism of a 16-year-old. Reynolds, you'd better get back to your radio. Try phone contact.
Yes, sir.
Major, check the jet temperatures.
Right jet, 1580.
Right jet, 1580.
Left jet, 1583.
Left jet, 1583.
Speed, 24,832.
Speed, 24,832.
XR1 calling CQ. XR1 calling CQ. Hello? XR1 calling CQ. XR1 calling CQ. Hello?
Any luck?
No, sir.
Put your transmitter back on automatic.
Yes, sir.
Why do you laugh, Major?
I was just thinking about how many millions of telescopes are turned in our direction.
Yes?
What you said a few hours ago. I mean, about my wanting the excitement and adventure. That's true, you know. I'm 60 years old, and I guess I just lived for this chance. The Army hadn't okayed my going. Well, here I am. Once we land, I'll admit, frankly, I'm going to cash in on every bit of it and have myself a time. You know something? I get to feeling kind of depressed when I think it'll soon be over. Well, there's no reason for depression, is there?
I couldn't answer that.
Why not?
You've been wondering, undoubtedly, why, ever since we left the moon, I've been acting strangely.
That's right.
I've never believed in predestination, and yet there's been sort of a motivation of fate in my life. 21, I was part of that research team trying to adapt atomic power to military purposes. When that first bomb went off over the New Mexico desert, a newspaper man repeated the words, "What hath God wrought?" And no one quite knew. I've been waiting 55 years for the answer. I think I found it a few hours ago on the moon. And it's an answer full of horror.
Sure sleepy. Yes. It's only a few more hours, isn't it?
Yes.
Will we have to put on our compression suits the way we did on the takeoff?
Yes, of course.
Doctor, may I ask you something?
Yes?
Before, you spoke of finding an answer on the moon. And then you didn't say any more. Well, I've been thinking about it. I was wondering if it was something that the Major couldn't understand, and that's why you didn't speak of it further.
And now you want to know?
Yes, sir. I haven't lived anywhere as long as you two have, but my life has been built around atomic power. My dad, he was one of your men. Why, ever since I was a child, becoming a physicist like Dad was and you are, and Dr. Oppenheimer and all the rest, why, that was it. Now, all of a sudden, the way you spoke before, as if all our research has been criminal. Do you mean that? Collision radar.
Get at it. What's the matter? Who's that?
Object approaching.
Where?
15 degrees west. There it is.
Meteorite. It's a meteorite. That was the closest.
It was indeed.
It'd be sardonic indeed to collide with a meteorite at this point in our journey.
I'd use a stronger word than sardonic, Doctor.
Yeah, like fatal.
It's all clear.
Well, I'd better get back to
Reynolds. Reynolds, you asked me a question before, and I want to answer it. You too, Major Russell. I want you to hear this.
Sure.
Reynolds overheard what I said to you, that I'd found the answer to a very old question on the moon. He said that he felt that somehow I thought all of the research on atomic power had been criminal. No, young man, I don't believe that. Not at all. Criminal to know more about a way of nature? No. The answer I found was something else. I hadn't even an answer, perhaps only a theory. When we came within 100 miles of the moon and then began to de-accelerate, to turn back, what did we see through the observation ports?
Well, Doctor...
No, please, let me tell you what I saw. The craters of the moon. Great, gigantic craters, and as we came closer and closer, the look of them was so familiar. Not because I had seen them through telescopes and in photographs, but for some reason that I couldn't quite understand. Craters of the moon, and suddenly, at the very moment when we'd come as close as we dared and our ship swung in an orbit to return, suddenly I knew. It was a memory of another crater I had seen 55 years before in New Mexico from an observation plane high over the ground a few hours after the first atomic bomb had lit the sky with a new sun. Yes. The crater in the crust of the Earth that bomb had left was the same as the craters of the moon. Do you understand? The crater our bomb had left on the Earth was the same as the craters on the moon.
So what? I don't get it.
Yes, Doctor. What are you getting at? Why, the crater in that desert was 1,000th of the size of the ones you're talking about.
I suddenly began to think. Was it not possible that the moon had run through the same evolutionary processes as our Earth before our Earth? Yes. Wasn't it possible that man had come into being on the moon, developed their own civilization, had known scientific progress, even as we have, but long before we Earthmen had known it?
Say, Doc.
You do understand. These men of the moon had discovered the secret of atomic power long before we did, and then had used it to blast and to tear each other. Yes. And the craters on the moon, that terrible devastation, was the record of the destruction of their civilization. A final war which had burned up the very atmosphere and left the moon a dead planet circling endlessly through an airless sky.
All right, Doctor. Presuming your theory is correct that the moon men had started through a war, a chain atomic reaction that they couldn't stop, well, what of it? It indicates that they were fools.
Yeah, that's it. Fools.
Are we any wiser?
Airspeed 2482.
You'd better cut it down.
Right, how much?
About 15%.
Right.
You get anything, Reynolds?
No, sir.
Would you come here a moment?
Yes, sir.
Will you help me with this port covering?
Yes, sir.
Here, there.
Right.
What? Hey, trying to take a look, huh?
Yes, that's it. There she is.
Mama Earth.
Reynolds, the cameras?
Yes, sir. How much should I run, Doctor?
Put it on automatic exposure.
Yes, sir.
6 more hours, eh, Doctor?
Or less.
I'm sure we haven't made a mistake and headed for Venus.
What have you...
That was just a bad joke, Doc. No, there's no two ways about it. The outline of the continents, we can't make any mistake about that being our home address. I wonder how much they can see of us. What are we, 6,000, 7,000 miles out? You know, this reminds me of the time about 25 years ago. The Army sent me up to 1,000 miles to take observation photographs. We remember how the atomic reaction motors were then. We got up about 500 feet.
Major.
What?
Look down. Look.
What? Well, I don't see anything.
Look, I tell you. Reynolds, come here.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Well, the doctor says there's...
Reynolds, look. You see?
Yes. What is it?
I see it, too. Bright lights going on and off. What's going on down there?
Doctor, are they signaling us? Are they signaling?
It's 6,000 miles. Why? Why should they?
That's right. There's no such plan.
Look at it. It is lights going on and off.
But they're all from one area.
Can you make out where?
North America.
Then they are signals. The candle in the window.
Your own question. At 6,000 miles?
Wait a minute.
Are they explosions?
Explosions? Major Doctor, is that it? Are they explosions?
I don't know.
CQ, hello? Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor, I can't raise any...
Doc, come here.
Yes, what?
Look, the closer we get, they are explosions.
3 more hours, we'll know.
I want to know now. Reynolds, what's the matter with you? Why can't you make radio contact?
I'm doing everything I can.
Major.
Doc, what are
craters? Look, craters.
Craters? At this altitude, you couldn't possibly...
Each flash, I do see them.
Okay, what does it mean? Well, what are you looking at me like that for? What does it mean?
Dr. Major, something coming through.
Oh, what about time?
I can only hear it faintly.
What?
Please, let me listen. United States. What?
Reynolds, what is it?
Tell us.
Boy, I couldn't quite make out. He
said what?
Tell us.
War. He said war. Blasting the United States off the face of the earth. Blasting. It's a joke, isn't it? Isn't it?
What are they sending now? What now?
It began an hour ago. No warning. Projectiles radio controlled. Point of origin unknown. Oh, it stopped again, the transmission.
That's enough.
Where's the International Police Force? What's being done about it? Doctor! Doctor, did you hear? It was an attack without warning. Who could it be? What's the idea?
The explosions are increasing in frequency.
Reynolds! Reynolds, is anything more coming through?
No, nothing. Yes, they started transmission again.
All right, let's have it quick.
Some station in Midwest. I can't get the call letters.
Who cares?
He says it's hell. Ground shaking. No bombs landed near, but air reconnaissance. It's so garbled I can hardly make out.
Well?
It started an hour ago. Everything burning. Now it's stopped again. There's nothing.
Doctor, in heaven's name, what do you think it's all about? Stop staring out of the window and talk to me.
What are they doing?
What do you mean, what are they doing? They're bombing us, blasting us. It's war, but who? I've got to find out. Reynolds, find out who.
It's no use. There's no transmission.
Doctor, those bombs, where are they coming from? Can't you tell by the trajectory?
At this distance? And what difference does the face of the enemy make? It's happening, that's all.
Smashed them. I always said we should have smashed them. Exterminated them 50 years ago.
Oh, they were so peaceful for so many years. And
the flashes are increasing in frequency.
Reynolds, get on that radio.
I'll try again.
I've got to know who. The devils. We had agreements with everyone. The international devils. All of them. Call them devils. I don't even know who they are. Reynolds! You got anything?
No, I don't.
Doctor, faster. Let's get down there faster. Let's open it up.
You know better than that. We're entering atmosphere. Increased speed and we'd burn up like a meteorite.
But I'm an army man. All my life I've been
coming
trained.
through.
What?
The bombs. Nothing. I can hardly make it out.
Keep at it.
Panic. Paratroopers.
Who?
Last message from United States of... It's ended. There is no more.
We'd only get down there faster.
Only 500 more miles.
Look at it down there. Our Air Force, protective measures. What happened to them?
What happened?
Doctor, why don't you say something? We're going to sit there for hours watching. This isn't a scientific experiment going on down there. They're blasting us to pieces. Us. Your atomic bomb, the great secret. Hold it over the world and have peace forever. You said that. Yes, you. I was a kid then. I heard you say it over the radio when they gave you a medal. Hold it over the world and have peace forever. Well, what do you got to say now?
We had a wonderful 55 years.
What?
Everybody had a wonderful time.
Reynolds, what's the matter with him? He's gone.
No. Let him finish.
First, we hung the criminals 55 years ago. And as soon as their bodies stopped swinging, we left the crowd and each went back to his own house and shut the door.
You said the peace would hold forever.
I said it because I thought that when the secret was put away, the people of the world would remember the terror. I said to myself, now, surely now that they've seen the possibility of the disintegration of their Earth, they'll be drawn together once again into the family of men as it must have been in the beginning. I forgot what years could do. I forgot how quickly forgetfulness comes. I forgot that in only a few years, Hiroshima and Nagasaki would be only yesterday's sensations for a nation eager for sensations for today. You keep asking me who's sending those bombs against us. Who? I tell you we're sending them against ourselves. Because had we made our way of life something more than a confused dream of shiny machines and happy endings, those bombs would not be flying at us. I said the peace would hold forever because I thought out of that war at last man had learned that there was no defense against hatred and revenge, but the defense of education for the unity of people. It was a race, gentlemen, against time. And we wasted our last 55 years running backwards on a track of chromium and plastics. And so we've lost. Forever.
We've never lost.
Look, the blasts are increasing.
Doctor, look. The color of the blast.
Oh, dear God.
What? Doctor, it's nitrogen, isn't it?
Nitrogen? What?
The fools, the everlasting fools, I warned them.
The blast. More and more.
They started something they couldn't end. The color of the blast, they've set off hydrogen atoms.
I don't know what you...
We used uranium, plutonium, and when the initial blast was over, that was all. But hydrogen, that's part of life. One reaction sets off the other like setting off an endless chain until... Look down there.
Blast. Faster and faster.
They're spreading.
The fools. God help the fools.
A sheet of flame. Around the earth. Doctor, tell me, what is it?
It burned up all the atmosphere.
Burned up? Reynolds, what does he mean?
The chain reaction burned up all the air.
Oh, my...
Major, the left jet.
It's all right. All right. Where are we going?
There's no air, no life. The moon, the earth, the same.
How much fuel?
There's the gauge.
2, 3 hours?
Yes, I think that's right. Isn't it, Major?
Yeah.
What do we do?
You ask that question now? The Major no longer asks it. Do you know the answer, Major?
Sure. We'll circle around. Then we'll crash.
No. No, it'll be all right, my boy. My words again. Have peace forever.
The bombs of fission had torn apart the Japanese will for war. But there were other Japanese Americans who had lived here honorably as Americans, whose sons had fought for all of us in the European war theater. And these sons were coming home now, to families who, during the war years, had been behind barbed wire in a strange American version of a concentration camp.
Arch Obler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 24th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler, a series of dramas concerning the people of this expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play is titled The Family Nagashi. He's home. Ben Nagashi. After 2 years overseas with the most decorated unit in the history of infantry battalions, he landed at Salerno, spearheaded the Fifth Army advance, held the front lines in Cassino 40 days, attacked at Anzio, led the breakthrough on Rome, and as part of the 442nd Infantry Regiment, led the American advance up Italy's west coast. Then to the 7th Army in France, charging up the Vosges Mountains and breaking the Nazi lines with cold bayonets. He's home, Ben Nagashi, with a Purple Heart, a Silver Star, a Division Citation, and a Distinguished Service Cross.
Come, my son. That is an excellent story. But now, please tell us, what did the general say?
Well, Dad, I told you. He said...
Oh, the general didn't say a darn thing. He just saluted and handed over the citation to our company commander, and we all broke ranks and went back to eating those thick steaks and kissing those pretty Italian girls.
My son has uniform of warrior and imagination of poet.
Oh, Mama.
Well, gosh, Ben, which general was it? Eisenhower or Patton?
Neither. My brother was General Mark Clark, a great guy. Oh, Mama, you make rice like nobody else in the world.
Thank you, my son.
Mitsu, you don't eat, you don't say anything. I thought sure that by the time I'd get home, you'd have lots to say.
She has not changed.
Thank God for that. As far as I can see, nothing's changed. Mitsu, all of you, the house, fields.
How many Germans did you shoot all together? How many, Ben?
George. Yeah, that's Taboo Georgie, remember?
He has been waiting for you so eagerly, Ben.
Sure, Mitsu. Someday I'll tell you all about it, kid. Right now, well, how did the tomatoes do this year, Pop? It was so dark driving up, I was so excited I didn't even look or anything. Oh, you haven't answered me. How went the tomatoes this year?
We did not have time for much crop.
Why not?
Your father and mother and brother just got back, Ben.
Back? Where? Oh. The concentration camp.
Relocation center.
Behind barbed wire, what's the difference? So much has been happening, I'd forgotten what had been happening to all of you.
Manzanar was not bad.
I know that country. Desert. My father and my brother and my mother and my girl stuck out in the desert. I tell you, when I first heard about it, I almost went crazy. Took it out of me killing Germans. That's a good one, huh?
We have no bitterness.
Why not? Were second-generation citizens of German and Italian origin thrown out of their homes and stuck behind barbed wire in the desert?
There was a problem, a panic. They did what they thought was best at the moment.
Fine, Mitsu, fine. Turn the other cheek. The meek shall inherit the earth. They flew a squad of us from Italy to Belsen, and we saw the ashes of 50,000 of the meek. I saw the meek piled up like cordwood with the children of the meek in neat little piles of their own. I saw them all.
My son.
Oh, sorry.
Please, chicken, rice. Please eat.
We have been home 24 hours.
24 hours?
Yes, only a day. But as you yourself see, everything is as it was. Now we can stay here forever. No bitterness, only future. May we drink one more glass of wine and then go out into the fields?
All right.
Tucker? Then? Mitsu?
No, my glass is full.
Huh? My eldest son returned one. The words to be said are yours.
All right. Someone else said them before me. Did the United States of America, right or wrong, my country?
You're dirty Jack! We don't want you here! Get out!
Tucker!
Mama, what?
I am all right.
Oh, the devils!
Ben, where are you?
Let go of me!
Ben,
my
no,
gun!
no,
I gotta get my gun!
Ben, no!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arch Obler. You have just heard the beginning of a play titled The Family Nagashi. It is based upon material furnished me by our government. If you've just said old propaganda and have reached for the dial to turn to another station, may I ask you not to do so for a few moments. If you continue to listen, you will hear a drama that should be as close to you as your own heart. I bring you this play not because I'm a lover of those slant-eyed individuals who raped Nanking and made world pacts with Schicklgruber and company and starved and beat and murdered their English and Dutch and Chinese and American prisoners. I bring it to you because I, as you, know that an injustice done to any of us is an injustice to all of us. This, then, is a story not about Japanese Americans, but about Americans.
Let go of me! My gun! I gotta get my gun!
Ben, no!
Oh, you gotta let go.
No, Ben!
As my son struggled against Mitsu and myself to reach his gun, to reach those outside, even as I struggled with him, my thoughts were, why this? Why this? And suddenly, the years were there again. It was as if I were alone. San Francisco, 35 years before.
そうそう。この、若いアメリカ人、バカだ。
one of my countrymen saying, I remember, yes, this is America, you young fool. Young fool, yes, both unhappy, America at last. Here one grew rich without trying, and in just a little while I would be rich, and I would return to Japan with my riches.
Give you your board and your keep and $1 a month spending money. Take it, or I don't mind if you leave.
Young and a fool.
A, B, C, D.
So much to learn, so much to do.
Japanese.
So lonely. Yes, so...
A daughter of Hiroshi Nakashima in the old country. Why not bring her over for a wife?
Yes, my friend's advice. The daughter of Hiroshi Nakashima.
Bride from Japan? It can be arranged. For money. A great deal of money.
Work, more work. Eat little, sleep little, work day and night. Until at last...
Konnichiwa.
Ritataka. I was lonely no more.
Makono oki, machi, wasamushi.
Yes, Taka. I remember. You say a city frightened you. You want green, birds. So we came out here. Oh, it was such wilderness then. I said to you, we will live here a little while, then we will go back to our Japan. Go back. With each year, our hearts went further into the land. 35 years into the land. Into America. The land was wilderness, barren. My wife and I and my son made it fertile. Our life. That is why there's so much fury in my son. He knows. Oh, God help him.
Let go of me. My gun. I gotta get my gun.
Ben, no. No, Ben.
I am not frightened. At my son's anger, I feel only pain. If I was another mother, this would not be. I could go to their mothers. I could say to them, it is true, my husband and I have not been as you. I have been here almost lifetime, yet I can hardly speak your language. It is true, we have not been as you. But my sons are as you.
Atta boy, atta baby, hot dog. Who are you kidding? Well, now you're cooking.
I wanted to be as you, go among you. First, you frightened me. You were all so very large and so very sure of yourself. I wanted to know you, for you to know me, but I did not know how to start. And the years went quick. Oh, but my sons, I watched them. They were as you.
Hey, Mom, all that stuff about the Japanese emperor being a god, you don't believe that malarkey, do you?
So much like you. Education. That my children must have to be as you. Know all things about this strange great land, of which I know so little.
Hey, Mom, I can recite the alphabet forwards and backwards faster than anybody in our room. Hey, Mom, I know what California is bounded by, and the Indians sold the island of Manhattan to the Dutch for $24. Big bargain, huh, Mom?
With every year so very much like you.
Hey, Mom, I hit a home run today. 2 men on base, and I hit a home run. Hey, Mom, I just got $15, and Joe says he'll sell me his jalopy for $20. Can I do it, Mom? Can I do it?
So very much like you.
Yeah, sure, Pop. California Aggie School is a place for me. I'm a hayseed from way back, and I might as well learn how to do it right. Well, I started at right tackle, but they put me at left half, and this season I'll be the blocking back. But next season, the coach says I can carry the NATO. How about using the car tonight, Pop? I got to cut a rug with a new dish from Santa Ana.
So much like you, but I was same.
My gosh, Mom, at least you ought to learn how to write English. After all these years... Well, gosh, what if I had to go away someplace and you had to write me a letter?
Always same. Not American, not quite Japanese. As I watched your anger and your hate, I knew only pain, my son. If I was only another sort of mother for you.
Let go of me. My gun. I gotta get my gun.
Ben, no.
You gotta let go of me. Please, I know what I'm doing.
Until that moment, I had never seen you angry before, Ben. I'd known you ever since we were small children, and I'd never seen you angry. No. You must have been angry once, Ben. The day at the station.
Mitsu, the family went back to the car because they knew I wanted this last couple of minutes with you. Darling, I don't know where it'll be, where they'll send me. As soon as I know, I'll let you know. I wish we'd gotten married before I left.
But Ben...
No, don't say anything. Let me talk. Married because I wanted you so long. There's never been anybody else but you, little Mitsu. It couldn't be. I love you. I've wanted... Oh, I've said so little to you. I planned to say so much. Mitsu, listen. For a little while until the authorities get things straightened out, it may be pretty rugged. I mean, back here, hot-headed patriots. But don't let it get you down. It won't last long. Folks around here know the family Nagashi's okay, and you're part of that family. Because I love you. I love you so much.
No hate.
Okay, so you're a citizen. It doesn't make any difference. You have 12 hours to get out of this town to the camp where you belong.
But I had that hate, Ben.
That's too bad, sister. You'll have to leave all that stuff behind.
In the bus, step lively.
This camp will be your home indefinitely. You're not allowed outside the confines of the barbed wire.
Stuff your mattresses with straw. Step lively.
I'm sorry. The government didn't issue any of those for you.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any of that.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any.
I never wrote you of it, Ben. I never wrote you about the worst day of all.
Darling, last leave. Could you meet me, Chicago, next Sunday? Get married. Love, Ben.
I'm sorry, miss. It is quite beyond my authority to permit you to leave the relocation center for any such reason. I sympathize with you, but my orders are explicit. You must stay within the confines of the camp until further notice.
Such bitterness and hatred. I haven't them anymore. Now you have them.
It is very late, my son. They will not return.
I want to sit out here.
The gun. Let me put it away.
No. Wait a minute. Maybe there's a welcome home committee.
Ben.
Welcome home, Ben Nagashi. You've been away a long time. You got a belly full of Salerno mud and mortar shells and Heine mines and Mark IV tanks. So here's the fatted calf in our hands in friendship. Thanks, pal. How's the crops? You want some help? Mitsu, I hate them. I'll kill them all. Let them come back.
When your train left that day, I didn't ride back with you.
What? What'd you say?
That day you left. After you'd gone, I went back to the library. I wanted to work. There were some new books for me to catalog. The first one, the page opened on a poem by Robert Nathan. I read it so many times since. I know every word. About the boys going to war. Where are they going? They smile and wave goodbye. Young faces passing by on their way into history. Peering out, taking a last look at the country. Looking for something like home. Like the mother face of America. The father face of America. And the lonely girl there on the platform, on her way back to school after the holidays, feels her heart grow too big for her body. She waves too, and weeps, although she does not know why. They are boys. They are young like herself. They would be friends of hers if she knew them. They are all young together, going by, going away, passing each other, smiling, going away forever. Ben, all the time you were away, when they talk about men overseas changing, I said not Ben. Tonight, at first you laughed the same, you talked the same, but when it happened, now, if you want to hurt and kill Ben, whoever they were, whatever they said, what does it matter? You're back, and I'm here. Isn't that enough?
Didn't you hear them? You're nothing now but a Jap. I know this. I got a gun in my hand, and they'll come back. A dirty little fascist. Listen.
Ben.
2 carloads this time. Into the house.
Ben, you...
Get in there, I tell you.
I won't. I'll stay.
Okay. Oh, they got reinforcements now. That's all right with me.
Ben, I heard automobiles. Who?
Oh, I knew they'd be back.
Ben, do not do anything.
Not yet. Mitsu, turn on the porch light. I want to see their faces. Turn it on.
You see? They're not strangers at all. Our neighbors, tried and true. Did you ever return the stone hammer I lent you, Mr. Greer? How are you, Mr. Randall? Joe still got the football we won at the Fresno game? Mr. Horton? Mr. Haas? Mr. Ames? Mr. Alberti? Fred Knox? How are you, Mr. Parks? Maybe you'd like me to come over and save your fruit trees again.
Ben.
No, I've been waiting 3 years to get home and talk to you. What's your hurry? Why not be sociable about it? The Nagashis have been here for 30 years. A couple of minutes more won't poison your purity. Or maybe you don't like to see me standing here in this uniform. Okay, I'll take it off. You can have it, including the ribbons.
Ben, we would have been here sooner, but we only heard that you were home, that your family'd come back. We only heard just a little while ago what happened here tonight. We know who they are, Ben. They're not anyone you know or who knew you. What they did because they were ignorant little minds who think they see a chance to get your land. It won't happen. We'll take care of them. But most of all, we're here to say, welcome home, Ben. Just welcome home.
Well, would you...
You will forgive my son for going away. His heart is too full. Perhaps tomorrow... So, we are here. How soon will you again be removing Intel from Angel One, my son?
Drive's all right.
It was like egg in cold storage.
So a mother has a Sunday joke. Come, George, Mitchell.
Ben, aren't you getting out?
Go ahead, please. I'll be along.
My son, why do you...
Please, Dad, let me be.
Ben, it isn't good. Please come in with us. What reason is there not?
Come, my son.
All right.
Mother, George.
Isn't Ben coming to church?
I do not know.
Why doesn't he come?
We are so late. Services have begun.
It is an ill-used word. A word weary with repetition, with misuse. Evil is hidden behind it and will hide behind it again unless we guard well. Be tolerant of me, the greatest evil in human history has cried. And we who were tolerant and saw evil begin to cover the earth with its swastika and rising sun, began to question not our foolishness but our tolerance. And so we began to give some of our hate to tolerance. And so tolerance became a word of softness, of soft things, and an easy indulgence that cost the world a bloody toll. My friends, the time has come for re-examination and re-application of tolerance. Now we must have a tolerance with strength, a tolerance that denies the very right of existence to evil, but that grants to every man the right of existence if that right is based in a common brotherhood of man. What took place last night...
Gee, Pop, everybody's looking at us.
Come in, my neighbors. We were hoping you would join us.
Come, we will take our seats.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Welcome back home.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have seats up front for you.
Please, if we might sit in our old places.
Of course, just as you like.
Thank you. In here, Mama first. George, Mitchell.
Welcome home, Mrs. Nagashi.
Glad to see you back.
Good to see you.
Welcome home.
May we quiet down, please? From all of us, Mr. and Mrs. Nagashi, a hearty welcome home. May God grant that you and yours will never leave us again.
Thank you.
Each of us has a personal debt to Ben. Ben is not with you?
He is outside.
Outside? Mr. Gardner, Mr. Jackson, Would you go out and ask Ben Nagashi if he would come in?
Mr. Nagashi, I should go out help him.
No, Mitsu, no. Sit here.
But
Because I wish it.
Papa, he's coming in. Papa, why's everybody standing up? Why's everybody standing up?
Why? They are honoring your brother.
Ben, would you come up here, please? Welcome home, Ben.
Thank you, sir.
Ben, I was talking about intolerance before you came in. I don't know if I'm qualified to speak about it. All my life I've been accepted. My family, pioneer stock, my skin, my religion. Everything conformed, so I've never really known intolerance. After last night. Talk to us, Ben. Say whatever you want to say to us. You have the right to speak to us in any way you see fit.
Whatever I'd like to say. Once, one of the worst days we had back there. When it looked as if for the first time we'd have to fall back because they were throwing everything they had at us and we had so little to throw back at them. For just, well, maybe it was a few seconds, there wasn't anything coming at us and I lay on the ground and I thought, when I get home, if I get home, no trouble will ever mean anything deep in me anymore. I was wrong because yesterday I knew a worse kind of trouble than anything that the Nazis ever did to me. Even in the dirtiest foxhole, I'd had a place because I was an American. No matter where I was, I had that. But yesterday, somebody broke a window and yelled some words at me. All in a minute, I had nothing. And my father and my mother had given their lives for me to have something. They had nothing. Near Anzio, a piece of mortar shell hit me right away. The pain was as if somebody was tearing every one of my nerves out by the roots. And nobody could get to me, and I lay there and the pain went on and on, never stopping. I tried to knock myself out to stop it, but I couldn't. In the middle of it all, I suddenly thought, stay with it. Nothing will ever hurt you as much ever again. Nothing will ever hurt you as much ever again. I was wrong again. Yesterday, while I was hating you and hating this place and the whole country, some of you came over to tell me what had happened, and it wasn't you. It wasn't you wanting us out and hating us. That you knew that that was when it hurt the most, because I hadn't believed in you the way I believed in the fellas in my squad, my battalion. That you knew that inside we were the same. I mean, the same. I'll never think any differently as long as I live. No matter what happens from here on in. How many windows break, what words do they throw at me? Oh, I'll believe in you. And that's all I've got to say.
You have just heard Mr. Elliot Lewis in the leading role of the family Nagashi, a new play by Art Obler, based upon material furnished by the United States Department of Interior. The cast included Lou Merrill, Barbara Eiler, Joseph Granby, Tommy Cook, Lynn Whitney, Bill Shaw, Mary Jane Croft, Norman Field, Bill Johnstone, Alan Hewitt, and Sergeant Harry Tanaway of the illustrious 100th Infantry Battalion. Announcer Dick Wynn. The original music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin.